Today marks an overdue and much-needed moment of reckoning. None of us could have imagined this time last year what was to come. The COVID-19 pandemic has disrupted life for everyone around the world. It has challenged our world in ways unlike any other crisis in the 75-year history of the United Nations. COVID-19 is first and foremost a global health crisis, but it is at the same time an economic crisis, a development crisis, a humanitarian crisis, and a human rights crisis. We face the deepest global recession since the Great Depression and the broadest collapse in income since 1870. The world economy has shrunk by 4.4%. Global extreme poverty is expected to rise for the first time in over 20 years. Up to 115 million people are at risk of being pushed into extreme poverty. Foreign investments have been evaporating. Trade and travel restrictions, steep declines in export earnings, tourism and remittances all put at risk the livelihoods of billions all around the world. Our global development trajectory has been hijacked. Each country is feeling the pressure, yet those that were already lagging behind took the worst hit. Ongoing humanitarian crises have worsened as a famine of unprecedented proportion threatens the poorest people in the world. We are faced with a grave risk where half of the decade of action to implement the SDGs will have been spent simply getting back to where we were at the beginning of the year. Excellencies, this pandemic has disproportionately affected the most vulnerable members of our societies: women, children, the elderly, the disabled, refugees, migrants, those living in slums, and the homeless. It revealed the structural inequalities and obstacles to the full enjoyment of human rights. Lockdown measures have led to increased gender-based violence and domestic abuse of women. Many women will not be returning to the workforce as they disproportionately shoulder the burden of unpaid care and homeschooling. Young people feel frustrated as their education, community engagement, and employment opportunities are restrained. Pandemic-related disruptions in health and nutrition services could result in increased rates of child deaths from preventable causes. Digital divide between developing and developed countries, as well as between urban and rural settings, is exacerbating exclusion and inequality. In communities around the world where internet connectivity is scarce, millions of children have no access to remote learning. Already far from their homes due to conflicts, disasters, and persecution, refugees and internally displaced persons are suffering further due to the pandemic. And increases in racist discourse, hatred, stigmatization, stereotyping, and misinformation have been accompanying the pandemic. Excellencies, this hall is where nations come together, where they unite. This august body, the General Assembly, is the voice, will, and conscience of the humanity. The world is looking up to the United Nations for leadership, to step up and take demonstrable action to address the greatest challenge our world is facing today. This crisis compels us to shake up how things are done, to be bold, and to restore confidence and trust in the United Nations. No other institution is as far-reaching, as mandated, or as normatively better placed. The United Nations must lead on this. This General Assembly special session is a historic moment for member states, the United Nations, scientific community, and other stakeholders, including the civil society, to hear from each other, engage in dialogue on the multifaceted consequences of the pandemic, as well as on the ways to recover better and stronger. This is not a time to point fingers. We have convened here to forge a path forward and to end the suffering of the people we serve. Since the beginning, I have been convinced that holding this special session was a test for multilateralism, defined by our collective action on the most critical issue of our time. And it is in no way the end of our joint response and recovery from the pandemic. We were not prepared for COVID-19, but we have to be prepared for the next pandemic, climate catastrophe, or global recession, because a crisis of this magnitude will have to meet it when it does. Distinguished delegates, we must be able to rise to the challenge, and our response should not simply target a return to the status quo ante. What we need to do is clear. First, we must start with ensuring fair and equitable access to vaccines. Providing everyone with access to COVID-19 vaccines is both the right thing to do and the smart thing to do. From a moral standpoint, we have an obligation to leave no one behind and to protect the most vulnerable. From a practical standpoint, the value of any vaccine is entirely dependent on how many people can get it. So we must strengthen political and resource mobilization for multilateral initiatives that aim towards fair and equitable distribution of COVID-19 vaccine. Secondly, we must work together to protect the most vulnerable countries that are lagging behind, most notably LDCs, LLDCs, and SIDS. We must ensure that adequate financial resources are available to achieve an inclusive and resilient recovery. We need to join forces to address the challenges of debt vulnerability and diminished fiscal space. I encourage international financial institutions and partner countries to do what they can to ease debt burdens, facilitate investment, and leverage development assistance during this crucial period. If necessary, we must pool financial resources to create investment funds. The pandemic has also highlighted that we need more investment in social and health services all around the world. We need to develop projects for social inclusion of the most vulnerable groups. We must ensure universal health coverage. While tackling the immediate consequences of the pandemic, we must also work towards the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, uphold our pledge to leave no one behind, and ensure that our recovery efforts spur on the SDGs. We do not need to prioritize among these goals. Indeed, the underlying urgency of ending extreme poverty, halting climate change, protecting the oceans, or building inclusive societies is more pressing than ever. Investments towards the SDGs can serve as both a means and an end towards a post-COVID recovery. The environmental root causes must also be addressed. COVID-19 is a zoonotic infectious disease originating from animal populations being placed under severe environmental pressure. This is our last warning. We must get to the bottom of how this happened to ensure it doesn't happen again. We simply have to protect biodiversity and look towards a green recovery. And finally, we must ensure that the policies we implement to combat the pandemic do not undermine the democratic institutions that underpin the long-term health of our economies and societies. Our response to this crisis must be shaped by and uphold respect for human rights. Our policies should be universal, open, transparent, accountable, and inclusive. Promoting good governance, respecting the rule of law, and allocating resources for the most vulnerable people will in fact support our response to the pandemic by making our societies more equitable and resilient. Excellencies, as a global community, We are at the beginning of the largest socioeconomic recovery since the creation of the United Nations. If properly planned and coordinated, our recovery has the potential to jumpstart the SDGs, accelerate action on resilient infrastructure, improve access to education and healthcare, and better protect the natural world around us. In 1945, skeptics thought that the idea of a multilateral system with an organization of unparalleled legitimacy at its core to be impossible. But even at that time of unimaginable tragedy, the world came together for the sake of humanity. I am sure we will be able to do that once again. Right now, we are all dreaming of the day this pandemic is over, the day we can take a deep breath of fresh air without fear, the day we can shake the hands of our colleagues, embrace our families, and laugh with our friends. After months of adjusting to life during this pandemic, it will be easy to feel frustrated. But do not be deterred. We are working for you. We are working for the refugees who are taking every precaution to protect their families in camp settings, working for the people with underlying conditions who are self-isolating at home, for the girls and boys who wish above all else to return to school, for the people in line waiting for COVID testing, and for those who do not have access to such diagnostics, for the healthcare workers who continue to work tirelessly on the front line, for the people battling the effects of the COVID-19 disease, and for the families around the world who are grieving the loss of their loved ones. The UN is working for you. We are united for you. Stay strong. There are brighter days ahead. I thank you. Before proceeding further, I would like to invite members to stand and observe a minute of silence for all the victims of the coronavirus disease pandemic, including those in our United Nations family. I thank you. I now invite the Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, to make a statement, including in his role as Chair of the United Nations System Chief Executives Boards for coordination.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to address this General Assembly special session in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Nearly a year into the pandemic, we face a human tragedy and a public health, humanitarian, and development emergency. For the first time since 1945, the entire world is confronted by a common threat, regardless of nationality, ethnicity, or faith. But while COVID-19 does not discriminate, our efforts to prevent and contain it do. For that reason, the pandemic has hit the poorest and most vulnerable in our societies hardest. It is having a devastating impact on older people, on women and girls, on low-income communities, on the marginalized and isolated. It is presenting new threats to the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals. From the start, the World Health Organization provided factual information and scientific guidance that should have been the basis for a coordinated global response. Unfortunately, many of these recommendations were not followed. And in some situations, there was a rejection of facts and an ignorance of the guidance. And when countries go in their own direction, the virus goes in every direction. The social and economic impact of the pandemic is enormous and growing. Thanks to the hard work and dedication of scientists and researchers from around the world, including those who are with us today, vaccines may become available within the next weeks and months. But let's not fool ourselves. A vaccine cannot undo damage that will stretch across years, even decades to come. Extreme poverty is rising. The threat of famine looms. We face the biggest global recession in 8 decades. And these intergenerational impacts are not due to COVID-19 alone. They are the result of long-term fragilities, inequalities, and injustices that have been exposed by the pandemic. It's time to reset. As we build a strong recovery, we must seize the opportunity for change. Excellencies, since March, the United Nations system has focused its efforts on helping countries and avoid the worst impact of the pandemic while working for a strong recovery. We have mobilized our procurement and logistics operations to deliver medical equipment and supplies to 172 countries. A large-scale, coordinated and comprehensive health response, guided by the World Health Organization, aims to suppress transmission of the virus, reduce mortality, and develop vaccines, diagnostics, and treatments that must be available to all. I have repeatedly called for a COVID-19 vaccine to be a global public good available to everyone, everywhere. The Act Accelerated and its COVAX facility are the tools to get us there. But there is still a finance gap of $28 billion, including $4.3 billion urgently needed for the next 2 months. I thank those who have contributed and urge all to show your strong support. Beyond health, I appealed in March for a global ceasefire so that countries can focus on fighting the virus. I echoed this call in my speech to the General Assembly in September and urged new efforts and commitments to silence the guns by the end of the year. I'm encouraged by the support this call has received from member states, regional organizations, armed movements, and civil society organizations. And I'm also encouraged by the response to my call for peace in homes around the world and an end to violence against women and girls. As we mark the 16 days of action against gender-based violence, I urge governments to take concrete steps to make good on the commitments that were made. The United Nations is also strongly engaged in combating misinformation online. Our Verified campaign provides compelling, trusted information while offering people tools to identify false content. Excellencies, the United Nations system is mobilized to support countries in addressing the devastating socio-economic, humanitarian, and human rights aspects of this crisis. We have extended life-saving assistance to 63 of the most vulnerable countries through our global humanitarian response plan. From the start, we have called for a stimulus package worth at least 10% of global GDP and for debt relief for all countries that need it. I welcome the steps that have been taken to help developing countries, but they are totally insufficient for the scale of this crisis. Many low- and middle-income developing countries need immediate support to avert a liquidity crisis. They are being forced to choose between providing basic services for their people or servicing their debts. The initiative we launched with the governments of Canada and Jamaica has developed policy options for financing the response to COVID-19 and putting us back on course to achieve the SDGs. And these include increasing resources available to the International Monetary Fund through a new allocation of special drawing rights to the benefit of developing countries and the voluntary reallocation of unused special drawing rights. I hope the G20 debt initiatives will be broadened so that all vulnerable developing countries are eligible, including middle-income countries that need debt relief. In the longer term, we need a reformed global architecture to enhance debt transparency and sustainability. I'm pressing for these policies in all my global engagements, most recently at the G20. On the ground, our reformed United Nations country teams, led by a new generation of resident coordinators, and largely thanks to the impact of the reform, are being able to support governments in developing national response and recovery plans. Excellencies, looking ahead, the recovery from COVID-19 must address the pre-existing conditions it has exposed and exploited, from gaps in basic services to an overheated planet. Stronger health systems, universal health coverage must be a priority. Since 2007, the World Health Organization has declared 6 public health emergencies of international concern. COVID-19 will not be the last. We must apply the lessons learned if we are to meet the responsibilities to our children and grandchildren. Social safety nets must work for everyone. Too often they fail precisely when they are needed most. A new social contract between people, governments, the private sector, civil society and more can tackle the roots of inequality with fair taxation on income and wealth, universal benefits and opportunities for all. As we launch economies, new investments must lay the groundwork for sustainable development and carbon neutrality in line with the 2030 Agenda and the Paris Agreement on climate change. We cannot bequeath a broken planet and huge debts to future generations. The money we spend on recovery must go into building a greener, fairer future. And there are hopeful news on the climate front. A global coalition is taking shape for net zero emissions. By early next year, countries representing more than 65% of global carbon dioxide emissions are likely to have committed to carbon neutrality. And this sends a clear signal to markets, to investors, and to decision makers. Act now to put a price on carbon, to end fossil fuel subsidies, to stop constructing new coal power plants, and to invest in resilient infrastructure. 2021 must be a leap year, the year of a quantum leap towards net zero emissions of greenhouse gases. And every country should enhance their nationally determined contributions well in advance of COP26 next November in Glasgow, and in line with the long-term goal of global carbon neutrality by 2050. And adaptation is an essential component of climate action. For least developed countries and small island developing states, it is an existential issue. I appeal to developed countries to fulfill their long-standing promise to provide $100 billion annually to support developing countries in reaching our shared climate goals. Early warning systems, climate-resilient infrastructure and agriculture can help avoid future losses while generating gains for biodiversity and other benefits for humankind. We cannot separate climate action from global well-being, particularly biodiversity. It's time to end the suicidal war with our planet. 2021 must be a year to address our planetary emergency. We need a post-2020 biodiversity framework to halt the extinction crisis to be established in Kunming. And we must see urgent action to protect and advance the health of the world's seas and oceans. Overfishing must stop. Chemical and solid waste pollution, particularly plastics, must be drastically reduced. We must make peace with our planet if we are to live in balance with its incredible riches. Excellencies, as this difficult year draws to a close, let's resolve to take the tough, ambitious decisions and actions that will lead to better days ahead. In a global crisis, we must meet the expectations of those we serve with unity, solidarity, and coordinated multilateral global action. I call on you to take the opportunity of this special session of the General Assembly to confront the COVID-19 pandemic with the urgency it demands to save lives and to build a better future together. And I thank you.
I thank the Secretary General for his statement and for taking his time to be with us this morning. The Secretary General will be leaving after the opening segment for another engagement. In accordance with Resolution 75-4, I now give the floor to His Excellency Munir Akram, Permanent Representative of Pakistan to the United Nations and President of the Economic and Social Council.
I thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President of the General Assembly, distinguished Secretary General, Mr. President of the Security Council, Your Excellency, Chair of the Movement of Non-Aligned Countries, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to be able to speak to the General Assembly's special session in response to the coronavirus disease pandemic. The crisis triggered by the COVID-19 is a health crisis, an economic crisis, and above all, a humanitarian crisis. Global infections have reached 65 million. 1.5 million people have died. We have lost one of our own, Ambassador Toure, the Chargé d'Affaires of Guinea. I would like to take this opportunity to express my deepest condolences to his family and the government of Guinea. The economic statistics are equally devastating. A global economic contraction of nearly 5%. Over 60 developing countries need urgent financial help. 5 countries have defaulted on debt payments. 20 countries face acute food security and scarcity. Over 300 million jobs lost. 100 million people pushed back into extreme poverty. Excellencies, confronted by this monumental crisis, the world's response must be equally bold. We must first ensure that a vaccine against the virus becomes available to everyone, everywhere, rich or poor, man or woman, on an equitable basis. Those who are the most at risk, health workers, the ill and infirm, women and children, must receive priority. Advance purchase agreements for the virus must not be allowed to undermine our collective commitment to equity in vaccine distribution. A collective global commitment to the COVAX and the CTAP facility is indispensable. Governments must also commit to transparency in all matters related to the production, distribution, and fair pricing of the vaccine. Second, each government should be encouraged to respond to the people's needs. As the managing director of the IMF has advised, countries should spend as much as needed to keep their people alive and their economies afloat. It is evident that the developing countries do not have the fiscal space to finance a recovery from the pandemic. I may mention that later in this session, the Prime Minister of Pakistan, Mr. Imran Khan, will propose an emergency plan for financial support to the developing countries. If there is an economic collapse or a humanitarian disaster in the developing countries, it will halt a global economic recovery, and the achievement of the SDGs will turn into a chimera. Excellencies, in deploying resources, governments and international institutions must put people first. No one should be left behind. To lift millions out of poverty and build resilience in our societies, investments in sustainable infrastructure will be vital. Science and technology must be deployed in building back better. Research and development objectives, the international patent regime, and the digitalization of economies should be aligned with the SDGs and climate objectives. I am confident that this special session will contribute significantly to the achievement of these important objectives. Mr. President, I'm also confident that ECOSOC, through its forthcoming Forum on Financing for Development next April, the Forum on Science and Technology and Innovation in May, and the high-level political forum in July will complement and advance the deliberations and outcomes of this special session to build resilient structures that can recover from the COVID crisis, achieve the SDGs, and prevent a climate catastrophe. Mr. President, this is a time for the expression of international solidarity. This is a time for us to turn our nice words into concrete and specific actions. I thank you, sir.
I thank the President of the Economic and Social Council for his statement. Before proceeding further, I have been informed that there is no statement by the President of the Security Council. In accordance with Resolution 75/4, I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Azerbaijan to introduce the pre-recorded statement by the Chair of Movement of Non-Aligned Countries.
I have the honor to deliver this statement. Mr. President, distinguished heads of state and government, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of 120 member states.
Mr. President,
there has been a technical difficulty. We're solving it.
I thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have the distinct honor and privilege to introduce a pre-recorded statement by His Excellency İlham Heydaroğlu Aliyev, President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, in his capacity as the Chairman of the Movement of Non-Aligned Countries. I thank you.
Mr. President, distinguished heads of state and government, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of 120 member states of the non-aligned movement. As we mark the 75th anniversary of the United Nations, which remains the central multilateral forum for addressing pressing global issues and challenges, we note with regret the emergence of many new areas of concern. These concerns necessitate the renewal of our collective commitment to the values of multilateralism and international cooperation, which underpin the Charter of the United Nations and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. A good testament of this was overwhelming support by the UN member states for the initiative to convene the special session of the UN General Assembly in response to COVID-19 pandemic put forward by the non-aligned movement. It constitutes, among others, the remarkable success for the member states of NAM, since this year also marks the 65th anniversary of the adoption of Bandung Declaration, which envisaged the promotion of international cooperation for the common prosperity and well-being of all. In this connection, I would like to express on behalf of the movement our sincere gratitude for the support extended by the UN member states and the President of the General Assembly. Throughout 2020, the global community has faced the greatest health crisis in recent history, with almost 60 million reported cases and more than 1 million deaths worldwide as of today, resulting in multifaceted repercussions in health, social, economic, and financial spheres, causing disruption of societies and economies, as well as to global commerce and travel, and making a devastating impact on the livelihood of people. With the aim to contributing the global efforts in addressing the unprecedented universal impact of the pandemic and to find out possible ways to provide a prompt, adequate, and inclusive assistance to the member states of the non-aligned movement, Azerbaijan, as the chair of the movement, convened the online summit-level meeting of the NAM contact group in response to COVID-19 under the theme United Against COVID-19 on May 4th, 2020. As a practical outcome of this meeting, the member states of the movement decided to establish the task force in response to COVID-19 and to work out a database on the basic humanitarian and medical needs and requirements of NAM member states in the fight against COVID-19. We are pleased to know that the World Health Organization uses the NAM database as one of its reference points for identifying the existing needs of NAM member states in addressing the pandemic. The non-aligned movement praises the activities of the United Nations system in response to the COVID-19. We commend strong leadership of the Secretary General, who played a central role in spearheading the United Nations global response to the pandemic, while at the same time ensuring continuity of operations of the UN Secretariat. The movement fully supports the WHO and its leadership in their critical role in providing guidance, training, equipment, and concrete life-saving services in order to ensure effective response of the international community to the ever-increasing challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic. The pandemic has exposed and aggravated vulnerabilities and inequalities in both developing and developed countries, and also among them deepening poverty and exclusion and pushing the most vulnerable even further behind. It is the poorest and most vulnerable who were hit hardest by this pandemic, and NAM is gravely concerned that the further impact of the crisis will reverse hard-won development gains and hamper progress towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. We also note with concern that the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic further exacerbated existing fundamental impediments, which most recently were addressed during the 18th NAM Summit in 2019 in Baku, such as impact of global financial and economic crisis, continuing lack of resources and underdevelopment of the majority of the developing world, continuing unequal terms of trade and lack of cooperation from developed countries, the coercive and unilateral measures imposed by some of them, as well as use of force or threats of use of force in the way towards a just and equitable world order. NAM stresses the importance of affordable, unhindered, and equitable access by all countries to medicines, vaccines, and medical equipment, which should constitute an integral part of a coordinated and effective global response to COVID-19. As many vaccines against COVID-19 are being currently studied, we are all looking forward to the successful outcome of clinical trials and hope that a safe and effective vaccine will soon be available and that they will be considered as global public goods, ensuring the universal distribution at affordable prices for all. We appreciate the coordination efforts of WHO in this process and stress the importance of this organization in facilitating equitable access of people throughout the globe to such vaccine once it is available. Mr. President, it is through a coordinated and concerted global response based on unity, multilateral cooperation, solidarity, and respect for human rights that the international community can craft strategies to mitigate effects of COVID-19 and recover from the pandemic, which currently continues to spread. This special session will serve broad objectives, such as reaffirming and strengthening commitment to international cooperation and multilateralism, highlighting best practices as well as challenges to UN member states in responding to the pandemic, and reflecting on the central position of the United Nations through providing an opportunity for open and transparent discussions among member states, observers, relevant UN agencies and bodies, and other stakeholders. We look forward to fruitful deliberations throughout this session. Thank you.
I thank the Chair of the Movement of Non-Aligned Countries for his statement. We have heard the last speaker for the opening segment of this special session. Before proceeding to the consideration of Agenda Item 7, entitled General Debate, I should like, in keeping with the established practice, to invite the attention of the General Assembly to document A/S31/2/Addendum 1 concerning Article 19 of the Charter. May I take it that the General Assembly duly takes note of the information contained in this document? It is so decided. In that connection, may I further take it that it is the wish of the General Assembly to follow the provisions of Resolution 75/2, by which the Comoros, Sao Tome and Principe, and Somalia are permitted to vote in the General Assembly until the end of its 75th session, and to also allow these member states to vote at the 31st special session. It is so decided. The Assembly will begin its consideration of Agenda Item 7, entitled General Debate. As members are aware, the Assembly, in its Resolution 75/4, decided, without setting a precedent for future special sessions of the General Assembly, each member state, observer state, and the European Union, as well as representatives from relevant organizations attending the special session, can submit a pre-recorded statement by their heads of state, of government, head of delegation, or other dignitary, which will be played in the General Assembly Hall during the general debate of the special session, after introduction by their representative who is physically present in the Assembly Hall. In this regard, I would like to address important organizational matters pertaining to the conduct of the plenary meeting. Introduction of the pre-recorded statements will be made by the representatives from their national seats. Due to time constraints, it's expected that the introductory remarks will be kept concise. Statements delivered by the representatives who are physically present in the Assembly Hall will also be made from the national seats. As set out in the Resolution 75/4, statements in the general debate will be limited to 5 minutes for individual delegations and 7 minutes for statements made on behalf of a group of states. In the case of pre-recorded statements, introductory remarks and length of the video itself shall be counted in the allocated time limit. In accordance with Resolution 75/4, without setting a precedent for future special sessions of the General Assembly, in addition to the verbatim records, the President of the General Assembly will circulate as a document of the Assembly a compilation document of the statements delivered by heads of state and government or other dignitaries by means of pre-recorded statements during the special session, and submitted to the President no later than the day on which the pre-recorded statement is played in the Assembly Hall. Submissions in this regard should be made to statements@un.org. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the European Union to introduce an address by the President of the European Council.
Mr. President, I have the honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement by His Excellency Mr. Charles Michel, President of the European Council.
Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, Tout d'abord, mes remerciements au secrétaire général Antonio Guterres pour avoir pris cette initiative de convoquer un sommet extraordinaire sur le Covid-19. Les Nations Unies sont naturellement le lieu de rassemblement de toutes les forces positives et c'est donc par excellence cet espace où nous devons ensemble tenter de tirer les leçons de cette épreuve pour dessiner les plans afin de nous en sortir plus solides à l'avenir. Et je voudrais être pragmatique et lancer une proposition concrète. Le nombre des épidémies s'est multiplié ces dernières décennies et nous savions que le monde n'était pas à l'abri d'une pandémie de grande ampleur. Et cependant, nous devons le constater, nous avons été pris au dépourvu. Il y a donc une forme d'échec et il faudra en tirer les conséquences et les leçons. Mais il y a aussi un gigantesque succès des vaccins développés en moins d'1 an, alors qu'en général, il faut en moyenne 10 ans. Et la clé de cette réussite, c'est la coopération et une mobilisation mondiale absolument sans précédent, où se sont associés la communauté scientifique, les entreprises, auxquelles les autorités publiques ont apporté leur soutien et les financements nécessaires. L'Union européenne d'emblée a été à l'avant-poste de cette mobilisation. Nous avons organisé au printemps dernier la levée de fonds marathon qui a permis de mobiliser près de 16 milliards d'euros de fonds publics, mais aussi privés, pour la recherche de produits de diagnostic, de traitement et de vaccins universellement accessibles. L'Union européenne participe à la facilité COVAX et nous entendons aussi prendre notre part de responsabilité en faveur d'une distribution équitable des vaccins par des dons d'une partie des doses achetées par nos États membres. Le succès en matière de vaccins est le résultat de cette mobilisation et de la solidarité internationale. Et face aux futures pandémies, il faut maintenant pérenniser cette approche en structurant notre capacité collective à anticiper, préparer et gérer ce type de crise. Je propose que nous le fassions par la voie d'un traité international sur les pandémies. Un tel traité devrait s'inscrire dans le cadre de l'Organisation mondiale de la santé, qui est à mes yeux la pierre angulaire de la coopération internationale contre les pandémies. Il viendrait en compléter et en renforcer l'action, et les autres organisations et agences internationales concernées devraient aussi être fortement impliquées. Alors, quel objectif devrait poursuivre un tel traité? L'objectif, en un mot, c'est de faire mieux dans tous les domaines où nous avons constaté que nous avons intérêt à renforcer la coopération internationale. Et je voudrais ici en évoquer quelques-uns. D'abord, mieux surveiller les risques. Nous devons développer nos connaissances et la surveillance de l'apparition de maladies infectieuses animales dont la transmission à l'homme constitue le risque épidémiologique majeur. Ensuite, mieux financer et coordonner la recherche. On a vu à quel point la rapidité de la mobilisation financière a été cruciale pour raccourcir les délais de mise au point de vaccins. L'expérience de l'accélérateur ACT doit nous servir de modèle pour la mise en place d'une capacité de réaction scientifique et industrielle rapide. Il faut également mieux alerter et partager l'information. Soyons de bon compte, la pandémie de Covid-19 a cruellement montré que nous avons des progrès à faire en matière d'alerte aux risques sanitaires. Il convient peut-être d'élaborer une échelle plus étendue de niveau d'alerte. Cela permettrait d'en relever la transparence. Et plus largement, c'est aussi une base indispensable pour assurer une communication efficace. Il faut aussi améliorer l'accès aux soins. Je l'ai dit il y a un instant, le principe de l'accès universel aux nouveaux vaccins anti-Covid-19 est fondamental. Il faut viser à garantir l'accès aux vaccins, soins et tests pour les pandémies futures, et cela mérite d'être confirmé par un traité. Améliorer aussi la résilience. Les systèmes de soins de santé des pays riches ont été mis à rude épreuve. Alors que dire des pays où ces systèmes sont plus fragiles? Leur renforcement constitue un enjeu mondial en cas de pandémie et il devrait être adressé. Il faut aussi réfléchir à la sécurisation des chaînes d'approvisionnement et des produits et équipements médicaux. C'est un enjeu de santé global, mais qui relève du fonctionnement du commerce international. Voilà, Excellence, mesdames et messieurs, quelques idées concrètes qui pourraient servir de piste pour la négociation de ce traité international sur les pandémies. Je lance cet appel, mobilisons-nous, rassemblons nos expériences, tirons les leçons, prenons les bonnes décisions pour un monde et une humanité plus justes et plus robustes. Je vous remercie.
I wish to thank the President of the European Council of the European Union for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Malawi to introduce an address by the head of state.
Mr. President, Excellencies, colleagues, it is my distinct honor to introduce the statement by His Excellency Dr. Lazarus Chakwera, President of the Republic of Malawi. Thank you.
Your Excellency, Falcon Bosgiel, President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, on behalf of the people of Malawi and people from least developed countries, allow me to express profound gratitude to the current President of the General Assembly for ably convening this special session on COVID-19 pandemic. We mourn and identify with the global community for the colossal loss of life, the untold shattering of livelihoods worldwide, and the incalculable damage to the global economy and civil liberties. Indisputably, the LDCs suffer the worst of the devastation, considering that 35% of LDC populations were living in poverty prior to the pandemic. This session is, therefore, a clear demonstration of the effectiveness of practical and collaborative adaptation to tough conditions in pursuit of our common interests. Mr. President, the COVID-19 pandemic is a multi-dimensional crisis with grave impacts on poverty, malnutrition, education, and health services, resulting in reversal of hard-earned achievements on sustainable development goals. The share of LDC's exports is sharply contracting. External indebtedness has become a serious concern as government revenues continue to decline while social spending rises. It is increasingly likely that most LDCs will default on their debt repayments. Urgency is paramount here. If we are to save our nations and recover whilst building back better towards the 2030 agenda. In this regard, the group of LDCs has issued a statement proposing an immediate global stimulus package for LDCs. I therefore call upon global leaders to respond to our calls and provide support for its implementation. Mr. President, specifically, I wish to make the following calls. First, the immediate highest priority of the world must be saving lives and restoring livelihoods. As a number of COVID-19 vaccines have reached near completion point, we are pleased by the G20 commitment to ensure fair distribution and support towards poor countries. We urge global leaders to declare all successful vaccines and therapeutic medicines as, quote, the global public goods and common property of humanity, end of quote, to ensure equitable access to these products. This should facilitate extensive immunization against COVID-19, which requires strong collaboration among countries, private sector, civil society, multilateral organizations, and other stakeholders. Second, we are encouraged by the G20 commitment on debt restructuring. We reinforce our call to full cancellation of all LDC's debt owed by bilateral and multilateral creditors, including private commercial creditors. Third, activation of the life-saving finance mechanisms of the International Monetary Fund, IMF, by issuing special drawing rights, SDRs, amounting to $50 billion SDRs for LDCs. This should assist us to finance an immediate response to the pandemic. And fourth, development partners must fulfill their commitment of the 0.15 to 0.2% of official development assistance to LDCs with immediate effect. We also call upon the international community to support a robust trading system as a key driver to the post-crisis recovery. In this regard, we are calling for a revitalized global trade framework to maximize the benefits of international trade. Fifth, as the world is fighting the COVID-19, digital connectivity has proven to be a crucial lifeline in maintaining economic and social activities. LDCs need access to modern science, technology, and innovation in order to ensure rapid recovery and to build back better without leaving anyone behind. And finally, in order to address the rising global development emergencies, the world must work together for a resilient recovery to attain a higher equilibrium point. We must focus on investing in preparedness and prevention measures. We also need to ensure that our responses are inclusive of the poor and marginalized of our societies. Mr. President, it pleases me to inform you that these priority areas will be the building blocks of the 5th United Nations Conference on LDCs to be held in Doha, Qatar, in January of 2022. I thank you for your attention.
I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Malawi for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Turkey to introduce an address by the head of state.
Mr. President, I have the honor to introduce His Excellency Mr. Recep Tayyip Erdoğan, President of the Republic of Turkey, who will deliver a pre-recorded statement. Thank you.
Sayın Genel Kurul Başkanı, Sayın Genel Sekreter, Ekonomik ve Sosyal Konsey ile Güvenlik Konseyi'nin saygıdeğer başkanları, kıymetli delegeler, sizleri şahsım ve milletim adına saygıyla selamlıyorum. Toplantımızın başarılı geçmesini, tüm insanlık için hayırlara vesile olmasını diliyorum. Uluslararası toplum, 21. yüzyılın en büyük küresel imtihanıyla karşı karşıyadır. Bu zorlu dönemi aşabilmenin anahtarı, uluslararası işbirliği ve küresel dayanışmadır. Bu oturum, işte bu nedenle son derece zamanlı ve faydalı olmuştur. Bağlantısızlar Hareketi dönem başkanı olarak bu girişime öncülük eden değerli kardeşim Sayın Aliyev ve Genel Kurul Başkanı Sayın Bozkır başta olmak üzere özel oturumun düzenlenmesine destek veren herkese teşekkür ediyorum. Değerli delegeler, Türkiye olarak salgının ilk günlerinden itibaren uluslararası toplumda işbirliği içinde hareket ettik. Birleşmiş Milletler'in yanı sıra Dünya Sağlık Örgütü, G20, MİKTA, Türk Konseyi, İslam İşbirliği Teşkilatı ve diğer uluslararası platformlardaki faaliyetlerde hep ön saflarda yer aldık. Bugüne kadar 156 ülkeye ve 9 uluslararası kuruluşa yardım sağladık. Salgın şartlarında gıda güvenliği sorunu yaşayan ülke ve bölgelere destek oluyor, yaşlılar, engelliler, kimsesiz çocuklar gibi dezavantajlı gruplara yönelik 16 ülkede özel programlar gerçekleştiriyoruz. Gelişmekte olan bazı ülkelerde yerel kaynaklar kullanılarak kişisel koruyucu malzeme üretilmesine yönelik eğitim programları düzenliyoruz. Salgın nedeniyle ekonomik sıkıntılarla karşı karşıya kalan bazı ülkelere bütçe desteği vermeye çalışıyoruz. Özel sektörümüz de kamusal alandaki çabalarımıza katkı sağlamaktadır. Bugüne kadar 50'yi aşkın Türk firması 20'nin üzerinde ülkenin salgınla mücadelesine çeşitli şekillerde destek olmuştur. Dünya aşı üretimi kapsamında gelen haberlere ümit bağlamıştır. Bu vesileyle aşı çalışmalarında önemli bir başarıya imza atan, oturuma da çevrim içi iştirak eden BioNTech firmasının kurucuları Profesör Uğur Şahin'i ve Doktor Özlem Püreci'yi huzurlarınızda şahsım, milletim adına tebrik ediyorum. Türkiye olarak yürüttüğümüz 12'si Dünya Sağlık Örgütü listesinde bulunan 16 aşı çalışmasından birinin insan denemelerine başlamasından da büyük memnuniyet duyuyoruz. Ülkemizin öncülük ettiği çabalar neticesinde 2021 senesi Dünya Sağlık Örgütü tarafından Uluslararası Sağlık Çalışanları Yılı ilan edilmiştir. Bu kapsamda dünyanın dört bir yanında fedakarca görev yapan tüm sağlık çalışanlarına şükranlarımı iletiyorum. İnsani ve sağlık acil durumlarına hazırlılık Dünya Sağlık Örgütü Coğrafi Ayrık Ofisi Eylül ayında İstanbul'da açılmıştır. Türkiye'nin özellikle Dünya Sağlık Örgütü'nün çalışmalarına verdiği desteğin tezahürü olan bu ofis, salgınla yürütülen çabaları güçlendirecektir. Kıymetli delegeler, Türkiye olarak güçlü tarım, gıda ve imalat sektörümüz, şehir hastanelerimiz, tecrübeli ve özverili sağlık çalışanlarımız, kuşatıcı sosyal güvenlik sistemimiz bu süreçte ülkemizin en önemli avantajları olmuştur. Tüm dünyada bu süreçten daha fazla etkilenen hassas gruplar vardır. Tedbirlerin kapsayıcı olması, hassas ve dezavantajlı grupların ihtiyaçlarına özen gösterilmesi elzemdir. Bunun bilinciyle kadınların, çocukların, yaşlıların ve engellilerin haklarının korunmasına özel önem atfediyoruz. Korumamız altındaki 3,6 milyon Suriyeli, ülkemizdeki sağlık hizmetlerinden aynı vatandaşlarımız gibi yararlanabiliyor. Covid-19 hastalığının bir süre daha bizimle olacağının farkındayız. Nitekim son haftalarda dünya genelinde vaka, hasta ve vefat sayılarında yaşanan tırmanış bu gerçeği hepimize hatırlatmaktadır. Bu süreçte sadece salgınla değil, aynı zamanda artan İslam düşmanlığı, yabancı karşıtlığı ve ırkçılıkla da mücadele edilmesi gerekiyor. Malum üyesi olduğumuz G20 platformu tarafından başlatılan borç erteleme girişimini başından beri destekledik. Sürdürülebilir tedarik zincirleri ve dağıtım ağları konusu dahil yeni normale geçişi teminen çalışmalarımızı hızlandırmak mecburiyetinde olduğumuzu hatırlatmak isterim. Salgının bize hatırlattığı bir diğer hususta Birleşmiş Milletler sisteminin günümüz tehdit ve ihtiyaçları ışığında reforma tabi tutulması gereğidir. Birleşmiş Milletler sisteminin daha etkin, demokratik, adil ve şeffaf hale getirilmesi için genel kurulun güçlendirilmesi gerektiğine inanıyorum. Sözlerime son verirken özel oturumun uluslararası toplumun salgına karşı yürüttüğü mücadeleye ivme kazandırmasını diliyorum. Programın icrasında görev alan herkese teşekkür ediyor. Sizleri bir kez daha en kalbi duygularımla selamlıyorum. Kalın sağlıcakla.
I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Turkey for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Switzerland to introduce an address by the head of state.
Monsieur le Président, je me réjouis d'annoncer le discours préenregistré de Madame Simonetta Sommaruga, présidente de la Confédération suisse. C'est un honneur particulier de pouvoir annoncer une voix féminine dans le cœur des leaders du monde. Je vous remercie.
Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée générale, Mesdames et Messieurs, cela fait bientôt une année que nos vies ont été bouleversées par la pandémie du Covid-19. Cet ennemi invisible met en lumière l'interdépendance et la vulnérabilité de nos sociétés. La Suisse est également fortement touchée par ce virus qui ne connaît pas de frontières. Je souhaiterais aujourd'hui souligner les 3 points suivants. Premièrement, alors que nous célébrons les 75 ans de l'ONU, nous avons plus que jamais l'occasion de démontrer le rôle et la valeur unique du multilatéralisme. La Suisse, en tant qu'État hôte du cœur opérationnel de l'ONU et de l'OMS à Genève, s'engage à soutenir son fonctionnement. La crise actuelle nous confirme à quel point une approche universelle et coordonnée de la santé est nécessaire, avec une OMS renforcée pour faire face aux urgences sanitaires mondiales. Deuxièmement, cette crise met en évidence les liens entre économie et santé. Il est primordial d'investir dans le renforcement de nos systèmes de santé afin de prévenir de telles crises à l'avenir. Investir dans la prévention coûte moins cher que de réagir à une crise. Troisièmement, malgré l'arrivée imminente d'un vaccin, nous ne pouvons pas nous permettre de revenir à la situation qui prévalait avant la crise. Nous avons aujourd'hui une occasion de nous orienter vers un modèle de société plus inclusif, résilient et durable, conforme à l'agenda 2030 pour le développement durable et aux accords multilatéraux sur l'environnement, tels que l'accord de Paris sur le climat. Mesdames et Messieurs, protéger la santé de tous est une responsabilité commune. En tant qu'État, il est de notre devoir de nous conformer et de renforcer encore davantage le règlement sanitaire international. Conjointement avec nos partenaires de la coalition pour une architecture universelle de la protection de santé, la Suisse s'engage en ce sens. La Suisse soutient avec détermination la recherche et le développement d'un vaccin sûr, efficace, accessible et équitablement distribué au niveau mondial en soutenant notamment les organisations impliquées dans l'accélérateur ACT. Nous nous engageons pour faire du mécanisme COVAX un succès pour tous. La Suisse soutient également la réponse mondiale aux aspects sociaux et économiques de la pandémie. Elle fournit un financement de plus d'1 milliard de dollars au Fonds pour la réduction de la pauvreté et la croissance du FMI et soutient aussi l'initiative du G20 et du Club de Paris visant à suspendre temporairement le service de la dette des pays les plus pauvres. En outre, la Suisse contribue à hauteur de 400 millions de dollars à l'action internationale. Les contributions et les actions des États sont importantes, mais seule la solidarité, la coopération internationale et le multilatéralisme nous permettront de surmonter ensemble la pandémie. Merci de votre attention.
I wish to thank the President of the Swiss Confederation for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Honduras to introduce an address by the head of state.
Señor Presidente, tengo el alto honor de presentar el video pregrabado del abogado Juan Orlando Hernández Alvarado, presidente de la República de Honduras.
Este año 2020 ha sido un año intenso y difícil de olvidar. La pandemia y 2 destructivas tormentas que nos han dejado en calamidad. La pandemia del COVID ha afectado a todas las naciones del mundo, con más dureza tal vez aquellas que disponen de menos recursos y que tienen poblaciones más vulnerables, con sistemas de salud débiles. Honduras ha enfrentado la pandemia con determinación, tomando medidas prontas que retrasaron lo suficiente la expansión del virus para permitir que pudiéramos fortalecer nuestro sistema de salud y que la demanda de servicios no superara nuestras capacidades. Sin embargo, ha sido evidente el daño, no solo a la salud de las familias, sino también a la capacidad para generar ingresos y disponer de alimentos y otras necesidades básicas. Y nuestra economía ha sido afectada en gran magnitud, siendo la necesidad de empleo, de ingreso digno, de comida, de vivienda, las necesidades urgentes. Nuestro país se encuentra en una zona de alto riesgo a los efectos del cambio climático. Y este pasado mes de noviembre hemos sufrido las consecuencias de 2 devastadores huracanes, 2 huracanes el mismo mes. La zona más productiva del país, la parte agrícola e industrial, aún se encuentra inundada. Aún no bajan las aguas y todavía hay familias que esperan ser rescatadas y miles en albergues que necesitan ser reubicados. Aún no tenemos las cifras exactas de la destrucción que han dejado estos huracanes, que por cierto es una labor que pedimos a la Comisión Económica para América Latina, que nos está preparando la evaluación de daños y pérdidas. Pero ya hoy sabemos que casi 4 millones de personas, es decir, casi el 50% de la población de Honduras, ha sido afectada por la devastación de estos fenómenos. Más de 65,000 viviendas han sido afectadas de una forma en que volverlas habitables requiere de muchos recursos y esfuerzos. Es doloroso ver cómo estas familias han perdido el patrimonio de una vida entera. Es doloroso e injusto, porque Honduras no es culpable de este cambio climático. La responsabilidad recae en los países industrializados y en la emisión de gases que hacen estos países. Esta es la factura que estamos pagando países como Honduras, al que su población ha sido gravemente afectada y su infraestructura productiva devastada. Cantidades de carreteras, puentes, escuelas, hospitales, edificios públicos y privados destruidos. Es un retroceso de años y años, porque si no contamos con el apoyo de la comunidad internacional, todo el trabajo que hemos venido logrando para reconstruir durante los últimos 22 años, después de la última grave tragedia que dejó el huracán Mitch, será muy difícil, por no decir imposible. Nuestro país está a punto de caer en la quiebra. Pese a la gravedad de la situación, no hemos perdido la esperanza y el optimismo. Estamos trabajando en un plan de reconstrucción con la participación de diferentes sectores de la sociedad hondureña y de la comunidad internacional. Hemos trabajado para atender las 3 graves crisis externas que nos han afectado este año. Situación que nunca en la historia le había ocurrido a Honduras. El gobierno, desde los inicios de esta pandemia, en coordinación con la Organización Mundial de la Salud, la Organización Panamericana de la Salud y el Sistema Nacional de Gestión de Riesgos, SINAGER, adoptó un plan de contingencia y a su vez ha tenido una participación activa en el ámbito internacional para acceder a insumos de bioseguridad, equipo médico y medicamentos para contener el COVID-19. Honduras ha confirmado su compromiso con los fines de las Naciones Unidas en la lucha contra el COVID. Apoyamos la iniciativa del secretario general para el cese al fuego mundial que permita ayuda humanitaria que pueda llegar esta a las personas que lo necesitan, sobre todo a los más vulnerables, aquellos que se encuentran en las zonas de conflicto. Honduras copatrocinó las primeras resoluciones presentadas en la Asamblea General sobre el COVID-19. Solidaridad global para combatir el COVID y cooperación internacional para asegurar el acceso global a medicinas, vacunas y equipo médico para enfrentar el COVID, las cuales fueron adoptadas por consenso. El pasado 11 de septiembre, Honduras apoyó la adopción de la resolución Omnibus Respuesta Integral y Coordinada a la pandemia del COVID-19. También agradecemos que a través del Fondo para la Respuesta y Recuperación del COVID, la ONU aprobó un proyecto de alrededor de $1 millón enfocados a fortalecer el sistema de salud y la capacidad de laboratorios en Honduras. Honduras ha logrado su incorporación a la Alianza Mundial para la Vacunación, Gavi, con el mecanismo COVAX. Eso nos permite garantizar acceso a la vacuna contra el COVID para un 20% de la población, conforme a la respuesta que obtuvimos del doctor Seth Berkley, director ejecutivo de Gavi. El resto de las vacunas contra el COVID-19 que demande el país serán adquiridas en bloque con los países de América Latina a través del Fondo Rotatorio de la Organización Panamericana para la Salud. Ya se ha confirmado a la fecha 32 países de la región. El gobierno de Honduras hace un llamado a la comunidad internacional para que continúen fortaleciendo el fondo financiero de la alianza Gavi-COVAX, un importante mecanismo impulsado por la OMS para garantizar el acceso de las vacunas contra el COVID a los países más vulnerables. Lo agradecemos mucho. El gobierno expresa su profundo agradecimiento a los gobiernos de países amigos y a las organizaciones del sistema de Naciones Unidas, organismos internacionales, por la permanente solidaridad con el pueblo de Honduras ante la pandemia del COVID-19 y más recientemente ante los huracanes ETA y OTA. Agradecemos el despliegue de un equipo de evaluación y coordinación de desastres a fin de apoyar los impactos de las tormentas ETA y OTA. Igualmente, del Fondo Central para la Acción en Casos de Emergencia de las Naciones Unidas. Ya se han asignado $3.9 millones para apoyar a los damnificados. Asimismo, un flash appeal por la cantidad de $69.2 millones para dar respuesta a las necesidades humanitarias en las áreas de salud, agua, saneamiento, higiene, albergue y educación. Naciones Unidas y la comunidad internacional debe tener en cuenta las grandes vulnerabilidades de los países de renta media, como Honduras, y en ese sentido apoya las ambiciosas pero justas iniciativas presentadas para la revisión de la arquitectura de financiamiento a la cooperación, que incluya nuevas y creativas medidas por parte de las instituciones financieras internacionales, como el Banco Interamericano de Desarrollo, el Banco Mundial, Fondo Monetario Internacional, para tener accesos a fondos de reconstrucción. Honduras reitera su llamado a que se eliminen las tasas sobre las remesas familiares durante la actual crisis. Honduras ha sido considerado como uno de los países más vulnerables al cambio climático en el mundo por los últimos 25 años, lo que ha sido comprobado por sequías prolongadas y por el reciente paso no de uno, sino de 2 devastadores huracanes convertidos en tormentas. Hacemos nuevamente un llamado para la acción de los fondos verdes para el clima. Es urgente, es un tema que no puede esperar, para lo cual solicitamos acciones rápidas y sin burocracia. Honduras es ya una víctima de la gravedad del cambio climático, que no tiene visos de mejorar. Por el contrario, va empeorando. Por lo que se requiere de los fondos verdes urgentemente para atender los desastres. Puntualmente, crear la ventana para atender la emergencia humanitaria, crear la ventana para la compensación de daños y pérdidas, y desde luego las acciones de mitigación y adaptación. Estas emergencias han sobrepasado nuestra capacidad. El daño es colosal, por lo que Honduras hace un llamado SOS al mundo entero. Le pedimos a la comunidad internacional no dejarnos solos. Hemos sido el país más afectado en la región y Centroamérica es de las regiones más afectadas por huracanes, por sequías, por incendios. Apelamos a la permanente solidaridad internacional para la ayuda inmediata y la reconstrucción. A esto se suman los daños económicos ocasionados por la pandemia del COVID-19. Una situación que ha superado largamente los recursos propios del país para enfrentar estas emergencias. Por lo que la solidaridad de los amigos y del mundo entero será muy necesaria, así como la responsabilidad de quienes han firmado los acuerdos sobre el cambio climático. Muchas gracias.
I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Honduras for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Azerbaijan to introduce an address by the head of state.
Mr. President, it is my great honor and privilege to introduce a pre-recorded message by His Excellency Mr. Ilham Heydar-oğlu Aliyev, President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, in his national capacity. I thank you.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished heads of state and government, I wish to express my gratitude to the Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, and the President of the General Assembly, Mr. Volkan Bozkır, for their efforts in the organization of the special session of the General Assembly in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Azerbaijan, as a chair of the non-aligned movement, initiated holding of the summit of the contact group of the non-aligned movement in response to coronavirus on May 4th, 2020. During the summit, I suggested the convening of the special session of UN General Assembly in response to coronavirus at the level of the heads of state and government. All 120 non-aligned movement members supported this proposal. It reaffirmed their commitment to Bandung principles. Overall, more than 150 UN member states supported this initiative. Azerbaijan has taken timely and necessary preventive measures to stop the spread of the virus. We have taken adequate actions in response to the emerging situation with regard to COVID-19. The government has released the social, economic, and financial support package worth over $2.5 billion to counter the negative impact of pandemic. The social support measures cover nearly 5 million people, which is half of the country's population. The World Health Organization named Azerbaijan an example in the fight against the pandemic. We have made 2 voluntary contributions to the World Health Organization in the amount of $10 million. In the meantime, to date, Azerbaijan has provided humanitarian and financial assistance to more than 30 countries. Mr. President, Azerbaijan supported the initiative of the Secretary General on a global ceasefire during the pandemic. However, this call remained unheard by Armenia. During the last 2 years, Armenia deliberately destroyed the negotiation process. Prime Minister of Armenia made a number of provocative statements, like Karabakh is Armenia, which put an end to negotiations. In July 2020, Armenia perpetrated military provocation along the state border. In my statement during the general debate of the General Assembly on 24th of September, I warned that Armenia is preparing for a new war. On September 27th, Armenia launched large-scale military aggression against Azerbaijan. During 44 days, armed forces of Armenia heavily shelled Tartar and other cities of Azerbaijan. Armenia fired ballistic missiles against Ganja, Barda, Mingechevir, Gabala, Siazan, and other cities which are far away from the front line. They used heavy artillery, ballistic missiles, white phosphorus, cluster munitions to cause mass casualties and forced displacement among Azerbaijani civilians. 94 civilians, including 11 children, were killed, more than 400 wounded. Azerbaijani army responded adequately and defended its citizens and territory and launched successful counterattack operation which resulted in liberation of the large part of our occupied territories. Military victory of Azerbaijan during the military operations forced aggressor to surrender and led to signing the trilateral statement of the presidents of Azerbaijan and Russia and Armenia's prime minister on November 10th, which provided liberation of other occupied territories. Turkey and Russia play an important role in ensuring ceasefire through Joint Ceasefire Monitoring Center. Thus, Armenia-Azerbaijan Nagorno-Karabakh conflict was resolved by military political means. In the absence of compliance with the international law, it was inevitable to ensure the implementation of Security Council resolutions by force, as a result of which the aggressor state was enforced to peace. It was not the only destructive attitude of Armenia. Armenia was the only country to oppose the initiative of holding the special session. I believe the special session will contribute to the global fight against pandemic and will make us more united around our common goals. Thank you.
I thank the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Tunisia to introduce an address by the head of state.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. أتشرف بأن أقدم الكلمة المسجلة لسيادة الرئيس قيس سعيد رئيس الجمهورية التونسية.
السيد الرئيس، السيد الأمين العام، أصحاب الجلالة والفخامة، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، أتوجه بادئ ببدء بالشكر الجزيل لفخامة رئيس جمهورية أذربيجان الشقيقة ورئيس قمة حركة عدم الانحياز على مبادرته بالدعوة نيابة عن دول الحركة إلى عقد هذه الدورة الاستثنائية للجمعية العامة للأمم المتحدة حول تداعيات جائحة كوفيد-19. وأجدد الإعراب لمعالي الأمين العام السيد أنطونيو غوتيريش عن تقدير تونس ودعمها لمساعيه ولمبادراته من أجل توحيد الجهود الدولية للتصدي لهذا الوباء الذي لم تقف تداعياته ونتائجه وآثاره عند تهديد الصحة البشرية في العالم قاطبة، بل امتدت لتشكل أحد العوامل المستجدة لتهديد الأمن والسلم في العالم كله. السيد الرئيس، لقد أكدت تونس منذ انتشار هذا الوباء على تعزيز الجهود الدولية المتضافرة والمتضامنة والمتكاملة لمواجهة هذه الجائحة التي يستحيل على بلدان العالم التصدي لها بصفة فردية. وكانت تونس دعت في هذا الإطار إلى اعتماد مقاربة شاملة موحدة ومنسقة تأخذ بعين الاعتبار احتياجات جميع البلدان والشعوب. وكخطوة عملية لتجسيم هذه الرؤية، بادرت تونس وهي العضو غير الدائم بمجلس الأمن بتقديم مشروع قرار إلى المجلس بالاشتراك مع فرنسا، تم على أساسه اعتماد القرار رقم 32 و500 و2000 بإجماع كافة الأعضاء. هذا القرار يعد علامة فارقة في تاريخ الأمم المتحدة، ذلك أنه بقدر ما نجح في توسيع مفهوم الأمن الجماعي ليشمل الجوائح الصحية باعتبارها إحدى التهديدات المحدقة بالسلم والأمن الدوليين، فإنه أتاح كذلك تجميع الدول الأعضاء بمجلس الأمن وتوحيد رؤيتها حول المسؤولية المشتركة للدفع نحو الوقف الفوري لإطلاق النار والعمليات العسكرية في كل أنحاء العالم، والحث على إقرار هدنة إنسانية في مختلف مناطق النزاع. السيد الرئيس، أن تونس إذ تكبر الجهود التي تبذلها منظمة الأمم المتحدة ومختلف هياكلها من أجل مجابهة هذه الأزمة والتخفيف من آثارها المدمرة، تجدد التأكيد على الحاجة الماسة لخطة تستجيب لمطالب الإنسانية جمعاء. وفي هذا السياق تجدد تونس النداء من أجل تحقيق تضامن عالمي حقيقي بمجال المديونية وتخفيف الضغوط المالية والاقتصادية. كما تؤكد تونس على ضرورة ضمان حصول كافة البلدان على اللقاح حين يتوفر بشكل منصف، ومن الملح إعادة ترتيب أولويات التعاون الدولي وتوفير الدعم المناسب بما يتماشى مع استحقاقات هذه المرحلة الاستثنائية ويتيح ضمان الأمن الغذائي ونظمه المستدامة وتعزيز شبكات الأمان الاجتماعي والتغطية الصحية الشاملة والمساواة بين الجميع في إطار منظومة حقوق الإنسان. ونحسب أن مثل هذه الاجتماعات تمثل أطورا مناسبة لتعميق مفاهيم الأمن الجماعي والتضامن الإنساني وتكريس منظومة العدل متعدد الأطراف والتداول بشأن أساليب الحوكمة المؤسسة لمستقبل أفضل للأجيال القادمة. وشكرا لكم على الإصغاء والمتابعة، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Tunisia for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Cuba to introduce an address by the head of state.
Señor Presidente, tengo el honor de presentar el discurso grabado del Presidente de la República de Cuba, Miguel Díaz-Canel Bermúdez.
Señor Secretario General, señor Presidente, distinguidos jefes de Estado y de Gobierno, jefes de delegaciones. Quisiera agradecer a la República de Azerbaiyán, que preside el Movimiento de Países No Alineados, por la iniciativa que propició la convocatoria a este periodo extraordinario de sesiones de la Asamblea General. Una respuesta coordinada a la COVID-19 y sus consecuencias, en consonancia con los protocolos y buenas prácticas de la Organización Mundial de la Salud, solo está en capacidad de promoverla a gran escala este órgano, el más universal y representativo de las Naciones Unidas. Es un hecho triste pero incontestable que la pandemia ha exacerbado los graves problemas y colosales desafíos que ya enfrentaba la humanidad antes de su aparición. Hablamos de guerras, incluidas las no convencionales, de uso y amenaza del uso de la fuerza y de la aplicación de medidas coercitivas unilaterales, pero también de la ausencia o precariedad de servicios de salud, educación y seguridad social bajo las reglas ciegas del mercado y el intercambio desigual que prevalecen en el mundo. Hoy son dramáticamente visibles los signos de lo que algunos expertos califican como la peor recesión económica desde la Segunda Guerra Mundial, y nadie duda que el mayor peso de la crisis recaerá sobre los países del sur, ya afectados por el abuso neoliberal que ha profundizado los estragos de la pobreza. La deuda externa de los países en desarrollo, pagada varias veces y acrecentada por la pandemia, cortando de tajo las aspiraciones de bienestar económico y social, es impagable y debe ser condonada. En las actuales condiciones, urge el establecimiento de un orden internacional justo, democrático y equitativo. Es una condición para la supervivencia de la especie en un mundo cada vez más interconectado y paradójicamente desigual. La COVID-19 ha puesto al desnudo el costo humano de esa desigualdad y develado la urgente necesidad de fortalecer los sistemas nacionales de salud, propiciar el acceso universal y gratuito a los servicios médicos básicos y garantizar la distribución equitativa de recursos vitales. El mundo mira con estupor, por ejemplo, cómo Estados Unidos, responsable del 38% del gasto militar global, es incapaz de responder por los más de 11 millones de contagiados y los más de 238.000 fallecidos por COVID-19 en ese país. Una pregunta surge al observar el duro panorama de contagios, rebrotes y colapsos en los servicios de salud de naciones de envidiable prosperidad. ¿Por qué el enorme presupuesto que hoy se dilapida en la carrera armamentista no se emplea para enfrentar esta y otras pandemias más antiguas como el hambre y la pobreza? Señor Presidente, desde la aparición de SARS-CoV-2 y ante la amenaza de que se convirtiera en pandemia, Cuba elaboró un plan nacional para su prevención y control. Su implementación se apoya en las fortalezas de nuestro sistema de salud, de probada calidad y alcance universal, y en el desarrollo científico del país. Con modestia y también con sano orgullo, hoy podemos explicar al mundo cómo fue posible. En Cuba hemos implementado un sistema de gestión del gobierno basado en ciencia e innovación que ha fertilizado las interconexiones entre los sectores del conocimiento, productivo, de los servicios y social. Se trata de un sistema inclusivo, participativo, sistémico, transdisciplinario e intersectorial que cristaliza y logra su mejor resultado en la robustez de los protocolos aplicados en el enfrentamiento a la COVID-19 y en la responsabilidad demostrada por nuestro pueblo. Dicho en otras palabras, lo que hacemos es una expresión práctica de cómo opera el sistema social de Cuba, capaz de resolver o enfrentar exitosamente problemas muy complejos, centrando la labor del gobierno en el ser humano como prioridad. El papel de la ciencia y su articulación con la gestión gubernamental han sido fundamentales. Los relevantes logros alcanzados en la industria médico-farmacéutica y la biotecnología nos permiten enfrentar la enfermedad en mejores condiciones. 2 candidatos vacunales cubanos en fase de ensayos clínicos se incluyen entre los 47 registrados por la Organización Mundial de la Salud. Fieles a nuestra vocación humanista, 53 brigadas médicas han apoyado el combate a la enfermedad en 39 países y territorios, las que se sumaron a las que ya prestaban servicio en 59 naciones. Ello ha sido posible incluso bajo el pesado fardo del criminal e injusto bloqueo impuesto por el gobierno de Estados Unidos, de su recrudecimiento sin precedentes y de una cínica campaña de descrédito contra nuestra cooperación médica internacional. Denunciamos aquí esa conducta agresiva hacia Cuba y otras naciones soberanas y el anunciado intento de reimponer la doctrina Monroe, quebrantando el derecho internacional y la proclama de América Latina y el Caribe como zona de paz. Nuestro compromiso con los propósitos y principios que originaron esta organización permanece inalterable. La voluntad de continuar trabajando al favor del multilateralismo, la solidaridad, la dignidad humana y la justicia social es firme y resuelta. La emergencia planetaria en que nos ha sumido la COVID-19 suena como un nuevo llamado a la conciencia del mundo. Escuchemos esta vez, si se puede, Cuba es la prueba. Muchas gracias.
I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Cuba for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Peru to introduce an address by the head of state.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Tengo el honor de presentar la intervención pregrabada de Su Excelencia Francisco Sagasti, presidente de la República del Perú.
Señor presidente, la crisis global sin precedentes generada por la pandemia de la COVID-19 registra ahora nuevos brotes y por lo tanto recurrentes impactos en la vida, salud y economía de nuestras sociedades, que nos llaman a redoblar esfuerzos para construir juntos soluciones efectivas y oportunas. La pandemia ha hecho más evidentes las desigualdades y ha revertido en la mayoría de los países años de progreso que nos encaminaban al cumplimiento de la Agenda 2030 y los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible. Por primera vez en este siglo se incrementan los niveles de pobreza y la recesión mundial arrojará a millones de personas a la pobreza extrema. En este año en que las Naciones Unidas conmemoran 75 años de existencia por la voluntad concertadora de muchísimos estados, entre ellos el Perú, reconocemos su fortaleza y su capacidad de movilización colectiva, puesta a prueba nuevamente para enfrentar este virus que ha cobrado más de 1.300.000 vidas y ha infectado a más de 59 millones de personas en el mundo. Señor presidente, en una situación como esta, sin precedente, todos los países del mundo empezamos dos catástrofes simultáneamente. Una catástrofe acelerada, la pandemia del COVID-19, que ha devastado el planeta en solo unos pocos meses. Y la catástrofe en cámara no tan lenta, el cambio climático que amenaza a la humanidad en escala planetaria. La magnitud de los desafíos que nos presentan estas dos catástrofes constituye a la vez una oportunidad para implementar soluciones innovadoras en todos los ámbitos y para corregir desigualdades, deficiencias y la desprotección social que ha sido ignorada por tantos años. En este sentido, el Perú reitera su llamado para que las vacunas contra la COVID-19 se declaren bienes públicos globales, planteamiento que ha sido hecho igualmente suyo por el secretario general. El acceso universal, oportuno y equitativo a vacunas, medicamentos, tratamientos y equipos necesarios será esencial para cumplir con el compromiso de la Agenda de 2030 de no dejar a nadie atrás y de llegar primero a los más rezagados. En base a esta convicción, el Perú se adhirió a la iniciativa COVAX Facility, que lidera la Organización Mundial de la Salud, la Alianza por las Vacunas Gavi y la Coalición para Innovaciones en Preparación para Epidemias, CEPI, con el fin de asegurar la salud e integridad física de los peruanos y peruanas en estos tiempos de pandemia de la COVID-19. Para atender de manera conjunta las crisis de la pandemia y el cambio climático, permítame concluir enunciando algunas iniciativas que el Perú considera prioritarias. En primer lugar, cerrar la brecha del multilateralismo. Estas crisis demandan respuestas globales para enfrentarlas, apoyadas en un sistema multilateral robusto y eficiente. Es necesario fortalecer la arquitectura multilateral de la salud a partir de la Organización Mundial de la Salud, entidad rectora de la acción sanitaria internacional. Debemos dotarla de los recursos financieros necesarios, particularmente recursos no condicionales que le permitan ejercer sus mandatos de manera independiente y eficiente. En segundo lugar, cerrar brechas sociales, construir sociedades más justas, inclusivas y sostenibles nos exige esfuerzos mayores para disponer de cobertura de salud universal, seguridad alimentaria mundial, educación de calidad en todos los niveles, libre flujo y de suministro de alimentos, bienes y servicios, provisión de servicios básicos sin discriminación, igualdad de género y empoderamiento de la mujer, así como una transición ecológica que privilegie la creación de empleos verdes y sistemas de salud con capacidad de adaptación al cambio climático. Y en tercer lugar, señor presidente, cerrar la brecha del conocimiento. Las catástrofes de la pandemia y del cambio climático nos han hecho ver con claridad que la capacidad de generar y utilizar conocimiento científico y tecnológico es esencial, es crucial para entender su naturaleza y para diseñar e implementar respuestas adecuadas. Sin embargo, la desigualdad internacional en estas capacidades es muchísimo mayor que la desigualdad de ingresos o de riquezas. Esto exige un gran esfuerzo multilateral para reducir estas desigualdades en la capacidad de generar y utilizar conocimiento y para dotar a los países de menores ingresos de recursos para la formación de recursos humanos de alto nivel, la investigación científica, el desarrollo tecnológico y la innovación. Hacemos un llamado a las instituciones financieras internacionales para impulsar mecanismos de financiamiento e inversión en el desarrollo de estas capacidades. Cuenten para enfrentar todos estos desafíos colectivos con el indoblegable compromiso del Perú. Muchas gracias.
I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Peru for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the plurinational state of Bolivia to introduce an address by the head of state.
Muchas gracias. Señor Presidente, tengo el honor de presentar el discurso pregrabado de Su Excelencia, el Presidente del Estado Plurinacional de Bolivia, Luis Arce Catacora. Gracias.
Señor Secretario General Antonio Guterres, Señor Presidente de la Asamblea General Volkan Bozkir, estimadas jefas y jefes de Estado y de Gobierno de los países miembros de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas. En mi primera participación como Presidente Constitucional del Estado Plurinacional de Bolivia, en este importante foro, quiero reafirmar el compromiso de mi país con el multilateralismo y con los principios que emanan de la Carta de las Naciones Unidas. Al mismo tiempo, transmitir a ustedes que el pasado 8 de noviembre Bolivia retomó la institucionalidad democrática y hoy tengo el honor de estar a la cabeza de un gobierno que goza de la confianza y la legitimidad expresada a través del voto del pueblo boliviano. Paso a referirme al tema que nos convoca. Agradecemos a Azerbaiyán, en su calidad de presidente del Buró del Movimiento de Países No Alineados, por la iniciativa para la realización de esta reunión Unidos contra el COVID-19. Hace exactamente un año, el COVID-19 era un virus desconocido y alejado de nuestra realidad. Muchas teorías todavía se debaten entre la comunidad científica respecto a su aparición y posible cura. Pero la realidad es que todos los países del mundo han sido golpeados por esta pandemia y con mayor intensidad los países más vulnerables y en situaciones especiales. Por ello, la importancia de este foro, ya que las acciones individuales y aisladas de los países no van a resolver esta crisis sanitaria, sino a través de los esfuerzos conjuntos de los países y distintos organismos especializados en la materia. Señor presidente, la crisis política de noviembre de 2019 en Bolivia y la mala administración del gobierno de facto provocó un deterioro de la economía boliviana, la cual se vio agravada por la pandemia, poniendo en grave riesgo los grandes avances sociales que se habían logrado en 14 años de gestión con un gobierno democráticamente electo. Según datos de la CEPAL, América Latina y el Caribe tiene previsto para el 2020 una contracción de la actividad económica, por lo que el PIB regional caerá a menos 9,1% y la contracción de mi país tiene una caída del Producto Interno Bruto del 11,1%, lo que trae consigo un aumento del desempleo, la pobreza y las desigualdades. Es una situación que claramente marca una diferencia negativa respecto al desempeño económico previo, cuando mi país liderizaba el crecimiento económico de Sudamérica entre 2006 y 2019. Ahora mi gobierno se ha puesto a retomar el camino de la estabilidad y el crecimiento económico, dando continuidad al modelo económico, social, comunitario y productivo para devolverle al pueblo boliviano la tranquilidad que se nos arrebató en noviembre de 2019. Por lo que en el marco de la respuesta a la pandemia y prevenir un rebrote que nos aleje de este camino, estamos realizando los mayores esfuerzos para poder adquirir vacunas seguras y eficaces que sean suministradas de forma gratuita para aproximadamente 3 millones de bolivianos. En estos se encuentran grupos vulnerables de nuestra población y los trabajadores en salud. Nuestro objetivo es poder alcanzar esta meta para el primer trimestre de 2021 y sin duda la cooperación de la Organización Nacional de Naciones Unidas, organismos especializados y nuestros países amigos serán fundamentales para este fin. Señor secretario, jefas y jefes de Estado y de Gobierno, esta pandemia ha puesto en evidencia las grandes asimetrías y la vulnerabilidad, tanto en países en vías de desarrollo como desarrollados. Pero el impacto no es igual. Los sistemas de salud insuficientes, brechas en la protección social, desigualdades estructurales, degradación ambiental y, por supuesto, la crisis climática han desnudado la fragilidad de los segmentos poblacionales de nuestros países. Precisamente, la erradicación de la pobreza y la pobreza extrema sigue siendo el mayor desafío y una de las prioridades para mi gobierno. Ahora más que nunca, la Agenda 2030 para el Desarrollo Sostenible requiere el cumplimiento de los compromisos internacionales respecto al financiamiento al desarrollo, a lo que se suman las necesidades de financiamiento para enfrentar las consecuencias de la pandemia y transferencia de tecnología. En este contexto esperamos encontrar la debida comprensión y solidaridad en la cooperación internacional, particularmente en la ayuda oficial al desarrollo. Es imperativo movilizar las diferentes fuentes e instrumentos de financiamiento y condonación de deuda externa. Esta situación demanda soluciones con un enfoque sistémico, que tome en cuenta el impacto que tiene en el precio de las materias primas, en el flujo del comercio internacional, en la estabilidad de las cadenas de suministro, en el ingreso por el turismo, en los niveles de las remesas, en el empleo y en los ingresos fiscales. La alteración de todas estas variables económicas, particularmente para el caso de los países en desarrollo, podría poner a muchos en el riesgo de un sobreendeudamiento externo e interno. Frente a estas perspectivas, es importante que se impulsen y pongan en funcionamiento mecanismos de alivio de la deuda y, en este sentido, los organismos financieros multilaterales tienen que seguir proporcionando liquidez y efectuar condonaciones de deuda. Señor presidente, los desafíos actuales requieren de una cooperación estrecha entre los Estados. En un mundo de amenazas interconectadas, la solidaridad debe ser el interés no solo de los Estados, sino de todos los actores internacionales. Cualquier solución debe ser concertada a través del multilateralismo. Por tanto, Bolivia reafirma su voluntad de trabajar junto a la comunidad internacional, siempre respetando los principios de solidaridad, igualdad entre los Estados, la autodeterminación de los pueblos, la soberanía nacional, integridad territorial e independencia política. Muchas gracias.
I wish to thank the Constitutional President of the Republic of the Plurinational State of Bolivia for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Ecuador to introduce an address by the head of state.
Gracias, señor presidente. Tengo el honor de presentar el mensaje pregrabado del presidente de la República del Ecuador, Lenín Moreno Garcés.
Señor presidente de la Asamblea, señor secretario general, colegas presidentes y jefes de Estado, reciban un cálido saludo del pueblo ecuatoriano. Estimados amigos todos, esta reunión y todas las que hemos mantenido en los últimos meses tienen un denominador común, el entendimiento de que la cooperación internacional nunca ha sido tan necesaria e importante como hoy, como ahora. Si no fortalecemos el multilateralismo, no habrá forma de frenar los dramáticos efectos que va a causar la pandemia. No tendremos capacidad para dar una respuesta integral a una amenaza que no solo es sanitaria, sino también es económica, social y política. La pandemia ha tenido efectos sin precedentes y no todos los países tenemos la capacidad para responder con efectividad a sus impactos. Por eso insistimos tanto en la asistencia solidaria, oportuna y eficiente. ¿A quién? A las economías menos desarrolladas y aquellas de renta baja y media. Es fundamental que los países donantes intensifiquen sus esfuerzos para cumplir sus compromisos oficiales de ayuda al desarrollo. Por supuesto, me refiero a los que no lo han hecho, porque con los que ya han actuado estamos muy agradecidos. En crisis tan agudas como esta, el apoyo de organismos financieros internacionales significa no solamente salvar vidas, sino solventar la sobrevivencia de los pueblos enteros. En el caso de Ecuador, el apoyo recibido ha permitido enfrentar los días más difíciles de esta pandemia. Y ahora, cuando esté en plena marcha la reactivación económica, los créditos en excelentes condiciones han sido fundamentales para poder proteger el empleo, la dolarización, y el pueblo ecuatoriano está muy agradecido con ustedes. Amigos mandatarios, en la historia de la humanidad habrá un antes y un después del COVID. Lamentablemente el después incluirá pobreza, desempleo e inequidad, igual que ocurre en situaciones de posguerra. Y si no activamos de inmediato los recursos técnicos, tecnológicos y económicos para contener sus efectos, la recuperación será muy difícil, la recuperación será muy larga. Algunos expertos hablan de 3 o 4 años. Es muy probable que no logremos cumplir los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible y quizás hasta retrocedamos en algunas metas que ya habíamos alcanzado. La pandemia agravó la desigualdad en varios aspectos y volvió a visibilizar las brechas económicas y tecnológicas de todos los pueblos del mundo. Como siempre sucede, los más afectados han sido, son y serán los más vulnerables, porque hoy la tecnología es la base del acceso a telemedicina, teleeducación y teletrabajo. El COVID también reveló la doble situación de vulnerabilidad de mujeres, niños, adultos mayores, personas con discapacidad, indígenas, inmigrantes, la pérdida de empleo, la violencia intrafamiliar y la pobreza que han sido incrementadas durante el confinamiento han empeorado drásticamente, dramáticamente la situación de esos grupos humanos. A ellos debemos proteger y garantizar sus derechos. Hoy nos necesitan más que nunca. Ecuador respalda el trabajo de la Organización Mundial de la Salud y su liderazgo durante esta emergencia. Su coordinación será determinante para acelerar el acceso a todos, para todos, de las vacunas contra el COVID. Y también a tecnologías libres de patentes para medicamentos que sean distribuidos de forma justa, de forma equitativa. Colegas del mundo, la única forma de superar la pandemia y sus efectos será trabajando juntos, coordinados e integrados. No es momento para batallas geopolíticas, es el momento de la solidaridad, es el momento de la cohesión para facilitar el acceso de ayuda humanitaria a nuestros pueblos. La pandemia debería ser una razón adicional para acelerar las obligaciones de desarme y para liberar recursos tan necesarios en la reactivación económica. Es nuestra obligación moral, es una obligación moral, reorientar esfuerzos para enfrentar el COVID. Ese es hoy nuestro enemigo común. Los 7.700 millones de habitantes del mundo nos necesitan unidos y demandan acciones urgentes por parte de todos. Este es el momento de demostrar que sigue vigente la razón de haber creado en su buen momento la Organización de las Naciones Unidas y sobre todo demostrar que este organismo es efectivo cuando la comunidad mundial lo necesita. Amigos presidentes y jefes de Estado, la pandemia se ha llevado la vida de 1.300.000 personas. No permitamos que esta cifra siga creciendo. El destino de la humanidad depende de nuestra respuesta, que ésta sea rápida, que sea eficiente y que sea acertada. No defraudemos a nuestros pueblos. Están pendientes de lo que hagamos, pero sobre todo no defraudemos al futuro. De nuestras acciones de hoy dependerá el bienestar de las próximas generaciones. Lo sabemos todos. Muchísimas gracias.
Sembramos futuro.
I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Ecuador for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Botswana to introduce an address by the head of state.
Mr. President, it is a great honor for me to introduce the pre-recorded statement by His Excellency Dr. Mokgweetsi Eric Giabetsi Masisi, President of the Republic of Botswana.
Your Excellency, Mr. Volkan Bozkir, President of the General Assembly, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, allow me at the outset to congratulate the Chair of the Non-Aligned Movement and President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, His Excellency Ilham Aliyev, for the wisdom to convene this very important special session of the United Nations General Assembly on the COVID-19 pandemic. COVID-19 continues to have devastating and far-reaching effects on our lives and livelihoods. Being part of the global village, my country, Botswana, has not been spared. While we attained a certain level of success at the onset of the pandemic, with relatively lower COVID-19 cases, much like the rest of the world, we are now, however, also realizing a surge in local cases. As at 19th November 2020, a cumulative 8,531 Botswana had tested positive, with 808 active cases, while 7,692 had recovered from the virus. We have also unfortunately recorded thus far 31 COVID-19 related deaths. Mr. President, it was not so long ago that our former President, Dr. Festus Mogae, appealed for the assistance of the international community to fight HIV and AIDS. The model response that helped us contain the effects of the HIV and AIDS is now needed to ensure that together we defend our nations and peoples against the harsh effects of the COVID-19. It has reminded us of the core values that founded the United Nations, which in its preamble, and I quote, reaffirms faith in fundamental human rights, in the dignity and worth of the human person, in the equal rights of men and women, and of nations large and small, close quote. Mr. President, the enormity of the COVID-19 scourge has necessitated that we adopt robust public health interventions to enhance our detection, containment, and preventative initiatives. My government has had to introduce measures that at times severe to minimize the impact of the virus on our still developing economy. These include, amongst others, public education and awareness, screening at all points of entry for early detection and diagnosis, isolation of suspected cases, as well as continued emphasis on the key WHO protocols of social distancing, hand hygiene, and wearing face masks in public spaces. We also continue to restrict and advise against unnecessary travel within and outside the country. These measures have nonetheless come with notable negative economic consequences, particularly on the small businesses. In an effort to mitigate some of these negative effects, especially on trade and tourism, we opened our borders from the 1st of December 2020. In addition to enacting policies to support business through tax concessions, guarantee of loans from commercial banks, and access to credit, my government has also established a national COVID-19 relief fund. The fund, which has benefited from our generous partners and Botswana at large, has been instrumental in bridging the finance gap for the provision of basic necessities such as food baskets and ensuring access to water and sanitation. COVID-19 has further exposed our over-reliance on imported food and other commodities, including critical oil resources. Being landlocked and heavily reliant on our neighbors for trade, we are a perfect example of the importance of international solidarity. Botswana is very fortunate in this regard to have had solid support of its neighbors in the SADC region to ensure continuity of trade across borders. The leadership shown by the United Nations, especially the WHO, World Health Organization, and the support received from friends across nations has also been critical in ensuring technical assistance for our health workers, as well as procurement of the personal protection equipment and testing kits. I wish to reiterate the appeal for continued assistance, particularly on ensuring uninterrupted availability of PPEs. Mr. President, despite these measures, the apparent devastating effects of the pandemic, particularly among the most vulnerable, including women and children, cannot be ignored. The higher rates of gender-based violence have exposed societal ills that require our attention. We are, therefore, grateful for the United Nations Secretary General's appeal for an immediate ceasefire in all corners of the globe, a step that will go a long way in curbing violence against women and girls, including in their homes. We also fully align with the Non-Aligned Movement's declaration adopted at the summit held on the 4th of May 2020, which, among others, established a task force to develop a database on basic humanitarian and medical needs of member states. My country further supports the call for universal affordable access to COVID-19 vaccines and therapeutics, and thus commends the World Health Assembly's adoption of a resolution in May 2020 calling for universal access to COVID-19 drugs. We also welcome the COVAX facility initiative, which seeks to ensure that developing countries will have immediate access to a vaccine, particularly targeting the most vulnerable. Mr. President, the world at large is grappling with the socio-economic effects of the COVID-19 at a time when we are also striving to achieve the SDG 30 goal targets. It is therefore imperative that we leverage on responsible technologies to provide services and scale up on implementation of SDGs. Mr. President, as I conclude, I wish to take this opportunity to express our heartfelt sympathies and condolences to all those who have lost loved ones to this pandemic. Equal appreciation goes to the frontline workers who risk their lives daily in the fight against COVID-19. Their agility and unwavering commitment embody the true spirit of humanity and is our source of optimism. I am convinced that if we combine all our efforts, we can overcome the challenge of the COVID-19 pandemic and recover as a stronger United Nations. I thank you for your attention.
I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Botswana for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Monaco to introduce an address by the head of state.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. J'ai l'honneur d'introduire le message préenregistré de Son Altesse Sérénissime, le Prince Albert II de Monaco.
Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée générale, Monsieur le Secrétaire général, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs. Le caractère inédit de la crise que nous traversons nous a conduit à convoquer cette 31e session extraordinaire de notre Assemblée générale à laquelle j'ai l'honneur de prendre part. Permettez-moi de saisir cette occasion pour remercier chaleureusement une nouvelle fois le secrétaire général ainsi que tous les personnels de l'ONU et de ses agences qui ont travaillé et continuent de s'investir sans relâche pour faire face à l'épidémie. Par ses 22 notes de synthèse et son plan de riposte global du système des Nations Unies face à la Covid-19, M. Guterres a tracé les grandes lignes d'une réponse collective et adaptée à chaque contexte, qu'il soit géographique, économique ou social. Pour autant, l'adoption par vote de la résolution omnibus intitulée « Action globale et coordonnée face à la pandémie de maladie de coronavirus Covid-19 », près de 6 mois après le début de la pandémie et l'organisation de cette 31e session extraordinaire 1 an après l'apparition du virus, ne peuvent nous satisfaire et doivent résonner comme un avertissement pour tous. Monsieur le Président, comme de nombreux pays de la région européenne, la principauté est affectée par la deuxième vague de la pandémie qui a déjà touché tant de personnes et de nations sur chaque continent. Mon gouvernement suit quotidiennement l'évolution de la circulation du virus à Monaco. Il le fait avec un double objectif, veiller à la non-saturation de nos filières de soins et limiter au strict nécessaire les impacts sur le quotidien. Cette pandémie nous rappelle, si nous l'avions oublié, l'utilité fondamentale de la vaccination. Aussi faut-il s'assurer du maintien de la continuité vaccinale. En parallèle, nous devons nous mobiliser de façon coordonnée et solidaire afin de garantir un accès équitable à tous aux vaccins contre la Covid-19. C'est ainsi que j'ai souhaité que mon pays contribue aux efforts internationaux en la matière, notamment au travers de l'initiative Access to COVID-19 Tools Accelerator, conduite par l'OMS et ses partenaires. Par ailleurs, nous le savons, il est impératif de construire des systèmes de santé plus solides et d'améliorer nos capacités à faire face aux situations d'urgence pour être mieux préparés à la survenance de futures pandémies. En effet, l'IPBES a publié en octobre dernier un rapport alarmant mettant en exergue le lien entre les maladies émergentes et la destruction de la biodiversité. Comme l'indique ce rapport, environ 60% des maladies infectieuses humaines sont d'origine animale. La santé de l'environnement et la santé humaine sont donc étroitement liées. C'est pourquoi il faut traiter ces sujets de façon concomitante. Ainsi, tout en renforçant les systèmes de gestion des crises sanitaires, il est fondamental de développer une approche préventive basée sur la préservation de l'environnement. À cet égard, je me réjouis que de nombreux pays aient choisi de faire de la protection de l'environnement un axe important de leur plan de relance. L'enjeu est donc également de parvenir à concilier reprise économique et préservation de la santé. C'est la raison pour laquelle j'ai tenu à ce que le gouvernement princier lance en septembre 2020 un plan de relance qui se veut à la fois pragmatique, évolutif et compatible avec les mesures sanitaires actuellement en vigueur. Un soutien aux entreprises, commerces et salariés se concrétise par la mise en place de plusieurs fonds qui prennent en compte tous les secteurs d'activité, favorisent l'investissement et intègrent les enjeux de la transition énergétique et de la transformation numérique. Déjà bien engagée à Monaco avant la crise de la Covid-19, cette dernière a connu une accélération suite aux mesures de confinement mises en place. Toutefois, le déploiement du numérique ne doit pas se limiter aux services de l'État et aux entreprises. Il doit également intégrer d'autres sphères. Nous avons par exemple constaté que la mise à l'arrêt du système scolaire a mis en exergue les inégalités d'accès des familles et des jeunes au numérique. Il est évident que l'insuffisance de l'accès aux technologies ou à une bonne connexion Internet est un obstacle à la continuité de l'apprentissage. La fermeture des écoles, ce n'est pas seulement l'interruption de l'enseignement, mais aussi un enjeu alimentaire et nutritionnel. Dans de nombreux pays, les familles comptent grandement sur les repas fournis par leur école. C'est pourquoi, soucieux de maintenir une continuité pédagogique et un enseignement de qualité pour tous, le gouvernement monégasque a eu à cœur de garder les écoles et les cantines ouvertes tout en y assurant une sécurité sanitaire. Enfin, alors même que les femmes à travers le monde sont les plus impactées par les conséquences de la pandémie, on enregistre de plus en plus de victimes de violences domestiques, ce qui est parfaitement intolérable. À cet égard, le Comité monégasque pour la promotion et la protection des droits des femmes a lancé une nouvelle campagne. Celle-ci met l'accent sur les violences intrafamiliales et leurs conséquences, aussi bien sur les victimes que sur les témoins directs de ces violences, en particulier les enfants. Monsieur le Président, nous voyons les défis que nous devons surmonter sont multiples et seule une réponse coordonnée à l'échelle mondiale nous permettra de lutter avec succès contre cette maladie et ses conséquences. Or, cette crise sanitaire met à l'épreuve encore davantage le système multilatéral que nous avons mis tant d'années à bâtir. C'est pour cette raison que depuis le début de la crise, j'ai souhaité associer ma voix à celle d'autres dirigeants pour lancer un appel à la solidarité et à la coopération. En révélant les failles de notre système, la Covid-19 nous pousse à l'action et nous offre une occasion unique de repartir sur des bases plus vertueuses. L'opportunité nous est ainsi donnée de construire ce monde solidaire, sûr et résilient que nous avons promis aux générations futures. Ne manquons pas de la saisir. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
I wish to thank the Sovereign Prince of Monaco for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Iraq to introduce an address by the head of state.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. يسرني أن أقدم بيانا سابق التسجيل لفخامة رئيس جمهورية العراق الدكتور برهم صالح أمام الدورة الاستثنائية للجمعية العامة للأمم المتحدة لمواجهة جائحة الكوفيد 19.
السيدات والسادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. مناسبة مهمة أن نلتقي في اجتماعات هذه الدورة الاستثنائية للجمعية العامة للأمم المتحدة لمواجهة جائحة كورونا، وبما يواصل لقاءاتنا الافتراضية وجهودنا جميعا في هذا الظرف الاستثنائي في حياة المجتمع الدولي. هذا ما يعزز الشعور فعلا بأننا أسرة واحدة، ليس في المعاناة من تهديد الوباء فحسب، وأنما أيضا في سعينا المشترك لتطويق كوفيد-19 وتنظيف كوكبنا منه. أشرنا في كلمتنا بالاجتماع الماضي للجمعية العمومية إلى أن استمرار بقاء الوباء واستبداده بأية مدينة أو قرية في عالمنا يعني أن المجتمع البشري كله مهدد بهذا الوباء العابر للحدود والقارات والمحيطات. وانطلاقا من هذا نؤكد مرة أخرى أن المعاناة المشتركة توجب أن تكون الحلول هي أيضا مشتركة. ومن حسن التدبير أن اجتماعنا هذا يؤكد تفهمنا جميعا لمبدأ الحلول المشتركة في مواجهة الوباء وتطويقه والحد من معاناتنا جراءه. يترافق هذا الاجتماع مع متابعة جميع دول العالم شعوبا وحكومات لما نستقبله من أخبار ومعلومات تقدمها شركات ومختبرات ومؤسسات وعلماء، وتفيد بقرب التوفر على أكثر من دواء واق من الوباء. نعتقد أن التفكير بتسويق المنتجات الوقائية وبوصولها لجميع البلدان ولجميع البشر يتوجب أن يحظى بأولوية. من المهم ضمان العدالة في التوزيع والحد من مضار الأهداف التجارية للإنتاج والتسويق، وتفادي آثار السياسة والاختلافات الناجمة عنها. ومن المهم في هذا السياق مراعاة التباين الشديد في إمكانات الدول الاقتصادية والمالية واتخاذ التدابير اللازمة لتأمين سرعة وصول اللقاحات لكثير من البلدان التي قد لا تتوفر حتى على وسائل النقل والتوزيع اللازمة. مبدئياً نحن من البلدان التي ستتكفل حكوماتها بشراء العقار وبتوزيعه مجاناً على مواطنيها، ويحصل هذا في ظرف مالي واقتصادي شديد التعقيد يعانيه بلدنا وشعبنا. نحن في بلد خاض منذ أكثر من 17 عاماً وما زال يخوض حرباً متواصلة وباهظة التكاليف ضد الإرهاب، وقد تضررت جراءها وجراء سياسات الحروب للنظام الدكتاتوري السابق جميع المؤسسات والبنى التحتية، ومنها المؤسسات الصحية والمستشفيات وخدماتها. ويترافق هذا مع مشاكل انهيار أسعار النفط جراء الجائحة، فيما يشكل النفط المصدر المالي الأساس للدولة ومجتمعها، ونتوقع دعما وإسنادا من الدول الصديقة التي ستجهز حاجة العالم للقاحات. نعتقد بأهمية تفهم هذه الظروف ومساعدتنا لنكون جزءا من نجاح العالم في القضاء على خطر الوباء. فبإمكانياتنا المحدودة نجحنا إلى حد ما في تقليص آثار الوباء على مجتمعنا. تضحيات أطبائنا وكوادرنا الصحية وتنامي الوعي الصحي لدى مواطنينا ساعدنا في ذلك، إلى جنب الجهد الداعم لنا من قبل المؤسسات الدولية وبعض الدول الصديقة. نعم، نجحنا نسبيا في تقليص آثار الوباء، لكن خطر ما زال يهدد المجتمع، وهذا ما نتحسب منه، وهذا ما يوجب علينا العمل الحثيث مع جميع الأصدقاء لتيسير وتأمين اللقاح لشعبنا. نعتقد بأهمية وصول اجتماعاتنا هذه إلى نتائج تعزز العمل من خلال المنظمة الدولية والمؤسسات التابعة لها، وبما يؤمن اللقاح لكل من يحتاج إليه ولا تعينه ظروفه على ذلك. في أجواء التفاؤل السائدة نؤكد أن التوفر على اللقاحات مع أهميتها الراهنة إلا أنه لا يكفي وحده للإطمئنان على المستقبل. لا بد من بلوغ المجتمع الدولي لسياسات رشيدة وحازمة تساعد في الحفاظ على البيئة. لا بد من إجراءات تساعد في ضبط التقدم التكنولوجي والصناعي بما يديم الحياة ونظافتها من الملوثات. الحفاظ على حياة الكوكب مسؤولية إنسانية مشتركة ولا ينبغي التهاون فيها. الأمم المتحدة تستطيع المساعدة والعمل على تهيئة وإدامة الحوار الإنساني الحريص على بلوغ اتفاقات تحفظ الحياة وسلامها وأمانها. شكرا جزيلا لرئاسة الجمعية العمومية وللأمانة العامة ولجميع من عمل على تهيئة ظروف هذا الاجتماع الافتراضي. تمنياتنا الحارة بالشفاء العاجل لكل مصاب بالوباء وحيثما كان. تمنياتنا للجميع بالسلامة ولعالمنا بالعودة سريعا إلى وضعه الإنساني الطبيعي المعتاد من حيث حرية الناس بالحركة والعمل والتنقل والسفر والعيش بمشاعر الأمان والإطمئنان التام. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Iraq for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Marshall Islands to introduce an address by the head of state.
Mr. President, I have the distinct honor to introduce a pre-recorded message statement by the President of the Marshall Islands, David Kabua. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, it is my honor to bring to you the warm greetings of Yahweh on behalf of the people and government of the Republic of the Marshall Islands. I align my statement with that of Belize, on behalf of the Alliance of Small Island States and of Tuvalu on behalf of the Pacific Island Forum. While rigorous border screening has effectively addressed risks as we slowly repatriate those stranded abroad, our national borders remain in near isolation. We are thankful for our health and security, but to do so, we will continue to pay a very heavy toll. Enforcing our isolation has severely impacted our primary economic engine of fisheries and placed several restrictions on imports and a near halt to air travel. Our substantial population abroad has also been deeply and disproportionately affected by COVID, both in economy and mortality. While as a nation and people, we will continue to meet this challenge with all our might and will, our unique situation is incredibly difficult to sustain deep into the future. As the world moves with cautious optimism towards building back better, it is vital that all nations use this as an opportunity to pursue and achieve enhanced ambition on emission reductions and to boost resilience to climate impacts. We have a key opportunity to turn commitments to the Paris Agreement and the SDGs into a firm reality. Our attention and that of the world is now closely focused on vaccination, and we are thankful where fully documented and safe candidates have appeared. I welcome the sentiments from the UN General Assembly, recently affirmed by the G20, regarding the expectation of equitable vaccine distribution. I remain cautiously optimistic that these noble sentiments will turn into action and commitment to truly ensure that no one is left behind. All nations should be particularly regarded of attempts to trade easy influence or political favor for medical assistance. It is important that the most vulnerable nations and the most vulnerable populations within those nations realize open and accountable access to vaccines and medical protection. Mr. President, we are particularly pleased that our closest partners in the Pacific have already committed to assisting us with timely delivery of vaccines as they are available early next year in a manner which protects our entire population. Similar commitments are already underway to assist our neighboring Pacific Island countries. On the basis of this commitment, we look forward to moving towards gradually reopening our borders and scaling back our isolation. Like many in the world, we are facing the difficult task of rebuilding and restructuring. The international system and the most importantly member states should search deep for the lessons learned. Where multilateral cooperations may have proved weak in the face of national self-interest, the world should not again face such a common crisis without more effective tools and the political will to use them. As a world united by shared challenges, we should all strive to emerge stronger in health and economy. This will be a vital opportunity to address critical flaws during rebuilding, but only if we all seek to make this opportunity a reality. It is particularly important not only that the most vulnerable are safeguarded, but also that the international system takes the time to carefully understand the unique circumstances and challenges, in particular for small island developing states. I can only hope that come next September, I will be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with fellow leaders in New York as a truly United Nations. Thank you, and Kumol Dada.
I wish to thank the President of the Republic of the Marshall Islands for the statement just made, I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Kenya to introduce an address by the head of state.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is now my honor to introduce His Excellency Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta, the President of the Republic of Kenya, to address the 31st special session of the General Assembly in response to the COVID-19 pandemic through a pre-recorded statement. Mr. President, the video is missing just the first part of it. Allow me to just fill in the gap. The President of the 75th session of the United Nations General Assembly, His Excellency Volkan Bozkır, Secretary General of the United Nations, and His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, let me take this opportunity, Mr. President, to congratulate you so far on a productive and successful 75th session, especially during the midst of such an extraordinary and unexpected era in our lives. I assure you of Kenya's full as well as constructive support. In the past few months, the COVID-19 pandemic has indiscriminately affected all of our societies, disrupted our economies, shut down our schools, and rocked our health sectors to the core. COVID-19 exposed our unpreparedness and taught us to be better equipped for the unexpected. It has accelerated efforts to construct more resilient, stronger institutions in an all-out effort to build back better and regain what is lost. I thank you, Mr. President.
Been greatly affected by COVID-19 pandemic. Our first case of the novel coronavirus disease was reported on the 13th of March, 2020. And since then, this disease has spread to all the 47 counties of our republic. To date, Kenya has reported 81,102 confirmed cases, of which 53,526 are recoveries. Regrettably, 1,427 persons have succumbed to the disease. 31 of these were healthcare workers, heroes who paid the ultimate price so that tens of thousands would be saved. In response to the COVID-19 pandemic, my government moved fast and adopted a multi-agency approach. We established the National Emergency Response Committee, comprising various state agencies, to provide direction on measures to be taken to contain the COVID-19 pandemic. Additionally, a Public Health Emergency Operations Center was put in place to undertake daily disease monitoring, contact tracing, and coordination of the response to this outbreak. Like most countries in the world, our healthcare system was not quite equipped to handle a public health crisis of such magnitude. In response, at both national as well as county levels, we instituted a program of rapid capacity development. Health facilities have since been expanded with increased isolation facilities, testing capacities, ICU beds, as well as the provision of oxygen. Healthcare workers have been trained, and personal protective equipment are now being manufactured locally and supplied to health facilities across the country. We also upgraded our capacity to offer both in-hospital and at-home care. My government has instituted several containment and mitigation measures to stem the spread of COVID-19 within Kenya. These include maintaining heightened surveillance at all points of entry, health facilities, and within communities across the country. Additionally, we have rolled out hand-washing facilities and sanitization stations outside and within most of our public buildings. Furthermore, physical and social distancing temperature monitoring, and routine street cleaning have been introduced at all public access places, including schools, religious centers, shopping malls, banks, and so on. We have also introduced a guideline on the proper use of face masks for all persons in public areas and also restricted gatherings of any nature. The implementation of these measures has demonstrably reduced the spread of the disease, giving us time to expand the health system's capacity to manage severe COVID-19 cases. Kenya, like other nations, heeded the World Health Assembly's call for the development of a one vaccine for all. In realization of this global endeavor, Kenyan scientists joined their regional, continental, and global colleagues in humanity's quest for an effective vaccine. We are playing our part through the Kenya Medical Research Institute, who are leading the process of conducting local trials for one of the most advanced COVID-19 vaccines globally. To ensure that our citizens have access to an effective vaccine as and when it becomes available in the market, my government is engaging with the COVID-19 Global Vaccine Access Facility towards this end. My government is also in the process of implementing the universal health coverage at all levels of care. Going forward, we plan to continue to strengthen decentralization of health care from high-level facilities to the community level, to promptly detect diseases of public health concern and provide adequate referral mechanisms for prompt treatment and care. In conclusion, I call upon my fellow heads of state and heads of government to increase investment in public health surveillance systems, emergency response mechanisms, and in resilient health systems. This will ensure that we are all better able to respond to pandemics such as this in the future. Equally important, countries need to remove barriers to access, to diagnosis, and care for those who need it, while also addressing the cost of treatment and ensuring equitable access to health care in the true spirit envisioned by the goal of universal health coverage. We know health workers locally and globally have endured the most of this disease, not only physically, but also mentally and emotionally. Therefore, we need to increase investment in the protection of our health workers and in providing them with adequate personal protective equipment supplies and all needed tools for them to discharge their sacred mandate both effectively and safely. I believe that together we can and we shall overcome and prevail. I thank you.
I wish to thank the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces of the Republic of Kenya.
Pandemija virusa korone je globalna zdravstveni izazov i zahtjeva globalni odgovor. Zdravstveni sistem u Bosni i Hercegovini i to oba njena entiteta, Republici Srpskoj i Federaciji Bosne i Hercegovine, kao i distriktu Brčko, su u dosadašnjem periodu adekvatno odgovorili na izazove pandemije COVID-19, zahvaljujući planiranju i sprovođenju mjera od strane nadležnih institucija, zalaganju medicinskih profesionalaca i odgovornosti građana i zajednice u cjelini. Odgovori na pandemiju COVID-19 značajno je doprinijela i dobra međunarodna saradnja. Dio aktivnosti odgovara na pandemiju realizovane uz pomoć Svjetske zdravstvene organizacije, Europske komisije, Generalnog direktorata za zdravlje i sigurnost hrane, Europskog centra za prevenciju i kontrolu bolesti i mnogih država donatora za čiju smo saradnju zahvalni. Zemljama su potrebna financijska sredstva za borbu protiv pandemije i ulaganje u oporavak. U tom smislu BiH podržava stav Ujedinjenih nacija da je financijska podrška ključni aspekt solidarnosti i da porodica Ujedinjenih nacija treba da reaguje na sve aspekte krize. Gospodine predsjedniče, podaci u ekonomskom izvještaju Evropske komisije za treći kvartal 2020. godine pokazuje da je GDP za 9,3% manji u odnosu na prethodnu godinu, što se tumači posljedicama pada i smanjenja ranije ugovorene privatne potrošnje, investicije i izvoza. Pad zaposlenosti za koje stvarne podatke teško možemo ustanoviti i povećanje robnog trgovinskog deficita izazvali su negativne posljedice na deficit tekućeg računa BiH, bankovne zajmove, ali i kredite domaćinstava. Primarni podaci pokazuju da su žene i radnice i vlasnici preduzeća teže pogođene negativnim posljedicama pandemije nego muškarci. U regionu vidljive rezultate smo postigli primjenom sistema zelenih koridora na određenim graničnim prelazima, što također planiramo primijeniti u prometu roba sa Evropskom unijom. Jačamo saradnju u okviru CEFTA uz ispunjavanje CRM agende i zelene agende koju smo usvojili na samitu u Sofiji 10.11. ove godine. Gospodine predsjedniče, kriza uzrokovana pandemijom virusa korona sa sobom nosi velike izazove za sve sfere života, pa tako i za oblast bezbednosti. Naročito u pogledu ilegalne proizvodnje i prometa opojnih droga, telegrafnih migracija i krijumčarenja preko teritorije Bosne i Hercegovine. Posebno moramo da naglasimo da se BiH od posljednjeg kvartala 2017. godine susreće sa masovnim nezakonitim ulaskom migranata na njenu teritoriju. Ovaj trend nezakonitog ulaska je nastavljen i u 18. i 19. kao i ovoj 20. godini. Sa tim u vezi BiH želi da naglasi važnost poštivanja i sprovođenja obaveza u skladu sa međunarodnim pravnim normama kojima se uređuju sve navedene oblasti. Uvaženi gospodine predsjedniče, na početku epidemije koja je pogodila svijet, bogate zemlje su zaboravile na male. Regionalne organizacije su se ponašale kao da nemaju ni strategiju, ni resurse da pomognu, kako svojim članicama, tako ni ostalima. Čak i Evropska unija poklekla u tim prvim sedmicama i pokazala svu slabost jednog velikog sistema, nespremnog na obim i dubinu krize koja nas je zadesila. U takvoj situaciji je legitimno pravo svake zemlje, a posebno one ograničenih resursa, da traži pomoć prijatelja na međunarodnoj sceni, da traži izlaz iz krize u kojoj se gubi ono najvažnije što svaka zemlja ima, a to su ljudski životi. Nikada više, ni u jednoj krizi, ni jedna zemlja, ni jedan narod ne bi trebalo da se osjete usamljenim i napuštenim od svih. To je zadatak svih nas pojedinačno, to je zadatak i svrha i cilj naše velike organizacije Ujedinjenih nacija. U ovom vremenu neizvjesnosti čovječanstvu su potrebne solidarnost i zajedništvo, ne samo na lokalnom, nego i na regionalnom i globalnom nivou. Ova pandemija je jasno pokazala da niko nije siguran dok ne budemo svi sigurni. Hvala na pažnji.
I wish to thank the chairman of the presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Angola to introduce an address by the head of state.
To introduce the pre-record statement of Excellency João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, President of Republic of Angola, on the 31st section of the COVID. Thank you.
Excelentíssimo Sr. António Guterres, Secretário-Geral da Organização das Nações Unidas, Excelentíssimo Sr. Volkan Bozkir, Presidente da Mesa da Assembleia Geral das Nações Unidas, Excelentíssimo Sr. Tedros Ghebreyesus, Diretor-Geral da Organização Mundial da Saúde, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, neste ano de 2020, a humanidade vê-se confrontada com uma inesperada ameaça à sua sobrevivência, a pandemia da Covid-19, que constitui hoje o mais sério desafio ao normal funcionamento das estruturas sanitárias, sociais e econômicas de praticamente todos os países do mundo, de tal forma que só uma ação coletiva e solidária poderá superar tamanho desafio. Desde o início do ano, que Angola reagiu e aplicou rigorosas medidas de contenção da pandemia, elaborando um plano de contingência multissectorial, flexível e adaptado ao contexto epidemiológico do país. Foi reforçada a vigilância epidemiológica em todo o território nacional, que incluiu, entre outras medidas, a criação e capacitação de equipas de resposta rápida e o controle sanitário dos pontos de entrada internacionais, com a realização de quarentenas e do controle da mobilidade entre as diversas regiões do país. Aumentamos progressivamente a nossa capacidade de testagem por RT-PCR e testes serológicos e por antigênio. Construímos infraestruturas exclusivamente dedicadas ao tratamento dos casos existentes de Covid-19, como hospitais de campanha, e adaptamos todos os hospitais existentes para o atendimento desses casos, tendo aumentado em 5.000 o número de camas disponíveis, das quais mais de 1.000 para os cuidados intensivos. Neste momento, só temos transmissão comunitária em Luanda, capital do país e cidade mais populosa, mantendo-se nas restantes províncias do país a transmissão em surtos ocasionais conhecidos. Apesar do crescente número de casos positivos, que a 24 de novembro totalizava 14.742, a transmissibilidade do vírus de pessoa a pessoa tem vindo a decrescer, situando-se em 0,9%. O facto da pandemia ter afetado negativamente os recursos econômicos e financeiros e os programas de desenvolvimento econômico e social do país não impediu que Angola continuasse a desenvolver esforços e a realizar ações para reduzir as taxas de pobreza, melhorar a qualidade e cobertura do ensino básico e garantir o acesso aos cuidados primários de saúde, sobretudo para as famílias mais vulneráveis. O governo de Angola empregou, até o momento, recursos próprios num valor que ascende a 164.600.000 dólares. Deste valor, consta um financiamento emergencial de 14.400.000 dólares garantidos pelo Banco Mundial. Apesar disso, vai ser necessário um maior apoio, em especial para o acesso às vacinas que se mostrarem eficazes. O acelerado desenvolvimento de vacinas seguras e eficazes contra o vírus SARS-CoV-2 com tecnologias inovadoras constitui um exemplo do que a humanidade é capaz de realizar quando ameaçada. Quero saudar os esforços da COVAX Facility para reunir recursos que assegurem, de forma equitativa, a vacinação de pelo menos 20% da população dos países de média e baixa renda. No entanto, acredito que o esforço efetivo de solidariedade deve ser maior para garantir uma cobertura global útil que interrompa a transmissão do vírus e permita o retorno à normalidade, evitando dessa maneira o agravamento das disparidades entre os países. Angola tem um plano de vacinação para cobrir inicialmente 90% da população prioritária. Manifesto, em nome de Angola, o nosso reconhecimento e profundo agradecimento à Organização Mundial da Saúde, bem como às instituições regionais, à União Africana, à SADC, pela forma como lideraram a coordenação de esforços para que pudéssemos enfrentar o enorme desafio que a Covid-19 representa para a humanidade. Muito obrigado.
I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Angola for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Montenegro to introduce an address by the head of state.
Mr. President, I have the honor to introduce a pre-recorded video statement by His Excellency Mr. Milo Đukanović, President of Montenegro.
Ekscelencije, dame i gospodo, zadovoljstvo mi je da vas sve pozdravim. Godinu dana od otkrivanja prvog slučaja novog koronavirusa, naše zemlje, međunarodna zajednica, organizacije i akteri na različitim nivoima pokušavaju da daju najbolji mogući odgovor na višestruke posljedice pandemije, prije svega po živote i zdravlje naših građana, a onda i naše ekonomije. Specijalna sesija Generalne skupštine je, vjerujem, prilika da tome damo kvalitativan doprinos. Pandemija COVID-19 sigurno je dodatno iscrpila multilateralizam, ali ga nije slomila. Naše učešće danas potvrda je prihvatanje realnosti i priznanje da nijedno globalno pitanje ne možemo riješiti izolovanim akcijama. Ignorisanje visokog stepena međuzavisnosti, naročito u slučajevima globalnih zdravstvenih prijetnji, sa sobom nosi nesagledive opasnosti. Efikasan i inkluzivan multilateralizam neophodniji je nego ikad ranije. Zato raduje da svijest o tome raste i da napori u tom pravcu postaju vidljiviji i odlučniji. Problemi su ogromni, izazovi višestruki, a o konačnim posljedicama još uvijek ne možemo govoriti. Pandemija je bacila na koljena svjetsku ekonomiju, svjetsku politiku, nauku i medicinu. Globalna ekonomija prolazi kroz najdublju recesiju poslije Drugog svjetskog rata. Ekonomske aktivnosti, putovanja, lanci snabdijevanja doživljavaju kolaps. Nacionalne vlade restriktivnim mjerama nastoje da obuzdaju širenje infekcije, dok istovremeno, zavisno od ekonomske moći, stimulativnim mjerama pokušavaju da pomognu i održe privrednu aktivnost. Najpogođeniji bivaju najranjiviji dijelovi društva, a prava i slobode naših građana su pod stalnim pritiskom. Više puta smo ponovili, bez sveobuhvatnog i koordinisanog odgovora, globalnog liderstva, solidarnosti zemalja i odgovornog pojedinca, nećemo uspjeti u borbi protiv onoga što je najveći izazov u istoriji Ujedinjenih nacija. Zdravstvena i sa njom povezana ekonomska kriza mogu brzo dovesti do destabilizacije i nesigurnosti, naročito u ranjivim društvima sa nedovoljno snažnim i izgrađenim demokratskim institucijama. Duboko vjerujem da je ovo prilika da ujedinimo snage ka boljem, pravičnijem, otpornijem i održivom post-covid svijetu. Svijetu u kojem će realizacija agende 2030 biti izvjesnija, a najviše vrijednosti demokratije, slobode i ljudskih prava prihvaćene i poštovane. Oporavak mora biti održiv i inkluzivan, a mi otporniji i pripremljeniji za neku sljedeću pandemiju. Prilika je za novi početak globalne saradnje i poziv za akciju. Iako je pandemija dodatno usložila i onako kompleksan put ka ostvarenju agende 2030, držim da su ciljevi održivog razvoja u ovom trenutku jedini relevantan i globalno prihvaćen putokaz za suočavanje sa nizom izazova, poput klimatskih promjena, porasta nejednakosti, očuvanja i zaštite biodiverziteta, ekonomske neizvjesnosti. Mnogi će i danas govoriti o brojnim negativnim pojavama koje su bile naročito vidljive u prvim mjesecima izbijanja pandemije. Zloupotreba informacija, globalno nadmetanje, nemogućnost nabavke osnovne zaštitne medicinske opreme, zatvaranje u nacionalne okvire i manjak solidarnosti. Ipak, ozbiljnost situacije zahtijeva našu prevashodnu usmjerenost na rješenje problema i promjenu pristupa. Djelotvorna koordinacija, ulaganja uz oslonac na nauku i tehnologiju i pravovremena komunikacija u cilju jačanja povjerenja su od presudne važnosti. Prva potvrda da smo na dobrom putu biće stvaranje uslova za dostupnost i pravovremenu raspodjelu očekivane vakcine. Post-covid svijet trebalo bi da predstavlja svijet bliže saradnje, više solidarnosti i jačeg saosjećanja. Kao što sam nedavno kazao na Parijskom mirovnom forumu, pandemija je pokazala da smo svi ranjivi, bez obzira na naciju, vjeru, boju kože ili bogatstvo. Posljedice su porazne za sve. Učinimo maksimum da oporavak ne bude privilegija samo za neke od nas.
I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Montenegro for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Afghanistan to introduce an address by the head of state.
Thank you, Mr. President, Excellencies, dear colleagues. Today, I have the great honor and the distinct privilege to introduce the pre-recorded statement of His Excellency Dr. Muhammad Ashraf Ghani, the President of the Islamic Republic of Afghanistan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor and for organizing the special session of the General Assembly. I also want to thank the President of Azerbaijan, as the chair of the non-aligned movement, for taking the initiative to organize a special session on the COVID-19 pandemic. I welcome the opportunity to share with you what we have learned here in Afghanistan in dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic and how it has informed us in preparing for the second wave. I would like to offer my condolences and sympathies to all those who've lost a loved one to COVID-19 and to those who've suffered the most losses from this pandemic, including the United States, Brazil, and India. Dear colleagues and friends, the COVID-19 pandemic came to Afghanistan at the end of February via Herat province, which shares a border with Iran. We moved quickly in anticipation that the virus would hit us hard. After analysis and consultation with diverse groups across Afghan society, we planned the response to the pandemic according to a 5-phase approach to the crisis: acknowledgement, diffusion, adversity, relief, and recovery. The virus peaked in June with an infection rate of 76% and then went into steady decline, with the infection rate fluctuating daily between 6% and 25% during the fall. As a result of our urgent action, we managed to maintain relatively low mortality rates. We managed our response to not jeopardize livelihoods in the long term or increase already high levels of poverty and food insecurity. These are lessons we learned. First, the vast scale of the disruptive and destructive effects of the COVID-19 pandemic is becoming clearer by the day. We saw the short-term impacts almost immediately: the loss of lives, the loss of jobs, the downturn in the economy. But the medium to long-term impacts we have not yet fully grasped. So while we cope with the immediate impact, we need to look ahead and prepare for the long-term effects. Second, the impact of the pandemic has been global. No country has been left untouched, and yet the response has been largely national. We've been unable, as an international community, to fully take advantage of the interconnected nature of our work to combat the disease. The world had an opportunity to respond to the pandemic with an unprecedented level of unity and solidarity. Instead, we've experienced divisions. A global focal point would have made the response more effective and coordinated, and global resources should have been mobilized on a larger scale. We commend the Secretary General and the United Nations for their role in tireless work. Afghanistan is proud to have contributed to the global response as a co-coordinator for COVID-19 related initiatives in the General Assembly, together with Croatia. The omnibus resolution, facilitated by a permanent mission, created a common normative framework for the response. It is now up to all of our governments to implement the resolution and better coordinate our response to the second wave and the socioeconomic impacts. Third, this pandemic has not been a leveler as expected, but instead it has exacerbated existing gaps and inequalities across developed and developing nations. Countries in special situations have been especially hard hit. For example, we, as a poor country, like many others around the world, were not able to design and implement effective stimulus packages. We also had to be very careful in instituting lockdowns to avoid inflicting serious damage on our economy and people's livelihoods, which could have inflicted more suffering than the virus itself. This will continue to be the case even as a vaccine becomes available, because administering a vaccine requires capabilities and infrastructure that poor countries simply do not have. The role of multilateral organizations in the joint distribution of the vaccine will be critical. Our call for the vaccine to be a global public good must be loud and clear. Now the second wave of the pandemic is at our doorstep. We face this wave during the winter season with very little understanding of how cold weather, particularly under the conditions of poverty, will affect the nature of the pandemic. We now know that women have suffered the most as a result of the pandemic and experienced higher levels of insecurity. Today, we must take a strong stand against domestic violence and reaffirm our support for the Secretary General called for peace at home. Ending the shadow of pandemic affecting millions of women and girls is critical for a fair and protected world for all. I hope that as we enter the second wave, we as an international community will be able to draw from the lessons learned. For one, a clear phased approach needs to be designed and replicated nationally, regionally, and globally. This approach should be informed not just by the information provided via instant analysis, but more importantly, by patterns that emerge in the way the virus is manifested globally. Second, now we are in a better position to plan to ensure food security and basic human security in the face of subsequent waves. We must make sure that supply chains that were disrupted during the first wave are either restored or alternatives put in place to ensure basic needs are met. The pandemic transformed the way we do business, the way we communicate, the way we live. But it's not all negative. COVID pushed the digitalization of the world at a speed that was inconceivable. In moving into subsequent waves of the pandemic, we need to embrace digital technology to further a global dialogue around policy, accessing and distributing the vaccine. To take advantage of these technologies, more must, however, be done to address the digital divide. We will not be able to return to our pre-pandemic ways of communicating and governing. The pandemic opened up new possibilities for coordination and cooperation. For example, telemedicine and distance learning. We need to embrace this change. Lastly, because the first and second waves have exacerbated structural poverty and increased situational poverty, we must create a common approach to securing livelihoods and ensuring momentum in the economy while also promoting COVID awareness. Afghanistan is located at the heart of Asia. We have many open or semi-open borders and frontiers. This means we can be either a center for spreading the virus or containing it. We are trying to be the latter, and we hope we can achieve that if we work together as a global community to act upon the lessons learned from the first wave. Thank you.
I wish to thank the President of the Islamic Republic of Afghanistan for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Democratic Republic of Congo to introduce an address by the head of state.
Monsieur le Président, j'ai l'insigne honneur et le privilège d'introduire Son Excellence Monsieur Félix Antoine Tshisekedi Tshilombo, Président de la République démocratique du Congo, qui va faire son allocution dans le cadre de la 31e session extraordinaire de l'Assemblée générale des Nations unies. Je vous remercie.
Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée générale des Nations unies, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Monsieur le Secrétaire général des Nations unies, Mesdames et Messieurs, la République démocratique du Congo a enregistré son premier cas de Covid-19 le 10 mars 2020. À ce jour, le cumul des cas confirmés se dénombre à 12 469 à raison de 11 495 cas guéris, soit un taux de guérison de 92%, et de 333 cas de décès, soit une létalité de 2,6%. L'impact de la pandémie de la Covid-19 a été ressenti en République démocratique du Congo dans plusieurs secteurs, dont le secteur socio-économique, à telle enseigne que 79% des foyers les plus pauvres ont été touchés par la hausse des prix des aliments et la perte des revenus. Grâce aux stratégies novatrices déployées, la République démocratique du Congo a pu contrôler cette pandémie et en minimiser les répercussions sur le plan social et économique. Ces stratégies ont été axées sur les points suivants. L'approbation de la riposte par les autorités au plus haut niveau de l'État, traduite par la proclamation de l'état d'urgence sanitaire pendant plus de 6 mois, laquelle fut accompagnée des mesures, notamment de fermeture des frontières, d'isolement entre provinces et de confinement strict visant à protéger la population contre des cas de contamination importés et la propagation interne. la mise en place d'un secrétariat technique chargé du pilotage de la riposte sanitaire au niveau national et d'une task force présidentielle investie de la mission de m'assister dans le suivi, la supervision et l'évaluation de toutes les activités de prévention et de riposte contre la Covid-19. L'implémentation par ces structures ad hoc de toutes les activités déployées en vue de réguler la pandémie de la Covid-19. Ces activités ont renforcé la communication stratégique, confiné l'épicentre de l'épidémie et renforcé en même temps les mesures barrières, intégré la lutte contre la Covid-19 dans le système national de santé avec une grande décentralisation, mettre en place la recherche active dans les formations sanitaires, dépister les voyageurs et migrants au niveau des portes d'entrée, renforcer et décentraliser le diagnostic Covid-19 à travers le pays et standardiser la prise en charge médicale des patients. Ces mesures non exhaustives nous ont permis de contrôler la pandémie de Covid-19 en République démocratique du Congo et d'en limiter la propagation dans certaines provinces du pays. Toutefois, elle ne justifie pas par elle seule le résultat actuel. D'aucuns ont soutenu et continuent de soutenir d'ailleurs, à tort ou à raison, que d'autres facteurs influeraient sur cette courbe négative du développement de la pandémie, notamment la pyramide des âges en faveur d'une population jeune et la faible proportion des personnes touchées par une comorbidité. Néanmoins, il est à signaler que depuis fin octobre 2020, la République démocratique du Congo a enregistré une augmentation du nombre des cas confirmés ainsi que des patients hospitalisés de Covid-19 au niveau des structures sanitaires du pays. Cette situation pourrait être expliquée par le relâchement dans l'observance des mesures barrières par la population ainsi que par la reprise du trafic aérien avec les pays aux flambées épidémiques. Ainsi, pour faire face à cette situation, le gouvernement de la République démocratique du Congo envisage renforcer et redynamiser les activités de la lutte contre cette pandémie afin de mitiger au maximum les conséquences négatives d'une possible deuxième vague sur la santé et le bien-être de la population congolaise. Monsieur le Président, sur le plan régional, à l'issue du sommet de haut niveau tenu sur mon initiative à Goma le 7 octobre 2020, la République démocratique du Congo a levé l'option, de concert avec les autres pays de la sous-région, d'élaborer un plan transfrontalier de riposte contre la Covid-19. Je voudrais souligner ici que mon pays bénéficie du soutien de la communauté internationale dans le cadre de la lutte contre la Covid-19. Ce soutien a permis à la République démocratique du Congo de mettre en œuvre d'une manière efficace des activités de mitigation de la Covid-19. C'est pourquoi, au nom de la République démocratique du Congo, je salue, félicite et remercie en même temps l'Organisation mondiale de la santé ainsi que d'autres partenaires techniques et financiers pour leur accompagnement dans la lutte contre la Covid-19. Je vous remercie.
I wish to thank the President of the Democratic Republic of the Congo for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Guyana to introduce an address by the head of state.
I have the honor, Mr. President, to introduce a pre-recorded statement by His Excellency Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana.
The Cooperative Republic of Guyana welcomes this 31st special session of the General Assembly of the United Nations in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. We applaud the efforts which have been made by United Nations in responding to this pandemic, particularly by UN's humanitarian and socio-economic response and its ongoing efforts for a post-COVID-19 recovery plan. The United Nations has demonstrated the efficiency and necessity of global cooperation. It has been in the forefront of efforts to help countries mitigate the effects of this pandemic. The United Nations efforts represent one of history's greatest rescue missions. This 34th special session comes at a time when the world eagerly awaits the authorization of vaccines, which have been developed to help in the public health fight against the coronavirus. The United Nations must continue to be in the forefront, as it has been over the past 8 months, in piloting the international rollout of mass immunization for developing countries. The pandemic has presented difficulties for all segments of our society, particularly our children. Most of them have been out of school for months, and their normal childhood routines have been constricted. Guyana recognizes the impact which the pandemic has had on them. As such, we join in supporting UNICEF's 6-point plan, which provides a response aimed at ensuring that our children are protected and are catered for in the global recovery efforts, which will follow the remission of this pandemic. Guyana hereby commits to ensuring that our children are able to continue to learn by closing the national digital divide, enabling improved primary health care and access to vaccine by children, eradicating child poverty, effecting, where necessary, mental health support interventions for children and young people, enacting greater protections and support measures for vulnerable children, and encouraging access to improved water, hygiene, and sanitation. The pandemic has emphasized the need for change in global relations. In this regard, I wish to reiterate my support for the United Nations Secretary General's call for a new global deal with a new social contract. As I noted in my intervention to the meeting of heads of government and states on financing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in the era of COVID-19 and beyond, a new global deal will allow for the effective transfer of resources, financial, intellectual, and technological, to developing countries and facilitate also a fairer sharing of the benefits of globalization. A new social contract will guarantee the more effective use of these resources for sustainable development. A new era will soon be upon us. The world looks forward to beating this pandemic and hastening international recovery. The process will be made easier by the ushering in of a new era in global relations, one which will herald the magnificence of multilateralism, spearheaded by the United Nations. I thank you and continue to stay safe. God bless you all.
I wish to thank the President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of South Africa to introduce an address by the head of state.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the honor to introduce the President of the Republic of South Africa and Chairperson of the African Union, His Excellency Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, to address the United Nations General Assembly Special Session on the COVID-19 pandemic. I thank you.
Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Antonio Guterres, President of the UN General Assembly, Excellencies, we meet in this important special session of the UN General Assembly at a time when the coronavirus pandemic continues to spread in many parts of the world. This pandemic has demonstrated once again how intertwined are the fortunes of the nations of the world. Since the start of the pandemic, there has been coordinated international action to ensure that all countries are able to respond effectively. This collaboration has been of particular benefit to developing economies, which continue to shoulder the burden of poverty, inequality, and underdevelopment. South Africa deeply appreciates the assistance, the advice, and solidarity it has received from the international community. As a result of the decisive measures we took from the onset of the pandemic, we managed to delay the transmission of the virus. We succeeded in preparing our health facilities, and by doing so, we've saved many lives. We put in place emergency relief measures to support individuals, households, and companies that were in distress, and have now embarked on a reconstruction and recovery plan to return our economy to growth and job creation. As the African continent, we have driven a deliberate, targeted, and coordinated response to COVID-19. Led by the African Union, we established a COVID-19 response fund to contain the pandemic in member states and enable their economies to recover. The African Union appointed several special envoys to solicit concrete support for the continental effort as pledged by the G20, the European Union, and international financial institutions. We also launched the groundbreaking African Medical Supplies Platform to facilitate access for all African countries to critical equipment and supplies. We have also established a COVID-19 African Vaccine Acquisition Task Team to ensure that African countries are able to access and distribute affordable and effective vaccines without delay. In addition, an African Green Stimulus Program is being developed to ensure our economic recovery takes place in a more sustainable manner. As African countries, we will continue to need substantial support to recover from the pandemic. We reiterate our call for a comprehensive economic stimulus package for Africa, for a suspension of interest payment on Africa's external and public debt, and for the lifting of all economic sanctions imposed on Zimbabwe and Sudan to allow them to adequately respond to the pandemic. It is only through multilateral cooperation that we can overcome this global emergency. We must continue to support the World Health Organization as the lead UN agency mandated to coordinate the global effort. We must continue to drive a holistic response to COVID-19 that recognizes the relationship between health, social, economic, and environmental measures. This pandemic must not detract from our commitment to both the Paris Agreement on climate change and the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. We must place gender equality at the center and the forefront of our recovery efforts. To ensure that there is equitable access for all to an effective vaccine, we call on UN member states to work with the WHO on the Access to COVID-19 Tools Accelerator and the COVAX facility. In the spirit of solidarity and cooperation, let us continue to work together to overcome this crisis and build a better, safer, more equitable, peaceful, and prosperous world. I thank you.
I wish to thank the President of the Republic of South Africa for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Suriname to introduce an address by the head of state.
Mr. President, it is my distinct honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement of the President of the Republic of Suriname, His Excellency, Mr. Chandrika Prasad Santokhi. Thank you.
Your Excellency Volkan Bozkir, President of the General Assembly, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, colleagues, ministers, and permanent representatives, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, my delegation aligns itself with a statement by His Excellency Andres Manuel Lopez Obrador, President of the United Mexican State, on behalf of CELAC, and the statement by His Excellency Ilham Aliyev, President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, on behalf of the non-aligned movement. When considering the global impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on our economies, the health and well-being of our people, and sustainable development, this session is yet another confirmation that multilateralism and international cooperation are indispensable. As a result of the pandemic's outbreak, our public health, social protection, and education system, environmental, agricultural, as well as other production sectors have undergone tremendous pressure. The government has taken several measures to prevent the further spread of the virus, including far-reaching ones such as closing of air and maritime borders for regular passenger traffic, except for flights for repatriation, but also closing of schools, temporary restriction of the movement of people, and awareness-raising campaigns to alert the public regarding prevention. Additional emergency measures have been implemented to address the socio-economic effects of the pandemic while safeguarding health, including mental health, such as the creation of a social protection system and targeted economic measures to support vulnerable groups and businesses in our society. For Suriname, the implementation of these targeted COVID-19 measures entails committing limited financial means, amplifying our vulnerability while facing already immense financial, macroeconomic imbalances, as well as a heavy debt portfolio. In this respect, the government appreciates the solidarity and the support it has received thus far from international partners in the field of medical service and technical cooperation to enable all stakeholders to address the COVID-19 situation in Suriname. Suriname was the first in the region upholding the democratic process of holding free and fair elections during the outbreak of COVID-19. The government is continuously monitoring, evaluating, and adjusting the measures to find the proper balance between the health of the people and the economy. This, despite the national and international financial constraints, in particular high national debt and the challenges in relation to access to concessional financing. In this context, steadily and cautious reopening of the economy is well considered, taking into account the relevant protocols for each sector. Mr. President, we welcome the efforts made by the United Nations Secretary General, the international financial institutions, and other multilateral entities in response to the pandemic. At the same time, we note with great concern that middle-income countries are left behind and cannot benefit from many of these initiatives. We call, therefore, for an integrated response to the pandemic, and in this regard, welcome the initiative of Canada and Jamaica, supported by the United Nations Secretary General, on financing for development in the era of COVID-19 and beyond. In addition, we welcome the initiative launched for our region by Costa Rica and the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC, namely the Fund to Alleviate COVID-19 Economics, as well as Caribbean Resilience Funds, proposed by the Executive Director of ECLAC. My government calls for a stronger advocacy role of the United Nations towards the international community, and in particular, the international financial institutions, to design and execute region-specific and country-specific strategies to assist countries to gradually building more resilient financial, economic, social, environmental, and security systems, and towards sustainable recovery. Consideration of specific financing for development opportunities and measures such as debt relief, suspensions and/or writing off debts, access to concessional financing, special arrangements for grants and soft loans, budgetary support to strengthen our public health infrastructure could enable us to building resilience in times of crisis. In this regard, we also note the process in the development of vaccines and underscore the importance of ensuring that vaccines will be equally accessible and affordable for all. In closing, Mr. President, let us not forget that the principal aim of multilateralism is to unite, assist in building strong and resilient communities, and to strengthen democracy, the rule of law, and good governance through collective actions and inspired by solidarity, respect, and understanding. Building back better strongly depends on the interpretation and implementation that we give to the kind of multilateralism that this pandemic demands from us. I thank you.
I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Suriname for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Colombia to introduce an address by the head of state.
Gracias, señor presidente. Me complace presentar a continuación la intervención pregrabada del señor presidente de la República de Colombia, Iván Duque Márquez, en el marco de esta sesión especial de la Asamblea General sobre el COVID-19. El presidente Duque ha enfrentado esta pandemia de manera decidida, demostrando un gran liderazgo a nivel nacional y regional y reafirmando su plena convicción en el multilateralismo. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
La crisis sanitaria, económica y social derivada de esta pandemia ha representado el mayor desafío para el mundo desde la Segunda Guerra Mundial. Este virus ha llevado a todos los países a una recesión sin precedentes, afectando desproporcionalmente a las comunidades y a los más vulnerables. Desde el inicio de la pandemia, Colombia ha mantenido firme su compromiso de salvaguardar la salud de los colombianos, la atención a los más vulnerables, la protección del empleo y a la promoción de una reactivación responsable y progresiva de la economía, mientras preservamos los avances en términos de equidad. Hemos tomado decisiones oportunas y acertadas para hacer frente a la pandemia. Colombia fue el primer país de América Latina con capacidad de diagnóstico local de pruebas moleculares. De otra parte, gracias al trabajo del Ministerio de Salud y el Fondo para el Manejo de Emergencias, logramos duplicar las unidades de cuidado intensivo, que hoy son más de 11.200. Asimismo, hemos tenido progresos en las medidas para enfrentar la propagación y promover la supresión de la pandemia, aplicando acciones de vigilancia epidemiológica y de control de saneamiento, como el programa de pruebas, rastreo, aislamiento selectivo sostenible, conocido como PRAS. Con él, buscamos direccionar acciones de salud pública, aumentar la capacidad de pruebas, agilizar la identificación y sobre todo el rastreo del cerco epidemiológico de casos positivos. De igual forma, Hemos buscado mitigar los efectos socioeconómicos de la pandemia. Lo estamos haciendo a través de programas como Familias en Acción, Jóvenes en Acción y Colombia Mayor. Adicionalmente, creamos Ingreso Solidario, con el que llegamos a 3 millones de personas que no estaban siendo beneficiadas con ningún programa social del Estado. Con todas estas acciones, hemos llegado a más de 10 millones de hogares. Para proteger el empleo, creamos el programa de apoyo al empleo formal PAEF, con el que subsidiamos el 40 o 50% de la nómina y que ya llega a más de 3 millones de trabajadores. Colombia ha sido un miembro activo del Consejo Ejecutivo de la OMS, escenario en donde hemos defendido el acceso universal, equitativo de todos los países a las futuras vacunas y lo mismo a tratamientos, reconociendo la importancia de la inmunización contra el COVID-19 como un bien público global. Además, suscribimos el acuerdo formal para el mecanismo COVAX, una facilidad, una herramienta para posibilitar la distribución equitativa de vacunas. Como país resaltamos la inmensa labor de la Organización Mundial de la Salud y la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, que han promovido una respuesta global basada en la ciencia y centrada en las personas. Por esto, ratifico la importancia del multilateralismo como herramienta para superar esta crisis y remover de manera permanente las barreras para la construcción de un mundo más justo y equitativo. Por lo que reafirmamos nuestro compromiso con el fortalecimiento de la gobernanza global y con la promoción de una recuperación sostenible para avanzar hacia sociedades más resilientes. Muchísimas gracias.
I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Colombia for the statement just made, and I now give the floor for the distinguished representative of Montenegro to introduce an address by the head of state.
Thank you, Madam President. I have the honor to introduce a pre-recorded video statement by His Excellency Mr. Milo Đukanović, President of Montenegro.
Ekscelencije, dame i gospodo, zadovoljstvo mi je da vas sve pozdravim. Godinu dana od otkrivanja prvog slučaja novog koronavirusa, naše zemlje, međunarodna zajednica, organizacije i akteri na različitim nivoima pokušavaju da daju najbolji mogući odgovor na višestruke posljedice pandemije, prije svega po živote i zdravlje naših građana, a onda i naše ekonomije. Specijalna sesija Generalne skupštine je, vjerujem, prilika da tome damo kvalitativan doprinos. Pandemija COVID-19 sigurno je dodatno iscrpila multilateralizam, ali ga nije slomila. Naše učešće danas potvrda je prihvatanje realnosti i priznanja da nijedno globalno pitanje ne možemo riješiti izolovanim akcijama. Ignorisanje visokog stepena međuzavisnosti, naročito u slučajevima globalnih zdravstvenih prijetnji, sa sobom nosi nesagledive opasnosti. Efikasan i inkluzivan multilateralizam neophodniji je nego ikad ranije. Zato raduje da svijest o tome raste i da napori u tom pravcu postaju vidljiviji i odlučniji. Problemi su ogromni, izazovi višestruki, a o konačnim posljedicama još uvijek ne možemo govoriti. Pandemija je bacila na koljena svjetsku ekonomiju, svjetsku politiku, nauku i medicinu. Globalna ekonomija prolazi kroz najdublju recesiju posle Drugog svjetskog rata. Ekonomske aktivnosti, putovanja, lanci snabdijevanja doživljavaju kolaps. Nacionalne vlade restriktivnim mjerama nastoje da obuzdaju širenje infekcije, dok istovremeno, zavisno od ekonomske moći, stimulativnim mjerama pokušavaju da pomognu i održe privrednu aktivnost. Najpogođeniji bivaju najranjiviji dijelovi društva, a prava i slobode naših građana su pod stalnim pritiskom. Više puta smo ponovili, bez sveobuhvatnog i koordinisanog odgovora, globalnog liderstva, solidarnosti zemalja i odgovornog pojedinca, nećemo uspjeti u borbi protiv onoga što je najveći izazov u istoriji Ujedinjenih nacija. Zdravstvena i sa njom povezana ekonomska kriza mogu brzo dovesti do destabilizacije i nesigurnosti, naročito u ranjivim društvima sa nedovoljno snažnim i izgrađenim demokratskim institucijama. Duboko vjerujem da je ovo prilika da ujedinimo snage ka boljem, pravičnijem, otpornijem i održivom post-COVID svijetu. Svijetu u kojem će realizacija agende 2030 biti izvjesnija, a najviše vrijednosti demokratije, slobode i ljudskih prava prihvaćene i poštovane. Oporavak mora biti održiv i inkluzivan, a mi otporniji i pripremljeniji za neku sljedeću pandemiju. Prilika je za novi početak globalne saradnje i poziv za akciju. Iako je pandemija dodatno usložila i onako kompleksan put ka ostvarenju Agende 2030, držim da su ciljevi održivog razvoja u ovom trenutku jedini relevantan i globalno prihvaćen putokaz za suočavanje sa nizom izazova, poput klimatskih promjena, porasta nejednakosti, očuvanja i zaštite biodiverziteta, ekonomske neizvjesnosti. Mnogi će i danas govoriti o brojnim negativnim pojavama koje su bile naročito vidljive u prvim mjesecima izbijanja pandemije. Zloupotreba informacija, globalno nadmetanje, nemogućnost nabavke osnovne zaštitne medicinske opreme, zatvaranje u nacionalne okvire i manjak solidarnosti. Ipak, ozbiljnost situacije zahtijeva našu prevashodnu usmjerenost na rješenje problema i promjenu pristupa. Djelotvorna koordinacija, ulaganja uz oslonac na nauku i tehnologiju i pravovremena komunikacija u cilju jačanja povjerenja su od presudne važnosti. Prva potvrda da smo na dobrom putu biće stvaranje uslova za dostupnost i pravovremenu raspodjelu očekivane vakcine. Post-Covid svijet trebalo bi da predstavlja svijet bliže saradnje, više solidarnosti i jačeg saosjećanja. Kao što sam nedavno kazao na Parijskom mirovnom forumu, pandemija je pokazala da smo svi ranjivi, bez obzira na naciju, vjeru, boju kože ili bogatstvo. Posljedice su porazne za sve. Učinimo maksimum da oporavak ne bude privilegija samo za neke od nas.
I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Montenegro for the statement just made, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of North Macedonia to introduce an address by the head of state.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I have the great honor and privilege to introduce the pre-recorded statement of His Excellency Mr. Stevo Pendarovski, President of North Macedonia. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, the COVID-19 pandemic continues to be a major risk to the humanity. Families have lost dear members, and communities have been profoundly shattered. This health crisis has transposed into other sectors of our societies, with our economies suffering an especially heavy setback. With its health, economic, social, humanitarian, and security dimension, the pandemic has tested our countries in unprecedented ways and has reminded us how interconnected we are. With the suffering it causes, the pandemic exposes the systemic weaknesses and inequalities in our world. In North Macedonia, the coronavirus has taken its toll in human lives, pressurized the health sector, and weakened the economy. In order to alleviate the heavy burden from our health workers, our government recently declared a state of crisis on the entire territory for a period of 30 days. This will help us use the capacities of the army and the resources of the private health sector in order to control more effectively the spread of the virus and save as many human lives as possible. This great danger has also provided an opportunity for our countries and peoples to demonstrate unity, solidarity, and multilateral cooperation. On behalf of the Macedonian citizens, I would like to thank the United Nations and the World Health Organization for their leadership in coordinating the global response to control and contain the spread of COVID-19. In the same time, we are grateful to all the countries and organizations that have supported us with medical equipment, materials, and shared knowledge and experience. The pandemic also poses a moral challenge. The economy may suffer, but human lives are infinitely precious. So saving human lives should take precedence over everything else. In the same time, our efforts to control the spread of the virus must not be at the expense of the fundamental rights and freedoms. This includes healthcare and economic stimulus to be provided to everybody in need. While fighting the coronavirus, we must make sure we do not tolerate the spread of the viruses of racism, extremism, discrimination, and xenophobia. A systemic threat like the pandemic requires a systemic response that would include both immediate and long-term actions. We need to continue working together in building resilient, well-governed, responsive, accountable, people-centered health systems. Health products with certified quality should be available and affordable for all. The big step in the right direction certainly was the establishment of the global COVAX program for procurement of vaccines, which has to make easy and balanced access to the vaccines to all the people in the world. Dear friends, allow me at the end to emphasize that many challenges will remain even in the post-COVID period. The road to socio-economic and even mental recovery for many of us will be long and complicated, but there is no alternative. The humankind has to come together again in order to rebuild the world in which no human being is left behind. Thank you for your attention.
I wish to thank the President of the Republic of North Macedonia for the statement he just made, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Latvia to introduce an address by the head of state.
Madam President, Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's my distinct honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement by His Excellency Egils Levits, President of the Republic of Latvia. I thank you.
Mr. President, Excellencies, in the time of a global pandemic, let me first pay tribute to the global medical community for their dedicated and professional work. I would like also to salute all key workers who keep our basic services running and the scientists who are working to develop an effective vaccine. Now, more than ever, we need to be united, show solidarity, and cooperate closely to address the pandemic and its devastating consequences. We can only succeed through the multilateral approach. This special UN session underlines the central role of the United Nations system in achieving our goals. The World Health Organization is the leading and coordinating authority in addressing global health challenges. We must strengthen it through reforms that increase its effectivity. Latvia has financially contributed to the World Health Organization through the Global Humanitarian Response Plan for COVID-19. It was our response to the global appeal of the UN Secretary General to act together and show solidarity. Latvian scientists actively participate in vaccine development. Our government took quick and decisive action to ensure contact tracking, social distancing, and testing availability, as well as development of digital solutions. It is a careful effort to limit economic losses while safeguarding public health. The government, in close cooperation with the private sector, introduced 3 main digital solutions: an e-parliament platform so that our national parliament could continue legislative functions in lockdown mode. The government, too, meets online. A TV channel, Your Class, and other digital tools to enable remote schooling. And the first nationally endorsed contact tracing app, Stop COVID, which is compatible with other European tracing apps. 25% of mobile internet users have already downloaded this app. This app ensures anonymity, essential for respecting the privacy of infected persons. In terms of economic recovery, Latvia fully supports the UN Secretary General's call to build back better. It is not necessary or even desirable to return to the old normality in every way. Our production and consumption patterns have been interrupted by the pandemic. While we all work together to revive and save our economies, we also have an opportunity to rethink our approach and introduce more sustainable solutions. In conclusion, I would like to emphasize the critical need to counter misinformation during the pandemic and beyond. Access to free, reliable, and science-based information through reputable media is essential. This challenge must be recognized and dealt with not only by governments, but also by international organizations. At the United Nations, Latvia will continue to raise awareness of the need of counter disinformation. Let us all work together to save lives and start sustainable recovery around the globe. Thank you.
I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Latvia for the statement just made, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Estonia to introduce an address by the head of state.
Thank you. Madam President, Excellencies, I have the honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement of Her Excellency Ms. Kersti Kaljulaid, the President of the Republic of Estonia.
Dear Secretary General Antonio Guterres, dear President of the General Assembly, members of the United Nations, as we attend today's special session, the world is facing the second wave of the COVID-19 pandemic, and most of our societies are in lockdowns. So far, the focus of our countries has been saving lives and at the same time getting our economies back on track, trying to increase the resilience of societies. As we adapt to the fact of living in the COVID-19 world, the focus has rightly shifted to vaccines. Our global priority must be universal and equitable access to the vaccine against COVID-19, because no one is safe until everyone is safe. At the same time, we need to be aware that not everyone in our UN family have been fortunate enough to adopt impressive rescue packages, nor have all of us been fortunate to have necessary digital means to mitigate the crisis. So, our global community needs to have solidarity. This means also global burden sharing. One option is sharing our lessons learned, experiences, and best practices in overcoming this pandemic. The best way to do it is through a strengthened multilateral system. As the world's first digitally transformed nation, Estonia has contributed, among other things, by digital means, because technologies can really be great equalizers. They have become an integral part of our everyday lives, and in health as well as the social sector, they provide higher precision and better coordination. Data can help us better to detect people in need and make informed policy decisions. We must build a global trust architecture together with the World Health Organization as its anchor. Estonia recently signed an MOU with the World Health Organization in the field of digital health to support the interoperability of certified vaccine and testing centers across the world. And on top of that, we have a number of memorandums of understanding with countries and regions, notably the African Union, to advance digital cooperation, not only in digitalization of healthcare, but also in e-governance and e-education. We work together with International Telecoms Union. As the Secretary General's co-chair of the Every Woman, Every Child movement, I am particularly worried about women, children, and adolescents. As the world focuses on the pandemic, the most vulnerable among us continue to suffer from conflicts, not only far afield, but also on our own European continent. In this light, I would like to reiterate Estonia's support to the Secretary-General Guterres' call for global ceasefire. We call everybody to support it. It is high time for warfare to stop. We must deal with more pressing needs. Finally, while fighting the pandemic, we must also understand that the other challenges have not gone away. For example, even before the COVID-19 vaccines are globally available, we know that the percentage of the world's children who received all the vaccines recommended by the World Health Organization has dropped to 70%, back where it was 25 years ago. We must also understand that there is an impact on our health arising from the climate crisis, from ecological degradation, from pollution, and climate instability. Dear colleagues, brothers and sisters, we have a collective responsibility. We must ensure that everybody benefits from the recovery, but also that progress made so far is not reversed by either conflicts, climate crisis, or COVID-19. We should use technologies. Digital means we can really complement our goals and efforts with the new possibilities. Thank you, and stay safe.
I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Estonia for the statement just made, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Serbia to introduce an address by the head of state.
Madam Vice President, Your Excellencies, I have the honor and privilege to introduce the pre-recorded statement by His Excellency Mr. Aleksandar Vučić, President of the Republic of Serbia. Thank you.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Your Excellencies, dear Director General of the World Health Organization, ladies and gentlemen. I address this distinguished gathering today in a moment when my country, Serbia, and the whole world face an extraordinary challenge put before our healthcare systems and our economies by the COVID-19 pandemic. Serbia, as the legal successor of Yugoslavia, is a proud founder of the Organization of the United Nations, and as such it is persistently committed to the UN Charter and to the multilateralism as the founding principle of the UN. Virtual format of this address speaks for itself about the situation the world has found itself in at the end of 2020 and in which it still is, and it is a confirmation that we must do everything to preserve and strengthen the UN. COVID-19 pandemic strongly confirms the need and necessity of existence and strengthening of the role of the UN and its specialized agencies and organizations like WHO. They have the irreplaceable role in organized response to newly occurred challenges that are not only of a health nature, but they also have social, economic, political, and security dimension. That's why the relevance of this forum must never be questioned. We firmly believe that the answers in facing global challenges, such as the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, can be found only by joint actions, mutual harmonization, and respect. Your Excellencies, in that regard, the Republic of Serbia cordially welcomes the decisions on organizing such an important forum. Great hope for prosperity of the mankind is given by the fact that 150 member states, without a single vote against, accepted and voted for the necessity and urgency of having this gathering today. Ladies and gentlemen, since the sustainable development and healthcare go hand in hand, as the candidate country for EU accession, Serbia strongly supports and follows the approach of the European Union that we must continue working together within the UN system in fighting pandemic and its consequences, lying at the same time foundations for the inclusive, green and sustainable recovery in accordance with the Sustainable Development Goals. It is with great dose of optimism that I look forward to days ahead. Good news related to prevention and treatment of COVID-19 come from all over the world. those quick and good results could only be achieved with common global effort and information exchange. Serbia is absolutely advocating universal and equal approach to vaccines and therapy for treating COVID-19 as a leading global priority. Global initiative and synergy embodied in COVAX is aimed at ensuring the rightest distribution of supplies of future vaccines against COVID-19. We hope that COVAX will distribute 2 billion doses of safe and efficient vaccines worldwide by the end of 2021, where needed and guided by humanistic and non-selective principles. Your Excellencies, adoption of the Sustainable Development Agenda 2030 as well as the Paris Agreement on climate change are key steps in facing some of the biggest challenges of today: global economic instability, global social inequalities, and climate change effects. Devastating consequences of global recession must be removed by mobilizing bigger, faster, and more flexible support through international financial institutions. Serbia pays priority attention to goals related with the following: eradicating poverty, sustainable economic development and employment, building infrastructure and industrialization, providing healthy life at all ages, free and quality elementary and high school education for everyone, with special focus on gender equality. I proudly underline that the citizens of Serbia voted for the parliament where both genders are equally represented. This and such a modern Serbian parliament supported for the second time the government led by a woman. Ladies and gentlemen, efficient and productive multilateralism is necessary, but also achievable if readiness for joint engagement in the spirit of dialogue, cooperation, and compromise is demonstrated. We have intensively cooperated with the countries of the entire world as well as our region regarding allocation of humanitarian aid, but also regular goods supplied during COVID-19 pandemic. Serbia is also facing problems in fighting this communicable disease that caused tectonic changes worldwide, and we received assistance of the friendly countries when we needed the most, and I like this opportunity to thank them once again. Likewise, we showed solidarity and provided assistance to other countries, and we will keep helping those who need it most in these difficult times. I hope that we have all reminded ourselves during this pandemic how important every single life is, and that we must do everything we can to prevent further loss of life and human suffering. Having said that, I want to underline that the Republic of Serbia joins the UN Secretary General in his call for a global ceasefire. Your Excellencies, throughout its entire existence, Serbia has above all appreciated freedom, equality, and peace. Not a single one of these traditional criteria of ours is possible without strong UN and strict observation of the founding charter. President John Fitzgerald Kennedy said once, "Let us not seek the Republican answer or the democratic answer, but the right answer. Let us not seek to fix the blame for the past. Let us accept our own responsibility for the future. We cannot change the past, but from this place we can significantly impact the more quality future of this planet and mankind." Thank you for your attention.
I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Serbia for the statement he just made, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of France to introduce an address by the head of state.
Madame la Présidente, Excellences, j'ai l'honneur d'introduire la déclaration du Président de la République française, Monsieur Emmanuel Macron.
Monsieur le Secrétaire général des Nations Unies, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Mesdames et Messieurs, la pandémie de la Covid-19 expose nos sociétés à de multiples défis. Le premier est celui de la coopération sanitaire internationale. Et nous pouvons d'ores et déjà tirer plusieurs enseignements de la crise actuelle à cet égard. Premièrement, les seules réponses efficaces à la pandémie seront des réponses globales, coordonnées et solidaires. C'est pourquoi je voudrais me réjouir de l'action collective portée par l'initiative ACT-A, qui vise à rendre les outils de la lutte contre la pandémie accessibles à tous les pays et à en faire des biens publics mondiaux. 10 milliards de dollars ont déjà été mobilisés dans ce cadre, c'est considérable, mais nous devons poursuivre la mobilisation financière de toute la communauté internationale. Comme je l'ai dit aux États partenaires du G20 lors du sommet de Riyad, le 21 novembre dernier, la France propose la création d'un mécanisme de dons pour qu'une partie des premières doses de vaccins disponibles soit destinée à la vaccination des publics prioritaires dans les pays en développement. Ces doses, qu'elles proviennent d'Europe, de Chine, de Russie, des États-Unis, qu'elle soit le fruit de dons d'État ou de laboratoires pharmaceutiques, serait ainsi allouée de façon efficace et équitable sur la base des recommandations de l'Organisation mondiale de la santé. Je vous invite à construire ce mécanisme ensemble. C'est, je crois, la réponse la plus adaptée. Mais nous le savons, les vaccins ne suffiront pas. Sans renforcer les systèmes de santé primaires dans les pays les plus fragiles, ils resteront inutilisés. Sans former partout des personnels de santé, notre riposte sanitaire restera sous-optimale. C'est pourquoi la France soutient l'Organisation mondiale de la santé pour mettre en place une Académie mondiale de la santé à Lyon qui formera les personnels de santé du monde entier. C'est aussi pourquoi nous invitons l'ensemble des puissances du G20 et au-delà à renforcer dans le cadre de leur aide publique au développement la part santé pour venir en aide au système de santé primaire des principaux pays émergents en voie de développement concernés. Deuxièmement, l'autre enseignement de cette crise, c'est que nous sommes insuffisamment préparés aux menaces sanitaires. Il nous faut renforcer le système actuel de sécurité sanitaire internationale. La France a fait des propositions, notamment avec ses partenaires allemands et plus largement européens, et nous soutenons le renforcement de l'Organisation mondiale de la santé, qui est la seule organisation universelle en santé. C'est la raison pour laquelle nous avons accordé à l'OMS une contribution financière de 50 millions d'euros supplémentaires pour 2020 et 2021. Plus spécifiquement, nous souhaitons l'établissement d'un niveau d'alerte intermédiaire pour que l'OMS puisse tirer la sonnette d'alarme plus en amont. Nous souhaitons aussi davantage de transparence, de redevabilité des États parties au règlement sanitaire international. Une enquête internationale est en cours, il faudra en tirer tous les enseignements et il faudra sans doute revoir en effet ce règlement sanitaire international pour être plus efficace à cet égard. Troisième enseignement, la crise sanitaire souligne les interactions entre santé humaine, animale et environnementale dans un contexte marqué par la dégradation des écosystèmes. C'est pourquoi nous appuyons la mise en place d'un conseil d'experts de haut niveau, Une seule santé, qui sera chargé de rassembler et de diffuser les informations scientifiques disponibles sur les liens entre santé humaine, animale et environnementale, afin d'aider les responsables publics dans la gestion des futures crises sanitaires et d'éclairer les citoyens sur ces enjeux. Je me réjouis pour ma part que l'Organisation mondiale de la santé, l'OIE, la FAO, le PNUE travaillent à la mise en place de ce conseil dans un esprit de partenariat de l'ensemble des grandes organisations internationales sectorielles. Au-delà des enjeux sanitaires, la pandémie de Covid-19 a un impact humanitaire majeur. Il contribue à l'augmentation de la pauvreté et des inégalités. D'après les Nations Unies, 235 millions de personnes auront besoin d'une assistance humanitaire en 2021. Le nombre de personnes ayant besoin d'une aide alimentaire n'a jamais été aussi élevé. Je salue à cet égard l'action essentielle de l'ensemble des agences et programmes des Nations Unies dont le personnel se trouve au quotidien, aux côtés des populations les plus vulnérables de la planète, parfois au péril de leur vie. Je rappelle aussi qu'il est plus que jamais indispensable d'assurer aux acteurs humanitaires l'accès aux populations qu'ils cherchent à secourir. Les circonstances exceptionnelles engendrées par la pandémie menacent par ailleurs, dans de nombreux pays, l'acquis de plus de 70 ans de combat international en faveur des droits de l'homme. La pandémie ne doit pas servir de prétexte aux restrictions de l'espace de la société civile, au recul de l'état de droit, aux atteintes à la liberté d'expression, à la détention arbitraire d'opposants. Elle ne peut servir d'excuse à une remise en cause des progrès réalisés dans la lutte contre les violences faites aux femmes, dans l'accès aux droits et aux services en matière de santé sexuelle et reproductive, dans la protection de nos enfants. Parce que nous ne pouvons tolérer ce recul, nous organiserons en 2021 le Forum Génération Égalité. Je vous y donne rendez-vous pour porter ensemble la cause de l'égalité entre les femmes et les hommes. Enfin, notre rôle est d'empêcher qu'à la faveur de cette crise, qui est bien plus qu'une crise sanitaire, de nouveaux seuils soient franchis dans la brutalisation du monde. Le Conseil de sécurité a pris en compte très tôt l'effet déstabilisateur des pandémies. Il l'avait déjà fait en 2000 avec le VIH et de nouveau en 2014 et 2018 avec Ebola. C'est pourquoi, à l'occasion de la pandémie de Covid-19, nous avons porté avec la Tunisie la résolution 2532, adoptée à l'unanimité par le Conseil de sécurité le 1er juillet 2020 en soutien à l'appel du secrétaire général à un cessez-le-feu global. Je tiens à saluer à cet égard les femmes et les hommes déployés dans les opérations des Nations Unies qui ont continué, malgré les difficultés, à se mobiliser pour défendre la paix, mais aussi lutter contre la Covid-19. Voilà les quelques convictions que je voulais partager avec vous aujourd'hui, en vous souhaitant un bon travail, en nous souhaitant à tous de continuer à avancer et à sortir encore plus unis et plus forts de cette pandémie. Je vous remercie.
I wish to thank the President of the French Republic for the statement he just made, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela to introduce an address by the head of state.
Señora Vicepresidenta, Excelencias, tengo el honor de presentar el discurso pregrabado del Presidente de la República Bolivariana de Venezuela, Excelentísimo Señor Nicolás Maduro Moros, en ocasión del 31º periodo extraordinario de sesiones de la Asamblea General sobre la respuesta integral a la pandemia de la COVID-19. Muchas gracias.
Señor Presidente, permítanme extender nuestro agradecimiento por la organización de esta importante cumbre presidencial en el marco de nuestra Asamblea General de la Organización de Naciones Unidas, relativa a la respuesta mundial para atender esta crisis humana desencadenada por el coronavirus. Asimismo, quiero agradecer al Movimiento de Países No Alineados por promover este periodo extraordinario de sesiones en medio de circunstancias tan cruciales para la humanidad. Aprovecho la ocasión igualmente para rendir tributo a las más de 1.300.000 almas que en medio de esta inédita circunstancia perdieron la batalla contra esta enfermedad. Por ellas debemos comprometernos para mejorar los sistemas de salud y que estos sean verdaderamente públicos y de calidad para todos y todas. De igual forma, vaya nuestro reconocimiento y agradecimiento al ejército de profesionales de la salud, científicos y a todo el personal que ha hecho gala de la entrega y el sacrificio en esta lucha por la salud y la vida. También nos valemos de esta oportunidad para reconocer el papel de liderazgo de la Organización Mundial de la Salud, la OMS. Señor Presidente, luego de muchos meses en el que el mundo se ha visto sorprendido por la emergencia sanitaria de esta pandemia, la peor en los últimos 100 años, lo cual ha sacado a relucir, como todos sabemos, grandes vulnerabilidades, no solo de los países en desarrollo, sino también de los países más ricos y poderosos del planeta. Se ha demostrado en esta etapa que el multilateralismo es la respuesta coordinada, que la solidaridad y la cooperación deben recobrar su papel que un día tuvieron como guía y rector de las relaciones internacionales entre los países del mundo, que sin embargo hoy pretende ser invisibilizada por el aislacionismo, el supremacismo y el egoísmo de unas minorías poderosas que como élites dictan políticas desde los países poderosos del mundo. En Venezuela hemos dado una respuesta al COVID-19 que ha estado signada por la gallardía, la heroicidad de miles de mujeres y hombres, quienes bajo la dirección unificada de las instituciones del Estado y del Gobierno Nacional, aún en medio de una agresión criminal y de amenazas permanentes que hay contra Venezuela, han sabido poner todos los recursos humanos y materiales de los que dispone nuestra patria para servir al pueblo con entrega, disciplina, conciencia y mucho amor. A la fecha se han confirmado poco más de 100.000 casos positivos en nuestro país. de los cuales el 95% se ha recuperado exitosamente, habiendo perdido la batalla con poco menos de 900 personas fallecidas, lo que coloca la tasa de mortalidad de Venezuela en 0.87%, que quizás es una de las más bajas en nuestra región y en el mundo. Gracias a nuestra política solidaria, humana, de atención hospitalaria integral, se ha logrado atender a más del 98% de las personas contagiadas con el coronavirus, que han sido tratados de manera gratuita, con todas sus medicinas garantizadas. Sin lugar a duda, estamos viviendo tiempos de solidaridad. Tienen que ser tiempos de paz, de cooperación, de dignidad humana. Sin embargo, a pesar de estas duras circunstancias para el mundo, algunos países poderosos del norte han continuado en su política de politizar la pandemia y la han convertido en una oportunidad adicional para imponer sus intereses hegemónicos a través de la agresión económica, comercial, financiera, el criminal bloqueo y persecución económica que hay contra Venezuela, que nos han congelado más de 40.000 millones de dólares, patrimonio del pueblo venezolano, en bancos de Estados Unidos y de Europa, y se nos impide acceder a cuentas para pagar las medicinas que necesita nuestro pueblo, a las fuentes primarias de medicina, a equipos, insumos médicos, a la compra de combustibles, a la compra de insumos para producir combustibles, a alimentos y muchos otros servicios básicos afectados por esta persecución criminal que se da desde Estados Unidos hacia Venezuela. Es hora de que las grandes potencias cedan y levanten estas criminales medidas, más aún si tenemos en cuenta su ilegal aplicación. Señor presidente, resaltamos la importancia de que la vacuna o las vacunas contra el coronavirus deben ser declaradas por esta Organización de Naciones Unidas y por la Organización Mundial de la Salud como bienes públicos de beneficio global. Esta pandemia solo será derrotada a través de una respuesta conjunta de la humanidad, a partir de la ciencia. Venezuela ha iniciado los protocolos ante la Organización Mundial de la Salud para certificar la molécula DR10, descubierta recientemente en nuestro país, que tiene propiedades curativas contra el virus del COVID-19, y convocamos a las naciones a una alianza para su producción masiva una vez sea avalada. La solidaridad y la unión de los pueblos es el arma más poderosa contra el coronavirus, y es nuestra responsabilidad con la historia y con las próximas generaciones no desaprovechar esta oportunidad para lograr un mundo mejor para todos y para todas. Señor presidente, muchas gracias.
I wish to thank the President of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela for the statement just made, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Philippines to introduce an address by the head of state.
Madam Vice President, I have the honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement of His Excellency Rodrigo Roa Duterte, President of the Republic of the Philippines.
Mr. President, COVID-19 pandemic has exposed the fragility of our societies and institutions. Our immediate responses were necessary, yet have driven our societies apart. When everyone needs the same limited resources, the compulsion to resort to a zero-sum approach is amplified. Yet this pandemic demands the opposite response: enhanced cooperation. Our first priority is to strengthen the capacity of health systems. Without a cure and a vaccine, we can only delay the spread of the disease while we reopen our economies. Life-saving services and products must be made accessible to the most vulnerable, the most to the least. Philippines reiterates the call for universal access for safe and effective COVID-19 vaccines and technologies. If any country is excluded by reason of poverty or strategic unimportance, this gross injustice will haunt the world for a long time. It will completely discredit the values upon which the United Nations were founded. We cannot let this happen. No one is safe unless everyone is safe. The Philippines strongly supports global medical and scientific initiatives forged at the WHO. This includes the ACT Accelerator, the COVAX facility, and the CTAP. Together with our brothers in ASEAN and the non-aligned movement, the Philippines supports a global health agenda with adequate resourcing and policy space for WHO. The Philippines will do its part. We will contribute to the pooling of global resources and help other countries without preconditions. Our collective initiatives in the UN and other multilateral frameworks are our best chance to defeat COVID-19. Mr. President, the challenges posed by the pandemic go beyond health and economy. In many parts of the world, the pandemic has worsened the threats to peace and security. The lawless weaponized this health crisis. They crippled the state's ability to respond. They leave COVID-19 to wreak its worst on the population. This is an inconvenient truth, but one that we must face head on. The Philippine support of Secretary General's report for global ceasefire is most welcome and appreciated. The Philippines wants to ensure the swift and unimpeded provision of medical care for all Filipinos, especially the most vulnerable. Yet combating terrorism is just as urgent as now, as it was before the pandemic. In my country, this fight is about protecting life while reserving the democratic values we have restored without violence. Mr. President, the end of this pandemic is still difficult to see. Yet the broad outlines of the horizon are breaking through. It is never too early to think of a bouncing back strategy. The Philippines aims for a comprehensive and inclusive recovery with no one left behind. We are using all available socioeconomic instruments to protect our hard-won gains in development. Our recovery plan is built on solid macroeconomic and fiscal fundamentals with a funding allocation equivalent to 9.1% of GDP. Let us seize this opportunity to establish a new normal, using lessons from the crisis. Lockdowns have forced us to take full advantage of technology and innovation. It has sped up the adoption of e-commerce, e-learning, video conferencing, and artificial intelligence. Inadvertently, this pandemic has opened greener and more resilient pathways to growth and development. It has also laid bare how interconnected our societies have become. Now is the time to further strengthen our networks of solidarity and cooperation. Mr. President, the time is now for greater collective courage, meaningful actions to see the end of this pandemic. With the path clear, we see how far we can go working with each other and how much we can achieve when we act not as separate nations, but one humanity. There is simply no other way for our United Nations. Thank you.
I wish to thank the President of the Republic of the Philippines for the statement just made, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Nauru to introduce an address by the head of state.
Madam Vice President, Excellencies and colleagues, it is my great honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement of His Excellency Lionel Ruben Engamia, President of the Republic of Nauru.
Mr. President, it is an honor for me to address this special session of the General Assembly in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. We solemnly acknowledge the recent increased cases around the world and the attendant loss of lives. We stand in solidarity with those countries that continue to suffer from the pandemic. Amidst this global crisis, I am pleased to share with this august body that Nauru still remains COVID-free by the grace of God. I take this opportunity to share our experiences of why this government has been successful in keeping the virus away from the shores of Nauru, thus ensuring the health and safety of our population, and also share those challenges we continue to face as we grapple with the global pandemic. If there is a key message from Nauru's experience, it is the need for a strong, collective and multilateral response to help pave the way forward to finding solutions toward mitigating the pandemic and its knock-on effects on the economy, the safety and the well-being of our people and our environment. We'll look to a robust United Nations to do this work effectively, and we need a United Nations that is fit for purpose, responsive, and works with the big and the small. Nauru's historical experience is our key to surviving this pandemic. We heeded the lessons of the past that an outbreak in one part of the world can produce a catastrophic and devastating effect on our tiny country if we do not act quickly. We are not immune to outbreaks even though we are geographically isolated from other countries. Nauru had expressed its concerns with WHO leadership at the outset of the pandemic. We found it slow in declaring the global pandemic, thus delaying needed action. After WHO's declaration, this government declared a state of national disaster for the management and preparedness of COVID-19, and today we still remain under this state of national disaster. Mr. President, the work of the UN is important to Nauru, and we see the relevance of the UN's assistance in completing our work on the ground. At the same time, we also see the need to improve coordination and engagement with smaller countries like Nauru. The pandemic has further exposed the weakness of multi-country office in our region and underlined the disconnect between the ideal of a coordinated regional response and the reality of meeting the needs of smaller and more vulnerable states in our region. We emphasize that in times of crisis, access to resources for support in a timely manner is critical to ensure the effectiveness of a response mechanism. To that end, we look forward to the early establishment of a new multi-country office in the Federated States of Micronesia as a positive step towards a robust, coordinated response with targeted support from the UN development system to the small islands developing states in the North Pacific. Nauru's success in keeping the virus from our shores is our capture and contain policy. This government took proactive steps to enact national laws to support the necessary new policies and measures to deal with the pandemic. We created a national COVID task force to ensure that our response are coordinated and the coherent taking of a whole-of-government approach, working with the private sector, civil society, and the community at large. We took measures to secure our borders by implementing travel restrictions with quarantine protocols, while at the same time having an open and controlled border policy in place. Our COVID task force is mandated to manage the national quarantine facilities for incoming passengers who are traveling in on our national airline, which has reduced its operations to every 2 weeks in response to the pandemic and the nationwide travel restrictions in place. We have used the borders of other countries as a bulwark to ensuring we have additional safeguards in place. The border restrictions in place require passenger coming to Nauru to undertake a mandatory PCR test for COVID-19, 72 hours prior to travel, and to show proof of a negative test to be able to board. Incoming passengers are quarantined for 5 days in a contained and secured location. On the first day of quarantine, the passengers undertake a PCR test done by doctors and will be strictly quarantined in their allocated rooms until the test results are received and hopefully return as negative. On the 5th day, passengers undergo another PCR test, and if results are negative, they are then released. Nauru has robust testing equipment in place made available by one of our key partners, the Republic of China, Taiwan. Australia, the US, Japan, New Zealand, and India also played a critical role in our efforts to prevent COVID from reaching our shores. Today, we have the capability to carry out COVID tests on our own and in country. This is a key milestone achieved within months of the pandemic. We have also seen improvement and have benefited from WHO's advisory role in the nature of the virus. As a small island development state, we have little to no means nor the capacity to participate in the research of the virus, but we have remained vigilant to keep up with WHO's latest information. This has helped shed some understanding on the nature of the virus and has proven useful to the National COVID Task Force. Science-based policy is critical to ensuring that our capture and contain policy remains effective. Nauru commends those countries who are working towards a vaccine to combat the virus, and we wish you all the success in making it a reality for the global community in the near future. We look to our partners to make this vaccine available to all SIDS. Mr. President, this government launched its Desperate Imagination vision and plans during a pre-COVID world. The vision is one of innovative thinking towards a financially sustainable and resilient Nauru. While we have confidence in our vision and our plans, we cannot access the financial resources to actually implement them. We call on the need for a global financial system that is responsive to the needs of developing countries like Nauru, and to partner with us through this pandemic and beyond to help build a more resilient and sustainable future. The impact of COVID-19 has further amplified our vulnerabilities, and climate change continues to be an existential threat for some and remains the single greatest threat to humanity. We are uncertain of what the future holds for countries like ours, but it is clear that we need a multilateral response to take urgent and bold actions today. Sustainability of our nations and our people must always be front of mind now and always. In closing, I wish to thank all our donor partners for their valuable support, and we look forward to your continued partnership during these difficult times. Matavaka.
I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Nauru for the statement just made, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Dominican Republic to introduce an address by the Vice President.
Excelentísimo señor Presidente, es para mí un honor presentar en su primera intervención ante esta Asamblea General el discurso pregrabado de la excelentísima señora Raquel Peña, Vicepresidenta de la República Dominicana, en el marco de esta sesión especial sobre el COVID-19, la cual reviste gran importancia por la situación actual que vivimos en medio de esta terrible pandemia. Muchas gracias.
Tengan todas y todos muy buen día. Es un honor para mí dirigirme a ustedes en representación del excelentísimo señor Presidente de la República Dominicana, Luis Abinader, y en mi calidad de Vicepresidenta Constitucional de mi país y Coordinadora del Gabinete de Salud, aprovechando para agradecer la invitación a participar en esta Asamblea General en una edición sin precedente ante la pandemia del COVID-19, un adversario que amenaza la salud de nuestros ciudadanos, la estabilidad de nuestras economías y el desarrollo de nuestros pueblos. En la República Dominicana hemos trabajado en la fase de mitigación del virus, consiguiendo un descenso en la curva de contagios, la tasa de positividad y la de letalidad, además de cifras muy alentadoras con respecto a la ocupación hospitalaria. Los resultados conseguidos están estrechamente relacionados con la ejecución del Plan Estratégico de Preparación y Respuesta para la enfermedad del COVID-19, desarrollado por la OMS y la OPS. En nuestro país, desde que asumimos las riendas del gobierno, hemos prestado especial atención a la comunicación de riesgos y participación de la comunidad y a los laboratorios nacionales, pilares 2 y 5 del plan estratégico. A través de alianzas con los grupos comunitarios y los ayuntamientos a nivel nacional, se han llevado a cabo cerca de 900 jornadas de educación, prevención y aplicación de pruebas diagnósticas, pudiendo realizar alrededor de 70,000 pruebas COVID-19 y entregar más de 25,000 kits de medicamentos y equipos de protección personal. Asimismo, nuestro laboratorio nacional está en la capacidad de procesar hasta 10,000 pruebas diarias, ya que nuestro gobierno se ha encargado de dotarlo de todos los insumos, equipamiento y recursos humanos necesarios para ello, pues entendemos la importancia de la detección y el diagnóstico durante esta fase de mitigación. La crisis económica derivada de la pandemia deja a los países múltiples aprendizajes. A nivel comercial, nos revela la importancia de la interconectividad de nuestras economías y la relevancia de entender el cambio que han vivido nuestras empresas en términos de transición tecnológica, además de los retos que enfrentan estos a nivel financiero y tributario, razón por la cual hemos tomado medidas de incentivo para apoyar a productores y comerciantes nacionales a los fines de incentivar el consumo local, el consumo de lo nuestro. Es importante destacar que a sabiendas de que cada país ha experimentado situaciones distintas en torno a un problema común, teniendo en cuenta que algunas economías son más resilientes que otras, la integración y la cooperación entre países es fundamental en este momento y por ello hemos estado en constante comunicación con otros estados, buscando colaborar unos con otros. El intercambio de conocimiento tecnológico entre naciones es útil en la búsqueda de avances científicos para mejorar las condiciones de vida de la humanidad. Desde la República Dominicana resaltamos la importancia de iniciativas de esta índole que vayan en pro del desarrollo sostenible durante esta crisis sanitaria y que nos brinden herramientas para la recuperación de nuestras economías hacia el logro de los objetivos comunes y levantar un mundo mejor tras la pandemia. Muchísimas gracias y que Dios los bendiga.
I wish to thank the Vice President of the Dominican Republic for the statement just made, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Luxembourg to introduce an address by Head of Government.
Madame la Vice-Présidente, j'ai l'honneur d'introduire la déclaration préenregistrée en anglais du Premier ministre du Luxembourg, M. Xavier Bettel, au nom de 63 États du groupe des Amis des enfants et des objectifs du développement durable, suivie d'une déclaration en français dans sa capacité nationale.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, dear colleagues, I address you today on behalf of members of the group of friends of children and the Sustainable Development Goals. Since 2015, we are committed to advocating for child rights, child well-being, and meaningful child participation in UN intergovernmental processes and beyond. Today, we are all faced with the COVID-19 pandemic. If we do not act swiftly and decisively, we might witness the creation of a lost generation of children. Even before the onset of the pandemic,
We were not on track to achieve the SDGs by 2030. Programs to advance child rights through education, health, nutrition and protection systems did not reach all children. These realities were both exposed and exacerbated by COVID-19. Over 19% of children and youth globally, over 1.8 billion young people, were affected by school closures, with 463 million of those unable to access online and remote learning during this time. Over 18 million children will miss out on life-saving vaccinations this year due to disruptions in routine healthcare and fragile health systems that have been overwhelmed by the COVID-19 response. In addition, children already at risk of violence, exploitation and abuse find that they are cut off from key support services at the same time as they are suffering the additional physical and mental stress placed on the fragile households. This is especially acute for girls. In April of this year, the group of friends partnered with the European Union and a group of Latin American and Caribbean states to issue a joint statement on protecting the lives and rights of children. This statement received overwhelming support with 172 alignments from member states and permanent observers. However, words alone will not protect children's lives, rights, and futures. We must take urgent action to ensure that the COVID-19 crisis does not become a child rights crisis. To this end, I would like to highlight 3 key actions. First, in our immediate and longer-term COVID-19 response and recovery, we must commit to providing adequate financing to protect and promote child rights and well-being both in domestic budgets and through the mobilization of increased flows of external finance, including international development assistance. Investing in the services and systems that will keep our children learning, healthy and safe must be an integral feature of the COVID-19 response and recovery worldwide. Second, it is imperative that we engage with children and youth as stakeholders and solution creators, both at the UN as well as in the local and national planning and monitoring processes. Incorporating children's views and perspectives in the design and delivery of policies, programs and services adds to their sustainability and ultimately the achievement of the 2030 agenda. It is only by ensuring the meaningful participation of children that proceedings at the United Nations remain inclusive of and relevant to future generations whose lives are most at stake in achievements of the SDGs. Third, all of these efforts must be underpinned by our collective recommitment to achieve the SDGs and to combat the existential threat posed by climate change and environmental degradation. While COVID-19 may not have been directly caused by climate change, environmental degradation, including habitat and biodiversity loss, is a common underlying risk factor. Humanity has been on a collision course with nature for too long, and the emergence of this pandemic, coupled with our vulnerability to similar risk in the future, will only increase if we do not change course. Our medical researchers have now developed vaccines that will enable us to ultimately put an end to the COVID-19 pandemic. The effects of this pandemic, however, will likely be felt for years to come by this generation of children, particularly the poorest and the most vulnerable among them. We must come together as an international community to build a more resilient, more equal, and more empowered generation of children, a generation that will be best equipped to both face the challenges and harness the opportunities that the future will bring. Monsieur le Président, permettez-moi d'ajouter quelques mots à titre national. Le Luxembourg se réjouit des annonces concernant la mise au point de vaccins efficaces contre le coronavirus. Cela nous permet d'espérer que nous serons bientôt à même de venir à bout de cette terrible pandémie qui a déjà coûté la vie à 1,5 million d'êtres humains. Cette lueur d'espoir doit nous encourager à maintenir l'élan de solidarité et de coopération multilatérale. Pour réussir, nous devons être unis et surtout travailler ensemble. Dans cet espoir, mon pays, le Grand-Duché de Luxembourg, a contribué au Fonds central d'intervention d'urgence de l'ONU et au plan mondial de réponse humanitaire à la pandémie. Nous soutenons nos pays partenaires, en Afrique de l'Ouest notamment, pour les aider à renforcer leur système sanitaire. Nous avons aussi intensifié notre appui à l'OMS, qui reste la meilleure enceinte pour élaborer la réponse mondiale aux pandémies. Mais mon pays a augmenté aussi de 22% son soutien au Gavi, l'Alliance du vaccin. Et avec nos partenaires de l'Union européenne, nous participons aux efforts pour assurer un accès équitable partout dans le monde à des vaccins abordables contre le coronavirus. Le Luxembourg a décidé dans ce contexte de contribuer au mécanisme dit COVAX. La pandémie pourra, espérons-le, bientôt être contenue, mais son impact socio-économique continuera à se faire sentir. Certaines régions, comme l'Europe, ont pu prendre des mesures sans précédent pour relancer son économie. Pour d'autres régions, hélas, cela n'est pas possible. Sans action concertée en faveur de l'agenda 2030, nous courons le risque de voir les progrès des dernières années réduits à néant. Le Luxembourg, pour sa part, tient son engagement et continue de consacrer 1% de son revenu national brut à l'aide publique au développement. Chers amis, il est un peu partout et cette pandémie a fragilisé nos sociétés et a mis à mal la situation aussi des droits humains. L'utilisation du Covid-19 comme prétexte pour réduire l'espace civique et soumettre l'opposition politique ne peut être acceptée. La pandémie aura suspendu des mois durant beaucoup d'aspects de notre vie quotidienne, mais elle ne saura suspendre les valeurs qui sont au cœur des Nations Unies. Je vous remercie.
I wish to thank the Prime Minister, Minister of State, Minister for Communications and Media, and Minister for Religious Affairs of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg for the statement just made. And I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Tuvalu to introduce an address by the head of government.
Madam Vice President, Excellencies, I have the distinct honor to introduce the joint statement of the Pacific Islands Forum by His Excellency Kaushea Adano, Prime Minister of Tuvalu. Thank you.
Mr. President, Excellencies, I have the honor to address you all on behalf of the 14 member states of the Pacific Islands Forum with presence at the United Nations. As leaders of the Pacific Islands Forum and the Blue Pacific continent, which covers 1/3 of our planet's surface, we are determined to overcome old and new challenges that threaten our region. The COVID-19 pandemic presents an immediate and devastating threat to the Pacific and global community. We are deeply concerned about the rapidly worsening health, economic and social effects that COVID-19 has had across the globe. Our region is now faced with a three-pronged crisis: the impacts of COVID-19, the devastating effects of climate change and natural disasters, and the fragile economic health of the region as a consequence of its inherent vulnerabilities. We remain mindful of the interlinkages between these crises and that recovery measures will need to be designed in consideration of and in strong response to the three-pronged crisis. Our leaders place the health and well-being of the Pacific peoples and ocean as our greatest priority. Recognizing that COVID-19 poses significant pressures on health systems around the world, our region took bold actions to restrict its spread to and within our region, enforcing unprecedented containment measures resulting in 2/3 of our member states, remaining COVID-19 free, the only countries in the world to do so from the onset of the pandemic. While our measures have saved countless lives, they severely restricted our links to each other and the world, including the timely procurement and distribution of essential medical supplies that would support any consideration of reopening our Pacific borders. Furthermore, global responses measures to COVID-19 have had devastating socio-economic impacts on Pacific economies, affecting key drivers of growth, including the private sector, trade, tourism, remittances, and fishing license fees, to name a few. The Pacific region is now forecast to contract by an unprecedented 6.1% in 2020. As the pandemic rages on, existing inequalities are deepening and our vulnerable communities are being further marginalized. These circumstances have drawn our region even closer together to explore innovative, inclusive solutions to addressing COVID-19. Now more than ever, multilateralism is needed and must be the cornerstone of our regional and global efforts to combat the pandemic. The Pacific has a proud history of harnessing regionalism to address common issues, and we have continued that legacy by invoking the Beketava Declaration as one of many mechanisms to address the pandemic. In doing so, and under Tuvalu's leadership, our foreign ministers created the Pacific Humanitarian Pathway on COVID-19 pathway. The pathway developed 5 regional protocols to facilitate the transportation of critical medical and humanitarian supplies across the Pacific to assist our people. Our foreign and economic ministers maintain open dialogue, discussing and sharing approaches to addressing the harsh effects of the pandemic. We recall and reaffirm their statements on COVID-19 and urge the United Nations and development partners to support identified issues and assist with recovery efforts across the Pacific through well-coordinated efforts aligned with national and regional priorities and plans. We further acknowledge the need to ensure that the region's collective efforts and resources for alleviating the impact of COVID-19 are targeted towards the most vulnerable, in particular women and girls and persons with disabilities. As we look towards our recovery, investment in our health infrastructure is of paramount importance to secure our peoples from ongoing and future health crises. Our peoples deserve the highest quality health care, which is also affordable, accessible, and available to all. We commended the efforts around the globe to develop safe and affordable treatments and vaccines for COVID-19. Our Pacific economies rely heavily on open borders for travel, trade, and business. Without treatment and a vaccine, which our people can trust to mitigate health concerns, devastating disruptions to our interdependent economies will continue unabated. The Pacific must have timely access to treatment and a vaccine that is safe, affordable, and has been subject to stringent regulatory approval when it is developed. Within that context, we urge global leaders to support the equitable and affordable distribution of safe COVID-19 treatments and vaccines to all peoples of the world. We remain cognizant that climate change is the single greatest threat to the livelihoods, security, and well-being of peoples of the Pacific. Accordingly, we will maintain our collective advocacy, efforts, and ambitions to combat climate change. Despite the deferral of COP26 to November 2021, we reaffirm the findings of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, that based on the current rates, global warming is likely to reach 1.5 degrees Celsius by as early as 2030, unless urgent action is taken by the international community to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and abate the climate change crisis. We demand stronger mitigation action to put us on a 1.5 degrees Celsius pathway, including investment in low emissions technologies. We recognize 2020 as a milestone year for the Paris Agreement and urge that COVID-19 should not derail the global momentum and ambitions required by all parties to deliver on their Paris Agreement commitments. We call on the international community to recommit and urgently accelerate climate change action now, as called for in the Pacific Islands Forum Kainaki II declarations, and to ensure that all development, financing, and programming for COVID-19 align with the goals of the Paris Agreements and the 2030 Agenda. For the members of the Pacific Islands Forum, the call to action is clear. We must come out of this pandemic more unified, safe, and resilient as one blue Pacific continent, and indeed, as one blue planet. I thank you. Faftai.
I wish to thank the Prime Minister of Tuvalu for the statement just made, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Djibouti to introduce an address by the head of state.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, Excellences, distingués délégués. J'ai l'honneur d'introduire la déclaration du Président de la République, Son Excellence M. Ismaël Omar Guelleh, à l'occasion de la 31e session spéciale de l'Assemblée générale des Nations unies en réponse à la pandémie du coronavirus. Merci.
Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée générale, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Monsieur le Secrétaire général des Nations unies, Mesdames et Messieurs, permettez-moi d'emblée, Monsieur le Président, de vous féliciter pour l'organisation de cette session spéciale de l'Assemblée générale des Nations unies consacrée à l'examen approfondi des voies et moyens de poursuivre et d'améliorer la riposte mondiale contre la pandémie du Covid-19. Il est indispensable de donner une impulsion nouvelle à l'action de notre organisation et en tirer lucidement les conclusions pertinentes qui s'imposent pour reconstruire le monde en mieux et ne laisser personne de côté. Cette pandémie demeure un défi inédit qui confronte le monde à une crise globale sans précédent, présentant des aspects à la fois sanitaires, sociaux et économique. C'est avec une grave préoccupation que nous constatons que le Covid-19 continue d'avoir un impact durable sur les pays et remet en cause les gains obtenus en matière de développement de ces dernières décennies et compromet dangereusement la réalisation des objectifs de développement durable. Nous nous réjouissons de voir que la mise en œuvre par les Nations unies de programmes et plans de partenariats mondiaux solides a aidé les pays à disposer des biens et services nécessaires pour la prise en charge, le traitement et les soins en vue de combattre cette pandémie, mais aussi à surmonter les conséquences humanitaires et socio-économiques potentiellement catastrophiques que ce virus a occasionné. Monsieur le Président, nous apprécions le rôle de leadership décisif exercé par l'Organisation mondiale de la santé pour relever ces défis. Nous nous félicitons également des récentes informations encourageantes provenant du monde scientifique sur l'état des avancées thérapeutiques et des essais cliniques des vaccins candidats prometteurs réalisés à ce jour. Nous attendons avec grand intérêt les résultats des études approfondies actuellement en cours afin de déterminer qu'ils soient sûrs et efficaces. Nous soutenons l'initiative COVAX, cette nécessaire collaboration mondiale co-dirigée par l'Organisation mondiale de la santé pour un accès global et équitable aux vaccins contre le virus, ainsi que toutes les initiatives qui contribueront au développement d'outils collectifs de lutte et à leur distribution équitable. Nous réitérons l'initiative des pays qui appellent à déroger à certaines règles des dispositions de l'accord sur les droits de propriété intellectuelle de l'Organisation mondiale du commerce. Nous nous réjouissons de la revue à la hausse des engagements pris dans le cadre de l'initiative accélérateur ACT visant à accélérer l'accès équitable et juste aux outils de lutte contre le Covid-19 qui ont dépassé la barre de 5 milliards de dollars. Nous formons le vœu que le montant restant supplémentaire sera rapidement levé d'ici à la fin de ce mois. Monsieur le Président, cette pandémie aura révélé en République de Djibouti, comme ailleurs, nos capacités à nous rassembler pour procéder, nonobstant des ressources limitées, à l'élaboration d'une riposte. Djibouti a en premier lieu, comme acte fondateur de ces actions et dans l'attente d'un soutien multilatéral, mobiliser ses propres ressources. Ainsi, un engagement et une mobilisation de la communauté nationale dans sa totalité a facilité la création d'un fonds de solidarité nécessaire au financement, à l'organisation et à l'exécution de la riposte initiale face à la pandémie. Ce fonds de solidarité aura permis d'installer ce dispositif gratuit pour tous, accessible sur tout le territoire national, sans distinction de nationalité, et ont intégré les populations migrantes ou réfugiées. Depuis 16 semaines, aucun décès n'est à déplorer, ni des hospitalisations en soins intensifs notifiés. Permettez-moi, Monsieur le Président, que grâce soit ici rendue aux milliers de soignants, civils ou militaires, qui ont en République de Djibouti, comme partout dans le monde, mérité de leur communauté par leur dévouement et leur engagement de tout instant. La gratuité de nos dispositifs dans le contexte actuel, sans discrimination aucune, nous conforte dans notre objectif d'atteindre en République de Djibouti un taux d'adhésion à la couverture santé universelle de 100%, cette pandémie qui éprouve à chaque instant, outre le système de santé de nos nations, nos capacités de cohésion, d'empathie et de résilience, se présente clairement devant nous comme ce révélateur inattendu de la communauté internationale, de ce que nous sommes, de notre aptitude à la solidarité, à l'élan collectif, au bien de tous. La nature exceptionnelle de la menace que représente la pandémie exige une réponse commune tout aussi exceptionnelle. L'incertitude sur le plan sanitaire et économique qu'elle pose ne peut être levée par des demi-mesures et des hésitations. Elle exige la mobilisation de tous et le déploiement d'une riposte globale d'une ampleur exceptionnelle. Il nous faut nous y atteler toute urgence. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
I wish to thank the President and Head of Government of the Republic of Djibouti for the statement just made, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Belize to introduce an address by the Head of Government.
Thank you, Madam President. I have the honor to introduce a pre-recorded statement by His Excellency Mr. John Briceño, Prime Minister of Belize, in his capacity as the chair of the Alliance of Small Island States, AOSIS. I thank you.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, there are periods in our history that cast long shadows which remain etched in our minds. Already 2020 has become such a point in our history. This COVID-19 pandemic has engulfed all nations. Lives have been lost, economies upended, and development stalled. In 2015, the international community adopted a bold 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda a renewed approach for financing that agenda, and a climate agreement on limiting global warming to 1.5. For small island developing states, SIDS, we had the wind in our sails, having in 2014 secured international support for the third framework for sustainable development in SIDS. We too were confident in the future. Then came COVID-19. Immediately, AOSIS joined many of the initiatives and resolutions in the UN on the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic and the subsequent calls for unity and solidarity. We did this because we know that a crisis of this magnitude can only be overcome by collective purpose and goodwill. Today, we reiterate our call for solidarity to all nations and people. We join the Secretary General's call to the G20 nations to waive sanctions imposed on countries and call upon the international community to adopt urgent and effective measures to eliminate the use of unilateral coercive economic measures. We also wish to ensure fair, transparent, equitable, and timely access to the distribution of essential medical supplies. We call for new diagnostics, drugs, and future COVID-19 vaccines with a view to making them available to all those in need, in particular in developing countries, as stated in Resolution 74-274, which was adopted by consensus by the General Assembly. It is well documented that countries in special situations find themselves in an unimaginable and unenviable position during this crisis. Despite our best efforts on the exhaustion of all available resources, the COVID-19 global lockdown has forced small island developing states to our knees. Our health systems are struggling. There are no prospects for short-term recovery for our economies, leaving our people to face an uncertain future. We need your support and tangible, measurable action. But in the present circumstances, we need a new compact with SIDS that more effectively addresses our vulnerability and exposure to risk. As SIDS, it seems that our limited resources are constantly chasing behind building resilient societies and addressing emergency situations. But the times are rare when they can serve both masters. Our development gains are at constant risk of erosion. Before COVID-19, SIDS clamored for better treatment and reiterated time and again that our income levels have disguised our inherent vulnerabilities. COVID-19 didn't place SIDS in a difficult situation. It exposed the situation that exists in SIDS. If anything, this pandemic has made our situation more urgent. At the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, our countries amplified our advocacy for access to grants and concessional financing. There was just no way that we could meet the cost of safeguarding our health systems, providing social safety nets for our citizens, and continue to meet our financial obligations. SIDS just didn't have the liquidity needed to meet these competing duties. We did what we could. We repurposed where possible and borrowed when we could ill afford it. But now, the situation grows more urgent. The existing resources in SIDS are about to dry up, and the debtors are waiting by the door. We therefore continue to call for an overhaul of the international financial system to address our challenges of indebtedness, limited fiscal space, and vulnerability to market volatility. To have emerged out of this pandemic without tangible changes to the international financial system to enable vulnerable countries access to resources they so desperately need would be a complete loss. This is a critical moment to galvanize our commitments to collective action so that the most vulnerable countries can catch our breath as our economies are choked by the socio-economic impacts of this crisis. In these times of multiple crises, it would seem that we have already lost the battle. Yet, some continue to belligerently advocate for outdated metrics and archaic systems that not only predates this crisis, but is also detached from the reality on the ground. SIDS have long been advocates for sustainable development and building resilience. Climate change is an imperative like no other. And unless and until we seriously address it, some of our countries will cease to exist while others will face overwhelming odds at survival. We can no longer equivocate on a firm collective call for robust, urgent action to align COVID recovery, climate action, and sustainable development. Moreover, COVID-19 reminds us that human health and planetary health are inextricably linked. This is a human imperative driven by science, demanded by future generations, and fortified by international law, most recently reaffirmed in the Paris Agreement and the 2030 Agenda. Rolling over for business as usual would be a gross dereliction of our collective responsibility to humanity. There is no question that we would be on the right side of history if we were to operationalize the resounding call for ambitious climate action through urgent and aggressive mitigation measures and comprehensive adaptation by enhancing resilience. For SIDS, and equally so for all nations, survival is not negotiable. Now, more than ever, all of us have to reaffirm and fully implement our commitments in the Paris Agreement and the UNFCCC. This pandemic met us unprepared as countries and as a global community of nations. These are undoubtedly trying times for families, for nations, and for the UN. Of course, we hold to the fundamental belief that there is nothing more resilient than the human spirit and our desire to overcome adversity. We also know that with bold actions, we will overcome. Thank you.
I wish to thank the Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment of Belize for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Canada to introduce an address by the head of government.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. It's my great honor to introduce the Right Honorable Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister of Canada, who will be delivering a pre-recorded message. Thank you very much.
Bonjour tout le monde. Au cours des derniers mois, nos pays ont été confrontés à une pandémie mondiale qui menace la santé et la sécurité de nos citoyens. Cette crise a aussi eu des impacts sur nos économies, notamment celle d'augmenter les inégalités au sein de nos sociétés et entre les pays. Nous devons en tirer des leçons si nous voulons créer un monde meilleur et plus juste pour nous tous. Job one remains defeating COVID-19. And to end this pandemic anywhere, we have to end it everywhere. We need a united global effort that ensures that everyone has equitable access to a potential vaccine. Canada understands this, and it's why we joined many of you in launching and supporting the ACT initiative, as well as providing significant funding for COVAX. With this assistance, we're making sure that low and middle-income countries will have access to a vaccine when it's available. This is a part of Canada's contribution to help others, while we also ensure that we're procuring vaccines for our own citizens. Of course, our collaboration can't end at distributing a vaccine. The pandemic has taught us difficult lessons about inequality, both at home and between countries. So far, advanced economies have spent over 20% of their GDP to support their citizens during the pandemic. Developing economies, though, could only afford 8% in spending, while for the poorest economies, that number was just 2%. These inequities must be addressed. That's why Canada has been working together with UN Secretary-General Guterres and Jamaican Prime Minister Andrew Holness to find new ways of financing for development. We stand ready to work with our partners and to help countries deal with unsustainable debt, recover and rebuild from this global crisis. We cannot let the most vulnerable be left behind. The pandemic has widened inequities and exacerbated humanitarian situations. Canada is stepping up by increasing our international assistance, and we're making a special effort to respond to humanitarian crises. We remain committed to working through institutions like the UN Peacebuilding Commission to help prevent conflicts. J'ai parlé du fait qu'il faut travailler ensemble pour vaincre la COVID-19 et de la façon dont nous pouvons créer un monde plus juste. Mais il n'est pas possible de bâtir un avenir meilleur sans aussi s'attaquer à l'une des plus grandes menaces qui pèsent sur notre bien-être collectif, les changements climatiques, qui menacent notre santé, notre avenir économique et notre planète. Dans le cadre de notre relance économique, on doit investir pour réduire les émissions, bâtir des économies plus propres et créer de bons emplois pour la classe moyenne. Ici au Canada, nous relevons ce défi. Voilà pourquoi nos mesures pour lutter contre la COVID-19 tiennent compte des changements climatiques. On a aussi uni nos efforts à ceux de l'Argentine pour procéder à un examen conjoint des subventions aux combustibles fossiles. Et le mois dernier, on a présenté un nouveau projet de loi ambitieux sur la carboneutralité d'ici 2050. Ce ne sont là que quelques-unes des mesures qu'on prend pour faire en sorte qu'on puisse tous vivre sur une planète saine où nos enfants seront en sécurité. Right now, we all need to recognize the role we play in building a better global community. Canada believes that the United Nations can continue to be a driving force in fostering stronger multilateralism within the international community. Together, we can defeat COVID-19 and tackle climate change. We can address global inequities and build a better world where no one is left behind. Merci.
I wish to thank the Prime Minister of Canada for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Zimbabwe to introduce an address by the head of state.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is my great pleasure and honor to introduce His Excellency Dr. Emmerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, to present his pre-recorded statement.
Your Excellency, Mr. Volkan Bozkır, President of the 31st Special Session of the General Assembly. Your Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Heads of Delegations, ladies and gentlemen, this special session is being convened when the world is going through unprecedented and trying times. However, it is most opportune to strengthen global multilateralism as we step up fight against the COVID-19 pandemic and chart the path to future recovery. Mr. President, Zimbabwe welcomes the adoption of resolutions by the General Assembly aimed at addressing various aspects of the pandemic. We particularly commend the resolution on comprehensive and coordinated responses to COVID-19, which strongly urge states to refrain from promulgating and applying unilateral economic, financial, or trade measures and sanctions. In our case, these sanctions are detrimental to the positive strides my government is making towards our national development aspirations. Furthermore, sanctions hamper the full enjoyment of basic human rights by our people, including the right to health and the right to development. It is essential that we devote our collective and urgent efforts to intensify international cooperation to contain, mitigate, and defeat the pandemic. The exchange of information, scientific knowledge, and the best practices remain key. COVID-19 vaccines and remedies as a global public good must be accessible by all nations. Our measures to mitigate, respond, and recover from the pandemic should equally consider vulnerable groups in our societies. Your Excellencies, the COVID-19 pandemic has provided the world the chance to strengthen the global health security mechanisms. The World Health Organization must be supported to address gaps in pandemic preparedness in the context of enhancing multilateralism. Alive to the requirements of the present decade of action, there is need to accelerate the alignment of our country plans and investments with the 2030 agenda in a post-COVID-19 world. I thank you.
I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Italy to introduce an address by the head of government.
Mr. President, I have the honor and the pleasure to introduce the pre-recorded statement of His Excellency Giuseppe Conte, Prime Minister of Italy. I thank you.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, the year that is about to end has been the most challenging of our time. COVID-19 has disrupted our lives and is still provoking unprecedented effects on our social and economic systems. The health crisis, in its most dramatic moments, has exposed the vulnerabilities of our interconnected world. It has questioned the sustainability of globalization, highlighted economic and social inequalities, given space to the polarization of politics. We commend the decision to hold this special session of the General Assembly. Our voices and collective engagement must be heard just now, more than ever. We cannot miss the opportunity to lead the way towards a new beginning, based on a more intense international cooperation and on a new spirit of solidarity. Italy strongly believes in multilateralism, with the United Nations at its core. We have now, altogether, the responsibility to improve global governance and make international cooperation truly effective to serve our people and give hope to all. Let's go back to basics. Let's focus on effective, coordinated strategies on what is truly relevant for the lives of the people. Let's start by strengthening global health governance and the leading role of the World Health Organization. Italy was the first Western country to be hit by the pandemic. We had to develop a new method of crisis management, putting our citizens right to health first. Italy was also among the first to understand the crucial importance of international cooperation and also to propose a multilateral and multidimensional approach to the pandemic. We promoted the ACT Accelerator, the most important multilateral platform to ensure universal and equitable access to diagnostics, therapeutics, and the vaccine. They are common public goods, and they must be available to all. We must continue to support the accelerator and urgently close its financial gap. Italy has also contributed to the COVAX facility. We must support the most vulnerable countries. We are all connected. So far, we have achieved notable results in supporting those countries, also by providing relief on the issue of debt. However, we are conscious that there is still a vast amount of efforts to scale up. As a G20 presidency, we commit to work with all the involved stakeholders. The worsening living conditions in many conflict-affected countries are increasing the suffering of the civilian population and fueling social unrest. It is crucial to keep pushing belligerent parties to lay down their arms. Italy renews its support to the United Nations Secretary General's appeal for a global ceasefire. The impact of the pandemic on key value chains in the agro-food system is another reason of concern. Food security is a core priority for Italy. We look forward to the 2021 Food System Summit as an opportunity to engage each stakeholder on an effective plan to defeat hunger. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, while we continue to combat the virus and welcome the recent news on vaccine research, we must also look ahead to our future and to the future of younger generations. A sustainable, inclusive and resilient recovery must be built on a human rights-based approach, and we must leave no place for discrimination, marginalization, and social exclusion. We must strengthen social cohesion, and we must be at the center of our recovery effort. We must fight poverty and inequality, acting for the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. Just a few days ago, Italy has taken from Saudi Arabia the important responsibility of the presidency of G20. People, planet, and prosperity are at the center of our commitment. We want to promote a holistic approach based on the sustainability, innovation, equity, and solidarity. Our goal is to help restore the balance between people and nature and develop a cleaner, more equitable, and healthier world. In the framework of its G20 presidency, with a broader membership, Italy will host the Global Health Summit together with the European Commission. In partnership with the UK, Italy is already working towards a successful COP26, where youth will be at the core of the debate on the relationship between mankind and the environment. This is not the time to let divisions prevail. This is the time to act as one, a global community of intentions, to build back a better future. Thank you.
I wish to thank the President of the Council of Ministers of the Republic of Italy for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Republic of Korea to introduce an address by the head of government.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I now have the honor to introduce His Excellency Chung Se-kyun, Prime Minister of the Republic of Korea, who will deliver his pre-recorded statement.
의장님, 사무총장님과 각국 대표 여러분, 코로나19 겨울 대유행에 지구촌이 씨름하고 있습니다. 국제사회의 긴밀한 협조가 그 어느 때보다 절실한 시기에 개최된 근본 유엔 총회 특별회기를 함께하게 되어 뜻깊습니다. 올 한 해 국경을 빠르게 넘나드는 코로나 바이러스로 인해 평온했던 인류의 일상은 유례없는 위기를 맞고 있습니다. 어느 나라도 혼자만의 노력과 의지만으로 이 위기를 극복할 수 없다는 소중한 교훈도 얻었습니다. 이웃의 생존과 안녕 없이 나의 평화와 번영은 있을 수 없습니다. 이제는 국제사회가 인류 보편의 가치를 지키기 위해 75년 전 유엔이 출범했던 당시와 같이 다시 한번 연대와 협력의 힘을 발휘할 때입니다. 한국 국민들은 이웃과 함께 이 전례 없는 위기를 극복하고 있습니다. 국민 한 사람 한 사람이 기꺼이 방역의 주체가 되고 있습니다. 한국 정부는 개방성, 투명성, 민주성이라는 3대 원칙 하에 적극적으로 국민과 소통하며 자발적인 동참을 유도하고 있습니다. 드라이브스루, 생활치료센터, 전자출입명부 등 여러 창의적인 방안들도 신속히 시행하고 있습니다. 코로나19와의 전쟁이 끝날 때까지 한국은 그간의 방역 경험과 노하우를 모든 이웃 국가와 적극적으로 공유하며 공존을 위한 디딤돌을 함께 놓겠습니다. 그러나 코로나19의 거대한 위협으로부터 자유로워질 수 있는 가장 확실한 방법은 백신과 치료제의 개발입니다. 지금은 무엇보다도 단 한 명의 생명이라도 희생되지 않도록 전 세계가 백신과 치료제 개발을 위한 협력에 박차를 가해야 할 때입니다. 그 누구도 소외받지 않는 위기 극복을 위해서는 개발된 백신과 치료제에 대한 공평한 접근권이 보장돼야 합니다. 한국은 세계 백신 공급 메커니즘에 적극적으로 참여하고 있고 개도국 백신 지원을 위해서도 1천만 달러를 기여할 예정입니다. 한국에 본부를 둔 국제 백신 연구소를 통해서 국제사회의 백신 개발과 보급 노력에도 참여하고 있습니다. 팬데믹 시대에 인류를 위한 필수 공공재가 될 백신과 치료제가 조속히 개발되고 공평히 사용될 수 있도록 앞으로도 국제협력에 적극 동참하겠습니다. 코로나19로 인한 위기는 여성, 아동, 노인, 장애인 등 사회적 약자들에게 한층 더 가혹하며 개도국에 더 큰 고통을 안깁니다. 한국은 국제사회의 코로나19 대응을 위해 인도적 지원, 보건 역량과 시스템 강화, 중장기 경제, 사회적 영향 대응에 중점을 두고 어려움에 처한 국가들을 지원하고 있습니다. 이는 누구도 소외되지 않는 지속 가능 발전 목표 달성을 위해서도 중요합니다. 보건의료 ODA 규모를 확대하고 우리의 방역 모델을 현지 맞춤형으로 지원하는 코로나19 대응 ODA 추진 전략을 통해 국제사회의 코로나19 극복과 지속 가능 발전 목표 달성에 힘을 보태겠습니다. 각국 대표 여러분, 지금 각국의 코로나19 위기 대응은 전 세계인의 시계를 수십 년 전 과거로 되돌리는 위험을 초래하고 있습니다. 방역을 위한 국경 폐쇄와 글로벌 교류의 위축은 바이러스로 인한 고통을 한층 심화시키고 있고 양적 성장을 추구했던 기존 경제 체제는 오히려 불평등을 확대시키고 있습니다. 위기를 더 나은 회복의 기회로 삼자는 목소리가 세계 곳곳에서 높아지고 있습니다. 한국은 현재 위기를 새로운 도약의 계기로 삼기 위해 디지털 뉴딜, 그린 뉴딜과 지역 균형 뉴딜을 바탕으로 하는 한국판 뉴딜 정책을 추진하고 있습니다. 혁신 기술과 사람 중심의 가치를 접목하여 모두가 풍요로운 성장을 영위하는 포용 사회를 이뤄내는 한편 친환경 저탄소 경제로 성공적으로 전환하는 포스트 코로나 시대 성장의 모범이 되고자 합니다. 특히 한국은 내년 5월 P4G 정상회의 개최를 통해 그간 한국판 뉴딜의 성과를 공유하는 등 코로나를 극복하고 지속 가능한 미래의 번영을 이루기 위한 노력에 앞장서 나가도록 하겠습니다. 또한 코로나는 한 국가를 넘어선 지역 차원의 다자협력 필요성을 일깨워주고 있습니다. 문재인 대통령은 지난 9월 이곳 유엔에서 남북한을 포함한 동북아 영내 국가들이 함께하는 동북아시아 방역 보건 협력체를 제안한 바 있습니다. 영내 국가들이 함께 생명과 안전을 지키고 동북아 평화의 토대를 쌓아나가고자 하는 노력에 국제사회의 관심과 지지를 당부합니다. 여러분, 오늘의 뜻깊은 논의가 전 지구적 위기를 극복하고 미래의 희망을 싹틔우는 귀중한 이정표가 되기를 바랍니다. 한국은 책임 있는 국제사회의 일원으로서 더 나은 회복을 위한 인류 공동의 여정에 함께 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Korea for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Andorra to introduce an address by the head of government.
Monsieur le Président, j'ai l'honneur de présenter la déclaration préenregistrée de Son Excellence Monsieur Xavier Espot Zamora, chef du gouvernement de la Principauté d'Andorre. Merci.
Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le Secrétaire général, Mesdames et Messieurs, je souhaiterais tout d'abord remercier Son Excellence Monsieur Volkan Bozkır d'avoir organisé cette 31e session spéciale de l'Assemblée générale des Nations unies en réponse à la pandémie du Covid-19, afin que nous puissions partager nos expériences dans la lutte contre cette épidémie. Nous vivons aujourd'hui une crise mondiale sanitaire sans précédent à laquelle nous avons dû répondre de façon précipitée lors de la première vague. Nous avons dû improviser, puiser dans nos ressources sanitaires et économiques et faire appel à la solidarité nationale et internationale. L'organisation de la gestion et de la réponse à cette crise sanitaire a été un enjeu majeur pour la Principauté d'Andorre. La société andorrane s'est par ailleurs mobilisée et l'empathie, la solidarité et la responsabilité des citoyens de mon pays a été à la hauteur de cette crise. La deuxième vague de l'épidémie n'est cependant pas plus facile à gérer car la situation économique des pays est déjà fragilisée. En effet, nous assistons à un bouleversement de nos systèmes sanitaires extrêmement sollicités, mais aussi du tissu économique, social et humanitaire au niveau mondial. Cette situation requiert une réponse globale. J'aimerais saluer les diverses initiatives des Nations unies en réponse à cette crise, notamment le plan de réponse globale et humanitaire sur le Covid-19 et les appels du secrétaire général au cessez-le-feu mondial, à l'action humanitaire et à la lutte contre la violence envers les femmes et la violence domestique. Nous saluons également la création du Fonds des Nations unies pour la réponse au Covid-19. Nous soutenons par ailleurs pleinement le rôle primordial de l'Organisation mondiale de la santé que nous tenons à voir renforcé. En effet, seule une réponse coordonnée nous permettra d'être à la hauteur des enjeux provoqués par cette pandémie. Pour cela, il est essentiel que le résultat des recherches scientifiques, que les avancées en matière de protocoles de prévention, de l'accès aux médicaments, au matériel de protection et bien entendu aux vaccins soient universels. Nous ne pouvons en aucun cas permettre que seule une partie de la planète puisse avoir accès aux réponses de qualité. Il s'agit ici d'un défi mondial auquel nous devons tous faire face de façon solidaire et égale. Cette préoccupation l'est tant au niveau international que national. Nous nous devons d'être vigilants afin qu'au sein de nos pays, toutes les couches de population aient accès aux meilleurs soins de santé, aux meilleurs protocoles de prévention et, le moment venu, aux vaccins. Plus que jamais, nous ne devons laisser personne pour compte, mais au contraire, renforcer la cohésion sociale et l'égalité au sein de nos États et entre nos États. Monsieur le Président, le gouvernement de l'Andorre a fondé sa stratégie de réponse à la pandémie sur la prévention en instaurant très rapidement des protocoles de prévention et surtout en testant massivement sa population. Cette stratégie a été mise en place en avril et a débuté par des tests sérologiques des antigènes IgG et IgM, puis s'est poursuivie pendant l'été avec la réalisation massive de tests TMA et de dépistage de différents secteurs d'activité clés, ainsi que de tous les élèves et personnels présents dans les centres scolaires avant la rentrée des classes. Notre population étant restreinte, nous avons pu tester plus de 90% des enfants et adultes en milieu scolaire. De plus, un contrôle strict des personnes positives de tous leurs contacts a été mis en place. Certes, notre petite dimension nous permet ce contrôle extrêmement strict et efficace, mais il ne représente pas moins un effort humain et économique très important pour le pays. Notre économie dépend en effet largement du tourisme, secteur d'activité touché de plein fouet par cette épidémie. L'économie et le tissu entrepreneurial de l'Andorre a donc été particulièrement mis à mal. Il nous a donc fallu développer pour la première fois des aides directes aux entreprises, prendre en charge une partie des salaires des travailleurs dont l'activité avait été restreinte ou fermée à cause du Covid-19 ou mettre en place des crédits à taux zéro. Des subventions ont été créées ou augmentées. Le gouvernement a ainsi revu sa feuille de route pour la présente législature afin de préserver la cohésion sociale et éviter la paupérisation d'une partie de la société. Le gouvernement travaille également pour que la saison d'hiver en Andorre puisse avoir lieu dans des conditions sanitaires sûres. Des milliers de postes de travail en dépendent et fort heureusement, la dimension du pays peut permettre une activité touristique hivernale dans des conditions sanitaires adaptées et sûres. Par ailleurs, l'Andorre a également concentré ses efforts sur le maintien de l'éducation, de façon présentielle lorsque cela est possible, ou bien à distance. Le maintien d'une éducation de qualité est un défi auquel s'attelle le gouvernement. Celle-ci permet en outre de donner une stabilité aux enfants déjà soumis à des stress psychologiques importants en raison des restrictions sanitaires. Il me semble ici nécessaire de souligner l'importance que nous devons tous accorder au maintien de l'éducation et de la scolarisation, y compris des enfants présentant un handicap ou des enfants en situation plus vulnérable. L'éducation est sans doute un des secteurs que le Fonds de solidarité devra soutenir. Mesdames et messieurs, cette crise mondiale est loin d'être finie. Je souhaite réitérer mon appel à la solidarité internationale et je salue les initiatives mises en place pour alléger la dette des pays en développement. Les réponses à cette crise doivent être globales et durables. Il est urgent de reconstruire un modèle plus égalitaire et humain où le respect de l'environnement sera un facteur clé. La coopération multilatérale est indispensable pour que nous puissions dépasser cette crise et répondre à ses conséquences sanitaires, humaines et économiques. C'est ensemble que nous y parviendrons. Je vous remercie.
I wish to thank the head of government of the Principality of Andorra for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Croatia to introduce an address by the head of government.
Mr. Vice President, let me thank the President of the General Assembly, the Secretary General, the President of ECOSOC and the President of Azerbaijan for their inspiring opening remarks. Since one of statements delivered today might have been unclear at this point, let me clarify that there are 6 legal and equally legitimate successor states to the Socialist Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, Croatia being one of them. I have now the honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement by Andrej Plenković, Prime Minister of the Republic of Croatia.
Mr. President, all protocols observed. This special session of the General Assembly takes place at a pivotal moment in our fight against COVID-19 pandemics. I'm addressing you from home since I was tested positive for COVID-19 on Monday. The challenge we all face demonstrates the importance of global solidarity and multilateralism. For that reason, we believe it is crucial to preserve the central role of the World Health Organization as the leading authority and the guardian of global public health. Croatia firmly believes in the need for global joint approach in combating the pandemic, and we were pleased to take an active role as co-coordinators of the resolution Comprehensive and Coordinated Response to the Coronavirus Disease Pandemic. We also contributed in total €1 million to the UN COVID-19 Response and Recovery Multi-Partner Trust Fund and to the World Health Organization. Most of the world is still struggling with the pandemic, and we are grateful to the medical doctors, nurses, and other hospital services for their dedicated work. Croatia is no exception. Current rate of infections creates additional pressure on health systems in most of Europe and the Northern Hemisphere entering winter. On the positive side, having several vaccines ready to be approved and used gives us reason for optimism. Research teams and scientists should be highly commended for their tireless work and creativity. Our next challenge will be how to ensure equitable and timely access to the vaccine globally. Another priority is to ensure a coordinated and clear communication on the efficacy and safety of the vaccines, thus preventing the spread of false information. Mr. President, our response to this disease should include both helping the people, protecting their health and economic well-being, while at the same time protecting the planet. Therefore, we support the One Health approach as the new standard for overcoming this and preventing future pandemics. In our national and collective endeavors to build back better, the paradigm for action continues to be the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Paris Agreement. I would like to end my remarks by mentioning Croatian professor Andrija Štampar, one of the founders of the World Health Organization. He introduced the concept that national health and work on its advancement should be addressed to leaving no one behind. Building on his work, Croatia has established a long tradition of universal health coverage and public health. Based on that, we have paid special attention not only to the measures to save lives, but to help economic recovery. To inform our citizens, we set up a dedicated web page with all relevant information and links. We also launched a digital platform using artificial intelligence to advise people on the symptoms, as well as the Stop COVID-19 application, fully compliant with the EU regulation related to privacy. We will continue fighting COVID-19 together. Thank you.
I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Croatia for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Nepal to introduce an address by the head of government.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the distinct honor and privilege to introduce the pre-recorded video statement of Right Honorable Mr. K.P. Sharma Oli, Prime Minister of Nepal. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, and distinguished delegates. I thank you, Mr. President, for convening the special session on COVID-19 pandemic. With its unprecedented scope and speed, the pandemic has affected everyone, everywhere. The tragedy is unspeakable, with over 1.3 million lives lost and almost all societies, economies, and nations severely suffered. The present pandemic is not just a health emergency. It is a wake-up call against the widening inequality among and within the nations and humanities' failure to live in harmony with nature. Yes, we all are in the same firestorm. Some of us may think that we are well protected, but it is not so. All of us are in danger. The pandemic has taught us a precious lesson. This world is a small boat. We all are its passengers. We like it or not, we share the same fate. Mr. President, like any other countries, Nepal was not prepared for the crisis of this scale. However, we have deployed all political, economic, human, and technological resources at our disposal to contain the virus. We are guided primarily by the three objectives of strengthening of healthcare system, protecting people's lives, and building a sustainable and resilient recovery. Testing and treatment services are provided free of charge to the needy people. Necessary infrastructures, human and financial resources, and medical equipment are ensured to the health systems in federal, provincial, and local levels. Beginning from almost none, we extended PCR testing facility to 68 laboratories across the country. More than 70 hospitals have been designated as COVID-19 hospitals. We are moving ahead with the target of building hospitals with basic healthcare facilities in all 753 local levels. We developed total 48 sets of COVID-19 related protocols and guidelines. Rising public awareness about health protocols, safety and sanitation through social organizations, individuals, mass media, social media, and daily briefing by the Health Ministry have been particularly useful. Mr. President, Nepal commends the United Nations and in particular the WHO for their global coordination and leadership during the crisis. While we confront the challenges, a robust global response is a must to fend off this crisis. First and foremost, we must give a fresh lease of life to multilateralism. We need a revitalized multilateralism that is capable of tackling pressing challenges of our time, from poverty, hunger, and rising inequality to climate crisis and global pandemic. For this, we must choose a path of cooperation and solidarity, not solitary action. Second, the pandemic should not be used as a pretext for backtracking from international solidarity and commitments. Countries in a special situation stand in need of greater support to stabilize their economy, safeguard fiscal space, and tackle debt crisis. Third, while we are encouraged by the good news about vaccine, uncertainty looms large if this will be available for all. We commend the initiative of COVAX to ensure access to vaccines to all the rich and poor. The world will not be safe from the pandemic unless universal coverage of vaccine is ensured. When the entire humanity is in crisis, we strongly believe that life-saving vaccines cannot be the means of maximizing profit. They must be truly global public goods, affordable and accessible to all countries and all people. Finally, as we look to recover and rebuild better, our efforts must be aligned with the 2030 Agenda and the Paris Agreement. We must invest in health and social protection systems, invest in infrastructure and create jobs. National endeavors in this regard must be complemented by international support measures. The present crisis demands a genuine commitment to save lives and global unity to protect societies. Human civilizations have always endured devastating challenges and recovered better. We must not falter. We must act now and act as one community, one civilization, and one world. We must rebound better than ever, leaving no one behind. Thank you.
I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Nepal for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Iceland to introduce an address by the head of government.
Mr. Vice President, I have the honor and pleasure to introduce the pre-recorded statement by Her Excellency Ms. Katrín Jakobsdóttir, the Prime Minister of Iceland. Thank you.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by extending my gratitude to the President of the General Assembly and the Secretary General for calling us together for these important discussions about the COVID-19 pandemic. The COVID-19 pandemic is certainly not the last pandemic we will face. When we begin the task of rebuilding and reimagining our societies, we must think about how we want to structure our societies towards equality, making full use of the Sustainable Development Goals as the blueprint for progress. In the current pandemic, we have seen the value of good healthcare, where equal access for every single person is ensured, and the importance of a robust and comprehensive social system that supports those who have suffered economic hardship and job loss as a consequence of the pandemic. History shows us that pandemics tend to increase existing inequalities in our societies. We should learn from this history and do our part to ensure that this pandemic does not. When systems and countries go into crisis mode, every important sector, whether it be education, healthcare, or social services, comes under enormous strain. Crises both test and reveal the strength of our foundations. The services we need to keep our societies safe, healthy, and running must be open and available to every single person, not just to a few privileged groups. The experience of these past months has clearly demonstrated that our nation's safety and health rests on the health of every individual. Therefore, it is absolutely essential to ensure fair and equitable access for all countries to COVID-19 vaccines and potential medical treatments. Rest assured, Iceland is fully committed to supporting the global response to the COVID-19 pandemic. As we deal with the dire health and economic consequences of COVID-19 around the world, I want to draw your attention to another pandemic, and it is the pandemic of gender-based violence and the backlash on gender equality. It is our duty here today to face this stark reality and the alarming consequences for women and girls around the world. We see domestic violence on the rise worldwide. We've seen an increase in poverty amongst women. The human rights of women and girls are under threat. Their sexual and reproductive health and rights are under threat. And women are leaving the workplace or setting their careers aside to take on increased domestic burdens. All of this illustrates that gender equality is being seriously undermined, and therefore we must do everything in our power to resist and fight back and keep gender equality at the forefront in all our decision-making when we build back better after COVID-19. There is always time for gender equality, and in every crisis we must include the notion of equality now as much as ever. The climate crisis does not disappear just because so much of our immediate focus is on the current pandemic, and as we take on the challenge of rebuilding the world after COVID-19, let us turn this into an opportunity for building back better through green recovery, innovation, and ambition. Now is the time to lead by an example towards a cleaner, more sustainable, and socially just future. In fact, I believe it's not only our duty to our Paris commitments, but more importantly to our young people and future generations. When we make our economic recovery plans after this crisis, we need to prioritize green and family-friendly policies and not only look at economic growth figures. As we recover, we have a huge opportunity to restructure our economies and to do so in an environmentally healthy and sustainable way. Environmental and social equality issues are deeply intertwined. Getting things right in these two areas is the biggest economic issue we face. When we take good care of our planet and our resources and create conditions for prosperity for all, where all people have the opportunity to flourish and maximize their contributions, both socially and economically, we as nations and economies will benefit as a whole. Thank you, and I wish us all insightful talks here today.
I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Iceland for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of New Zealand to introduce an address by the head of government.
Mr. Vice President, I have the distinct honour to introduce the pre-recorded statement by Her Excellency the Right Honourable Jacinda Ardern, Prime Minister of New Zealand.
Ina mana, ina reo, tina koutou katoa. I thank you, Mr. President, for bringing us together for this special session on COVID-19 to share domestic experiences and collective actions. As we meet here today, I acknowledge the ongoing struggle against the virus around the world and send my deepest sympathies to all those who have lost loved ones. To start, I would like to share three key aspects of New Zealand's domestic response to the pandemic. In doing so, I absolutely recognise our situation as a developed island nation has enabled us to successfully implement such a response, one that wouldn't necessarily be possible elsewhere. Our focus has been particularly on prevention. The first, New Zealand has implemented an elimination strategy to the pandemic. This strategy is not a point-in-time measure, but rather a sustained approach to keep COVID-19 out and stamp it out using extensive testing, contact tracing, and quarantine measures. Two, management of the New Zealand border has been a key line of defence against COVID-19. Many of our Pacific neighbours have also been successful in preventing and controlling the virus through border settings. And we are mindful that a strong New Zealand border provides an additional layer of protection for the Pacific, given the transit route that New Zealand offers. Three, New Zealand has taken an all-of-government approach. While our domestic response is health-led, it would not have worked without the involvement of all government agencies. Keeping economies going and people safe requires all of government to work together. While New Zealand has been able to control the virus domestically, we are acutely aware that no one is safe until we all are. The economic impacts of the virus in our interconnected world also respect no borders. COVID-19 serves to highlight our absolute interdependence. The pandemic has demonstrated the critical role of international organisations like the World Health Organization. New Zealand has utilised World Health Organization technical advice and products in our own response to COVID-19. And we've also witnessed the excellent support provided to our Pacific neighbours. To prevent future global health emergencies, we must support the central role of international institutions like the World Health Organization. Through supporting the COVAX facility, New Zealand has demonstrated our commitment to ensuring vulnerable communities everywhere, including in the Pacific, receive the vaccines they need. We encourage other countries to also support vaccine multilateralism and to ensure the unimpeded, fair and equitable distribution of COVID-19 vaccines worldwide. While a vaccine will make us safer, it will take years to recover from the socio-economic impacts of the pandemic. Effective international cooperation matters, now more than ever. To recover and build back better, we must take collective and concrete global action. Where we live in the Pacific, the economic impacts of the virus are particularly damaging. The closure of international borders and the global economic downturn have amplified existing economic constraints, and many Pacific islands are now in economic crisis. The international community can help small island developing states begin to recover by ensuring that appropriate concessional finance is available. To build back better from COVID-19, we must also rethink how our societies can simultaneously focus on the well-being of our people and our environment. The threat of climate change is more real in the Pacific than any other region in the world, with sea level rise posing an extreme threat. The full implementation of the Paris Agreement is absolutely critical, and we must give practical and financial effect to our commitments. This crisis provides an opportunity to achieve a reset towards a more green global economy. New Zealand is committed to cooperate internationally to enhance trade in environmentally friendly goods and services and increase investment in green growth and development. We're also calling for a stop to all environmentally harmful subsidies, including fossil fuel subsidies. These are some of the best investments we can make for future generations. Finally, building back better and stronger also gives us the opportunity to rethink how our economies can work for the many, not just a few. COVID-19 has had a disproportionate effect on the world's most vulnerable groups, on women and children, particularly girls and Indigenous people and minorities, and on people with disabilities. In New Zealand, we will continue to focus on protecting the most vulnerable in society. In the context of COVID-19, this means protecting older people and those with underlying conditions. It also means actively focusing on mitigating any risk that this situation will further exacerbate the inequalities experienced by Māori and Pacific peoples. As partners with shared values, we must ensure the response and the recovery respects and promotes the human rights and needs of all. Effective international cooperation matters now more than ever, both to respond to COVID-19 and to build a better future. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister of Arts, Culture and Heritage and National Security and Intelligence of New Zealand for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Thailand to introduce an address by the head of government.
Mr. President, I have the distinct honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement by His Excellency General Prayut Chan-o-cha, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Thailand.
ท่านประธานสมัชชาสหประชาชาติท่านเลขาธิการสหประชาชาติท่านผู้มีเกียรติทุกท่านผมรู้สึกเป็นเกียรติที่ได้กล่าวถ้อยแถลงในการประชุมสมัชชาสหประชาชาติเป็นครั้งที่2ในปีนี้และยินดีที่ได้มีการจัดการประชุมขึ้นตามข้อริเริ่มของกลุ่มประเทศไม่ฝักใฝ่ฝ่ายใดเพื่อให้รัฐสมาชิกและภาคส่วนที่เกี่ยวข้องได้แลกเปลี่ยนประสบการณ์และแสวงหาความร่วมมือในการต่อสู้กับการแพร่ระบาดของโควิด -19 วิกฤตโรคระบาดต่างๆในช่วง 20 ปีที่ผ่านมาทำให้พวกเราตระหนักว่าประชาคมโลกจำเป็นต้องร่วมมือกันเสริมสร้างความเข้มแข็งให้กับระบบความมั่นคงทางสาธารณสุขเพื่อเตรียมความพร้อมสำหรับภาวะฉุกเฉินที่อาจเกิดขึ้นได้ในอนาคตโดยประเด็นสำคัญคือประชาชนควรได้รับความคุ้มครองภายใต้ระบบสุขภาพทั่วหน้าซึ่งจะช่วยลดความสูญเสียทางสังคมและเศรษฐกิจและทำให้ประเทศและประชาชนฟื้นกลับมาจากวิกฤตการณ์ได้โดยเร็วท่านประธานครับเมื่อเดือนพฤศจิกายนที่ผ่านมาผมมีความยินดีที่ได้แบ่งปันประสบการณ์ของไทยในการรับมือกับโควิด -19 ในพิธีปิดการประชุมสืบเนื่องของการประชุมสมัชชาอนามัยโลกสมัยที่ 73 ซึ่งผมระบุว่าปัจจัยสำคัญที่ทำให้ไทยประสบความสำเร็จในการควบคุมการแพร่ระบาดคือความเข้มแข็งของระบบสาธารณสุขและบุคลากรทางการแพทย์รวมถึงความร่วมมือจากประชาชนทุกภาคส่วนของประเทศและในโอกาสนี้ผมขอเพิ่มเติมความเห็นที่เป็นประโยชน์ดังนี้ประการแรกคือการสนับสนุนการดำเนินมาตรการป้องกันระดับพื้นฐานตามคำแนะนำขององค์การอนามัยโลกเช่นการสวมใส่หน้ากากอนามัยการล้างมือเป็นประจำและการรักษาระยะห่างอย่างต่อเนื่องพร้อมทั้งการสนับสนุนและให้กำลังใจบุคลากรทางการแพทย์และสาธารณสุขโดยเฉพาะอสม.ซึ่งถือเป็นกำลังสำคัญในการต่อสู้กับการแพร่ระบาดในครั้งนี้ประการที่2ความร่วมมือในด้านการวิจัยและพัฒนาวัคซีนและยาสำหรับโควิด -19 รวมถึงการผลักดันให้วัคซีนและยาสำหรับโควิด -19 เป็นสินค้าสาธารณะที่ทุกคนสามารถเข้าถึงได้อย่างเท่าเทียมและเป็นธรรมเพื่อให้ประชาคมโลกสามารถกลับมาใช้ชีวิตแบบ New Normal ได้อย่างปลอดภัยโดยรัฐบาลไทยยินดีที่ได้มีส่วนร่วมโดยการมอบเงินผ่านองค์การอนามัยโลกเพื่อสนับสนุนงานด้านการวิจัยและพัฒนารวมถึงการจัดสรรวัคซีนโควิด -19 ให้แก่ประเทศต่างๆอย่างทั่วถึงประการสุดท้ายการนำเทคโนโลยีและนวัตกรรมมาบริหารจัดการข้อมูลและวิเคราะห์สถานการณ์ในพื้นที่รวมถึงการให้คำปรึกษาการแพทย์ทางไกลแก่ชุมชนซึ่งไทย ได้ริเริ่มโครงการระบบวิถีใหม่ทางด้านสาธารณสุขไประยะหนึ่งแล้วและจะขยายการดำเนินงานให้ครอบคลุมทั่วประเทศภายในปี 2564 เพื่อจะเสริมสร้างความเข้มแข็งให้กับระบบสาธารณสุขและรับมือกับวิกฤตการณ์ในอนาคตได้อย่างมีประสิทธิภาพยิ่งขึ้นท่านประธานครับการแพร่ระบาดของโควิด -19 เป็นความท้าทายต่อการบรรลุเป้าหมายการพัฒนาที่ยั่งยืนในปีค.ศ. 2030 ดังนั้นประเทศไทยพร้อมสนับสนุนการดำเนินงานของสหประชาชาติเพื่อผลักดันให้ 10 ปีข้างหน้าเป็นทศวรรษแห่งการลงมือปฏิบัติและส่งเสริมการมีส่วนร่วมของทุกฝ่ายเพื่อบรรลุ 17 เป้าหมายของการพัฒนาที่ยั่งยืนรวมถึงเป้าหมายด้านสาธารณสุขภายในปีค.ศ. 2030 โดยไม่ทิ้งใครไว้ข้างหลังโอกาสนี้ผมขอเน้นย้ำว่าการยึดมั่นในระบบพหุภาคีและความเป็นหนึ่งเดียวของรัฐสมาชิกคือหนทางหลักที่จะทำให้เราผ่านพ้นวิกฤตการณ์ที่เกิดขึ้นได้อย่างยั่งยืนโดยในกรณีของไทยและประเทศสมาชิกอาเซียนเรามีมาตรการที่เข้มแข็งในการรับมือกับการแพร่ระบาดของโควิด -19 ผ่านข้อริเริ่มต่างๆเช่นการจัดตั้งกองทุนอาเซียนเพื่อรับมือกับโควิด -19 การรับรองแผนการฟื้นฟูที่ครอบคลุมของอาเซียนและการจัดตั้งศูนย์อาเซียนด้านภาวะฉุกเฉินทางสาธารณสุขและโรคอุบัติใหม่ซึ่งทั้งหมดจะช่วยสร้างความมั่นคงทางสาธารณสุขสนับสนุนการฟื้นตัวอย่างยั่งยืนและเสริมสร้างภูมิคุ้มกันในระยะยาวให้แก่ภูมิภาคต่อไปสุดท้ายนี้ในนามของรัฐบาลและประชาชนชาวไทยผมขอส่งกำลังใจไปยังประเทศต่างๆที่กำลังเผชิญกับการแพร่ระบาดของโควิด -19 ระลอกใหม่และขออวยพรให้ทุกท่านมีสุขภาพแข็งแรงผมเชื่อมั่นว่าเราจะสามารถผ่านพ้นวิกฤตครั้งนี้ไปได้อย่างมั่นคงและยั่งยืนดังเช่นทุกครั้งที่ผ่านมาขอบคุณครับสวัสดีครับ
I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Thailand for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of I'm so sorry. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Pakistan to introduce an address by the head of government.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I have the distinct honor to introduce the pre-recorded address to this special session by His Excellency Mr. Imran Khan, Prime Minister of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. President of the General Assembly, Mr. Volkan Bozkir, Distinguished Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank His Excellency President Aliyev of Azerbaijan, Chairman of the Non-Aligned Movement, for proposing this special session. The COVID-19 pandemic is the most serious global crisis since the Second World War. The virus has infected nearly 65 million people and killed, sadly, close to 1.5 million. And hopefully, whenever the vaccine is available, it must be offered to everyone. The pandemic has caused immense human suffering and the deepest global economic contraction since the Great Depression of 1930s. The poorest countries and the poor in all the countries are suffering the most. Nearly 100 million people in developing countries will fall back into extreme poverty. Rich countries have injected $13 trillion as fiscal stimulus to revive their economies. On the other hand, developing countries just do not have the resources to afford such a massive economic stimulus. They are struggling to find even a fraction of the 2 to 3 trillion they require to recover from the pandemic. In Pakistan, we had a successful policy of smart lockdowns. Our efforts were aimed at ensuring that not only do we save people from the virus, but also prevent them from dying from hunger. We provided relief package of around $8 billion, which was almost 3% of our GDP, to support the poor and to keep the economy afloat at the same time. And as I said, so far our strategy has worked. But now we are confronted with a far more aggressive second wave of the virus. We are facing now the challenge of maintaining and reviving our economic growth, as well as dealing with the increasing number of cases which are occupying our hospital beds. The IMF Managing Director had advised countries to spend as much as it is required to stimulate growth. But like many developing countries, Pakistan is committed under our IMF program to reduce the budget deficit. And I'm sure other developing countries in our position are facing a similar dilemma. How do you stimulate the economy and yet at the same time reduce your budget deficit? The only way we can have the fiscal space to maintain and revive growth is through access to additional liquidity. Last April, I called for a global initiative on debt relief. We are grateful for the debt suspension announced by G20 in May and its subsequent extension till June next year. We also appreciate the rapid lending facilities activated by IMF and the World Bank. Yet the amounts generated so far are not even close to the needs of the developing countries to recover from the impact of the pandemic. As far as I know, 5 developing countries have already defaulted on their debt, and it seems others are about to follow. Several nations faced with large debt repayments and at the same time lost revenues are on the brink of economic collapse. There are disturbing reports from the World Food Programme of possible famines in some parts of the world. The financing for development discussions initiated by Secretary General and the Prime Minister of Canada and Jamaica have identified hundreds of options to financially support the developing countries. We hope that this process culminates in some concrete action soon. There is a need to reform the international financial architecture, build an inclusive and equitable debt management mechanism, construct a democratic, SDG-focused trading system, and install a fair international tax regime. If economic collapse is to be averted in a number of developing countries due to the COVID-19, the international community must identify and implement some key priority actions. I would like to propose a 10-point agenda for urgent action. 1, debt suspension till the end of the pandemic for low-income and most stressed countries. 2, cancellation of debt of least developed countries. 3, restructuring of the public sector debt of other developing countries under an agreed inclusive multilateral framework. 4, a general allocation of special drawing rights of $500 billion. 5, expanded concessional financing to low-income countries through multilateral development banks. 6, creation of a new liquidity and sustainability facility, which should provide short-term loans at low costs. 7, fulfillment of the 0.7% official development assistance commitments. 8, mobilizing the required 1.5 trillion annual investment in sustainable infrastructure. 9, achievement of the agreed target of mobilizing $100 billion per year for climate action in developing countries. And 10, immediate action to stop the massive illicit financial outflows from developing countries to rich countries, to offshore tax havens, and at the same time, there should be an immediate return of their assets stolen by corrupt politicians and criminals back to these countries. This one action, I assure you, Mr. President, this one action would benefit the poor countries more than all other measures put together. Excellencies, everyone agrees that there has to be a collective response to recover from the COVID crisis and at the same time achieve sustainable development goals and implement targets set by the Paris Agreements. Excellencies, the UN Charter's concept of collective security embraces collective economic security. Without economic security, conflicts and disputes will persist and proliferate across the world. Guided by the principles of this Charter, we must all work collectively for an inclusive, stable, and sustainable economic, social, and political order. I thank you.
I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Norway to introduce an address by the head of government.
Vice President, Excellencies, I have the honor to introduce a video message from Her Excellency Erna Solberg, Prime Minister of Norway. I thank you.
Secretary General Guterres, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with two messages. First, we must handle the ongoing crisis and stop the pandemic as soon as we can. We are facing perhaps the darkest hours of the COVID-19 pandemic. The number of deaths have surpassed 1.3 million people. Millions of children have to stay away from their schools. There are new lockdowns. The global economy is faced with the loss of more than $500 billion a month. Unemployment, human suffering, despairing health workers, and the collapse of the social systems are happening everywhere. But there are rays of light. News of efficient vaccines gives us hope. The commitment of countries, civil society and industry to find effective tools is encouraging. However, to actually end the pandemic for all, this is the time to increase our efforts. We need more vaccines, we need more diagnostics and therapeutics, and we need to secure fair and global access through efficient distribution on the ground. To reach the most vulnerable groups, also the health connector should be strengthened. We need an increased support for universal health care to deliver efficient health services, including COVID-19 tools such as vaccines. The ACT Accelerator was set up to do just that. Norway is proud to co-chair the ACT Accelerator, and we are deeply committed to do our share. We plan to allocate another $223 million in 2020, totaling our contribution for global efforts so far to more than $500 million. But more countries need to come forward to contribute their share. Today's event is important for two reasons. We must reach a shared understanding of the realities we are facing, and we must recognize the possibilities of ending the pandemic if we work together. Our commitment to international cooperation has been our strength and strategy in fighting the pandemic. There are no other alternatives but to continue this cooperation. My second message is that we must prevent future disasters. No matter how soon we manage to end COVID-19, we will need to equip ourselves with better tools to prevent and effectively respond to future pandemics and global disasters. Leaders and stakeholders must develop a master plan together, where responsibilities and future work is clearly outlined and recognized. This must be based on existing and enhanced global commitments to prevent such disasters. In other words, we must strengthen our joint defense. I support the Secretary General and the call for a global summit to address this. We must invest in the future by making all societies more robust. We must build back better in order to secure truly sustainable development, including happier and healthier lives for all. Thank you.
I wish to thank the Prime Minister of Norway for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Bangladesh to introduce an address by the head of government.
I thank you, Mr. Vice President, and I have the distinct honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement by Her Excellency Sheikh Hasina, the Prime Minister of Bangladesh. I thank you.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon. I thank the current non-aligned movement NAM, Chair, Azerbaijan, and the UN Secretary General for convening this special session in response to COVID-19 pandemic. The session bears paramount importance as the world is still going through a difficult time in facing the deadly virus and dealing with its impacts. Mr. President, the COVID-19 pandemic has devastated the health systems and economies across the world. Globally, over 1.4 million people have already died and hundreds more are dying every day. The pandemic has made many people poorer while many others are sliding back to poverty. Malnutrition, discrimination, and increasing inequalities are gripping the nations, and education system got disrupted. It caused sharp decline in trade, commerce, and tourism, impacting people's livelihoods. However, the pandemic offers an opportunity for a united response to safeguard people's lives and their livelihoods and learn from the crisis to build back better. Unfortunately, our fight against COVID-19 has not yet ended. Many countries are facing a second or third wave. Bangladesh is also badly affected by the pandemic. It has heavily impacted our economy, our lives and livelihoods, our migrant communities, and jeopardized our hard-earned development gains. However, we intervened early and effectively and took bold actions to protect our economy and people from the fallouts of the pandemic. My government has announced a stimulus package worth $14.14 billion, which is equivalent to 4.3% of our GDP, to minimize impacts on our business, employment, and productivity. We have expanded social safety net coverage, providing assistance to more than 25 million people since detection of the virus in early March. Extensive measures are put in place to contain the second wave of the pandemic. Mr. President, yet there is a need for urgent attention and further collaboration in some priority areas. First, we need to ensure universal, equitable, timely, and affordable access to quality vaccines. The 2030 Development Agenda recognizes the fundamental role of universal health coverage for achieving the SDGs, guided by the principle of equity. In the same spirit, when it comes to the access to vaccines, no one should be left behind. This would help us defeat the pandemic, save lives, and accelerate our economic recovery. Secondly, the world must treat the COVID-19 vaccine as a global public good. The WHO initiative of ACT and COVAX facility can play a vital role in this regard. Developed countries should commit to technology transfer for the local manufacturing of vaccines in developing countries using IP rights waiver under TRIPS agreement. Bangladesh has the capacity and is ready to produce vaccines if opportunity given. Thirdly, the challenges faced by the developing countries in the context of COVID-19, including financial assistance, should be specifically recognized. The UN, IFIs, civil society, alongside the national governments must do their share and actively cooperate with each other to combat COVID-19. Mr. President, COVID-19 can never be brought under control in one place unless it is brought under control everywhere. Let us also take a renewed pledge to accomplish the 2030 Agenda for a sustainable world where our next generations stay resilient to future pandemics. I hope that this session will serve to galvanize collective actions, global solidarity, and multilateral cooperation to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic. Bangladesh stands ready to work with all in these global efforts. I thank you all.
I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the People's Republic of Bangladesh for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of St. Lucia to introduce an address by the head of government.
Mr. President, Excellencies, I have the distinct honor and privilege to introduce the pre-recorded statement by His Excellency, the Honorable Alan Michael Chasney, Prime Minister of St. Lucia. Thank you.
Mr. President, distinguished heads of state and government, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, St. Lucia welcomes the opportunity to address this special session of the United Nations General Assembly on the coronavirus pandemic that continues its unrelenting swath across nearly all our countries, causing death, sickness, and hardship on a scale none of us have ever witnessed. The widespread belief at the beginning of the year, when the pandemic broke out, that it would have been over within months, has been proven false. Mr. President, when I addressed this chamber in September on the occasion of our historic 75th anniversary, I made the point, as did many other colleagues, that the crisis conferred on us by COVID-19 required decisive and urgent action, especially to assist small island developing states like St. Lucia that always seem to suffer most from every new negative phenomenon that arises. At this moment, Mr. President, small states are contending not just with the effects of the pandemic, but also with the lingering and continuously devastating effects of climate change. We need the international community and its institutions to keep pace with and adapt to the practical reality faced by SIDS. We are vulnerable countries pursuing our paths of development in a very hostile world. We make small gains all the time, but these are quickly erased when misfortune strikes. When COVID-19 emerged, St. Lucia was on a comeback trail. In the previous 4 years, we had brought back economic growth, reduced unemployment, and achieved a 59% debt to GDP ratio. Suddenly, through no fault of ours, all these gains have vanished. To compound matters, we now have to find monies to finance the fight against COVID, which will have dire economic and social consequences. For the year 2020, we've had lower revenues, increased expenditures, and significant debt redemptions. And they have affected our cash flows. We remain thankful to the friendly governments who have come to our aid, and we're especially thankful to the government of the people of Taiwan, Cuba, France, and the EU for stepping up at our time of need. I also want to mention and thank the IFIs, namely the IMF, the World Bank, CDB, and the ECCB. As small islands, we continue to boast of our resiliency because it's one of the attributes that give us the courage to fight on. Mr. President, we continue to identify our various vulnerabilities and spell out our needs, but this continues to be a conversation that is one-sided. Only a few weeks ago, at the annual World Bank International Monetary Fund gathering in Washington, we again made it clear, due to these vulnerabilities and the ensuing catastrophic debt Caribbean countries are now in need of concessional financing, an assistance that does not depend on maintaining or achieving targeted debt to GDP ratios or per capita incomes. To attain the desired level of transformation needed to drastically catapult our countries to the next level, it is important that small states be given the opportunity to pursue sound development policy, while also giving due consideration to the inherent vulnerability to climate change that characterizes Caribbean states. It is clear that while climate change is impacting countries at varying degrees, it is an existential threat to the lives and livelihoods of many of our citizens. It is on that basis that special considerations should be given to small island developing states within the development finance framework. Also, given the importance of international finance and banking services to economic growth and investment, there needs to be a review of the existing requirements for correspondent banking relationships. Global leaders need to take a proactive approach in addressing the impact of reduced access to international banking and financial services and markets caused by de-risking. Our countries need to be viewed as partners, as we're not expecting to be the beneficiaries of opportunities which we are not entitled to. As such, we made a strong appeal to the international financial institutions to facilitate engagement at the highest levels as we all try to mitigate the current crisis. Mr. President, it's not my intention today to bore you with the same old song that we all have heard so often in the past. St. Lucia and the SIDS have consistently advanced our case for a change in the way we are perceived and treated by the international community and its institutions. let me take the opportunity to remind everyone that in order for the world to reach its full potential, the weakest link must be strengthened. If you won't do it for us, then do it for yourselves. I look forward to our discussions, and again, I thank you.
I wish the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, Economic Growth, Job Creation, External Affairs and Public Service of St. Lucia for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Belgium to introduce an address by the head of government.
Thank you, Madam President. Excellencies, estimated delegates and colleagues, it is my distinguished honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement of His Excellency Alexander De Croo, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Belgium. Thank you.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, these are testing and troubled times. The COVID pandemic has exposed our fundamental vulnerabilities. Our vulnerability as individuals. Suddenly we are limited in contacts with friends and family, but also our vulnerability as a global community. The greatest danger now is that it would allow this pandemic to divide us. It would allow this health crisis to be turned into a geopolitical issue, a fight between nations, a race to the bottom. While the only thing that will save us is international cooperation. There will be light at the end of this tunnel if we work together. Because despite all crises in recent decades, despite the rise of nationalism, we must recognize multilateralism stood firm. It is thanks to organizations such as the United Nations, the WHO, but also the European Union, that real progress and real solutions are created. For example, by setting up a common vaccine strategy. It is thanks to joint investment and joint procurement schemes that we will soon have access to various vaccines. Vaccines that are safe and effective. And with a little bit of luck, the first healthcare workers will be vaccinated before the end of the year. This is not the achievement of one country, one man, one government or one company. This is the achievement of international cooperation, common efforts transcending borders and national markets. That is why Belgium wants free and fair access to these vaccines for all countries. Cette pandémie est plus qu'une crise sanitaire. La COVID a également un énorme impact socio-économique. Elle exacerbe les problèmes existants tels que les inégalités de revenus et elle met les droits fondamentaux sous pression, surtout ceux qui étaient déjà dans une mauvaise passe avant la crise. Dans ce domaine aussi, des actions internationales conjointes s'imposent. La crise Covid doit devenir l'occasion de forger une nouvelle économie. Pas juste une économie plus durable et plus numérique que l'ancienne. Une économie qui serait aussi plus juste, plus inclusive. Une société qui octroierait aux jeunes filles et aux femmes un meilleur accès aux soins de santé, au marché du travail, au crédit d'investissement, à l'entrepreneuriat. Parce que l'indépendance économique est aussi un gage pour des citoyens plus forts et des voix plus fortes dans le débat politique. So let us not only overcome this pandemic together, but let's use it to strengthen our democracies and to create a more inclusive civic space. A civic space in which there is room for everyone, regardless of skin color, gender, sexual orientation, or religion. Excellencies, this special occasion offers us the opportunity to make a new start. Despite cautious optimism about the vaccines, global challenges remain immense. But we have to remember one thing. We're all in this together. And together, we can and we will overcome every challenge on our way. Belgium stands ready to do its part. Thank you.
I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Belgium for the statement just made, and now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Mauritius to introduce an address by the head of government.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. Madam Vice President, Excellencies, I have the honor to introduce the pre-recorded message by Honorable Praveen Kumar Jagannath, Prime Minister of Mauritius.
Excellencies,
ladies and gentlemen, I salute the opportunity provided by this special session of the United Nations General Assembly for members to share best practices in the fight against COVID-19 and explore avenues of mutual collaboration for socio-economic recovery and the road to a global vaccine. Mauritius has so far successfully managed the COVID-19 pandemic. Acting with foresight in the management of the crisis, a number of early preventive measures were taken as soon as it became clear that the pandemic was taking undue proportions. We've upgraded sanitary screening at entry ports and enhanced surveillance by the health authorities, combined with rapid response teams to transfer suspect cases to a dedicated health facility. We were able to monitor the entry of the virus. As soon as Mauritius registered its first confirmed cases of COVID-19 on 18th of March 2020, we imposed a nationwide confinement and contact tracing was initiated island-wide in order to detect the extent of contamination within the local community. All our public health institutions remain mobilized during the peak of contamination when we had some 320 cases. We also set up COVID-19 testing clinics for suspected cases in all 5 regional hospitals of the island. On the regulatory side, Mauritius introduced new legislation concerning the mandatory wearing of face masks in all public places and social distancing measures. Public sensitization campaign was also intensified. In fact, it took us less than 5 weeks to break the local chain of contamination. The new normal activities in Mauritius resumed on 15th of June 2020, while our airspace is gradually reopening to scheduled flights as from the 1st of October. All incoming passengers have to abide by strict sanitary protocols, such as quarantine for a period of 14 days upon their arrival, and regular PCR testing before being allowed to join the local community. The quarantine system allows us to track down all imported COVID-19 cases and keep the local community safe. I wish to thank the WHO for the support and advice it continues to provide to us. I also express our gratitude to the many countries that provided equipment and protective gears to Mauritius. On the economic front, Mauritius is facing a 12 to 14% contraction as a result of the border closure and the 3-month lockdown. While government set in place a wage assistance scheme to protect jobs in the private sector, the prolonged consequence of the measures in place is likely to further affect our economy. Hence, there is an absolute need for global assistance in terms of debt service relief and debt cancellation, along with other financial support measures and increased fiscal space to allow countries like Mauritius to stay on track with the Sustainable Development Goals. We welcome the announcement of success by several companies engaged in the research for vaccine against the coronavirus. As these go into production line, it is crucial that they become available and accessible to all countries. This pandemic has taught us an important lesson. No country is immune to it, and no country can fight it alone. There is an absolute need for us to work together, share information, and take collective decision, not only to eradicate it, but also to prepare for any new pandemic. Let us pledge accordingly. I thank you for your kind attention.
I wish to thank the Prime Minister, Minister of Defense, Home Affairs and External Communications, Minister for Rodriguez, Outer Islands and Territorial Integrity of the Republic of Mauritius for the statement he just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Denmark to introduce an address by the head of government.
Madam President, Excellencies, colleagues and friends, it is my honor to introduce a pre-recorded statement by Her Excellency, Mrs. Mette Frederiksen, Prime Minister of Denmark.
Mr. President and dear delegates, as 2020 is coming to an end, we are still in the middle of a global pandemic, threatening the lives of the most vulnerable people and the way we live. We are all facing a setback in the global economy. We see increased pressure on human rights and also on fundamental freedoms, not least for women and girls. This comes on top of the challenges we already had, not least climate change, loss of biodiversity, and inequality between and within our societies. Mr. President, we must come together in this dark hour to light up hope for cooperation and for multilateralism and for human solidarity. Denmark is, of course, ready to play its part. We are committed to a stronger and reformed World Health Organization. We must improve our global pandemic preparedness, early warning, and health system resilience. That is why Denmark plans to double our core funding to WHO. We believe in international solidarity and in our common obligation to protect the most vulnerable. From early on, Denmark was in front when it came to funding the countries most in need. Today, as we are all looking forward now to a vaccine, our attention is on how to ensure equal global access to safe and affordable vaccines and treatments. Human rights remained as our foundation, and Denmark stands with the Secretary General on his call to action on human rights. Mr. President, we insist on using the pandemic as an opportunity to define the future we want. We must build back better and greener, create a new green economy that can address the climate crisis, create new jobs, better and healthier lives, and of course also stronger societies. And we don't think that we need a new blueprint. The Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Agreement shows the way to a more sustainable, peaceful, and also a more inclusive world. What we do need is political will, higher ambitions, better cooperation, concrete actions. Mr. President, for 75 years, the UN has been so important for all of us, but we cannot rest only on the past. It is up to us to make sure that UN is a place where we come together to solve the global challenges. Because we are better and stronger when we act together, and we must act together to overcome this pandemic. Thank you.
I wish to thank the Prime Minister of Denmark for the statement she just made. And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Finland to introduce an address by the head of government.
President, I have the honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement by Her Excellency Ms. Sanna Marin, Prime Minister of Finland.
Mr. Secretary General, Mr. President, Excellencies, we have the means to stop the global pandemic. How long this will take and how we will recover depends on our actions now. It is our responsibility to show political leadership. It is possible to balance the need to protect health and the impact of our measures on the society and economy. We must work together because this is the only way to suppress the pandemic. We need a coordinated, coherent and consistent UN response at every level. The World Health Organization needs the capabilities and resources to lead our global efforts. The call for strong international cooperation applies to vaccines too. We must ensure that they are universally available. No one is safe until everyone is safe. Also, global solidarity is called for. The economic downturn is unfolding at a scale not seen before. Developing countries are being hit the hardest. We must seek solutions that address these inequalities. It is more important than ever to fulfill the principle of the 2030 Agenda. Leave no one behind. Green, inclusive and sustainable recovery and digital transformation will be central in restoring progress on the Sustainable Development Goals. We also need to focus on the effective and comprehensive prevention of pandemics. Without prevention, COVID-19 will only be the opening chapter of more pandemics to come. The COVID-19 crisis has revealed how investing in global health security, systemic risk management, resilient health systems and readiness are necessary in order to protect the health of people. It simply makes economic sense. We know what needs to be done: stop climate change, reverse environmental degradation and the loss of biodiversity. This is about taking a One Health approach. Our natural environment is in interplay with our health. This has been already one lesson to be learned from the pandemic. An effective response comes with inclusive, whole-of-society approach. It is important to engage with communities and work with scientists, private sector and civil society. Building people's trust in public authorities and science is key. An important element of trust is access to reliable and factual information. This is our best weapon against misinformation. Openness, public participation and democratic decision-making make us more resilient. This pandemic impacts every sphere of life. It affects women and girls particularly. In economic impact is hard on sectors where women form the majority of the workforce. The availability of services and products needed for sexual and reproductive health and rights has suffered. Gender-based violence is increasing. Our approach must be gender responsive. Gender equality has not been achieved anywhere yet, but the virus should not be allowed to make our efforts even more difficult. Resilience and cooperation is needed from us now, and for us to succeed, we need a renewed focus on the Sustainable Development Goals, on equality, on building trust, and on working together. Thank you.
I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Finland for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Germany to introduce an address by the head of government.
Madam President, I have the honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement by Her Excellency Ms. Angela Merkel, Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany.
Sehr geehrter Herr Präsident, sehr geehrter Herr Generalsekretär, Exzellenzen! Die Coronavirus-Pandemie stellt die Menschheit auf eine außergewöhnliche Probe. Sie belastet die Gesundheitssysteme aller Länder. Sie fordert weltweit viele Opfer. Und sie verschärft Armut und Hunger, wirtschaftliche und soziale Ungleichheiten. Es ist offensichtlich, dass sich diese globale und vielschichtige Krise tatsächlich auch nur global überwinden lässt. Ich begrüße daher diese Sonderveranstaltung der UN-Generalversammlung. Die Pandemie führt uns die Bedeutung gerade auch der Weltgesundheitsorganisation vor Augen, die es zu stärken gilt. Sie muss noch besser imstande sein, auf grenzüberschreitende Bedrohungen der Gesundheit reagieren zu können. Dafür setzt sich Deutschland während seiner EU-Ratspräsidentschaft und auch im Rahmen der G7 und G20 ein. Doch bei allen Beschwernissen in diesem von der Pandemie bestimmten Krisenjahr zeigt sich ein Licht am Ende des Tunnels. Es hat viel mit dem ACT-Accelerator zu tun. Damit steht uns eine globale Plattform zur Entwicklung und Verteilung von Medikamenten, Diagnostika und Impfstoffen zur Verfügung. Diese Plattform bedarf aber auch zusätzlicher finanzieller Unterstützung, um mehr Wirkung zu entfalten. Der Einsatz lohnt sich. Das zeichnet sich insbesondere bei einer der Säulen der globalen Plattform ab, bei der Impfstoffentwicklung. Hier gab es zuletzt Fortschritte, die Hoffnung machen. Zugleich dürfen wir nie vergessen, dass die Pandemie wirklich, also nachhaltig, nur dann überwunden werden kann, wenn alle Menschen weltweit einen fairen Zugang zu wirksamen Impfstoffen erhalten. Nachhaltig überwinden, das heißt im Übrigen außerdem mit Blick auf künftige Herausforderungen und Krisen alles daran zu setzen, aus dieser Pandemie gestärkt hervorzugehen. Dazu braucht es eine enge internationale Zusammenarbeit, gerade auch mit starken internationalen Organisationen. Dann aber kann es gelingen. Vielen Dank für Ihre Aufmerksamkeit.
I wish to thank the Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Cambodia to introduce an address by the head of government.
Madam President, I have the distinct honor and privilege to introduce the pre-recorded statement by Samdech Akia Mahasena Padai Dacho Hun Sen, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Cambodia. I thank you.
Adam Pathian Ong Pachum, Adam Akele Katika Kasa Pichit, Adam Logan Teal Local 3. ជាកិច្ចចាប់ផ្ដើមខ្ញុំថ្លែងសូមថ្លែងអំណរគុណចំពោះគំនិតព្រួយប្រាមរបស់ប្រទេសអាហ្សែបៃហ្សានក្នុងការស្នើឲ្យមានសម័យប្រជុំពិសេសស្ដីពីការប្រយុទ្ធប្រឆាំងនឹងជំងឺ COVID-19 នេះដើម្បីប្រមូលផ្តុំការឆ្លើយតបជារួមនិងសកលពីសហគមន៍អន្តរជាតិក្នុងការប្រយុទ្ធប្រឆាំងនឹងជំងឺ COVID-19 មកដល់បច្ចុប្បន្នជំងឺ COVID-19 បានឆ្លងរីករាលដាលដល់គ្រប់ប្រទេសនិងបានធ្វើឲ្យមនុស្សរាប់សែននាក់បាត់បង់ជីវិតក្នុងន័យនេះកម្ពុជាយល់ឃើញថាការប្រយុទ្ធប្រឆាំងនឹងជំងឺ COVID-19 មិនគួរត្រូវបានប្រទេសណាមួយឆ្លៀតយកមកអនុវត្តជារបៀបវិរៈភូមិសាស្ត្រនយោបាយរបស់ខ្លួននោះឡើយគណៈពេលដែលជីវិតមនុស្សរាប់លាននាក់នៅទូទាំងពិភពលោកកំពុងស្ថិតនៅក្នុងហានិភ័យការធ្វើនយោបាយរបស់ប្រទេសណាមួយលើបញ្ហាសុខភាពសាធារណៈនិងបរិហាររបស់ពួកគេលើសមត្ថភាពគ្រប់គ្រងការរីករាលដាលនៃជំងឺឆ្លងគឺមិនមានប្រយោជន៍អ្វីដល់ការប្រយុទ្ធប្រឆាំងនឹងជំងឺឆ្លងនេះឡើយផ្ទុយទៅវិញសាមគ្គីភាពនិងឯកភាពគ្នាក្នុងតំបន់និងជាសកលគឺជាធាតុសកម្មមិនអាចខ្វះបាននៅក្នុងអំឡុងពេលនៃវិបត្តិបែបនេះបន្ថែមលើនេះការប្រយុទ្ធប្រឆាំងនឹងជំងឺឆ្លងជាសកលបែបនេះទាមទារនៅការសម្រេចចិត្តរួមគ្នាប្រកបដោយភាពម៉ត់ចត់ក្រោមយន្តការពហុភាគីនិយមនិងការគោរពច្បាប់អន្តរជាតិគោរពអធិបតេយ្យភាពរបស់រដ្ឋនីមួយៗ ទោះជារដ្ឋនោះធំឬតូចមានឬក្រក៏ដោយមានអង្គការសហប្រជាជាតិនិងអង្គការសុខភាពពិភពលោកជាស្នូលខ្ញុំសូមគូសបញ្ជាក់នៅការគាំទ្រយ៉ាងមុតមមរបស់កម្ពុជាចំពោះតួនាទីរបស់អង្គការសហប្រជាជាតិនិងអង្គការសុខភាពពិភពលោកនៅក្នុងកិច្ចប្រឹងប្រែងជាសកលចំពោះការឆ្លើយតបនិងប្រយុទ្ធប្រឆាំងនឹងជំងឺឆ្លងនេះលើសពីនេះទៀតកម្ពុជាក៏សូមគូសបញ្ជាក់អំពីសារៈសំខាន់និងភាពចាំបាច់បំផុតសម្រាប់ការធានាថាវ៉ាក់សាំងដែលត្រូវបានរកឃើញគឺជាទំនិញសាធារណៈនិងមានចរិតសកលដែលនឹងត្រូវបានផ្គត់ផ្គង់និងចែកចាយក្នុងស្មារតីមនុស្សធម៌ទៅដល់គ្រប់ប្រទេសទាំងអស់ជាពិសេសចំពោះប្រទេសដែលងាយរងគ្រោះបំផុតទោះបីជាវិបត្តិសុខភាពសាធារណៈនេះនឹងអាចនឹងបញ្ចប់ទៅនាពេលអនាគតខ្លីខាងមុខប្រទេសទាំងអស់នៅតែត្រូវដោះស្រាយបន្តទៀតនៅបញ្ហាប្រឈមក្នុងដំណាក់កាលនៃការស្ដារសម្បទាសេដ្ឋកិច្ចឡើងវិញជាការពិតជំនួយអាចជាចំណែកតូចមួយនៃការស្ដារនេះក៏ប៉ុន្តែកត្តាដែលសំខាន់មិនអាចខ្វះបានគឺការបន្តរក្សាបាននៅយន្តការពហុភាគីនិយមសកលភាវូបនីយកម្មនិយមពាណិជ្ជកម្មសេរីភាវូបនីយកម្មខ្សែច្រវាក់ផ្គត់ផ្គង់តំបន់និងពិភពលោកពាណិជ្ជកម្មឆ្លងកាត់ព្រំដែនការវិនិយោគទេសចរអន្តរជាតិនិងការធ្វើដំណើរជាទូទៅក្នុងន័យនេះកម្ពុជាគាំទ្រពេញទំហឹងនៅគំនិតព្រួយប្រាំរបស់អគ្គលេខាធិការអង្គការសហប្រជាជាតិអំពីការបង្កើតមូលនិធិអង្គការសហប្រជាជាតិសម្រាប់ការឆ្លើយតបនឹងជំងឺ COVID-19 និងការរៀបចំស្ដារសម្បទាសេដ្ឋកិច្ចឡើងវិញដែលត្រូវបានដាក់ចេញកាលពីដើមឆ្នាំនេះសូមអរគុណ
I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Cambodia for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Vietnam to introduce an address by the head of government.
Thank you, Madam President. It is my great honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement by His Excellency Nguyen Xuân Phuc, the Prime Minister of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam.
Thưa quý vị, tôi đánh giá cao việc Đại hội đồng Liên Hợp Quốc khóa 75 tổ chức phiên đặc biệt về ứng phó đại dịch COVID-19 trong bối cảnh chưa đầy một tháng nữa, chúng ta sẽ khép lại năm 2020 đầy thử thách và khó khăn trong nhiều lĩnh vực do đại dịch COVID-19 gây ra. Để cùng nhau chiến thắng cuộc chiến này và bước sang một năm mới phát triển tốt đẹp, tôi đề nghị chúng ta cần: một là đề cao vai trò trung tâm của Liên Hợp Quốc, tăng cường phối hợp chính sách, đoàn kết hành động, đẩy mạnh hợp tác quốc tế cũng như nỗ lực của các thể chế đa phương trong quản trị toàn cầu nhằm đẩy lùi COVID-19. Là ủy viên không thường trực Hội đồng Bảo an Liên Hợp Quốc nhiệm kỳ 2020-2021, Việt Nam một lần nữa ủng hộ và hoan nghênh lời kêu gọi của Tổng thư ký Liên Hợp Quốc về ngừng bắn toàn cầu, bãi bỏ các lệnh trừng phạt đơn phương và tạo điều kiện hỗ trợ nhân đạo cho các quốc gia trong ứng phó COVID-19. 2. Lấy lợi ích của người dân làm trung tâm của mọi chính sách và hành động, với ưu tiên hàng đầu là bảo vệ sức khỏe, tính mạng con người, bảo đảm người dân ở mọi quốc gia và vùng lãnh thổ đều có thể tiếp cận vaccine và thuốc điều trị COVID-19 với chi phí hợp lý. Chủ động thích ứng trong giai đoạn bình thường mới về phát triển bền vững, vừa bảo đảm phòng chống dịch tốt, vừa triển khai đồng bộ và hài hòa, phục hồi kinh tế, thuận lợi hóa trong thương mại và đầu tư, xuyên biên giới, đi lại có kiểm soát của người dân, duy trì chuỗi cung ứng các mặt hàng thiết yếu, thực phẩm, thiết bị y tế. Các quốc gia cần duy trì cam kết và nỗ lực thực hiện mục tiêu phát triển bền vững SDG 2030 và các cam kết về biến đổi khí hậu đặc biệt là tạo điều kiện hỗ trợ về tài chính, công nghệ và thương mại cho các nước phát triển. Thưa quý vị, Việt Nam đã cơ bản kiểm soát được dịch COVID-19, bảo đảm an sinh xã hội, phục hồi đà tăng trưởng kinh tế. Nhân dịp này, tôi chân thành cảm ơn sự hợp tác, hỗ trợ quý báu của các tổ chức Liên Hợp Quốc và các đối tác quốc tế đối với Việt Nam trên cương vị Chủ tịch ASEAN 2020. Việt Nam đã cùng các nước ASEAN nhất trí nhiều sáng kiến và hợp tác ứng phó COVID-19 như Quỹ ASEAN ứng phó COVID-19, kho dự phòng vật tư y tế khẩn cấp khu vực, khung chiến lược ứng phó các tình huống y tế khẩn cấp của ASEAN và Trung tâm Y tế ASEAN.
ASEAN has also adopted the Comprehensive Recovery Framework and its implementation plan across the 3 community pillars to support people and businesses in overcoming the impacts of the pandemic and return to normal life. Vietnam has proposed a range of ideas and initiatives within the UN framework and engaged in discussions with fellow members to adopt resolutions and documents for enhancing international cooperation in COVID-19 response. Guided by the spirit of sharing and caring, the Vietnamese government, organizations, businesses, and people have gifted domestically produced medical supplies to many countries hard hit by the pandemic. We also shared our experience and made donations to international funds on COVID-19, despite our financial constraints. Ladies and gentlemen, as we confront the greatest challenge since the birth of the UN, Vietnam believes that the international community will emerge triumphant by harnessing the will and power of each nation and strengthening our solidarity and cooperation. Together, we can build a brighter future for each and every country and individual. Vietnam will contribute all it can to this noble endeavor. Thank you.
I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Sweden to introduce an address by the head of government.
Madam President, I'm honored to introduce the pre-recorded statement by the Prime Minister of Sweden, Mr. Stefan Löfven.
Ladies and gentlemen, almost 1.5 million people have lost their lives, and many more have been affected by the devastating consequences of this pandemic. I would like to express my deep condolences for the lives lost and the devastation caused. The pandemic has exposed weaknesses in our societies and caused massive indirect effects. Inequality within and between countries has increased. Human rights have been threatened. Millions of people have been thrown into poverty, and millions more are going to bed hungry. But the pandemic has also produced global cooperation and solidarity. As we enter 2021, we must step up our efforts and apply the same commitment to addressing the climate crisis, inequality, conflicts, and poverty. While addressing the current pandemic is our most pressing priority, we must also be better prepared to prevent and address future crises. We must ensure that people not only survive, but that they live long and healthy lives. This must be a defining feature of our common future. The independent panel appointed by the WHO can deliver recommendations towards this vision. This year, we have been reminded of the power of science. Through unprecedented collaborative scientific efforts, we now have several promising vaccine candidates. It is truly remarkable to witness the determination and excellence of the scientific community. It is our task to work together and ensure that safe, effective, and affordable vaccines are made available around the globe. This is the only way to put an end to the devastating effects of the pandemic. Sweden is a proud member of and contributor to the Gavi COVAX facility, and we will continue to provide our support toward global access to vaccines. At its 75th anniversary, the United Nations is needed more than ever. Faced with the COVID-19 pandemic, the Secretary General has provided excellent leadership, and the UN system has acted rapidly and with flexibility. From the health responses led by the WHO to the humanitarian response of organizations like the World Food Programme, to the wider socio-economic response coordinated by UNDP. Sweden remains deeply committed to multilateral cooperation and to the UN system. My government will continue to allocate 1% of GDP to development assistance, and we will stay actively engaged in preventing conflict and maintaining peace, addressing the climate crisis, and promoting gender equality, democracy, human rights, and global health. To quote Dr. Tedros, there is no vaccine for poverty, hunger, climate change, or inequality. No, there are no simple solutions, but the Paris Agreement, the Sustainable Development Goals, and the UN 75 Declaration provide an agenda and a vision for the 21st century. Together, we must lay the foundations for a more sustainable, equitable, and gender-equal world. Only together can we come back stronger and build back better, greener, and healthier. Thank you.
I wish to thank the Prime Minister of Sweden for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Laos, People's Democratic Republic, to introduce an address by the head of government.
Madam President, I have the distinct honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement by His Excellency Thongloun Sisoulith, Prime Minister of the Laos People's Democratic Republic. Thank you.
ท่านประธานบรรดาท่านผู้มีเกียรติท่านยิ่งและท่านทรายที่นับถือก่อนอื่นหมดข้าพเจ้าขอแสดงความสมเชยมายังท่านประธานและสาธารณรัฐอาเซไบจานในฐานะประธานขบวนการบ่ร่วมกลุ่มที่ได้มีข้อริเริ่มจัดกองประชุมสมัยพิเศษของสมัชชาใหญ่องค์การสหประชาชาติครั้งที่31เพื่อรับมือกับพยานระบาดของเชื้อโควิด -19 ท่านประธานปัจจุบันการแพร่ระบาดของเชื้อพยาธิอักเสบปอดสายพันธุ์ใหม่หรือโควิด -19 ยังสืบต่อเป็นภัยคุกคามต่อสุขภาพและชีวิตของประชาชนหลายล้านคนในทั่วโลกจำนวนผู้ติดเชื้อแม้นนับมือนับเพิ่มขึ้นพร้อมทั้งบ่มีขาเอียงว่าจะลดลงและเฮ็ดให้ผู้เสียชีวิตแล้วหลายกว่า1ล้านคนอันนี้แม้นวิกฤตการณ์ทางด้านสาธารณสุขของโลกที่พวกเฮาบ่เคยพบมาก่อนและมันได้สร้างผลกระทบอันใหญ่หลวงและยังเป็นภัยคุกคามทั้งระยะสั้นและระยะยาวต่อชีวิตของมวลมนุษย์และต่อการพัฒนาเศรษฐกิจสังคมและความมั่นคงอยู่บรรดาประเทศในโลกสำหรับสปป.ลาวรัฐบาลได้ดำเนินมาตรการป้องกันแต่หัวที่อย่างเข่งครัดในการรับมือกับการระบาดของโควิด -19 เช่นการสร้างกลไกประสานงานการป้องกันควบคุมและแก้ไขการระบาดของพยาธิดังกล่าวและออกคำสั่งในการปิดประเทศในท้ายเดือนมีนาและจำกัดการเข้าออกของบุคคลทั่วไปและการเดินทางภายในประเทศตั้งแต่หัวที่ผ่านการปฏิบัติมาตรการป้องกันดังกล่าวพวกข้าพเจ้าสามารถควบคุมการแพร่ระบาดได้ในระดับหนึ่งเฮ็ดให้จำนวนกรณีผู้ติดเชื้ออยู่ในระดับที่สามารถรับมือได้และบ่ทันมีผู้เสียชีวิตในระยะต่อมารัฐบาลได้มีการผ่อนผันมาตรการเถือละก้าวเพื่อช่วยแก้ไขผลกระทบทางเศรษฐกิจแต่ในขณะเดียวกันยังสืบต่อจัดตั้งปฏิบัติบ้างมาตรการกักโตว14 มื้อสำหรับผู้ที่เดินทางจากต่างประเทศเพื่อป้องกันและสกัดกั้นการระบาดของพยาธิโควิด -19 อยู่สปป.ลาวนับทั้งปฏิบัติมาตรการทางด้านการแพทย์อื่นๆอย่างเข้มงวดทั้งได้รับการสนับสนุนช่วยเหลือจากประเทศเพื่อนมิตรและองค์การจัดตั้งสากลสปป.ลาวจึงสามารถรับมือได้ในเบื้องต้นดังที่ได้กล่าวมานั้นท่านประธานการแพร่ระบาดของพยาธิโควิด -19 ได้ เฮ็ดให้มีผลกระทบอย่างหนักหน่วงต่อการบรรลุเป้าหมายของการพัฒนาเศรษฐกิจสังคมในสปป.ลาวซึ่งเป็นประเทศที่มีความบอบบางทางด้านเศรษฐกิจอยู่แล้วยิ่งเป็นความเสี่ยงเข้าตืมเฮ็ดให้มีความท้าทายอย่างนักต่อการจัดตั้งปฏิบัติวาระปี 2030 เพื่อการพัฒนาแบบยืนยง SDG และการก้าวไปสู่การหลุดพ้นออกจากสถานภาพประเทศด้อยพัฒนาอย่างโรงเรียนมีความติดขัดอย่างเห็นได้สัตว์ท่านประธานสปป.ลาวเข้าใจว่าเพื่อรับมือกับภัยคมคูของพยาธิโควิด -19 การพัฒนาและการแจกจ่ายวัคซีนแม่นเป็นหนึ่งในปัจจัยสี่ขาดในการรับมือกับการแพร่ระบาดสิ่งสำคัญที่สุดมันเรียกร้องให้มีวัคซีนได้เป็นทรัพย์สินของโลกและเป็นสินค้าที่ทุกคนสามารถเข้าถึงได้โดยบ่มีการจำแนกดังนั้นข้าพเจ้าจึงเรียกร้องให้วงคณะญาติสากลจงช่วยส่งเสริมโครงการวัคซีนหลายฝ่ายที่เอิ้นว่าโกวัคเพื่อรับประกันวัคซีนเป็นสินค้าร่วมหมู่ของทุกประเทศในโลกท่านประธานสรุปแล้วข้าพเจ้าเห็นว่าการร่วมมือหลายฝ่ายแม่นมีความสำคัญกว่าเวลาใดหมดในสภาพที่เข็งฮ้อนนี้พวกเฮาจำเป็นต้องสืบต่อร่วมมือกันอย่างใกล้ชิดกล้าตัดสินใจและลงมือปฏิบัตินำกันถ้าเฮ็ดได้แนวนั้นพวกเฮาจึงจะสามารถแก้ไขสิ่งท้าทายของโลกและปกป้องอนาคตของพวกเฮาไว้ได้สปป.ลาวพวกข้าพเจ้าพร้อมแล้วที่จะร่วมมือกับวงคณะญาติสากลในการสอกหาหนทางเพื่อบรรเทาผลกระทบทางด้านเศรษฐกิจจากพยาธิโควิด -19 ทั้งในปัจจุบันและภายหลังการระบาดผ่านพ้นไปข้าพเจ้าขอถือโอกาสนี้แสดงความขอบใจอย่างจริงใจมายังบรรดาคู่ร่วมพัฒนาองค์การเครือข่ายสหประชาชาติองค์การจัดตั้งสากลและองค์การจัดตั้งสากลที่บ่สังกัดรัฐบาลที่ได้สืบต่อให้การช่วยเหลือสปป.ลาวในการผ่านพาอุปสรรคครั้งนี้และเพื่อฟื้นฟูเศรษฐกิจสังคมให้กลับคืนสู่สภาพปกติได้ขอบใจ
I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Lao People's Democratic Republic for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Spain to introduce an address by the head of government.
Muchas gracias, señora vicepresidenta. Tengo el honor de presentar a esta Asamblea el mensaje grabado del presidente del Gobierno de España, don Pedro Sánchez Castejón.
En estos meses en los que el COVID-19 ha sacudido al mundo, hemos sido capaces de avanzar y de aprender al tiempo que combatíamos la pandemia. Todavía no podemos dar por vencido al virus, pero hay tres lecciones de este tiempo que hoy quisiera recordar. En primer lugar, reconocer que unidos podemos más. El caso de las vacunas demuestra que, actuando unidos, somos capaces de alcanzar nuestros objetivos mucho más rápidamente. Hemos creado en un tiempo récord el ACT Accelerator, una iniciativa a la que se han unido afortunadamente más de 184 países para asegurar que el lugar de nacimiento no determine el acceso a una vacuna. En menos de un año hemos desarrollado no una, sino que hay múltiples vacunas contra este nuevo virus y seguimos recibiendo buenas noticias cada semana. España acaba de anunciar su plan de vacunación, proceso que esperamos iniciar el próximo mes de enero, mientras seguimos trabajando en bloque con el conjunto de Estados miembros y la Unión Europea. Este nivel de colaboración, de cooperación internacional sin precedentes, debe reforzar nuestra apuesta decidida e inequívoca por el multilateralismo. Las instituciones internacionales serán tan fuertes como lo queramos sus miembros. Por tanto, está en nuestras manos adaptarlas para abordar los desafíos globales de nuestro tiempo. El Gobierno de España defiende, sin duda alguna y sin ambages, la centralidad de Naciones Unidas en general y también de la Organización Mundial de la Salud en la respuesta sanitaria. Por eso, el pasado 10 de noviembre, adoptamos junto con otros países amigos, Suecia y otros 10 estados, el compromiso de implementar una serie de acciones concretas, específicas, que hagan realidad los objetivos expresados en la declaración del 75 aniversario de Naciones Unidas. Esto fue en primer lugar, pero en segundo lugar tenemos que asumir un enfoque holístico para trabajar con éxito. La profunda interrelación entre las vertientes sanitaria, económica y social de esta crisis exige respuestas simultáneas. Así, la pandemia ha mostrado la evidente conexión entre salud humana, animal, del medio ambiente, subrayando el principio de una salud global. Y además de la vacuna, debemos concentrar esfuerzos en reforzar los sistemas de salud y tenemos que hacerlo sin desatender otras enfermedades. Y en el ámbito socioeconómico tenemos que dar respuesta a las necesidades de los trabajadores, de las trabajadoras a la par, que aseguramos también la viabilidad de cientos de miles de empresas. Las mujeres, la población femenina está sufriendo desproporcionadamente el impacto de esta crisis económica, social, sanitaria. No podemos consentir que esta situación ponga en riesgo los avances de décadas y décadas en términos de igualdad de género. Y debemos también garantizar la inclusión educativa de las niñas y niñas en todo el mundo. Así pues, una acción internacional concertada podrá dar respuesta a la crisis económica sin dejar a ningún país, a ningún territorio, a ningún colectivo atrás. Hemos dado pasos muy importantes. Hemos dado pasos muy importantes en este sentido, en el contexto de las instituciones multilaterales, pero yo creo que debemos ir más lejos todavía. Es imprescindible desarrollar instrumentos específicos para cada situación, sin perjuicio del nivel de renta de los países. Y por último, y en tercer lugar, debemos dotar a nuestros esfuerzos de una profunda capacidad transformadora. Sin duda alguna, las consecuencias de esta crisis multidimensional están siendo dramáticas para muchos colectivos, para muchas familias, también para los países. A la pérdida de vidas humanas se suman todas aquellas vidas que se han visto radicalmente trastocadas. Y frente a esta realidad, estamos dando pasos muy importantes de cara a acelerar las transformaciones más acuciantes de nuestro tiempo. La transición ecológica es un claro ejemplo de ello, la igualdad entre hombres y mujeres, la inclusión socioeconómica, la transición digital desde un punto de vista inclusivo. Solo hay, en definitiva, un camino posible: seguir abordando la pandemia y todas sus consecuencias con esperanza, con ambición y también con una enorme dosis de solidaridad. Porque unidos, unidas, podremos llegar, no me cabe duda, más lejos. Gracias.
I wish to thank the President of the Government of Spain for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Japan to introduce an address by the head of government.
Madam Chair, dear colleagues, I have the pleasure and honor to introduce the pre-recorded message by His Excellency Suga Yoshihide, Prime Minister of Japan.
日本国内閣総理大臣の菅義偉です。皆様、まず世界中で感染症との戦いの最前線に立ち続ける医療従事者をはじめとした多くの方々の献身的なご努力に対し、深い敬意とともに心からの感謝の意を表します。また、WHO をはじめとした国連のご活動とご尽力にも敬意を表します。新型コロナウイルスの感染拡大は人類に未曾有の挑戦を突きつけました。日本は官民の持てる知恵を結集させ、感染拡大を防止し、人々の命と暮らしを守るための取り組みを進めていきます。今回の危機は国際社会の連帯の必要性を私たちに改めて想起させました。私たちはこの危機により分断された世界ではなく、危機を乗り越えるべく団結した世界を実現しなければなりません。とりわけ国連はすべての関係者が建設的に関与し、透明性を持って連携する場です。特に WHO が現下の危機の克服や将来の危機への備えに貢献できるよう、日本は WHO の検証改革に協力してまいります。今回の危機により、世界の人々の命、生活、尊厳が脅かされている中で、人間の安全保障の理念に立脚し、誰の健康も取り残さないユニバーサルヘルスカバレッジの達成を目指すことが重要です。そのために日本は、喫緊の課題である感染症危機の克服、 保健医療システムの基盤強化、そして感染症に強い環境の整備という多層的な取り組みをスピード感を持って展開しています。まず、感染症危機の克服においては、ACT、アクセラレーターをはじめとした多国間協力の枠組みを重視しています。日本はその共同提案国としてのワクチンの公平なアクセスのために、COVAXファシリティにいち早く拠出するとともに、特許プールを通じた治療薬の供給などに取り組んでいきます。将来の健康危機への備えには、保健医療システムの強化が重要です。日本はアジア、アフリカを中心に感染症対応の中核となる医療施設を整備し、それらの施設の連携促進や人材育成を行うことにより、地域全体の保健医療システムの基盤を強化しています。感染症に強い環境の整備に向けては、栄養、水、衛生といった分野横断的な取り組みを民間セクターとも連携して推進しています。新型コロナウイルスの感染拡大に伴い、営業不良が深刻化しています。日本は来年12月に東京栄養サミットを開催しますが、それに先立ち、秋に開催される国連食糧システムサミットとも連携しつつ、世界的な栄養改善に向けて尽力していく決意です。ウィズコロナ、ポストコロナの新しい社会を作り上げていくには、感染拡大により打撃を受けた世界経済の回復と成長の実現も不可欠です。日本は2年間で最大5000億円の緊急支援円借款を実施するなど、途上国の経済活動の再興を後押ししています。さらにデジタル化や脱炭素社会の実現、自由で公正な経済圏の拡大、多角的自由貿易体制の維持、強化などを通じ、持続可能な経済成長に向けた取り組みを主導していきます。今年9月の国連総会において、私は来年の夏、人類がウイルスに打ち勝った証として、東京オリンピック・パラリンピック競技大会を開催する決意を表明しました。この決意を胸に、引き続き安全安心な大会を実現するため、全力で取り組んでまいります。ご清聴ありがとうございました。
I wish to thank the Prime Minister of Japan for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Kuwait to introduce an address by the head of government.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, distinguished delegates, I have the honor to introduce a pre-recorded statement by His Highness Sheikh Sabah Khalid Al-Hamid Al-Sabah, the Prime Minister of Kuwait. Thank you.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سعادة فولكان بوزكير رئيس الجمعية العامة للأمم المتحدة، سعادة أنطونيو غوتيريش أمين عام الأمم المتحدة، السيدات والسادة الحضور، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسرني بداية أن أتقدم بجزيل الشكر للجهود الكريمة التي بذلها كل من أذربيجان وكندا لعقد هذه الدورة الاستثنائية وقيادة المفاوضات على مشروع القرار بما يضمن نجاح هذه الدورة التي تعقد في ظل ظروف عالمية دقيقة وغير مسبوقة أدت إلى خسائر بشرية بلغت عشرات الملايين بين وفيات وإصابات وآثار اقتصادية ضخمة على مستوى الاقتصاد والتجارة العالميين. وإزاء ذلك نتقدم بخالص العزاء إلى أسر الضحايا وتمنياتنا للمصابين بالشفاء العاجل. السيد الرئيس، منذ تفشي الوباء اتخذت دولة الكويت عدد من الإجراءات بما يتوافق والإرشادات الصحية الصادرة عن منظمة الصحة العالمية، تراوحت بين تعليق الرحلات التجارية الجزئي والكلي وإجراء الفحوصات لكافة القادمين لدولة الكويت، إضافة إلى الفحوصات العشوائية في الداخل واللجوء إلى الحظر الجزئي والكلي والعزل لبعض المناطق التي تتزايد فيها الإصابات، إضافة إلى تعليق العمل في القطاعين العام والخاص والأنشطة التجارية ودور العبادة. كما قامت الكويت بترتيب عودة عشرات الآلاف من أبنائها من الخارج وفق خطة مدروسة وإجراءات صحية صارمة. وفي ضوء التطورات الراهنة على صعيد جهود المجتمع الدولي لتوفير اللقاحات، فقد تابعت الجهات المعنية مسار تلك الجهود والتواصل مع الهيئات والشركات المطورة للقاح، حيث باشرت تلك الجهات في العمل على وضع خطة تنفيذية مسبقة لحملة التطعيم للمواطنين والمقيمين بالمجان وفق الأولويات التي حددتها منظمة الصحة العالمية. السيد الرئيس، إن ذلك الجهد في الداخل في ظل هذه الأزمة لم يثني دولة الكويت عن الاطلاع بمسؤولياتها الإنسانية ومشاركة المجتمع المدني في مساعدة الدول التي واجهت ظروف صحية صعبة، حيث قدمت دولة الكويت تبرعات طوعية عبر منظمة الصحة العالمية للتخفيف مما تواجهه الدول الشقيقة والصديقة، إضافة إلى دعم الحملة الدولية لإيجاد اللقاح. وتبرعت في المؤتمر الذي نظمه الاتحاد الأوروبي للمانحين لدعم مسار تطوير اللقاح عبر منظمتي تحالف اللقاحات والائتلاف الخاص بتطوير اللقاحات ضد الأوبئة، وهي المبادرة التي أطلقتها منظمة الصحة العالمية من أجل التسريع في التوصل إلى لقاح لفيروس كورونا وضمان التوزيع العادل وتوفيره لمن ليس لديه إمكانية اقتنائه، إضافة إلى نشاط الصندوق الكويتي للتنمية الذي قدم منحا ومساعدات مالية لعدد من دول العالم لتمكينها من مواجهة تحديات الوباء ودعم إنشاء مركز للأوبئة في أفريقيا، حيث بلغ إجمالي مساهمات دولة الكويت في مكافحة الوباء والتعامل مع آثاره حوالي 288 مليون دولار أمريكي. كما استجابت دولة الكويت لطلب الأمم المتحدة لاستقبال وتوفير الرعاية الطبية لموظفي المنظمة الدولية المصابين بالوباء من العاملين في وسط وغرب آسيا. سيد الرئيس، أسجل بالتقدير الجهود التي بذلتها الأمم المتحدة ووكالاتها المتخصصة لمواجهة هذه الأزمة الصحية العالمية الخطيرة عبر سلسلة من الإجراءات والاجتماعات والقرارات التي اتخذت في هذا الصدد، ومنها ما اتخذ في الجمعية العامة للأمم المتحدة التي ساهمت بلادي الكويت باعتماد عدد من القرارات الهامة المتعلقة بمواجهة الوباء والحد من آثاره. كما أثمن الجهود التي بذلتها المنظمات الإقليمية في هذا السياق، ومنها حركة عدم الانحياز. وستواصل بلادي الكويت جهودها بالتعاون مع المجتمع الدولي لمواجهة آثار هذه الجائحة غير المسبوقة. سيد الرئيس، ونحن نقف غير بعيدين عن نهاية عام وبداية آخر، أدعو الله سبحانه وتعالى أن يرفع هذه الغمة وأن يكون العام القادم خاليا من التحديات لنعاود العمل المشترك في تحقيق آمالنا وتطلعاتنا في عودة الحياة إلى طبيعتها لتنعم البشرية جمعاء بالأمن والطمأنينة. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the State of Kuwait for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Trinidad and Tobago to introduce an address by the head of government.
Thank you, Madam President. I have the honor to introduce a pre-recorded statement by Dr. the Honorable Keith Rowley, Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. I thank you.
Mr. President, it is an honor to address the General Assembly of the United Nations at this special session convened in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. In 2020, the coronavirus spread with alarming speed and plunged the world into an acute health and economic crisis, the severity of which has not been seen in nearly a century. Exacerbating vulnerabilities and inequalities in both developing and developed countries, the virus has resulted in the deepening and widening of poverty across the globe. The existence of COVID-19 has brought to the fore the depth of global interdependence, but it has also presented an opportunity to harness the benefits of multilateral action. I want to commend the United Nations system, including the WHO, or World Health Organization, for responding quickly to health, humanitarian, and socioeconomic needs around the globe, particularly in places that are home to some of the world's most vulnerable communities. The health systems around the world have been put under immense pressure, with shortages of medical staff, ventilators, personal protective equipment, and the capacity to test for the virus stymieing efforts to eliminate its raging effects on our populations. The pandemic has reaffirmed the need for the value of collective action and multilateralism if we are to propel the global community back onto a sustainable path. The global pandemic can only be countered effectively through local, regional, and international consultation and cooperation. Trinidad and Tobago has instituted a comprehensive social, financial, and economic support package of measures in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. The multidimensional effects of the COVID-19 pandemic have exacerbated the vulnerabilities of small island developing economies, such as ours, resulting in greater challenges in our health, financial, and education sectors. As a result of the unprecedented challenges faced by the global economy in the midst of the pandemic, the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago appointed a high-level multi-sectoral committee to establish a roadmap for Trinidad and Tobago post-COVID-19 pandemic. This committee comprises persons from the public sector, the private sector, labor, civil society, and academia. There are three immediate priorities in its post-COVID-19 plan, which are as follows. A, address and mitigate the hardship inflicted by COVID-19. B, restart the economy. And C, lay the foundation for sustained economic recovery. To do so, the committee has outlined the following four short-term objectives. 1, enhance social protection, leave no one behind. 2, retain and create jobs. 3, boost aggregate demand. And 4, minimize and remediate supply disruptions. In managing the financial crisis in the era of COVID-19 and beyond, the government of Trinidad and Tobago obtained financing from international lending agencies for specific COVID-19 related activities. The Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago adopted a series of emergency measures aimed at providing stability to the financial system and supporting the flow of credit to the economy. Trinidad and Tobago took almost immediate action to provide liquidity support to its citizens who were negatively impacted by COVID-19 related restrictive measures. This was conducted through increased government spending on salary support, rental support, the topping up of existing food cards, and issuance of new cards, subsidized loans to small and micro enterprises, and accelerated income tax and value-added tax refunds to enhance business sector liquidity. Trinidad and Tobago's resilience is aided by the full use of short-term stimulative policies, in which both fiscal and monetary policies have been activated in support of the economy. To manage this virus, Trinidad and Tobago had to establish a parallel healthcare system dedicated to COVID-19 patients, which minimize the risk of cross-infection with regular patients. The parallel healthcare system represents a proactive, evidence-based approach to providing specialized pandemic-level care through a complementary system designed specifically to manage persons diagnosed with the COVID-19 virus, while ensuring the continued operations and service delivery of the existing healthcare system. The parallel system continues to be a proactive and vital approach to managing future waves of this pandemic. In the absence of an effective COVID-19 vaccine, the World Health Organization's core global mitigation strategy remains the early identification, isolation, and treatment of COVID-19 positive patients. Thus, COVID-19 testing, contact tracing, and treatment became the highest strategic priority to combat the virus. In light of the many potential vaccines for COVID-19 virus, Trinidad and Tobago has signed the final individualized commitment agreement with Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, to join the COVAX facility under the committed purchase model. Furthermore, Trinidad and Tobago has requested vaccines to cover 33% of its population in the first instance. Mr. President, on this occasion, Trinidad and Tobago reaffirms its commitment to the United Nations and looks forward to the continued collaborative approaches among UN member states, UN agencies, and external partners that are involved in the global fight against this pandemic. I thank you, Mr. President, members.
I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Republic of Moldova to introduce an address by the head of government.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I have a distinct honor and privilege to introduce the pre-recorded statement by His Excellency, Mr. Ion Kiku, Prime Minister of the Republic of Moldova. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the global COVID-19 pandemic is one of the most complex tests the world is currently facing. In a world where no one is untouched and no one is immune, it is more than a health crisis. It is a crisis of civilization, which captures our global affiliation, the affiliation to our humanity destiny that has to overcome this pandemic together. The pandemic crisis revealed just how vulnerable and exposed we all are in the face of uncertainty and unpredictability, dealing with fears and limitations to our freedoms, to our choices, dramatically shaping our behavior and profoundly changing our lives, shifting focuses on current and future priorities of national, regional, and global levels. But more than ever, it has made clear that global challenges require coordinated efforts, global solidarity, and global responses. Making the most of it also requires strong political commitment and leadership, sustainable partnerships, determined engagement, and actions at all levels and by all stakeholders, governments, communities, citizens. Recognizing the importance to collectively respond to the crisis, the government of the Republic of Moldova has mobilized all its energy, inspired also by remarkable global solidarity we are all witnessing, by taking important steps, timely actions, and implemented measures, working hand in hand both on the national level, guided by the national COVID-19 response plans, and strongly supported by development partners across the world. We are making every effort to fight this crisis. United Nations system, large-scale, coordinated and comprehensive health response to COVID-19, led by the World Health Organization and its strategic preparedness and response plan, the United Nations Socio-Economic Response and Recovery Framework and its Building Back Better projects, the United Nations COVID-19 Response and Recovery Trust Fund are significantly helping and strongly contributing to the principle of leaving no one behind in these fragile times. These important initiatives and long-term assistance have placed the UN at the forefront in supporting our government's response to the COVID-19 by tackling the health emergency, strengthening our national response to the COVID-19, addressing the social and economic impact of the pandemic, while also protecting jobs and incomes. The extremely valuable assistance and support, life-saving medications, personal protective equipment, supplies for vulnerable population, specifically tailored regional, sub-regional, and countries' guidance and expertise provided through the UN system, and particularly through the WHO Regional Office for Europe, WHO Country Office in Chisinau, UN Moldova team, is substantially contributing to continuously improving our integrated approach to facing the common challenge and reducing our country's vulnerability to the pandemic, for which we are profoundly grateful and appreciative. In this context, I would like to express the Republic of Moldova's strong support to the WHO as global health leader and coordinating authority on international health work, and to reiterate our commitment to join the international call on strengthening the capacity of this organization to continue to live up to new challenges. In the face of shared fragilities unveiled by the pandemic crisis, the United Nations is redefining its fundamental role to serve human needs and purposes in response to global challenges. Guided by the vision of a networked, inclusive and effective multilateralism, reinventing and reimagining the world we all share, in a future we will want, with the United Nations we will need. Acting in the best interests of today and tomorrow, as the crisis continues to unfold, accelerating the implementation of Agenda 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals is our common opportunity and a shared commitment. It is our strong belief that all of us have meaningful roles to play, nationally, regionally, and globally. Now the world needs the most massive public health effort in human history that recognizes universal access to health as a critical global public good. As health is a human right, it is imperative that everyone has fair and equitable access to a COVID-19 vaccine. We all need a COVID-19 vaccine. Diagnostics and treatment affordable, safe, effective, and available to everyone, everywhere. And as we speak about global solidarity, it is also about global access to the necessary medicine, vaccines, and medical equipment. In a strongly interconnected world, it is not only a moral imperative, it is a practical necessity, where none of us is safe until all of us are safe. It is our moral responsibility and commitment to stand united, overcoming in solidarity and unity this common challenge and building a better post-COVID-19 world. It is not negotiable. By getting back the value of our liberties and choices, engaging more actively in creating equal opportunities for all and respecting the dignity, worth and rights of all in a prosperous, secure, inclusive, sustainable and resilient world is our way ahead we can jointly shape. Thank you.
I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Moldova for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Lebanon to introduce an address by the head of government.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I have the honor of presenting the pre-recorded statement of His Excellency Mr. Hassan Diab, the Prime Minister of Lebanon. Thank you.
Distinguished heads of states and governments, Your Excellency, the President of the UN General Assembly, Your Excellency, the Secretary General of the UN, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me at the outset to express my deep appreciation to the Member States for their decision to convene a special session devoted to the COVID-19 pandemic under Agenda Item 128 entitled Strengthening of the UN System. In fact, resolute, effective, and efficient actions are needed for all nations worldwide, particularly those with limited means to face the pandemic, as in the case of Lebanon. At this critical time, I participate in today's conference with mixed feelings. Heartened on one hand that the international community is stepping up its global response to COVID-19 yet saddened to see that the pandemic has claimed the lives of more than 1.3 million persons, placed millions of livelihoods at risk, challenged health systems, and stalled the world economy. Lebanon faced many challenges preparing for the emergency pandemic. The COVID-19 outbreak hit at a difficult time whereby the country was grappling with unprecedented existential and concurrent socio-economic and financial crises, leading to a further worsening of its dire conditions. In addition, the country is densely populated with 6.9 million residents, 87% of whom live in urban areas, including 2 million displaced persons and refugees, and 500,000 migrant workers, all within 10,452 square kilometers with a population density of 667 per square kilometer. A ministerial crisis cell was established to oversee the COVID-19 national preparedness and response and take the necessary measures according to international standards and in close coordination with WHO to contain its spread. We initiated a whole government response through a public-private partnership that was centered around early aggressive containment to allow for building capacity to respond to COVID-19 cases. The Lebanese healthcare sector is fragmented with hospitals of varying capabilities, 84% of which are private and mainly concentrated in large cities. The government timely and aggressive measures of closing sectors and going into a nationwide lockdown with only few cases reported has reached a government response stringency index of 85 at its peak. During the early days of the first wave, a single public hospital was designated as a treatment site after securing the needed resources in partnership with WHO. This allowed the other hospitals time to build capacity to receive patients. Additionally, this approach limited the exposure of unprepared hospitals, which were sources of community clusters in the initial weeks, and proved its effectiveness in keeping Lebanon in containment phase and among the first 15 countries that crushed the first wave of the virus. However, after the unfortunate Beirut port blast on August 4 that resulted in more than 6,000 injured, Lebanon started experiencing alarming exponential growth in number of cases and the inability of the healthcare system to handle this growth, especially that the blast resulted in destroying 3 major hospitals in Beirut. Consequently, the government resorted to a second nationwide lockdown on November 14 by a nationwide curfew from 5 p.m. to 5 a.m., leaving essential businesses operating. As at November 29, Lebanon recorded around 127,000 COVID-19 cases and 1,004 deaths. The socio-economic impact of COVID-19 resulting from the lockdowns is massive in a country that is facing its worst economic collapse since its independence, with an overall poverty prevalence in 2020 at 60% of its population, of which 23% are in extreme poverty and 60% of its workforce are within informal arrangements. COVID-19 presents a crisis within a crisis to the Lebanese public, who are forced into making the difficult choice between dying of coronavirus or dying of poverty. The government has put together a modest economic package to try to offset the impact of the new shock on the population. However, this package only represents 1% of our GDP and remains well below what other countries are spending to alleviate the COVID-19 impact on its socio-economic environment. That underlines the extreme necessity of international assistance to reinforce the social safety net in Lebanon. These alarming indicators describe the gravity of the situation, which was further aggravated by the calamitous Beirut port blast on August 4, 2020. It was the day when approximately 300,000 of the city's residents lost their homes, 204 persons died, and more than 6,500 were injured. Scores of schools, hospitals, healthcare facilities were partially or completely destroyed, while the hospitals and medical centers, which remained operational, were overwhelmed by patients seeking care for injuries sustained in the blast and for COVID-19 patients. Indeed, due to the rise in COVID-19 cases, many hospitals are running short of ICU beds and experiencing shortages in medical supplies and in vital medical equipment. Medical personnel are overstretched, particularly in view of the unusual level of immigration of doctors and nurses, in addition to their exposure to infection. Moreover, the presence of approximately 2 million displaced Syrians and Palestinian refugees who sought refuge on Lebanon territories at different times put huge strain on the health sector and other service providers in Lebanon. More than at any time in its history, Lebanon finds itself with extremely limited international support. While other countries received emergency IMF lines for COVID-19 response, Lebanon, being in a debt moratorium, didn't have access. External financing has been slow in coming and in very limited amounts. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic has derailed and further delayed our efforts to implement the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. To conclude, I wish to extend my gratitude to the UN, to the international organizations and donors who helped Lebanon in its fight against the COVID-19 pandemic. However, the global fight is not over yet, as the entire world is experiencing a resurgence in cases. It is my firm belief that the victory against the common enemy, as depicted by the UN Secretary General, depends on our solidarity, cooperation, and concerted efforts. Therefore, Lebanon welcomes a comprehensive, inclusive, multidimensional, and people-centered response under the diligent care of the UN to tackle the spread of the pandemic and address its various fallouts. I sincerely hope that a special consideration would be given to developing countries, including Lebanon, many of whom face the dire prospect of economic and social meltdown, as well as deep and debilitating recessions. Thank you.
I wish to thank the President of the Council of Ministers of the Lebanese government, of the Lebanese Republic, for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of St. Vincent and the Grenadines to introduce an address by the head of government.
Madam President, Excellencies, colleagues, I have the distinct honor and privilege to introduce the pre-recorded statement by His Excellency Dr. the Honorable Ralph E. Gonsalves, Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs, National Security, Legal Affairs, and Information of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Thank you.
Mr. President, Excellencies, first, let me recognize the important initiative of the Non-Aligned Movement, of which St. Vincent and the Grenadines is a committed member, in requesting this special session of the UN General Assembly on COVID-19. I thank the President of the General Assembly for convening this special session. The COVID-19 pandemic has caused tremendous loss of lives and livelihoods throughout the world, and it is only getting worse. Fortunately, in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we have suffered no deaths from COVID-19, no hospitalizations, no community spread, and we have recorded just over 80 cases, mainly imported or import-related, since the start of the pandemic. We have achieved this with a series of practical measures designed to ensure that our population and our visitors are safe. However, we have not been spared the disproportionate socioeconomic impacts of the pandemic, as has been the case for developing countries the world over. Small island developing states, including those in the Caribbean, have suffered an almost total elimination of vital tourism-related incomes and jobs. I take this opportunity to thank the United Nations Secretary General for highlighting this issue, especially through his policy brief on COVID-19 and transforming tourism. Mr. President, COVID-19 has only added to the strain of the climate crisis. Inadequate responses to these twin threats will decimate life and living as we know it. The knock-on effects of these borderless challenges, compounded by inaction, are quite predictable. They lend themselves also to convenient, irrational, and counterproductive denials. As COVID-19 continues to shrink our modest national budgets, we still have to find the financing to address adverse weather conditions of unprecedented intensity and frequency and their awful consequences. Mr. President, a multilateral system that prioritizes cooperation between sovereign countries with inbuilt fair, appropriate, and legally binding considerations for the vulnerable is the only way to address the life-altering challenges we face today. In this vein, it is critical that every person in the world be able to access COVID-19 vaccines. The Caribbean community supports and welcomes the COVAX facility. We commend the foresight and human ingenuity behind the creation of not only the vaccines, but also a system aimed at their fair distribution. Similarly, the COVAX Advanced Market Commitment, AMC, is a welcome financing instrument to support the procurement of vaccines for low and middle income countries. However, the metric used for selecting countries to participate in this financing instrument do not sufficiently take into account our inherent vulnerabilities and lack of economic and climate resilience. This has left the majority of CARICOM countries excluded based on the deeply flawed and lazy calculus of gross national income per capita. In addition, inclusion of all CARICOM member states in this financing instrument would only correspond to less than 0.1% of the population of the 92 countries proposed for coverage under COVAX AMC. We urge for this situation to be rectified. Mr. President, it is no secret that global crises, including health, financial, and economic ones, affect those particularly susceptible to shocks more profoundly. Importantly, for the credibility of this General Assembly, we must live up to the ideals outlined in our COVID-19 Omnibus Resolution for a comprehensive and coordinated response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Let us go even further than that to which we have committed on paper and be reminded that we have an obligation to lift each other up and to lift humanity higher. Thank you.
I wish to thank the Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, the Public Service, National Security, Legal Affairs, and Grenadines Affairs of St. Vincent and the Grenadines for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Fiji to introduce an address by the head of government.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I'm honored to introduce a pre-recorded message by the Honorable Josiah Borenga Bainimarama, Prime Minister of Fiji. Thank you.
President of the UN General Assembly, Your Excellency Mr. Volkan Bozkır, the Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellency Antonio Guterres, heads of state, prime ministers, ministers, ladies and gentlemen, Bula Vinaka from Fiji. We welcome this summit as a long-awaited opportunity to break the hold of COVID-induced nationalism, which has crippled our global response to this crisis. It was with a sick sense of irony that in the year the United Nations marked its 75th anniversary, countries hoarded critical health supplies and equipment, from life-saving drugs to ventilators, to tests, to PPEs, leaving many brave frontline health workers vulnerable. And while leaders spoke glowingly about our collective faith in multilateralism, governments allowed the price of desperately needed exports like medicine and medical equipment to rise to levels that should be considered criminal, while others blocked these essential exports altogether. We cannot continue to let those words and that commitment to collective action ring hollow. Here we are today. Together, we must renew our collective determination to defeat COVID-19, rebuild the global economy in a way that preserves the decades of progress the UN has worked so hard to achieve, and set humanity towards a safer and more sustainable future. To do so, we must recognize that the playing field in a global COVID recovery is wildly uneven. Not all countries have the same level of technical and knowledge that is needed to defeat the virus. Not all can solve the problem of supply chain failures on their own. Not all countries have the financial capital to inject trillions of dollars into our devastated economies. Pacific Islanders and all small island developing states are uniquely and intensely disadvantaged in all of these constraints. It is the smallest, most vulnerable states who need the United Nations the most to overcome them. The gap between the international rhetoric on solidarity and action that we can feel on the ground is vast. And as we look to recovery, it risks growing even further. Despite all the optimism around a viable vaccine, access to that critical medical advancement is still not guaranteed for all people. Australia's assurance to add Pacific small island states to its vaccine procurement program is an act of genuine solidarity. It is also a lesson to the world. The COVID vaccine must be a global good, freely available to all humanity and not only to the wealthy. But a vaccine alone will not erase the damage done to the world's most vulnerable economies. That will take financing. It is suicidal for small island developing states to continue to be shackled by the high cost of borrowing and suppressed by unfairly restricted access to concessional financing. That is why I'm calling for a significant expansion of concessional financing for small developing states. A mere 1.5% of the total stimulus employed by developed nations is all we need. If the institutions for economic governance and development, such as the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, are not capable of providing the scale of concessional resources needed, then it is fair to ask whether they remain fit for purpose. Every day we delay, the debate pushes the SDGs further out of reach for the developing world. For a true global recovery, we need radical reform. Now is the time to democratize the institutions of global governance to not only confront the COVID crisis, but the devastating impacts of the climate emergency. The sacrifices this year, which has demanded from healthcare workers far and wide, should make all of us consider how well we, as a community of nations, confront collective challenge. Whether it is our recovery from COVID, the campaign to achieve net zero emissions, or the protection of our oceans, no nation can succeed alone. Let this crisis be our final lesson in the folly of unilateral action, and let us emerge from it not further divided, but more united than ever before. Thank you.
Je tiens à remercier le Premier ministre et ministre des Affaires Itoke, de l'industrie du sucre et des Affaires étrangères de la République des Fidji, de l'allocution qu'il vient de prononcer. Je donne maintenant la parole à la représentante de l'Albanie pour qu'elle introduise l'allocution du chef de l'État.
Madam President, distinguished delegates, I have the honor to introduce a pre-recorded statement delivered by His Excellency, Mr. Edi Rama, Prime Minister of the Republic of Albania.
Dear Excellencies, it is often said that disease knows no borders. It does not care about our political differences, and it disregards distinctions about rich and poor economies. The COVID-19 pandemic has disrupted them all. This once-in-century pandemic has hammered home a very critical lesson. When it comes to health, our destinies are fully intertwined. In this shared destiny lies maybe the only difference between the novel coronavirus outbreak and the so-called mother of all pandemics, the Spanish flu of 1917-1918, a century ago, when the United Nations and its predecessor, League of Nations, were still on the drawing board and everybody was left on their own. Even with a country, different regions had different approaches on how to fight the disease. Each community acted on its own, doing as its elected officials thought was best. This approach increased dramatically the mortality of the Spanish flu. There are dozens of examples of bordering cities with totally different outcomes. This time, spearheaded by the World Health Organization and the United Nations, each country has adopted unified protocols of social distancing measures which have saved millions of lives. In May, the world came together for the first virtual World Health Assembly. 194 member states passed a landmark resolution which recognized the leadership role of WHO and the role of the United Nations system in coordinating the comprehensive global response. It called on member states to implement a whole-of-government and whole-of-society approach to ensure a more coherent, fairer, and effective global response. It called for the fair distribution of vaccines, diagnostics, and therapeutics. Now, with the vaccines in sight, we must come together once more to ensure that nobody is left behind and that nobody will distinguish human lives between rich and poor. And we must come together once more to plan together the post-pandemic global economic recovery. Ladies and gentlemen, there are only a couple of efficient responses against the coronavirus outbreak, but there are plenty of possible mindsets. We in Albania have chosen to think that there will be a better future. While enforcing lockdown measures or building ad hoc new COVID hospitals, we have continued the vital 2019 earthquake reconstruction process. We are thankful of the United Nations and to the UN agencies for their support and targeted assistance in this big endeavor. Even with a bleeding economy, we decided to not interrupt public investments and to continue improving our infrastructure. We have pushed even harder in our portfolio of European integration reforms. We have engaged with all our capacities in the NATO joint support mechanism. In this regard, we are proud that this humanitarian crisis has not turned into a security crisis. Cooperation has worked well until now. However, we have now braced ourselves for the most crucial months ahead of us. During this momentous time, the strength of our cooperation will determine how quickly we will defeat the disease and when, finally, our economies will start running again. Albania fully supports today's resolution because we believe that the best way to combat the pandemic and its consequences is by laying the foundations of an inclusive, green, and sustainable recovery in line with the Sustainable Development Goals. We should all mobilize for the universal and equitable access to COVID-19 vaccines and therapeutics as a global priority. To build back better, we must invest in resilient health systems and in pandemic preparedness. To protect ourselves, we need to protect the planet. Protecting, restoring, and sustainably using biodiversity is essential for pandemic prevention. Together, we should ensure a better access to primary healthcare and education, including better digital accessibility for the children. As a candidate country for a non-permanent seat at the UN Security Council for the period 2022-2023, we have placed gender equality and women's empowerment at the center of our strategic priorities. Indeed, women and girls have been disproportionately impacted by the COVID-19 crisis, but have also shown leadership by being at the forefront of the response. It is then of utmost importance that gender equality and empowerment must be at the center of recovery strategies. Finally, digital technologies have been crucial in fighting the coronavirus outbreak. We must focus even more in digital skills and in upscaling digital literacy as an instrument for improving social inclusion and sustainability. Digital technologies and innovation can accelerate the process of carrying out the 2030 agenda and must be prominent in the national and regional strategies of rebuilding better. We have put it at the heart of the Common Regional Market Action Plan for the Western Balkans as a pillar of sustainable development. The COVID-19 pandemic is a test of global solidarity and leadership. The virus prospers on division, but is thwarted when we unite. Quoting WHO Director General, my hope is that the defining crisis of our age will likewise remind all people that the best way forward, and the only way forward, is together. In totally different proportions, the world we live in today is similar to the world in 1945, when the Marshall Plan and subsequently the European Union offered the only hope towards a quick recovery and a thriving future. We now need a new Marshall Plan, a concentrated and united roadmap to defeat the virus and ensure a better tomorrow.
Je remercie le Premier ministre et ministre de l'Europe et des Affaires étrangères de la République d'Albanie de l'allocution qu'il vient de prononcer. Je donne maintenant la parole au représentant du Congo pour qu'il introduise l'allocution du Premier ministre.
Madame la vice-présidente, j'ai le grand honneur d'introduire la déclaration préenregistrée de son Excellence Monsieur Clément Mwamba, Premier ministre et chef du gouvernement. Je vous remercie.
Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée générale, Monsieur le Secrétaire général des Nations unies, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, il m'échoit le grand honneur de délivrer, en lieu et place du Président de la République du Congo, chef de l'État, Son Excellence Monsieur Denis Sassou Nguesso, la déclaration suivante. Le présent sommet extraordinaire de l'Assemblée générale des Nations unies, consacré à la pandémie de Covid-19, qui se tient à l'initiative du mouvement des non-alignés, arrive à propos. En effet, il constitue un moment d'interpellation des dirigeants du monde et d'exhortation de la communauté internationale à mettre fin à ce fléau qui est la plus grande menace pour la sécurité et la stabilité mondiale. C'est ici le lieu de féliciter cette initiative et surtout de réitérer notre plein appui au plan et initiative du secrétaire général, M. Antonio Guterres, dont je salue le leadership dans cette entreprise dans laquelle l'OMS investit d'un rôle pivot, en est la pierre angulaire sous l'autorité de son directeur général, le Dr Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, à qui je renouvelle le soutien du Congo. Le virus à l'origine de ce fléau planétaire, qui a coûté la vie à près d'1,5 million de personnes, est l'une des grandes forces destructives de cette année 2020. Il aura ruiné tant d'efforts, compromis tant de projets, ébranlé tant de certitudes. La pandémie a envahi toutes les régions du monde, n'épargnant aucun de nos États, avec toutes les conséquences économiques, sociales et humaines dramatiques. Dans ce contexte tragique, où la communauté internationale dans son ensemble est confrontée à ce défi global, il nous faut plus que jamais réaffirmer et conforter la place centrale qui revient à l'Organisation des Nations Unies pour engager une action mondiale coordonnée face à la pandémie et à ses conséquences. Monsieur le Président, s'agissant de mon pays, le premier cas enregistré est apparu le 14 mars 2020. Au 25 novembre 2020, nous enregistrons 5 774 cas confirmés, 5 003 cas guéris et 97 décès pour un taux de létalité de 1,6%. Pour freiner son explosion, différentes mesures d'intervention ont été mises en œuvre. Il s'agit notamment de la fermeture des frontières, du confinement des populations sur toute l'étendue du territoire, du couvre-feu qui reste en vigueur, de la mise en quarantaine des voyageurs dans les sites appropriés et l'exigence d'un test RT-PCR négatif datant de moins de 72 heures. Les mesures sanitaires édictées par mon gouvernement ont permis de limiter la propagation du virus dans les différentes couches de la population. Malheureusement, elles ont impacté négativement l'économie et fortement fragilisé la situation sociale des couches les plus démunies. Monsieur le Président, au moment où la perspective des vaccins prometteurs nous donne la raison d'espérer que l'humanité va bientôt se doter des moyens de conjurer la tragique réalité de la pandémie, jamais le mot solidarité sur le fond de coopération multilatérale n'aura sonné aussi fort. C'est ici qu'il faudrait prendre la juste mesure des conclusions pertinentes du sommet du G20 qui s'est tenu les 21-22 novembre 2020 à Riyad, en Arabie Saoudite. Je me félicite de l'engagement des leaders du G20 de mobiliser des sources pour répondre aux besoins de financement urgents dans le secteur mondial de la santé afin de soutenir la recherche, le développement, la fabrication et la distribution des moyens de diagnostic, de traitement et de vaccins sûrs et efficaces pour lutter contre la COVID-19 et d'assurer leur accès universel et équitable à un coût abordable pour tous. Je retiens en particulier leur engagement à soutenir les pays les plus vulnérables, notamment en Afrique, dans leur lutte contre la pandémie, ainsi que le moratoire sur le service de la dette du G20, dont nous souhaitons la prolongation au-delà de juin 2021. Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, mon pays porte un intérêt particulier pour la coalition pour les innovations en matière de préparation aux épidémies, CEPI, l'Alliance de vaccins Gavi et l'Organisation mondiale de la santé pour la mise en place de la facilité COVAX, qui permet d'assurer aux pays éligibles à l'aide publique au développement un approvisionnement coordonné et efficace de vaccins COVAX dès qu'il sera disponible. Le Congo est fortement engagé dans cette perspective d'acquisition du vaccin contre la COVID-19 et se réjouit de la perspective de participer à la facilité COVAX avec l'accompagnement du secrétariat du Gavi. Dans cette lutte contre la pandémie, toujours unie dans l'action, la coopération régionale et sous-régionale joue un rôle complémentaire au partenariat mondial et à la coopération internationale. C'est fort de ces fondements que le 8e sommet de la conférence internationale sur la région des Grands Lacs, que j'ai eu l'honneur de présider le 20 novembre dernier, s'est penché sur le thème suivant: la pandémie de coronavirus Covid-19, un enjeu politique, économique et sécuritaire humanitaire et environnementale et aussi une urgence de santé publique pour la région des Grands Lacs. Fin de citation. Il en est résulté des recommandations qui contribuent au renforcement de la coopération régionale dans la lutte contre ce fléau. Il a été retenu, entre autres, le renforcement de la coopération et du partenariat dans le cadre de la riposte à la COVID-19 et l'intensification de plaidoyer auprès des institutions financières internationales et des partenaires pour la mobilisation des ressources nécessaires afin d'aider la région à faire face à la pandémie de la COVID-19 et à progresser vers la stabilisation et le développement durable. L'engagement du Congo dans la lutte contre la pandémie est une des priorités au plus haut niveau de l'État. Cependant, la solidarité et la coopération internationale demeurent la clé de voûte de la réussite dans cette lutte qu'il nous faut continuer à mener ensemble de manière coordonnée et résolue, tant à l'intérieur de nos frontières qu'au niveau régional et global. Fin de la déclaration. Je vous remercie.
Je tiens à remercier le Premier ministre et chef de gouvernement de la République du Congo de l'allocution qu'il vient de prononcer. Je donne maintenant la parole au représentant de l'Algérie pour qu'il introduise l'allocution du Premier ministre.
شكرا سيدة نائب الرئيس. أتشرف بأن أقدم المداخلة المسجلة للسيد عبد العزيز جراد الوزير الأول للجمهورية الجزائرية الديمقراطية الشعبية، وشكرا.
السيد الرئيس، السيد الأمين العام، أصحاب السعادة، سيداتي وسادتي، اسمحوا لي في بداية كلمتي أن أبلغ لكم تحيات السيد رئيس الجمهورية عبد المجيد تبون. ينعقد اجتماعنا هذا في ظرف غير مسبوق تخيم عليه تداعيات جائحة كوفيد-19 وآثارها الوخيم على مختلف الأصعدة الصحية والبشرية والاقتصادية والمالية والاجتماعية. ولذا أجدني ملزما في مستهل كلمتي بتوجيه تحية شكر وامتنان للعاملين في الرعاية الصحية في أنحاء العالم لالتزامهم البطولي وتحليهم بروح التضحية والمثابرة في مواجهة هذه الأزمة. وإذ أنحني إجلالا لأرواح ضحايا هذه الكارثة الصحية فإني أدعو الله عز وجل أن يشفي المصابين. ولا يسعني إلا أن أشيد بالدور الذي تلعبه منظمة الصحة العالمية لدعم الدول في هذا الظرف الحرج وعملها المستمر لتنسيق الجهود الدولية للتصدي لآثار الوخيم لهذا الوباء. إن طبيعة هذه المأساة العالمية وتداعياتها التي لم تستثني أحدا تفرض علينا الوحدة والتآزر، توفير حل شامل ومنسق على وجه السرعة يمكن كل الدول من ضمان رعاية صحية ملائمة لمواطنيها. سيد الرئيس، كلنا ندرك خطورة الوضع وانعكاسه على مكاسب شعوبنا. إن هذه الجائحة قد زادت من حدة الفقر وعمقت أوجه عدم المساواة وفقامت أوضاع الدول الضعيفة لا سيما الإفريقية منها التي لا تملك الإمكانات اللازمة لتخفيف آثار الجائحة ولا القدرة لمواجهة التحديات الناجمة عنها والتي تشكل عبئا إضافيا ينضم إلى مختلف الأزمات التي يواجهها العالم كتغيير المناخ
والكوارث الطبيعية والإرهاب والنزاعات المسلحة والهجرة السرية وكذا العنصرية، وهو الوضع الذي سينعكس سلبا على التقدم النسبي الذي أحرزته هذه الدول في تحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة. إن توافق وترابط الاقتصاديات والسياسات المنتهجة يتطلب إبلاء اهتمام خاص لاحتياجات الشعوب المحرومة والمهمشة، إذ يجب أن تكون المسؤولية مشتركة ومتناسبة مع قدرات كل طرف وحاجاته، بعيدا عن المقاربات الأحادية والأنانية التي تعمق اللامساواة وتؤدي إلى الرمي بمئات الملايين من البشر في النزاعات وتضعهم يعيشون الجوع وسوء التغذية والحرمان من الرعاية الصحية، وهذا بلا شك أبشع صور تنافي العدالة. سيد الرئيس، لقد أدركت الجزائر منذ أن سجلت الحالات الأولى لإصابة بهذه الوباء خطورة هذا التهديد الصحي، واتخذت إجراءات استعجالية واحترازية للتصدي له ولحماية صحة المواطن، وكانت من الدول السباقة إلى اتخاذ تدابير احترازية هامة على غرار إغلاق الحدود وتعزيز أنظمة الوقاية الصحية واعتماد نظام متكيف للحجر الصحي ووضع بروتوكولات صحية تضمن استمرارية الأنشطة الاقتصادية والاجتماعية والتربوية. كما تم تسخير موارد بشرية ومادية هامة لتعزيز ودعم النظام الصحي في مواجهة هذا الوباء من خلال تحفيز العنصر البشري وحمايته وتوفير مختلف الاحتياجات واللوازم الطبية، ورفع قدرات استيعاب المستشفيات وتحسين نظام التشخيص والتحقيق الوبائي، ومن أجل مواجهة التداعيات الاقتصادية الناجمة عن هذا الوضع الصحي. تم اتخاذ حزمة من الإجراءات لدعم وتشجيع المؤسسات الإنتاجية على مواصلة نشاطها ومنح تعويضات استثنائية للمؤسسات المتضررة، فضلا عن دعم الموجه لأصحاب المهن الصغيرة والفئات الهشة والمحرومة لمساعدتها في هذا الظرف الصعب. ورغم الظروف الاقتصادية التي تمر بها الجزائر بسبب انعكاسات هذه الأزمة وتزامنها مع انخفاض موارد الدول جراء انهيار أسعار المحروقات، إلا أن بلادي حرصت على الالتزام بمقتضياتها التضامن الدولي في مواجهة الجائحة بالانخراط الفعال في المبادرات الرامية لتعزيز قدرات الدول والتنسيق جهودها في هذا المجال. ومصادقة لهذا الالتزام سارعت الجزائر إلى تقديم مساهماتها المالية في صندوق الأمم المتحدة للاستجابة العالمية للفيروس، والصندوق الذي بادرت الاتحاد الإفريقي بإنشائه للتصدي للجائحة. كما أرسلت كميات معتبرة من المساعدات الإنسانية والطبية لفائدة عدد من الدول الشقيقة والصديقة لدعم جهودها التنموية والصحية، فضلا عن تجهيز مستشفى مرافق في منطقة تندوف لصالح اللاجئين الصحراويين. سيد الرئيس، إن خطورة الوضع الراهن الذي تمر به شعوبنا يستوجب تجند الجميع وتضافر الجهود وترقية العمل المتعدد الأطراف في ظل شراكة عالمية معززة ومنشطة وشاملة لضمان التغلب على هذا الوباء وآثاره، ولعل ضمان الوصول السريع والمنصف اللقاح لجميع الدول والشعوب سيكون أول تحد للتواجب علينا رفع التأكيد إعلاء قيمة التضامن التي تفرض نفسها اليوم، ليس كمجرد قيمة إنسانية راقية، ولكن كضرورة حتمية لمواجهة تهديد جماعي لا يعترف بالحدود ولا يميز بين بني البشر. شكرا على كرم الإصغاء.
Je tiens à remercier le Premier ministre de la République algérienne démocratique et populaire de l'allocution qu'il vient de prononcer. Je donne maintenant la parole au représentant du Togo pour qu'il introduise l'allocution du chef de gouvernement.
Merci, Madame la Vice-présidente. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, j'ai l'honneur, le privilège de présenter la déclaration préenregistrée de Son Excellence Madame Sidemero Tomega Dogbe, Premier ministre, chef du gouvernement de la République togolaise. Je vous remercie.
Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée générale, Monsieur le Secrétaire général, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, le Togo, mon pays, tient à saluer la tenue de cette importante réunion qui permet aux États membres de faire le point des mesures de la riposte à la pandémie à la COVID-19. À l'instar de tous les pays, le Togo est confronté à la crise sanitaire actuelle. Il a enregistré son premier cas le 5 mars 2020. Au 30 novembre dernier, on y dénombre 2974 cas, dont 2478 guéris, 64 décès et donc moins de 500 cas actifs. Les 3/4 des décès enregistrés sont survenus chez des malades atteints de pathologies qui sont reconnus comme des facteurs de comorbidité, comme l'hypertension artérielle, le diabète, l'obésité, le cancer. Afin de contenir le risque de propagation du virus et de protéger le droit à la vie et à la santé de toutes les personnes se trouvant sur son territoire, le gouvernement togolais a pris des mesures d'urgence d'ordre sanitaire, juridique et socio-économique. S'agissant des mesures sanitaires, des mécanismes tels que le comité de crise, la coordination nationale, le comité de gestion, le conseil scientifique et les entités sectorielles ont été mis en place. De même, la lutte contre la pandémie a impliqué tous les acteurs et a revêtu plusieurs facettes, prenant en compte le potentiel de contagion rapide et de propagation pandémique de la maladie, la coordination, le laboratoire, la surveillance, la prévention, le contrôle de l'infection, la prise en charge, la mise en quarantaine, la surveillance, la communication et la recherche. Des infrastructures sanitaires dédiées ont été construites, réhabilitées et équipées. Le port de masque a été rendu obligatoire au Togo. En outre, une attention particulière a été accordée et est toujours accordée à la formation des agents de santé et également à leur protection, notamment la mise en place d'une assurance COVID-19 sous la forme d'un contrat de décès et d'incapacité temporaire de travail. En ce qui concerne les mesures juridiques, le gouvernement togolais a été autorisé par l'Assemblée nationale à prendre par voie d'ordonnance des mesures spécifiques dans le cadre de l'état d'urgence sanitaire décrété. Sur cette base, Il a été mis en place une force spéciale anti-Covid-19 et des mesures d'encadrement et de bouclage de certaines agglomérations ont été prises. Lorsque la situation s'améliore par endroits, ces mesures sont purement et simplement levées ou assouplies. Pour ce qui est de l'impact de ces mesures sanitaires sur la jouissance des droits et des libertés, des dispositions sont prises pour atténuer autant que possible leurs effets. C'est le cas des libertés d'entreprendre et d'accès au marché qui ont été encadrées sans jamais être restreints. Sur le plan socio-économique, des mesures spécifiques sont prises en faveur des populations vulnérables en les dotant de vivres, mais aussi en leur accordant la gratuité à l'eau et à l'électricité. Un programme de revenu universel de solidarité par un transfert monétaire dénommé Novici a été instauré. De même, des avantages spécifiques sont octroyés aux partenaires sociaux et au secteur privé. En outre, l'État a mobilisé environ 10% de son PIB, soit 400 milliards de francs CFA, qui fait au total 750 millions de dollars américains pour atténuer l'impact économique de la crise sanitaire. Tout ceci a été possible grâce à la création d'un fonds de concours de riposte et de solidarité COVID-19 constitué de ressources rendues disponibles par l'État togolais, du financement des partenaires techniques et financiers, des apports financiers du secteur privé national et international, ainsi que des dons et des legs de toute nature. Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée générale, je voudrais à cet instant saluer l'ensemble des actions qui sont menées actuellement pour faciliter l'accès des pays à faible revenu aux vaccins qui sont développés dans le cadre de la lutte contre la COVID-19. Le Togo adhère pleinement à la mise en place du dispositif accélérateur ACT, destiné à faciliter et à amplifier l'accès aux outils de lutte contre la COVID-19, notamment aux vaccins. Le Togo s'engage à accueillir le vaccin COVAX au bénéfice de ces populations. Je voudrais, pour finir, exprimer la gratitude du gouvernement togolais à tous les partenaires engagés dans la lutte contre la COVID-19, notamment l'Organisation mondiale de la santé, l'OMS, la Banque mondiale, l'UNICEF et l'Alliance Gavi qui nous apportent toute leur assistance. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Je remercie la Première ministre, chef du gouvernement de la République togolaise, de l'allocution qu'elle vient de prononcer. Je donne maintenant la parole au représentant de la Chine pour qu'il introduise la déclaration du vice-premier ministre.
谢谢主席女士。主席女士，下面请聆听中国国家主席习近平特别代表、国务委员兼外交部长王毅阁下的讲话。
主席先生，中国支持联合国大会就应对新冠肺炎疫情举行特别会议，希望各方聚焦主题，加强团结，扩大共识，携手合作再出发。2020年是人类历史上极不平凡的一年，面对突如其来的新冠肺炎病毒，人类坚韧不拔，共克时艰，书写了波澜壮阔的历史画卷。新一轮疫情又向我们袭来，全球疫情防控进入攻坚阶段。我们要坚决遏制疫情蔓延，要充分发挥科技的支撑作用，加强监测预警、追踪检测、救治隔离、信息分享，推进国际联防联控， 减少疫情跨境传播。各国抗疫策略和重点可以有所差异，但都应尊重和保护每一个生命，都应虚心救治每一位患者。疫苗是战胜新冠病毒的有力武器，应该坚守全球公共产品属性，确保在发展中国家的可及性和可负担性。我们要加强团结合作。面对新冠病毒，世界上没有绝对安全的世外桃源，战胜疫情需要各国同舟共济，携手努力。主要大国应当发挥表率作用，坚持走合作抗疫的正道，要把公共卫生安全置于国际议程的优先位置，完善公共卫生安全治理体系，增强应急反应能力。要加大对世界卫生组织的支持和投入，使其发挥关键领导作用。我们要统筹推进疫情防控和经济社会发展。在疫情常态化背景下，我们必须做好与病毒长期斗争的准备，一手抓抗疫，一手抓生产。要充分运用政府和市场两种力量，促进就业民生，增强发展韧性。要利用疫情催生的新业态、新模式，大力发展新兴产业，推动经济绿色复苏。要加强国际宏观经济政策协调，维护全球产业链、供应链稳定。我们要加大对发展中国家的帮扶，要继续同发展中国家加强抗疫经验分享、物资技术支持和药品疫苗合作，为脆弱群体提供更多的人道主义援助。要加大对传染性疾病、公共卫生能力建设、粮食安全等领域的投入。世界银行、国际货币基金组织要更多提供融资优惠，减轻发展中国家的负担。我们要营造良好的抗疫国际环境。冲突国家是当前全球抗疫的薄弱环境。冲突各方要积极响应古特雷斯秘书长提出的全球停火倡议，离开充满硝烟的战场，投身抗击疫情的前线。应当倾听国际社会的普遍呼声，取消一切形式的单边制裁和其他单边强制措施。主席先生，中国始终坚持人民至上、生命至上，采取了最全面、最严格、最彻底的疫情防控措施，建立了疫情防控和经济社会发展中长期协调机制。我们还发起了新中国历史上最大规模的全球人道行动，开展了最大规模的云上抗疫交流活动，承担起全球抗疫物资最大供应国的责任。我们将继续向有需要的国家提供支持和帮助。我们正加快推进疫苗3期临床实验，研发完成并投入使用之后，将作为全球公共产品，积极向发展中国家提供，为构建人类卫生健康共同体做出贡献。主席先生，冬天已经到了，春天并不遥远，让我们秉持人类命运共同体理念，以坚定的步伐走出人类历史上这段艰难时期，共同迎接胜利的曙光。谢谢主席先生。
Je tiens à remercier le conseiller d'État et ministre des Affaires étrangères de la Chine de la déclaration qu'il vient de prononcer. Je donne maintenant la parole à la représentante de la Jordanie pour qu'elle introduise la déclaration du vice-premier ministre.
شكرا السيدة الرئيسة. يشرفني أن أقدم الكلمة المسجلة لمعالي السيد أيمن الصفدي نائب رئيس الوزراء ووزير الخارجية وشؤون المغتربين في المملكة الأردنية الهاشمية.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سعادة رئيس الدورة 75 للجمعية العامة، معالي الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. نجتمع اليوم في جلسة استثنائية هدفها التصدي لجائحة كورونا التي تستمر دولنا في مواجهة آثارها الصعبة على شعوبنا ودولنا. وأنقل إليكم تحيات جلالة الملك عبد الله الثاني وتثمينه لجهدنا المشترك هذا، وتأكيد جلالته أن المملكة ستبقى شريكا موثوقا في عملنا الجماعي لمواجهة الجائحة وكل التحديات التي ولدتها. وهذه تحديات تتطلب مواجهتها الاستثمار في نقاط القوة لكل دولة منا لتشكيل شبكات أمان دولية وإقليمية توفر الاحتياجات الأساسية مثل الغذاء والصحة والتعليم. وأؤكد استعداد المملكة الأردنية الهاشمية تسخير كل إمكانياتها لا سيما في مجالي الغذاء والصناعات الدوائية لتكون مركزا إقليميا للإمداد والتخزين. وكما قال جلالة الملك عبد الله الثاني أخيرا وأقتبس: لن يكفي أن نعود إلى ما كان الوضع عليه قبل الجائحة، إذ ينبغي علينا اغتنام الفرصة لبناء نظام عالمي أفضل وأكثر فاعلية. انتهى الاقتباس. ومع النجاح الذي تحقق في التوصل للقاح مضاد لفيروس كورونا، يجب أن نعتمد الآليات التي تضمن توزيع المطاعيم والأدوية بعدالة وعلى أوسع نطاق، فهذا ضرورة عادلة وأخلاقية وفيه مصلحة ومنفعة للجميع، ذاك أنه يعزز فرص القضاء على الجائحة بشكل أسرع، ما يضعنا على طريق إعادة إنعاش الاقتصاد العالمي. الحضور الكريم، يستضيف الأردن ما يزيد عن 3,600,000 لاجئ، بينهم حوالي 1,300,000 شقيق سوري، وهذه مسؤولية تؤديها المملكة بكل ما تستطيع من إمكانات لضمان توفير العيش الكريم للاجئين. وفي مواجهة كورونا يوفر الأردن للاجئين الرعاية ذاتها التي نوفرها لمواطنينا، لكن عبء اللجوء لا يجوز أن تحمله الدول المستضيفة وحدها، هو مسؤولية جماعية. وأن نثمن الدعم الذي يقدمه شركاؤنا في المجتمع الدولي لمساعدتنا على تلبية احتياجات اللاجئين، نؤكد ضرورة استمرار العمل سويا لتوفير الدعم اللازم والكافي والمستدام للاجئين وللمجتمعات المستضيفة حتى نحافظ على قدرتنا تلبية احتياجاتهم الحيوية. وفي هذا الصدد ندعو المجتمع الدولي للاستجابة لنداء وكالة الأمم المتحدة لإغاثة وتشغيل اللاجئين الفلسطينيين الأونروا والمفوضية السامية لشؤون اللاجئين، وتوفير الإمكانيات المالية التي تحتاجها المنظمتان لمواصلة تقديم خدماتهما الحيوية، خصوصا في ظل جائحة كورونا. الحضور الكريم، تحدياتنا مشتركة وتتعاظم قدرتنا على مواجهتها بزيادة تعاوننا وتفعيله، خطوات وبرامج عملية ملموسة. العمل متعدد الأطراف المنطلق من هذا الاقتناع هو السبيل للتصدي للجائحة وتبعاتها وحماية شعوبنا من آثارها القاسية والموجعة. شكرا لكم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Je tiens à remercier le vice-premier ministre et ministre des Affaires étrangères et des expatriés du Royaume hachémite de Jordanie de la déclaration qu'il vient de prononcer. Je donne maintenant la parole au représentant de Malte pour qu'il introduise la déclaration du vice-premier ministre.
Thank you, Madam President. It is my honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement of the Honorable Chris Fern, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Health of the Republic of Malta.
Secretary General, President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, these past months have been an eye-opener for us all. I believe that this year will be remembered for the hard lessons learned, which unfortunately have come at a very high cost. It would be a disservice to all these lives lost and to all those who put so much effort into responding to this pandemic if we do not use this opportunity for us to grow and to build back better. We will not be overcome by the fear of the unknown that this pandemic has brought, but rather it will serve us as a lesson in humility and for us all to learn and to discover lessons that we can use for future pandemics. The COVID pandemic has, in fact, put a spotlight on the resilience of our health systems. Quoting the UN Secretary General, We are only as strong as the weakest of our health systems. For this reason, at the onset of the pandemic, Malta sought to quickly organize its COVID pandemic public health response team and to bolster its healthcare system. This was done in parallel with efforts to reinforce the health workforce. Malta also brought in a system of thorough surveillance, broad testing across the board, including screening, as well as a symptom checker app to enable citizens to be empowered in this pandemic. Malta has maintained, in fact, one of the highest testing rates globally, and today the positivity rate for COVID-19 remains at a low 4%, even though we are in a strong and heftier second wave of the coronavirus. Months down the line, we realize that we still have a lot to learn from each other, and that this pandemic has shown that international cooperation is extremely important. It is for this reason that to succeed, we need to uphold global public good above all else. The limitations in terms of public health and clinical capacity and expertise have been a problem for us all, and in small island states such as Malta, they are even more pronounced. This has prevented difficulties for us all to undertake COVID-related research because we have concentrated so much on the doing and on the clinical aspect of the disease. However, shared experiences across countries, across regions, are therefore important for us to learn from experiences and from scientific evidence that is being accumulated across the globe. Availability of essential items and the timely procurement of equipment, consumables, medicines, etc. have also been a challenge, and for Malta as well. We continue to commit to mutual collaboration, solidarity and support, which have been critical throughout this pandemic, and of particular significance for small member states such as us. As pandemic fatigue begins to set in, we need to remain aware of the long road ahead. We look forward to further collaboration and a brighter future as we await the arrival of the much-anticipated COVID vaccine. It is extremely important that the vaccine is seen as a global public good and it is available to all peoples everywhere. Your Excellencies, the term building back better has been widely used in the context of recovery. As this pandemic unfolds into an unprecedented global economic crisis, we continue to witness not only damage to people's health, jobs and well-being, but also severe pressure on business and employment. COVID-19 has tested the way society works. It has provided challenge after challenge for governments, communities, and individuals alike. In this context, swift and strong whole-of-government action in addressing these challenges is essentially and extremely important. Indeed, urgent and difficult decisions based on the best available evidence and taking a long-term perspective must be taken today. The SDGs in themselves may already serve as a roadmap to guide the recovery from COVID-19. And it is worth noting that they are the closest to a global strategy that 193 governments have already agreed on. Today, reaching out to the hardest hit, the most fragile and vulnerable populations is crucial. COVID-19 has exacerbated existing social economic problems. In this regard, it is vital that the international community invests heavily in building resilience, particularly to those vulnerable communities that need it most. Humanitarian actors must work closer together to strike the right balance between global and local response. Your Excellencies, the advent of COVID-19 on Malta's shores highlighted the need for quick and calculated response, based on science, by all of us. As a small island state, Malta's decision makers are not far removed from those most affected by the decisions that we take. This is not to say that it has not been a constant challenge to maintain a balance between public health measures and to bring as little disruption to society and to economy as possible. We look forward to a new normal where we continue to place people and families at the center of our decisions. Although we are all hopeful that we will soon see the beginning of the end of this pandemic, its long-term consequences will be with us for a long time to come. Across countries, social and economic systems need to be strategically rebuilt and public confidence restored, particularly among those most affected by the crisis. COVID has not spared any of us, and now is the time for solidarity and continued collaboration to emerge from this crisis stronger together. Each individual's health depends on the health of us all. Thank you so much, and good day to all of you.
Je tiens à remercier le vice-premier ministre de Malte de la déclaration qu'il vient de prononcer. Je donne maintenant la parole à la représentante de la Bulgarie pour qu'elle introduise l'allocution de la vice-première ministre.
Madam President, I have the honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement of Her Excellency Ekaterina Zakharieva, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Bulgaria.
Mr. President, Excellencies, it's an honor to participate in this special session. The COVID-19 pandemic should alert nations to unite and cooperate, but we see a chain of new conflicts surge in 2020. Bulgaria was among the countries that endorsed the Secretary General call for global ceasefire. It's important to observe all UN resolutions related to the conflicts. Countering the pandemic should not be at the expense of democratic and civil space, the rule of law, and international commitments. We call for full implementation of Secretary General's call to action on human rights. The COVID-19 crisis has particularly affected women and girls who have proved their leadership capacity, being at the forefront of the response. Gender equality must be at the center of efforts to rebuild more inclusive, equal, and resilient societies. The consequences of the COVID-19 crisis and economic decline have particularly affected children. They now face education, food, health, and safety hardship and the risk of poverty. Protection of the rights of the child is a core priority of our domestic and external policy. On national level, we introduced comprehensive social protection programs and economic measures aimed at children. We welcome the efforts of UN agencies, including UNICEF's six-point plan to protect our children in dealing with the crisis. Mr. President, we should be striving for an inclusive, green, and sustainable recovery in line with the Sustainable Development Goals. Building back better implies investments in resilient health systems, in a pandemic preparedness, acknowledging the leading role of the World Health Organization. To protect ourselves, we need to protect the planet, restore biodiversity, and use it sustainably. The UN General Assembly Omnibus Resolution on COVID-19 called for a broad One Health approach. We view the environmental, human, animal, and plant health as one system that requires concrete steps and cooperation within the UN and among all stakeholders. Mr. President, the Secretary General Roadmap on Digital Cooperation, with its three pillars, connect, respect, protect, should accelerate the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. The use of digital technologies to contain the pandemic should be in full respect of all human rights, including the right of privacy and freedoms of expression and opinion, whilst reduce misinformation, disinformation, and cybercrime. We welcome the Global Humanitarian Response Plan launched by the Secretary General in March. Our support should reach the most vulnerable, in particular women and children, older persons, persons with disability, refugees, internally displaced and migrants, and persons earning their livelihoods in the informal economy. We must step up efforts to ensure unrestricted internal and cross-border movement of humanitarian workers and free flow of health and humanitarian supplies, including vaccines and treatments. We strongly condemn all forms of violence, attacks, and threats against health and humanitarian personnel, and we call for accountability and full compliance with international humanitarian law in such instances. We must support the economic recovery of UN member states. Bulgaria is part of the adopted UN strategy for green, digital, fair, and resilient recovery with debt relief and investments linked to the Sustainable Development Goals. We have redirected around €1 million to respond to the most urgent needs and the most vulnerable. We can only succeed if we work together. Thank you.
Je tiens à remercier la vice-première ministre chargée de la réforme judiciaire et ministre des Affaires étrangères de la Bulgarie de la déclaration qu'elle vient de prononcer. Je donne maintenant la parole au représentant de l'Eswatini pour qu'il introduise la déclaration du vice-premier ministre.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I have the honor to introduce a pre-recorded statement by His Excellency, Mr. Themba Masuku, the Deputy Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Eswatini.
Mr. President, Heads of State and Government, Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished delegates, may I applaud the President of the General Assembly and the Secretary General for the timely conception of this very important gathering. Indeed, this is a strange time in our lives where the world is grappling with COVID-19 with no certainty of its total eradication. The collective challenges we face globally are well-founded, but we shall not tire or waver in packing the best punch and dealing the last blow for its elimination. This session is a clear intention to do just that. Eswatini is following with keen interest the developing trends around the globe as we differentially enter in the so-called second wave. COVID-19 has left a devastating trail of human loss, economic destruction, and altered the way of life as we know it. The anticipation of the second wave on its own is taking a mental toll already, particularly as Eswatini has peaked with a loss of 120 lives. Stomaching another prolonged period will therefore prove daunting. Eswatini continues to work tirelessly to save lives by maximizing the resources at our disposal, and the interventions have been widely available throughout the country. The onus is for each government to perfect those basics, thus overturning the grim possibilities of our future. Of course, our thoughts and worries are always with how our children will turn out, and equally so, if our parents will survive this torrent. The national economy has not been spared, and efforts are underway to resuscitate it by using local, regional, and continental approaches. For landlocked developing countries, COVID-19 was a tough proposition. Eswatini has also put together a post-COVID-19 economic recovery plan to change the course on the established economic order, salvaging livelihoods through the creation of opportunities in key priority sectors of the economy. This includes dispersing relief packages to laid-off workers and MSMEs. Eswatini has also created a special dispensation
to disperse and subsidize the testing cost of cross-border traders who have found it expensive to afford their frequent movements. We are grateful that the first global COVID-19 vaccine trial to reach the final efficacy analysis indicates that a high rate of protection against COVID-19 can be achieved very rapidly after the first dose. We pray for the rapid distribution of a vaccine that will cover even the most extreme ends of the earth. In conclusion, the Kingdom of Eswatini would like to pay tribute to all the COVID-19 frontline workers as they continue to preserve precious lives. In the same vein, we mourn the countless lives that have been lost around the world. Thank you.
Je tiens à remercier le vice-premier ministre de l'Eswatini de la déclaration qu'il vient de prononcer. Je donne maintenant la parole au représentant de l'Éthiopie pour qu'il introduise la déclaration du vice-premier ministre.
Thank you, Madam President. I have the honor and privilege to introduce the pre-recorded statement to be delivered by His Excellency Tembeke Mekonnen, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. I thank you.
Mr. President, let me begin by appreciating our leadership in convening this special session of the United Nations General Assembly on the COVID-19 pandemic. I also wish to take this opportunity to commend Azerbaijan as chair of the non-aligned movement for taking the initiative on the holding of this special session. COVID-19 is indeed the biggest challenge of our time. It has overwhelmed health systems across the world, shattered the global economy, and devastated the lives of millions of people. Without a doubt, this is a global crisis like no other, and no country, big or small, is capable of addressing it alone. That is why there is need for global solidarity more than ever before to effectively respond to this unprecedented crisis. That is also why we need to reinforce our commitment to international cooperation and multilateralism. In this regard, the fundamental role of the United Nations system in the comprehensive global response to the COVID-19 pandemic cannot be overemphasized. It is in this relation that we very much welcome the convening of this special session, and we hope its outcome will help us in charting the way forward in effectively mobilizing our collective and concerted response to this crisis. We are certainly encouraged by the progress in the development of the COVID vaccine. We fully support the COVAX initiative and subscribe to the growing international consensus that the vaccine should be indeed a global public good, accessible and affordable to everyone, everywhere. We sincerely hope those with resources will contribute to filling the funding gap to accelerate the development, production, and equitable access to COVID-19 tests, treatments, and vaccine. Mr. President, the virus has already infected more than 2 million people across our continent, claiming the lives of more than 50,000 people. We continue to do everything we can within our limited means to contain the spread of this deadly virus and protect the lives of our people. Let me take this opportunity to pay tribute to our healthcare workers and public health officials, sanitation workers, social welfare officers, and domestic workers who are in the front lines of the fight against the pandemic. It is incumbent on us to do everything possible to ensure their health and safety. More than the health crisis, what has actually been worrying for us in Africa is the devastating socio-economic impact of the pandemic. Africa is indeed the hard hit by the projected medium to long-term social and economic impact of the pandemic. It has had enormous implications for the lives and livelihoods as well as socio-economic well-being of Africans, particularly those vulnerable groups of the society who earn their living from the informal economy. This is undermining the gains made over the past decade in making a dent on poverty and exacerbating already existing socio-economic difficulties. It is in this context that we in Africa need a stimulus package of at least 5% of GDP, either in the form of capital mobilization or in the form of debt relief or restructuring or support for the social sectors. That is why we have been urging G20 countries to provide an effective economic stimulus package that includes relief and deferred payments. While we are grateful for the international response in support of Africa, which provides some relief, we believe that much more still needs to be done to mitigate the medium and long-term impact of the pandemic on our continent. In this regard, we appreciate the persistent push by the Secretary General on this issue during the recently held G20 Riyadh Summit. We certainly cannot ensure an inclusive and sustainable recovery without addressing the debt emergency and protecting the most vulnerable. Mr. President, we believe our recovery strategy should also be green and resilient. This means it must be aligned with the Paris Agreement of climate change and other sustainable development goals. We have no other option but to accelerate the implementation of the SDGs as we strive to recover and rebuild better in the post-COVID period. We need to do whatever we can to preserve our development gains while also making sure that the well-being of the most vulnerable sections of our societies are protected. Furthermore, it is absolutely vital that we pursue bold climate actions alongside the ongoing concerted global efforts to mitigate the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. The submission of the nationally determined contribution by parties to the Paris Agreement before the end of December 2020 is a critical moment for raising ambition as well as ensuring a green recovery from COVID. Finally, Mr. President, we are hopeful that the outcome of this special session will contribute to catalyzing and coordinating global response based on unity, solidarity, and multilateral cooperation to the multiple impact of the pandemic and pave the way for an inclusive, sustainable, green, and resilient recovery. Let me conclude by reaffirming Ethiopia's unwavering commitment to contribute its part to the achievement of this objective. I thank you.
Je tiens à remercier le vice-premier ministre et ministre des Affaires étrangères de l'Éthiopie de la déclaration qu'il vient de prononcer. Je donne maintenant la parole au représentant du Mexique pour qu'il introduise la déclaration du ministre.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Tengo el honor de presentar la intervención pregrabada del secretario de Relaciones Exteriores de México, excelentísimo señor Marcelo Ebrard Casaubon, en su calidad de presidente pro tempore de la Comunidad de Estados Latinoamericanos y del Caribe.
Me da mucho gusto estar con ustedes. Agradecemos y celebramos la invitación a esta asamblea extraordinaria, en esta ocasión destinada o dedicada a la reflexión en todo el mundo respecto a la pandemia del COVID-19 y qué vamos a hacer enseguida primero para superarla y después para facilitar una recuperación y sobre todo un mundo distinto del que veníamos. Si antes era desigual, pues ahora lo será más. Si antes era una exigencia evidente acelerar la acción climática, pues hoy sabemos, si queremos evitar muy graves dificultades, tenemos que acelerar la acción climática. Y así, muchas cosas hay que hacer. Entonces, celebro que se lleve a cabo esta Asamblea General Extraordinaria y en esta ocasión tengo el privilegio, el honor de dirigirme a ustedes a nombre de la comunidad de estados latinoamericanos y caribeños, toda América Latina y el Caribe. ¿Qué pensamos? Bueno, pensamos que estamos viviendo una crisis como no se había visto, cuando menos en lo que va de este siglo, en donde va a ser crucial, como lo ha sido hasta ahora, la participación de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas y que podamos coordinar los esfuerzos a nivel global. Hay muchos imperativos para las tensiones por la competencia económica o por razones políticas, pero sin duda superar la pandemia y lo que vendrá después, el esfuerzo de recuperación económica y social, van a requerir una gran coordinación global, un reforzamiento del multilateralismo y una limitación al ver cada cual por lo suyo. A veces se dice fácil, pero es difícil con la presión pública por las vacunas o los tratamientos, no pensar solo en cada uno de los países. Pero lo cierto es que no hay una solución si no combinamos esfuerzos entre todos. Dicho de otro modo, a menor cooperación, también menor capacidad de cumplir las expectativas y exigencias de nuestras sociedades. Pensamos también en América Latina y el Caribe que no se trata, como ya lo dije, principal o solamente de una crisis de carácter sanitario que tenga que ver nada más con la salud pública. Es cierto que esencialmente es un gran riesgo en términos de la integridad de la vida de las personas y nuestras sociedades, pero también es verdad que tiene un gran impacto económico y social y que significa en muchos sentidos, por los efectos que ha tenido, un retroceso o podría significar un retroceso en el avance hacia los objetivos que nos hemos propuesto en la Agenda 2030. Por eso tenemos que trabajar en conjunto. Vamos a tener una crisis económica importante. En el caso de América Latina y el Caribe, cuando menos habrá una caída sin precedentes de 9 puntos del producto, conservadoramente es probable que sea un poco más. Y también pensamos que lo más importante, la pobreza en América Latina y el Caribe tendrá un incremento de alrededor del 37%, casi 38% respecto a los números que teníamos antes de la pandemia. Esto desde luego hay que pensarlo también en términos de género, donde va a ser todavía más agudo, y en la desigualdad o las desigualdades en general, sectoriales y cualitativamente distintas que tenemos en toda América Latina y el Caribe. Entonces, por todo eso tenemos que hacer un gran esfuerzo multilateral que implica, en esencia, que los países más desarrollados, que tienen la mayor parte de las instituciones financieras y comerciales, por supuesto, decidan y se comprometan para que podamos tener una transferencia de recursos en donde los programas de recuperación económica no sean solamente los que haga cada país, de acuerdo a su propio poder económico, sino que efectivamente esté coordinado y haya cooperación entre unos y otros. Estamos en un fenómeno similar al que se vivió en otros momentos, por ejemplo, cuando surgió el G20, el grupo de las 20 economías más grandes del mundo, y otras iniciativas, y por lo tanto no hay razón para que en esta ocasión no se tenga una iniciativa parecida. Dicho de otro modo, si no hay esa coordinación entre las instituciones financieras, la decisión de compartir recursos, reducir riesgos para países que son más frágiles o que tienen una situación más difícil, va a ser muy difícil que podamos recuperar la economía global. No se puede, como lo ha mostrado también la propia pandemia en lo que hace a medicamentos, las vacunas o los tratamientos hoy por hoy disponibles. Entonces, nosotros pensamos desde la CELAC que se debe llegar a un acuerdo respecto a las deudas existentes en los países. Dicho de otro modo, más allá de quitas en los intereses, se requieren medidas más de fondo para reducir la carga de la deuda, que va a ser todavía más relevante para los países más pobres. los que tienen menos ingresos relativos. También pensamos que deben diseñarse nuevos instrumentos financieros o usarse de otro modo instrumentos ya vigentes, de modo que podamos reducir las tasas de interés con las que se está trabajando en los países de ingreso medio o bajo en el resto del mundo. Dicho de otra manera, se están pagando tasas muy bajas en los países más desarrollados, pero no es el mismo caso de instituciones financieras o sistema bancario vinculado a los países más desarrollados en los países en vías de desarrollo. Entonces, eso es otra cosa que tenemos que resolver entre todos y se requiere, como ya lo dije, y así lo pensamos en América Latina y el Caribe, que los países de ingresos altos puedan efectivamente establecer mecanismos de cooperación financiera efectiva. Hoy por hoy, desde luego, hay toda una arquitectura de cooperación, pero no va a ser suficiente. Lo que hemos hecho siempre, pues no va a funcionar, no va a ser suficiente. Lo que estamos viviendo ahora, como ya dije, y todos lo tenemos muy claro, es una crisis de gran envergadura, de un calado diferente, de un alcance distinto. Entonces, más vale actuar tempranamente. Es lo mismo que sucede con el tema de la salud. Si se actúa temprano, se tendrán mejores resultados, se evitarán daños. Hay que tener en mente qué va a pasar con los adultos mayores, las personas con discapacidad, los jóvenes de bajos ingresos, la agricultura que no está mecanizada ni está en sistemas de riego. Y así pensar también en la desventaja que va a significar de género. Se van a agudizar las diferencias de género y por eso pensamos que se requiere algo mucho mayor, un compromiso con otros alcances. Desde América Latina y el Caribe así lo vemos y entre nosotros lo trataremos de organizar en la medida de nuestras posibilidades y con los recursos que tenemos disponibles. En medicamentos y vacunas pensamos, bueno, ya lo estamos viendo ahora, cierto es que hay un instrumento internacional, COVAX, multilateral, lo celebramos, América Latina y el Caribe ha visto con mucha simpatía el surgimiento de este mecanismo de acceso a las vacunas. Quisiéramos fortalecerlo, ampliarlo para tratamientos, de suerte que entre todos podamos reducir el impacto en vidas. Ha sido un año pues muy triste para todas y para todos. Todos hemos perdido familiares, amistades, hemos sufrido en todos los países del mundo con diferentes tasas estadísticas, pero son miles de vidas humanas las que se han perdido este año. Y por lo tanto tenemos que trabajar juntos para hacerle frente y reducir sus impactos en letalidad. La Organización Mundial de la Salud ha hecho un muy buen papel, tenemos que seguirnos apoyando. Yo diría que estamos agradecidos en CELAC con el papel que ha jugado Naciones Unidas y en particular la Organización Mundial de la Salud, a quien le reconocemos su trabajo. Nos parece y estamos a la mejor disposición de trabajar en medidas extraordinarias, algunas de las cuales ya las comenté hace un momento. América Latina y el Caribe estamos listos a la convocatoria de Naciones Unidas para hacer equipo, para que lo que decimos se pueda llevar a la práctica, para que podamos abrirle espacio a esa solidaridad internacional que nos va a permitir recuperar la economía, el bienestar social y las esperanzas sobre nuestro futuro. Ahí vendrán nuevas oportunidades y ojalá que la lección de cooperación y acción multilateral perdure. Y en ello, América Latina y el Caribe estaremos presentes. Muchas gracias.
Je tiens à remercier le ministre des Affaires étrangères du Mexique de la déclaration qu'il vient de prononcer. Je donne maintenant la parole à la représentante de la Hongrie pour qu'elle introduise la déclaration du ministre.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. Let me introduce a pre-recorded message by the Foreign Minister and Trade of Hungary, His Excellency Péter Szijjártó.
Dear Mr. President of the General Assembly and dear colleagues, I regret a lot that we cannot come together personally, but I really do appreciate our Azerbaijani friends to initiate this meeting, the agenda of which is unfortunately very timely, as the world is facing multifaceted challenges, since the global pandemic puts the health, the lives, and the jobs of the people at risk. But this sentence shows that we, the states of the world, do face with a dual challenge. Pandemic is a healthcare crisis and causes an economic crisis as well. And our obligation, the obligation of the governments, is to address these both challenges simultaneously. But on the other hand, we do have to draw the necessary consequences and conclusions as well. Let me first address the healthcare-related part of the challenge. The most important obligation of ours is to avoid that some of our citizens, or even one of our citizens, remains without treatment. We have to make sure that everybody is being treated properly, everybody gets the proper treatment, either in hospital or by doctors at home. Unfortunately, we have seen that this challenge is becoming more and more serious in the biggest and the richest countries as well. In the meantime, we understand that the protective equipments are becoming more and more important. And one of the conclusions of the crisis is that the country which is able to establish its own capacities to manufacture these protective equipments, including masks, protective suits for the doctors, and the ventilators, that country is becoming less defenseless and is becoming more prepared, putting into consideration the crisis. We remember that during the springtime, the whole world was basically lining up in China and wanted to buy protective equipments there. We Hungarians were successful enough to establish an air bridge with the People's Republic of China, through which 185 aircrafts have delivered protective equipments to Hungary. But now we are able to produce certain amounts of masks and the ventilators in the meantime. The second part of the challenge is the economic one. We understand that a global race has been kicked off, has been launched for the redistribution of the global economic capacities. A new age of global economy has started. We have entered into this race, and we decided not to finance the unemployment, but to finance the fight against unemployment. And in this fight, those companies are our allies who make brave decisions to invest under current very complicated circumstances as well, in order to enhance competitiveness, in order to increase the technological level, and to avoid any kind of layoffs. More than 1,300 Hungarian companies decided to invest altogether almost 3 billion euros and to save 270,000 jobs with more than 1 billion euro of incentive by the Hungarian state. These companies are our allies, and we have to help them in order to avoid layoffs, through which we can save the jobs of the people. And don't forget, it is not the aid, but the job which gives a long-term, predictable environment for our people. And we continue to reduce tax rates. We continue to decrease the tax burden on labor, because this helps. Unfortunately, we have experienced that it is fake news, double standards, and hypocrisy which are spreading even quicker than the virus. And we have to step up against all these, because these might decrease the efficiency of our protective measures. We all know that the best solution would be the vaccine. But vaccine must not be a political issue. And we should not allow the economic and business lobbies financed by certain companies to put pressure on politicians or political parties or governments in favor of against any certain and concrete vaccine. Our obligation is to ensure the earliest and the safest supply of vaccines for our people. I think this challenge and this crisis gives a unique opportunity to rebuild cooperation between West and East. This is the right time to do so, based on mutual trust, mutual respect, and respect towards the international law. This is basically the responsibility and the opportunity of the strongest powers of the world. We cross fingers that this would also succeed. Thank you for your kind attention.
Je tiens à remercier le ministre des Affaires étrangères et du Commerce de la Hongrie de la déclaration qu'il vient de prononcer. Je donne maintenant la parole au représentant du Kazakhstan pour qu'il introduise la déclaration du ministre.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I have the honor to introduce the pre-recorded message by His Excellency Mr. Alexei Tsoy, Minister of Healthcare of the Republic of Kazakhstan. I thank you.
Dear Mr. Chairman, dear Secretary General, Excellencies, dear delegates, let me welcome you to the 31st special session of the UN General Assembly dedicated to the countering the COVID-19 pandemic on behalf of the Ministry of Health of the Republic of Kazakhstan and on my own behalf. The head of state, Kassym-Jomart Tokayev, at the 75th session of the UN General Assembly, noted that the protection of the public health is one of the key priorities, which is given special attention by the country's leadership, and the importance of creating a global health care system with the support of the development countries and UN agencies. This became especially evident against the backdrop of the pandemic that has spread throughout the world, the victory over which is possible through joint and coordinated efforts. I express my gratitude and appreciation to all countries that have provided humanitarian and practical assistance to the people of Kazakhstan in the fight against COVID-19, and the World Health Organization for the methodological and humanitarian assistance provided during this very difficult period. The coronavirus epidemic has demonstrated the key importance of international cooperation, collaboration, and support in the fight against infection. Since the first weeks of the pandemic, the government of Kazakhstan has dedicated all efforts to develop measures to ensure economic stability and counter the spread of infection. There were created the Interdepartmental Commission chaired by the Prime Minister of the Republic of Kazakhstan, the operational headquarters for COVID-19 issues, chaired by the Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Kazakhstan. The Republican headquarters of experts on epidemiological situation was created under the Ministry of Health. The National Action Plan is being implemented to prevent the emergence and spread of CVI in the Republic of Kazakhstan. The powers of the chief state sanitary doctors have been strengthened. The COVID-19 Control Center web application was introduced. The sanitary, epidemiological, and migration control at the checkpoints across the state border has been strengthened. Work on ensuring the availability of testing is counting. To date, more than 3.6 million tests have been carried out. The maximum capacity is more than 71,000 tests per day in order to prevent the incidence and spread of COVID-19 amongst school children. From the beginning of the school year, daily monitoring of the incidence among school children has been carried out. In order to monitor compliance with the quarantine measures in all regions, mobile monitoring groups have been created that conduct raids and identify quarantine violations. A 2-month supply of drugs for COVID-19 was formed. A regularly replenished monthly stock of medicines has been formed in all medical organizations of the country in the amount of more than $50 million. Free outpatient drug provision for severe patients with pneumonia was organized, a reserve for masks and PPE was created. A number of measures were taken to equip hospitals. More than 1,200 ambulance vehicles were purchased and 100 mobile medical complexes were delivered to the regions. Advanced training courses were held for all medical personnel on courses in epidemiology, etc. 16 infectious complexes for patients with coronavirus were built that meet international standards for infectious safety. Thus, in Kazakhstan, the necessary measures have been taken to prevent the spread of COVID-19 and to ensure the preparedness of the healthcare system of an increase in the incidence. More than $2 billion have been allocated to fight COVID this year. Kazakh scientists have developed a vaccine against COVID-19, which is included in the WHO list and is successfully passing clinical trials. COVID-19 pandemic has clearly shown the need to strengthen work in providing high quality and affordable medical care to the population at the primary care level. Thus, as a part of the 73rd World Health Assembly, 194 WHO member states endorsed the launch of the primary healthcare operational framework for further promotion of the Astana Declaration on PHC. We ask countries to support and participate on 14th December 2020 in an online event dedicated to the official launch of the operational framework. Dear Mr. Chair, dear Secretary General, Excellencies, dear delegates, the fight against COVID-19 is not over yet. I am convinced that through joint efforts, a coordinated response will be able to stop the spread of COVID-19 in our regions. Thank you for attention.
Je tiens à remercier le ministre de la Santé du Kazakhstan de la déclaration qu'il vient de prononcer. Je donne maintenant la parole au représentant de la Slovaquie pour qu'il introduise la déclaration du ministre.
Madam Vice President, I have the honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement by His Excellency Mr. Ivan Korčok, Minister of Foreign and European Affairs of the Slovak Republic. Thank you.
Dear Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as the number of coronavirus victims and patients increase around the world, I find this special session of the UN General Assembly very useful and timely. It is my belief that international cooperation and sharing of expertise and best practices are key to combating COVID-19. Therefore, I am pleased to take this opportunity to present Slovakia's views and experience with fighting the global pandemic. In the face of COVID-19, Slovakia regularly re-evaluates and puts in place all necessary measures, including partial lockdown, compulsory mask wearing, and travel restrictions in an attempt to slow down the spread of coronavirus and help save lives. In the recent weeks, Slovakia carried out a nationwide testing of its population. Over the course of 2 weekends, 2/3 of the population were tested for coronavirus using antigen tests. It was a tremendous effort of an unprecedented scale. Thousands of medics, law enforcement and armed forces personnel, as well as volunteers, joined hands in an operation called Joint Responsibility. It has proved successful. The operation allowed for a better overview of the epidemiological situation in the country, resulting in multiple rounds of testing undergone in the regions worst hit by the pandemic. This approach has proven to be an effective tool to slow down the spread of the virus and reduce the number of active cases, making it a suitable alternative to hard lockdowns. Furthermore, in comparison to nationwide lockdown, mass testing has shown to be less expensive and less harmful for the economy of our country. I'm pleased to note that the positive example of Slovakia's mass testing has inspired one of our neighboring countries to proceed with the testing in a similar way. I would like to take this opportunity to reiterate Slovakia's dedication to a coordinated international effort to develop, produce, and disseminate efficient and affordable diagnostics, therapeutics, and vaccines. Ensuring equitable access to these health technologies must be the utmost priority of international community facing COVID-19. In order to achieve this goal, synergy between the private and public sectors is crucial. I would like to stress that we should leave no one behind when it comes to information sharing. Every country has the right to access information and to share the lessons learned with international partners. I must also point out that alongside the global COVID-19 pandemic, we have witnessed an unprecedented increase of disinformation and spread of hoaxes. It is essential for all local, national, and international actors to fight this dangerous disinformation pandemic together and to promote verified, science-based information accessible to the public. In my view, multilateral approach to fight COVID-19 is the only way forward, and I'm pleased to share that both Slovakia's public and private sectors are actively participating in the development and sharing of health technologies and know-how on international scale. Since the beginning of the pandemic, Slovakia has contributed more than 10 million euros worth of material relief assistance and financial aid. Humanitarian contributions were allocated both bilateral to our partners, but also through international organizations. COVID-19 is a global challenge that no country can find alone. The virus knows no borders. Facing this threat requires international cooperation of policymakers, health professionals, scientific community, security forces, and other actors in an attempt to save lives and health of millions of people. The pandemic has accentuated the socio-economic divides and has set back the progress in the implementation of the development goals. But it has also reminded us of the importance of international cooperation and solidarity. Let this be our lesson for the future. We need to work together to address global threats and advance the well-being of all people and the planet. Thank you for your attention.
Je tiens à remercier le ministre des Affaires étrangères et européennes de la Slovaquie de la déclaration qu'il vient de prononcer. Je donne maintenant la parole au représentant de la Malaisie pour qu'il introduise la déclaration du ministre.
Madam Vice President, I have the honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement of His Excellency Hishamuddin Hussein, Foreign Minister of Malaysia. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished representatives, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, allow me to take this opportunity to thank the Republic of Azerbaijan for initiating today's special session of the General Assembly on COVID-19. I would also like to thank the Republic of Azerbaijan and Canada for their commitment and dedication in co-facilitating the intergovernmental negotiations on the modalities for the organization of this special session. Your Excellencies, this is a historic gathering of our General Assembly. Unfortunately, we are gathered not in New York, but from our own nations, among our own people, as we face these uncharted waters together. A single virus has claimed the lives of over 1.4 million people worldwide and has plunged us into global economic recession. It has resulted in a health, economic, and social crisis, a potent concoction which, if left unmanaged, could reverse decades of progress we have achieved together in the United Nations. I speak to you today from Malaysia, as we are also facing the devastating impacts of COVID-19, undoubtedly the harshest we have seen in recent history, with an uncertain outlook on what the future brings for us. Since the beginning of the pandemic, Malaysia's aims were simple: deny the virus the destruction it seeks upon us, on our lives and, more importantly, our livelihoods. Our action plan has been straightforward: secure our borders, entrench the new normal in our communities, and fortify the economy for our people. Sadly, though, over 300 Malaysians have lost their lives to the virus. But in comparative terms, we have fared better than most, and for that we are grateful. Excellencies, COVID-19 has become the defining crisis of our generation. And unprecedented times call for unprecedented measures. Our path towards a full recovery will not be linear, and at each step of the way, nations will need to balance public health fears with economic and social concerns, making trade-off based on our unique national circumstances. But, Your Excellencies, our national measures must be supported by a concerted global effort. Interdependency and solidarity must be the order of the day in the name of our joint destiny, our shared humanity, and the value of our common hope. The question remains, how do we get out of this? We need a vaccine, but we need a vaccine that is accessible, a vaccine that is equitable, and a vaccine that is affordable. And our stand on this is clear. Whoever finds it must share it. Not only is it a global responsibility, it is also a moral responsibility. Malaysia cannot stress this enough. A vaccine, once developed, must promote international collaboration rather than nationalistic competition. While there have been some positive developments on this front, with several companies yielding positive results, offering us a glimpse of light at the end of the tunnel. But as soon as news of vaccine breakthroughs make headlines around the world, misinformation about forced vaccinations, DNA alterations, and fake accounts made the rounds. Global fears have been intensified by the immediacy of round-the-clock news and unending streams of information, both accurate and false, on social media. The chief motive of this campaign? To mislead and undermine trust in medicine when it matters most, and ultimately prolong this pandemic. It's simple. Misinformation costs lives, especially as we are preparing national vaccination plans for our people. Public awareness on the needs to vaccinate is crucial to prevent a climate of fear and division during the rollout phase. Anti-vaccination propaganda is not new and is merely symptomatic of a larger issue at hand, which is the erosion of trust in authorities and experts, and science denialism. Negativity as an outcome of the propaganda must be addressed head-on. It would be a tragedy in our eagerness, dangerous supporters who campaign against the whole concept of vaccination be left to flourish, risking damaging influence on the masses and threatening millions more lives. As much as COVID-19 presents itself as an invincible enemy, dangers of misinformation are real and presents itself as a setback to the progress we have made thus far. Excellencies, Malaysia remains committed to work together with the United Nations and all its member states. Multilateralism will continue to deliver for us and all nations. Yes, it may not be perfect, but much more must be done. But in facing humanity's common challenge, working hand in hand is essential for us to advance our shared interests. Tragic as the consequences have been, and we may not have seen the worst of it yet, we must remain vigilant in our efforts, determined to do anything in our power to work with each other to overcome this deadly virus. Togetherness, unity, and progress, these are our values. These are the ties that bind us together to make the right choice for the future, a choice worthy of the people's trust and our times. I thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Deseo agradecer al ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de Malasia por su intervención. Doy ahora la palabra al distinguido representante de Indonesia para que presente una declaración del ministro.
Mr. President, I have the honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement by Her Excellency Retno LP Marsudi, Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, 3 months after our leaders addressed the 75th session of the UN General Assembly, the end of COVID-19 is still nowhere in sight. Global cases of COVID-19 continue to rise at a rate faster than ever before. While recent news on the progress of vaccine development is encouraging, our work is far from over. The next step is to ensure that it can be assessed and fairly distributed to all. However, developing countries are again at risk of being left behind due to the lack of the capacity of its health system and infrastructure in producing, distributing, and administering the vaccine. As an example, a McKinsey report reveals that existing cold chain infrastructure can only deliver vaccine to 1/3 of global population in developed countries, and thereby risk denying access to 2/3 of the world population to any COVID-19 vaccine. Vaccine discovery is not an end in itself. There are many more ground to cover. On this note, I have 3 points to convey. First, we must go beyond political commitment. In the short run, multilateral effort to a fair and equal distribution of vaccine must continue to be supported. For instance, the COVAX Advanced Market Commitment and the ACT Accelerator. Indonesia is pleased to support the Coalition of Epidemic Innovation, or CEPI, as part of our commitment to vaccine multilateralism. The next immediate challenge for the UN is to help countries in developing capacity to distribute, both in terms of infrastructure and human resources, to help administer the vaccine. My second point, building the capacity of national health industry is important. During his address at the UNGA, the President of Indonesia underlined the importance of a resilient national health system as a bedrock for a resilient global health system. We must work to address the inequalities of health system around the world so that we can deliver to our people and withstand the threat of future pandemics. In the long run, developed and developing countries must work together in building health industry capacity. And this can be done by creating ecosystem for research and development, transfer of technology, and industry collaboration. We must also encourage a multi-stakeholders approach by connecting medical needs on the ground with research and industries. This way, we will be able to increase health resilience nationally and globally. My third point, on the importance of strengthening global health governance. I remember telling my good friend Dr. Tedros, quote, "The WHO is not perfect, but it remains our best hope to coordinate action against health crisis," unquote. Therefore, we have no other option but strengthen its capacity. Multilateral mechanism that we have developed during the pandemic must continue to progress, even when the pandemic is over. The COVID-19 Technology Access Pool, the Access to COVID-19 Tools Accelerator, and COVAX Facility Initiative shall be the template for our future resilience. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, this fight is far from over. But by joining hands together, can we continue to weather this crisis and build better? I thank you very much.
Deseo agradecer a la ministra de Relaciones Exteriores de Indonesia por su intervención. Doy ahora la palabra a la distinguida representante de Australia para que presente una declaración del ministro.
Mr. Vice President, I have the honour to introduce the statement of the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Australia, Her Excellency Marise Payne. Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the COVID-19 pandemic continues to profoundly test us all. There has been no more important time for UN member states and partners to share our experiences and enhance our collaboration. Australia is battling the pandemic with great determination. With a strong economy and public health system, Australia started from a position of strength. As a large, open federation, we have the challenge of managing multiple borders and coordinating multiple layers of government. In true Australian spirit, we pulled together. We acted quickly and decisively, driven by expert scientific evidence. Our principles have been focused in 3 areas: border control and quarantine, contact tracing and testing, as well as proportionate social restrictions. Upscaling the integration of health protection, primary care, aged care, mental health, hospitals and research, a systemic shift. And Australia has established a national cabinet led by the Prime Minister and including state and territory leaders. As a result, Australia has been able to prevent wider spread of the virus and substantially contain the pandemic. It has been Australia's single largest public health undertaking and achievement to date. At this time of need, Australia has stood by and with our neighbours. We have faced the COVID crisis in partnership. Through Australia's COVID-19 development strategy, Partnerships for Recovery, we have transformed our development program to respond to COVID-19. For our family in the Pacific, Australia has distributed PPE, critical medical services, bolstered essential services, and supported the Pacific Humanitarian Corridor to keep essential supplies flowing. For our partners in Southeast Asia, Australia has supported planning for economic stimulus, remote learning for children, and a pathway to economic recovery. The world is looking with hope to a vaccine as the bedrock of our shared recovery. Our region is no different. Australia has taken a strong role in supporting our region to access safe and effective vaccines. We are the Vice Chair of Gavi, and we have contributed $80 million to the COVAX Facility Advance Market Commitment. Additionally, and importantly, we will provide a further $500 million to the region, the Pacific, Timor-Leste and Southeast Asia, to access and deliver safe and effective vaccines. We're also working closely with international partners to combat disinformation. Clear and credible information is vital to response efforts. On the global front, Australia recognises our ability to recover and thrive is deeply connected to the success of others. Australia is an open trading nation full of citizens who love to travel and connect. Our commitment to open markets is as strong as ever, notwithstanding the challenges of COVID. We've continued to work with partners to forge a foundation of rules, including the signing of the landmark Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. Australia's commitment to an international rules-based order is clear and consistent. Whether in the UN, the G20, the East Asia Summit, APEC or the Pacific Islands Forum, countries have come together to tackle this crisis. I acknowledge the importance of the independent panel for pandemic preparedness and response. I also note the World Health Organization's strong operational response in the Indo-Pacific region. We now have a window of opportunity to learn, to strengthen our collective ability to respond to future health crises and identify the zoonotic source of the virus. The independent panel's findings will be critical to this endeavour. Collectively improving our global institutions and our domestic defences will help to prevent future health crises that undermine social cohesion and damage our economies. 2020 has been a difficult year by any measure. By working together, we can get on the road to recovery and stay on it.
Deseo agradecer a la ministra de Relaciones Exteriores de Australia por su intervención. Doy ahora la palabra a la distinguida representante de Singapur para que presente una declaración del ministro.
Mr. Vice President, it is my honour to introduce a statement of His Excellency Dr. Vivian Balakrishnan, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Singapore. Thank you.
Secretary General, Excellencies, COVID-19 has taken more than 1 million lives globally, and many more remain at risk. This pandemic has raised profound doubts about the level of support for the rules-based multilateral system, precisely when we need it most. As each country struggles to manage the challenges thrown up by COVID-19, this special session is particularly timely and relevant. Despite the recent positive news on several COVID-19 vaccine candidates, the social and economic devastation will take years to reverse. No single country can solve all the complex challenges associated with COVID-19, including vaccine development and distribution. And this is precisely why Singapore has championed vaccine multilateralism. We have been an early supporter of the global COVAX facility. With Switzerland, Singapore co-chairs the Friends of COVAX Facility informal group in support of the facility's objective of equitable global access to a pool of safe and efficacious COVID-19 vaccines. I'm also delighted to announce that Singapore will contribute US $5 million to the COVAX Advanced Market Commitment to support especially low and lower middle income countries' participation in the COVAX facility. Singapore is also honoured to represent members of the Forum of Small States on the Access to COVID-19 Tools Accelerator Facilitation Council. We will ensure the perspectives of small states are reflected in the Facilitation Council's deliberations to accelerate the development, production, and equitable access to COVID-19 diagnostics, therapeutics, and vaccines. There is no doubt that small states, and especially small island developing states, will need help in gaining equitable access to these vaccines. We must continue to support a diverse portfolio of vaccine candidates. The early vaccine candidates, no matter how efficacious, will not be enough. Even if access can be guaranteed, many will face challenges with the logistical requirements of vaccine distribution. It is therefore important to provide capacity building and technical assistance to all small and vulnerable countries on issues including cold chain management. It is with this in mind that Singapore worked with a group of countries to issue a joint statement on open markets, the flow of essential goods, and supply chain connectivity at the United Nations in May, which was co-sponsored by 175 countries. The key message is a simple one: to emphasize the importance of keeping supply chains open and flowing so that all countries can access the essential goods that we need for our people. We must also contribute to uphold global supply chains to mitigate the widespread disruption to the global economy. We also need to work together on safe travel protocols to chart out the path to a new normal. And we must continue to use all available tools to stop the spread of COVID-19, whether it is testing, tracing, treatment, or rules on masks, hygiene, and social distancing. We must each play our part to break the circuits and the chains of transmission and work together in solidarity. Excellencies and colleagues, COVID-19 has evolved into a broader crisis that has damaged the world economy and the fabric of all our societies. It has set back the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals and could potentially derail the 2030 agenda. We have to work together, share the lessons learned, mobilize international financing to build back better. This crisis exemplifies the need and the opportunity to strengthen our global institutions, including the WHO. We need to learn the right lessons from this pandemic to prepare ourselves for the next one, for there will be a next one. We need strong multilateral institutions to deal with global problems. And that's why Singapore welcomes this special session, and we hope that this will galvanize the international community to unite in action to beat the pandemic and to build a better and more sustainable world. Thank you all very much.
Deseo agradecer al ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de Singapur por su intervención. Doy ahora la palabra al distinguido representante de Myanmar para que presente una declaración del ministro.
Mr. Vice President, I have the honor to introduce a pre-recorded statement by His Excellency Dr. Myint Thuy, Union Minister for Health and Sports of the Republic of the Union of Myanmar. I thank you.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Myanmar is addressing the COVID-19 pandemic using all government, all societies approach. We have positive impact as well as negative impact. We try to enhance the positive impact as well as reducing the negative impact. I'm going to talk only from the perspective of health domain only. This situation is an unprecedented and unexpected scenario. So we have to do not business as usual. We have to use innovative approaches and out-of-the-box thinking. One important issue is that all decisions are time sensitive. So we have to act very quickly because the disease is spreading through the respiratory route. We have a national committee, central committee on prevention, control and treatment of coronavirus disease led by Her Excellency State Councillor herself. The members are ministers. We have formed this committee from the very beginning of the outbreak. We have another high-level committee, which is COVID-19 Containment and Emergency Response Committee, led by the Vice President. These two committees are very crucial in managing the pandemic in real-time basis. We have also established the COVID Command Center to coordinate central and 14 state and regional hospitals and public health sites. We have also developed COVID information system, which is very important to have synchronized coordination among various players. It is somewhat like a central nervous system of the human being. We also have regular Zoom meetings as well as web-based training programs on COVID-19, and we conduct it regularly. We also issued SOPs and guidelines of various issues, and we distributed electronically so that these guidelines and SOP will be reaching to a very low level of the healthcare delivery system. We also developed information-seeking unit to collect latest happenings from clinical, public health and vaccine perspective from WHO, CDC, research institutes, and government news agencies. There are certain unique features in order to reduce the negative impact of COVID in my country. Her Excellency State Councillor holds several real-time video conferencing with public, healthcare providers, volunteers, discharged patients, Member of Parliaments, local authorities, state and regional directors, chief ministers, and ministers. Her Excellency State Councillor also led homemade cloth mask competition through social media and national TV to stimulate the importance of awareness of mask use. State Councillor herself demonstrated the correct hand washing method, and which is aired in our national TV program regularly. We also have daily COVID-19 situation aired in our national TV, as well as in social media and ethnic radio program to raise awareness of COVID-19 from various perspectives. This is very, very important. We also have community-based facility quarantine centers, anosmia centers, new COVID medical centers established. One important thing is all board and lodgings are all free of charge. We have management and treatment of COVID-19 patients all free of charge. All laboratory testing of COVID-19 free of charge. The funds are supplemented by UN agencies, Global Fund, Gavi, Access to Health, Japan, Korea, China, India, Thailand, Singapore, etc., plus local entrepreneurs and well-wishers in my country. There is no significant outbreak of COVID-19 after the 8th November general election. State Councillor herself led and gave specific guidance from health perspective. We are right now conducting countrywide mask campaign, distributing masks, face shield, pamphlets, and handheld speakers to increase the health literacy level on COVID-19 in order to successfully cut the transmission chain. One unique feature is all the ministries are involved at various levels of the country. So in other words, we are using all-inclusive approach. However, there are certain challenges that we have to overcome. One of the big challenges is people abiding by the do's and don'ts of preventing COVID-19. It's the biggest challenge. And we need to increase the testing capacity, and we need to terminate the pandemic as soon as possible to avoid socioeconomic downturn and stagnation of countries' overall development. However, we will do our utmost best in order to reduce the negative impact of COVID-19 and increase the positive impact of COVID-19. Thank you very much.
Deseo agradecer al ministro de la Unión, Ministerio de Salud y Deportes de Myanmar por su intervención. Doy ahora la palabra a la distinguida representante de Grecia para que presente una declaración del ministro.
Thank you, Chair. It is a great honor and privilege to introduce a pre-recorded statement by His Excellency Mr. Nikos Dendias, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Greece. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, circumstances dictate, unfortunately, that we address today such a serious topic as the COVID-19 pandemic through recorded messages. It is a kind of ironic that our interaction in the framework of the 21st Special Conference of the United Nations General Assembly has been limited to a rather impersonal exchange. This exactly because of the need to protect ourselves and, of course, others from the pandemic. However, even our virtual presence sends a clear message to the international community as well to our home countries. A message of unity and a message of truth. The cross-border transmission of viruses and their dispersion within national borders have brought to the fore a situation which has been always around. The fact that, most unfortunately, we were slow to hear the wake-up call of previous pandemics, especially during the last 2 decades. The repercussions that COVID-19 has had on health and on economic, social, and even daily simple issues of our lives are more than evident everywhere. At the same time, we need to underline that ongoing armed conflicts only make efforts to contain the virus more difficult and less effective. In this vein, we join once more our voice to that of the United Nations Secretary General for a global ceasefire. Regretfully, last century's model was built on the premise of national action, with only a marginal degree of international cooperation. It is clear that this model does not correspond to the current unprecedented conditions in our interconnected and interdependent world. There is an undeniable need for states to grasp the new reality and get down to work together. Work also with relevant entities and especially with the World Health Organization. We should concentrate our effort into assessing the facts and, where necessary, to usher reform on the World Health Organization. It is equally important that we do not miss the big picture. This is best described by the logic of the One Health approach. The notion describes the need for a common understanding of the fact that human health, animal health, and plant health form the unbreakable chain of parameters of the same equation. If we wish to solve this equation, we need to take all of them into account. The World Health Organization, together with the Food and Agriculture Organization and the World Organization for Animal Health, are important pieces of this equation in our way forward. We need to support and strengthen them within the more general framework of the United Nations system. Safeguarding equitable access to a vaccine as a global public good and unimpeded treatment of COVID-19 should constitute key elements in the foundation of tomorrow's health architecture. Assuring necessary funds, which will allow economies to restart and societies to remain stable, is a crucial point in the equation. The pandemic will have helped our international system make a significant leap forward if by its end we have all realized and agreed that multilateral effective action is the only answer to the collective challenges of the 21st century. I wish to conclude by paying tribute to doctors and healthcare workers all over the world for their selfless offer to their fellow man and to humanity. Thank you.
Deseo agradecer al ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de Grecia por su intervención. Doy ahora la palabra a la distinguida representante de la República Checa para que presente una declaración del ministro.
Mr. President, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement made by His Excellency Mr. Jan Blatný, Minister of Health of the Czech Republic. I thank you.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to address such an important body as the United Nations General Assembly in my capacity as Minister of Health of the Czech Republic. This very difficult year is designated the International Year of the Nurse and the Midwife. That is why I want to start by expressing my personal and sincere gratitude to nurses and other healthcare workers around the world for their tireless efforts and hard work day and night when providing care for COVID-19 as well as all the other patients around the world. After years of paying attention to NCDs, we have been reminded that infectious diseases and epidemics still represent a significant health threat. COVID-19 took the international community by surprise. To avoid similar surprises in the future as much as possible, we need strong multilateral cooperation, compliance with international obligations, and sharing of experience, information, and best practices. Building resilience at all levels is a key factor in preventing diseases. Protecting and promoting health in everyday life of each community is a key in supporting health systems and fighting against diseases in my country as well as around the world. We are all on board of the same ship. I want to make an appeal to political representatives and international bodies not to turn away from the principle of solidarity. The international community shall reiterate its commitment included in the Sustainable Development Goals, to leave no one behind. Each and every country in the world has to be provided with the support it needs. We must continue in dialogue with every interested party and to learn from all those who have the expertise. The motto, "No one is safe until everyone is safe," should not be just an empty phrase. Today, after almost 1 year spent fighting the COVID-19 pandemic, we know more about preventive measures that should be implemented. We have learned a lot, and the progress made by science is incredible. But despite that, we are still facing the COVID-19 pandemic. This shows us what we have to work further to raise public awareness about strategies that are necessary to address the pandemic, as well as on fight against the massively spread disinformation. Only awareness-raising campaigns and clear communication, in combination with a strong political commitment at the highest possible level, can bring us results and lead to mitigation of COVID-19 pandemic. The fact that every country in the world deals with COVID-19 unites us and provides us with a rare opportunity to team up on this issue. Moreover, we cannot forget to learn from mistakes made. The pandemic has reminded us how crucial it is to secure key drugs for patients and appropriate protective equipment for healthcare workers. Thus, we should not accept any restrictions imposed on trade with medicines and other life-saving goods anymore. This will be indeed of the utmost importance once a safe and effective vaccine is available. Besides the fighting against COVID-19 itself, we have realized that the current situation has imposed a real challenge on the whole society and healthcare services. I strongly believe that finding the right balance between responding to the pandemic and ongoing provision of the healthcare services is one of the most serious obstacles we are currently facing. The humankind has never been in a better position to tackle the pandemic than we are now. We are living in the era of big opportunities and great tools that support international cooperation more than ever. International environment provides access to an unprecedented scale of tools such as ACTA or WHO partnership platform that can help us to achieve our common goal, defeat the pandemic and prepare for future challenges. We cannot afford to miss this opportunity. Thank you very much for your attention.
Deseo agradecer al ministro de Salud de la República Checa por su intervención. Doy ahora la palabra al distinguido representante de la República Islámica de Irán para que presente una declaración del ministro.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have the honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement by His Excellency Dr. Saeed Namaki, Minister of Health and Medical Education of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Honorable Secretary General Mr. Guterres, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to appreciate the United Nations to hold high-level special session in response to COVID-19 pandemic, to share experience and to demonstrate the utmost high-level commitment to curb the disease which strongly hit the globe during the last 11 months. Since the beginning of outbreak in Iran, according to the Hollow Government, Hollow Society approach, the National Committee to Manage COVID-19 was established under chairmanship of President Rouhani, fully supported by Supreme Leader, to utilize all capacities and at national level to monitor the disease and to endorse strict public health measures to curb the disease. Accordingly, our strong PHC network was not only the core of 3 rounds of screening through electronic health records, but we managed to sustain essential health services to ensure maternal and child care, immunization, tuberculosis, and HIV case management are provided, and as a pioneer in NCDs management to continue health services to chronic patients and mitigating risk factors. The government, despite all restrictions due to unlawful and unilateral sanctions, has provided special financial package for the poor and marginalized population, has done economic support measures especially for small businesses, and implemented testing and treatment coverage program for 3.5 million legal and illegal Afghan immigrants. We have taken additional environmental health measures at our border with neighboring countries according to IHR 2005 measure, which requires substantial support by member states to maintain normal trade. Ladies and gentlemen, COVID-19 pandemic swept the world severely, providing many lessons to be learned nationally, regionally, and globally, which demonstrated unpreparedness of the global community to deal with the pandemic. Global preparedness and emergency response must be at the forefront of the agenda of governments and international agencies for decades to come. Leadership, solidarity, intersectoral collaboration, evidence-based interventions, and coordination between countries are the tools needed to manage COVID-19 pandemic. In addition, we need to strengthen the IT infrastructure to provide more reliable data, telemedicine, and teleeducation in the new era. I would like to emphasize the vital importance of global solidarity and international cooperation with full support to WHO as the unique platform for global health activities. To overcome this pandemic, timely, cost-effective, and equitable access of all nations to diagnostic, medical equipment, medicines, and vaccines are crucial, with no discrimination, sanction, and unjustifiable prioritization, as the Secretary General has rightly pointed out. Ladies and gentlemen, the unilateral coercive measures imposed by the government of the United States have negatively affected the process of combating the pandemic in my country. Unilateral illegal measures hampers easy access of the people to basic medical items and requirements, and thus endangers health of Iranian citizens. Medicine supply and health commodities have been targeted through tight restriction of foreign exchange resource, even for these humanitarian issues. This pandemic reminds us how much we need integrity, solidarity, and collaboration at local, regional, and global levels. While we are committed to the UNGA resolutions and political declarations of UHC entities and communicable diseases such as tuberculosis, there is a need to revisit the targets, financing, and approach as a response to the pandemic, which hit the health infrastructure, health workforce, and the economies. I call upon international financial organizations to provide substantial financial supports to member states regardless political impediments. Thank you for attention.
Deseo agradecer al Ministro de Salud y Educación Médica de la República Islámica de Irán por su intervención. Doy ahora la palabra a la distinguida representante de Maldivas para que presente una declaración del Ministro.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. It is my distinct honor to introduce my Minister, His Excellency Mr. Abdullah Shahid, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Republic of Maldives. Thank you.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, I would like to thank the chair of the Non-Aligned Movement for taking the initiative to convene this very important meeting. I would also like to thank the Secretary General for leading the United Nations during this pandemic of unprecedented magnitude. Multilateralism has been the bedrock of post-war international order. For 75 years, the United Nations has been instrumental in addressing the challenges humanity has faced, from delivering humanitarian aid to responding to global pandemics, from poverty alleviation to conflict mediation, and promoting sustainable development. Today, 75 years later, this organization is once again being tested by the black swan event of our time. The COVID-19 pandemic. This pandemic has left no country untouched, infecting more than 55 million people and claiming over 1 million lives. None of us anticipated the gravity of this virus, and neither were we prepared for a crisis of this scale. The pandemic swept through a world in disarray, leading to catastrophic health consequences, disruption in education, and the stalling of economies, and pushing millions of families into poverty. The loss has been insurmountable. Mr. President, when COVID-19 hit the Maldives in March 2020, our first priority was responding to the immediate health crisis. We acted swiftly to impose several restrictive and physical distancing measures to contain the spread of the virus. We announced a nationwide state of public health emergency, closed all government offices, schools, and universities, and eventually imposed a full lockdown. We also took the difficult decision to suspend all on-arrival visas, though shutting down the lifeline of our economy, the tourism industry. Life as we knew it came to a standstill. Never before had we seen our bustling capital city, Male, so eerily quiet and empty, nor our airport without a tourist experiencing true Maldivian hospitality. As a small island developing state that is heavily dependent on imports, the closing of our borders severely disrupted our supply chains. We therefore began to closely monitor our stable food stocks and stockpiled essential food items. Our empty luxury resorts were converted into quarantine facilities, and across the country, several flu clinics were established. Despite our best efforts, we were powerless to prevent a community spread. Mr. President, COVID-19 has highlighted what has been abundantly clear. While all of us are affected, not everyone is affected equally. In countries such as the Maldives, where tourism, both directly and indirectly, accounts for nearly 75% of our GDP, the loss has been incalculable. Our vulnerabilities to external shocks have been laid bare, and our economy is expected to contract by nearly 30% this year alone. This, along with debt burdens, have made our position even more precarious. We welcome the G20's announcement of a common framework for debt treatment beyond the debt suspension. These initiatives will greatly aid us as we embark on a path of resilience and recovery. In the same manner, we must ensure equitable access for COVID vaccine once it is ready. This is a global problem that requires a global solution. We will not be safe until every single country is free from this pandemic. However, debt relief and vaccines will only take us so far. SIDS, such as the Maldives, need structural change, innovative facilities, well as greater access to sustainable and concessional financing. This, Mr. President, must be based on a multidimensional vulnerability index. In order to ensure that our development gains over the last few decades are left intact, President Ibrahim Mohamed Saleh established a national task force on resilience and recovery. The work of this task force is rooted in our firm commitment towards achieving the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and ensuring that no one is left behind. Despite our best efforts, we cannot do this alone. Mr. President, during these unprecedented times, we must draw strength from each other and be resolute in overcoming this crisis together. We are extremely grateful to our partners and friends in the international community who have helped us so far. These examples of international cooperation and solidarity are what will steer us to safety and ensure that we build back better and more resilient. Indeed, the need for multilateralism has never been greater. I take this opportunity to reiterate the Maldives' call for greater cooperation in the spirit of multilateralism. Just as COVID-19 pandemic ignored all borders and unleashed its devastation without any regard for responsibility or resilience of a nation, so does climate change. While our commitment to overcoming the pandemic is unwavering, combating the adverse effects of climate change at the same time will be a mountain that is too steep to climb. Climate change threatens our very existence. Let us ensure that building back better will not only mean fixing our economies, but healing our planet as well. Let us ensure that we build back bluer, greener, and cleaner. Mr. President, viruses don't respect borders. The only road out of this storm is the path of collective action. We need to heed the lessons this pandemic has taught us and fix the roof before the next storm hits. We must break the panic that forget, cycle only, and for all. The principles and values enshrined in the UN Charter are even more important to overcome the COVID-19 pandemic. I'm confident that we will arise from this storm stronger and more resilient to respond more effectively to possible challenges the future may bring us. I thank you.
Deseo agradecer al ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de Maldivas por su intervención. Doy ahora la palabra a la distinguida representante de Turkmenistán para que presente una declaración del ministro.
Thank you. Mr. Vice President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to introduce a video statement by the Minister of Health and Medical Industry of Turkmenistan, His Excellency Dr. Nurmuhamed Amanipesov.
Уважаемый господин председатель, уважаемые участники сессии, позвольте поделиться с вами информацией о проводимых в стране мерах по реагированию на коронавирусную инфекцию COVID-19, охрана здоровья населения, обеспечение безопасности жизни граждан является главным приоритетом внутренней политики нашего государства. Под руководством глубоко уважаемого президента Туркменистана Гурбангулы Бердымухамедова в стране реализуется государственная программа здоровья. С первых дней появления сообщений о COVID-19 правительство Туркменистана с серьезной ответственностью подошло к противодействию новой коронавирусной инфекции, представляющей серьезную угрозу здоровью человека и вызывающей обеспокоенность всей мировой общественности с принятием всесторонне взвешенных последовательных шагов. Учитывая чрезвычайную ситуацию по продолжающейся пандемии в стране, предприняты всеобъемлющие профилактические мероприятия по охране и защите территории страны от заноса и распространения COVID-19. Усилен кадровый потенциал сектора здравоохранения, его материально-техническая база. Приняты превентивные меры по обеспечению готовности к реагированию на COVID-19, в частности, усиленный эпидемиологический надзор, инфекционный контроль, введены ограничительные меры на международных воздушных, железнодорожных и автомобильных перевозках, лабораторный надзор, усиление контроля в пунктах въезда, управление и координация на национальном уровне, закупки и логистика, обеспечение медицинских учреждений необходимыми лекарственными средствами и оборудованием. В период пандемии правительство страны на 20% повысило заработную плату медицинским работникам, работающим на участках, связанных с борьбой с пандемией. Совместно со Всемирной организацией здравоохранения разработаны меры укрепления международного сотрудничества, направленного на выработку скоординированных шагов по успешному противодействию угрозе пандемии. Тесное сотрудничество с региональным офисом Всемирной организации здравоохранения, с соседними странами, несомненно, способствует регулярному обмену информацией по текущей ситуации и своевременному принятию всех комплексных мер по противодействию COVID-19. Туркменистан неизменно выступает за совместное действие стран, объединение их усилий в борьбе против вызовов и угроз современности, в том числе связанной с COVID-19. Основываясь на опыте совместной работы со странами региона и другими соседними государствами по противодействию распространению инфекционных заболеваний, президентом страны выдвинутый ряд инициатив в противодействии этой угрозе. Уважаемый президент Туркменистана на саммите глав государств и правительств движения неприсоединения предложил применять механизмы научной дипломатии в борьбе с пандемией и ее последствиями, призвал к тесному взаимодействию между профессионалами по обмену опытом, знаниями, информацией по методам лечения и профилактики заболеваний, применение медицинских препаратов, оборудования, средствами индивидуальной защиты, разработки вакцин и созданию Международного совета ученых-медиков. Организация Объединенных Наций и Всемирная организация здравоохранения играют ключевую координационную роль в этом процессе, что были еще раз подтверждено в онлайн-беседе президента Туркменистана Гурбангулы Бердымухамедова с генеральным секретарем Организации Объединенных Наций Антонио Гутерришем, с генеральным директором Всемирной организации здравоохранения Тедросом Адханом Гебрейсусом и директором Европейского регионального бюро ВОЗ доктором Хансом Генри Клюга, в ходе которых обсуждались ситуации по пандемии COVID-19 в регионе и мерам, предпринимаемым Туркменистаном по противодействию ей. Спасибо за внимание.
Deseo agradecer al ministro de Salud e Industria Médica de Turkmenistán por su intervención. Doy ahora la palabra al distinguido representante de San Marino para que presente una declaración del ministro.
Mr. President, I have the honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement of His Excellency Mr. Luca Beccari, Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Economic Cooperation and Telecommunication of the Republic of San Marino.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, first of all, I would like to express my appreciation for convening this special session of the General Assembly that allow us to express our view in this challenging time. With more than 61 million COVID-19 cases and more than 1.4 million people that have lost their life, we are living an unprecedented pandemic crisis. The Republic of San Marino has been experiencing one of the most severe crises of its long history, with a very high number of infection and deaths. The government of the Republic of San Marino has promptly responded to the emergency, granting the right to health for every citizen and assuring appropriate treatment for all. We are fighting against this new and invisible enemy through an evidence-based approach and a series of executive measures, and thanks to tireless effort of our doctor and medical personnel with the cooperation of our citizens. As have other countries, San Marino, beyond the health and human tragedy, has been experiences negative socioeconomic consequences due to the health expenditure, social security and financial measures, and due to the slowdown of our economic system. In this unpredictable challenge, we are glad to our Republic found a strong sense of solidarity within the international community. In this regard, the Government of the Republic of San Marino wants to express its deepest gratitude to the several countries that have shown their friendship and generosity during this very difficult. Mr. President, COVID-19 knows no border and everywhere has caused death, suffering and economic crisis. It has collapsed hospitals, caused destruction of service, the closure of business, and it has expanded unemployment and has kept hundreds of millions of students out of school. This pandemic has aggravated the weakness of our society and has exposed the most vulnerable groups to the hardest consequences, exacerbating inequalities with society and countries. Furthermore, this crisis is expected to push tens of millions of people back to extreme poverty and hunger, eroding what has been done so far for growth and development. No country can solve all this by itself. It is necessary to trust and support our multilateral system through a global renewed commitment to solidarity, unity and cooperation. We welcome the United Nations Secretary General's effort and initiative in coordinating a global response to the pandemic and its impact. The SG appeal for an immediate global ceasefire that San Marino has promptly joined is fundamental. It is indeed time to immediately stop armed conflict and direct our effort and energy to fight this common challenge. I would also like to commend the Secretary General for launching the COVID-19 Response and Recovery Fund for low and middle income countries. In addition, we are grateful for the United Nations policy brief document that have been guiding us in formulating the new measure to mitigate the impact of COVID-19. We recognize the importance to adopt policy in favor of the most vulnerable group of our society, such as women, children, people with disabilities, and elderly. It is critical to adopt non-discriminatory and people-centric policy with a gender-responsive approach and in full respect for human rights. I would also like to emphasize the relevance of promoting accessible, timely and factual information while strongly fighting disinformation that puts people's life at risk. Only working together in enhancing the multilateral system we will be able to handle this pandemic. The United Nations and its agency can play a leading role in fostering a coordinated and coherent response to devastating health and socio-economic impact for this crisis. San Marino supports the work done by the World Health Organization and is thankful for its role in coordination of the health response to the epidemic, for the strategic preparedness and response plan, and for the access to the COVID-19 tools ACT accelerator. For the first time, the world has been united for a plan to accelerate the development of vaccine, diagnostic and therapeutics. We therefore need to continue to work together and with the participation of all the stakeholders for a response that will guarantee universal access to treatment and vaccine. This pandemic should be an opportunity to strengthen the global health system and to commit to achieving universal health coverage. Mr. President, this crisis has once more demonstrated our global interdependence. We will be safe only when everybody is safe. We will not mitigate nor overcome the devastating impact of this crisis unless we are united in containing and countering the pandemic through a global response that can guide us in building back better so that we will overcome this crisis and even avoid future one. In order to succeed, it is essential to implement our roadmap. The Paris Agreement and the Agenda 2030 will guide us toward our goal, ensuring that social development and well-being is fully integrated with environmental objectives. Only in this way we will build back better, leaving no one behind, preserving our planet and creating a more and resilient and sustainable future for all. Thank you.
Deseo agradecer al ministro de Relaciones Exteriores, Cooperación Económica Internacional y Telecomunicaciones de San Marino por su intervención. Doy ahora la palabra al distinguido representante de Omán para que presente una declaración del ministro.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أتشرف أن أقدم الكلمة المسجلة لسلطنة عمان أمام هذه الدورة الاستثنائية، والتي سيدلي بها معالي الدكتور أحمد السعيدي وزير الصحة في سلطنة عمان، شاكرا لكم حسن المتابعة.
السيد الرئيس، أيها الحضور الكرام، تحياتي لكم من سلطنة عمان. يشهد العالم منذ بداية هذا العام ظروفا استثنائية غير مسبوقة بفعل جائحة كورونا كوفيد-19، حيث بلغ عدد الحالات المؤكدة عالميا أكثر من 63 مليون حالة، وعدد الوفيات المؤكدة أيضا تجاوز 1,500,000 حالة. وفي سلطنة عمان فإن حكومة بلادي اتخذت كافة الإجراءات الضرورية للتقليل من تداعيات الجائحة والحد من انتشارها قدر الإمكان، حيث كثفت الإجراءات الوقائية والاحترازية، وضمنت حق الفحص والعلاج المجاني للجميع، ووفرت الدعم اللازم للقطاع الصحي، مما أدى إلى بقاء نسبة الوفيات منخفض مقارنة ببقية دول العالم. وفي ظل استمرار الجائحة وما صحبها من أزمات اقتصادية، فإن التدخلات غير الطبية كالإغلاق التام للأنشطة التجارية وإغلاق المنافذ الحدودية أصبحت تشكل تحديا كبيرا للدول والحكومات. لذا يجب أن تنحصر الحلول للمرحلة القادمة على تعزيز الإجراءات الوقائية المجتمعية والمؤسسية من أجل التعايش بأمان مع الجائحة حتى يتم توفير اللقاح الآمن للجميع. وفي هذا الصدد، ومن أجل ضمان حصول السلطنة على الكميات المطلوبة وبالشروط المناسبة من اللقاح وسرعة التوريد، فقد تم فتح عدة قنوات تشاورية وتفاوضية، منها على سبيل المثال الاشتراك في التحالف العالمي للقاحات، وأيضا التفاوض المباشر مع الشركات المصنعة. وهنا لابد من الإشادة بدور منظمة الصحة العالمية وسعيها من خلال كوفاكس على التوزيع العادل للقاح لكافة الدول، وخاصة الدول ذات الدخل المحدود، وهذا منهج يتوافق مع سياسة حكومة بلادي. سيد الرئيس، أيها الحضور، لقد اعتمدت السلطنة في استجابتها للجائحة على عدة مرتكزات للصحة العامة، منها تم تشكيل لجنة عليا تضم جميع الجهات والقطاعات ذات العلاقة، وقد تفضل حضرة صاحب الجلالة السلطان هيثم بن طارق سلطان عمان حفظه الله ورعاه بترأس اجتماعات هذه اللجنة عدة مرات، مؤكدا جلالته على ضرورة التقيد بالإجراءات الاحترازية اللازمة، مع التأكيد على ضرورة أيضا التعايش مع هذا الوباء والحد من آثاره الصحية والاقتصادية والمجتمعية. زيادة القدرة الاستيعابية ومرونة النظام الصحي بحيث يستطيع توفير الرعاية لحالات كوفيد دون الإخلال بخدمات الرعاية الصحية الأساسية. الشراكة المجتمعية وتفعيل دور الإعلام وقنوات التواصل المجتمعي على كافة المستويات. الاستفادة القصوى من التحول الرقمي والذكاء الاصطناعي في الاستجابة للجائحة بما يشمل التواصل وتقديم الخدمات الحكومية. السيد الرئيس، سيتم التركيز في المرحلة القادمة على توجيه جهود الصحة العامة للتقليل من أعباء الجائحة الصحية المباشرة وغير المباشرة وخفض معدل الوفيات، وذلك بالتأكيد على استمرار البرامج الصحية الوقائية والعلاجية، مع التركيز على حماية العاملين الصحيين والمراجعين المؤسسات الصحية من خطر العدوى، وتوفير اللقاح للفئات المستهدفة وتوزيعه بشكل عادل. وفي الختام، نود التأكيد على روح العمل المشترك نحو تعزيز التعاون والتنسيق والتضامن على الصعيد الدولي لمواجهة الأوبئة والتحديات العالمية الأخرى، بما يحقق الاستقرار والأمن والتنمية للجميع.
وشكرا لكم.
Deseo agradecer al ministro de Salud de Omán por su intervención. Doy ahora la palabra al distinguido representante de Côte d'Ivoire para que presente una declaración del ministro.
Monsieur le Président, j'ai l'honneur de présenter la déclaration préenregistrée de M. Eugène Akaouile, ministre de la Santé et de l'Hygiène publique de la République de Côte d'Ivoire.
Excellences, Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée générale des Nations unies, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les ambassadeurs, Mesdames et Messieurs, à l'occasion de cette session extraordinaire de l'Assemblée générale des Nations unies consacrée à la pandémie de la COVID-19, la Côte d'Ivoire informe les distingués membres et participants que le premier cas de COVID-19 a été notifié sur son territoire le 11 mars 2020. Notre pays a pris très au sérieux cette menace. Sous le leadership du président de la République de Côte d'Ivoire, son Excellence M. Alassane Ouattara, le gouvernement ivoirien a élaboré et mis en œuvre rapidement un plan de riposte qui a permis de contenir la maladie. En effet, grâce à ce plan de riposte basé sur la stratégie tester, isoler et traiter, le pays a pu répondre efficacement à l'augmentation des cas positifs des mois de juin et juillet et obtenir depuis début septembre 2020 un taux de cas positifs inférieur à 5%. Ce plan de riposte a été financé par l'État de Côte d'Ivoire à travers des ressources domestiques importantes avec l'appui des partenaires. Il a été soutenu par l'isolement du Grand Abidjan, la fermeture des frontières terrestres et aériennes et l'application de mesures barrières. La COVID-19, depuis septembre 2020, demeure sous contrôle dans notre pays. Cela est dû, d'une part, aux fermetures des frontières terrestres et au contrôle strict des tests au départ et à l'arrivée des aéroports d'Abidjan, et d'autre part, à la grande mobilisation de toutes les ressources humaines, ainsi qu'à la qualité et la gratuité de la prise en charge. À la date du 26 novembre 2020, la Côte d'Ivoire dénombre 21 199 cas confirmés de COVID-19 et 131 décès, soit 0,6% des cas confirmés. La moyenne d'âge des cas positifs est de 45 ans et les plus de 65 ans représentent 21%. Le nombre total de guéris est de 20 852, soit 98,4% du taux de guérison. Le nombre de cas actuellement en traitement est de 216. La majorité des cas, soit 97%, se trouvent dans les régions sanitaires d'Abidjan, qui demeure donc l'épicentre de la COVID-19. L'un des piliers de ce plan de riposte reste le suivi des contacts. Aujourd'hui, il ne reste qu'une centaine de personnes actuellement suivies à domicile avec la fermeture en septembre 2020 du site pour le suivi des contacts. Au niveau des prélèvements et analyses, une centaine d'équipes d'intervention rapide EIR a été mise en place partout en Côte d'Ivoire, dont la moitié à Abidjan. Ces EIR ont été dotés de véhicules et de téléphones avec géolocalisation des appels téléphoniques pour accéder facilement au domicile des personnes suspectes de COVID-19. Un centre d'appel pouvant enregistrer et traiter 10 000 appels gratuits par jour a été mis à la disposition de la population. Aussi, 13 centres d'accueil et de dépistage de la COVID-19 ont-ils été ouverts dans le Grand Abidjan pour faciliter l'accès et rapprocher les services des populations. Les prélèvements pour les tests PCR sont faits aussi bien par les équipes d'intervention rapide EIR que les centres de dépistage COVID-19. Le rendu des résultats s'est considérablement amélioré avec les différentes applications mises à la disposition des usagers. Il est aujourd'hui de 48 heures. Le nombre de cas de dépistage est en nette diminution durant tout le mois de novembre. Un réseau de laboratoires d'analyse a été mis en place sous la supervision technique de l'Institut Pasteur de Côte d'Ivoire, permettant de réaliser des tests PCR sur l'ensemble du pays. Au total, depuis le début de la pandémie, 214 926 échantillons ont été analysés. Pour faire face à une reprise épidémique, la Côte d'Ivoire observe strictement des indicateurs d'alerte. Il faut noter que ces indicateurs n'ont pas atteint le seuil d'alerte, preuve que la maladie est actuellement sous contrôle. Concernant la prise en charge des cas, au total, depuis le 11 mars jusqu'au 24 novembre 2020, 526 patients atteints de COVID-19 ont été admis en hospitalisation, dont 85 en réanimation dans les services de soins. Notons que la Côte d'Ivoire a mis en place des procédures opérationnelles normalisées nationales pour le dépistage de l'infection à SARS-CoV-2 chez les voyageurs entrant ou sortant du pays. Une attestation de test PCR négatif est délivrée à tout voyageur au départ de l'aéroport Félix Houphouët-Boigny d'Abidjan. Plus de 80% des personnes qui sont testées depuis septembre dans les 13 centres d'accueil et de dépistage sont des voyageurs. Face à la persistance de la pandémie, la Côte d'Ivoire envisage d'organiser un atelier bilan de la riposte sanitaire à la maladie à COVID-19 au cours de ce mois de décembre dans une perspective d'intégration dans le système de santé de routine. Par ailleurs, le gouvernement ivoirien entend renforcer les campagnes de sensibilisation communautaire pour limiter la propagation du virus. Des directives sont en cours d'élaboration pour l'utilisation des tests antigéniques ainsi que la mise en œuvre dès 2021 d'un plan national de la vaccination contre le SARS-CoV-2 au regard des avancées scientifiques actuelles. Excellences, Monsieur le Président, honorables participants, telle est l'économie de notre intervention sur la lutte contre la COVID-19 en Côte d'Ivoire. Je vous remercie.
Deseo agradecer al ministro de Salud e Higiene Pública de Côte d'Ivoire por su intervención. Doy ahora la palabra al distinguido representante de la República Federativa del Brasil para que presente una declaración del ministro.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, I have the honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement by His Excellency Ambassador Ernesto Araújo, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Federative Republic of Brazil. Thank you.
Your Excellency Ambassador Volkan Bozkir, President of the General Assembly, Your Excellency Ambassador Yashar Aliyev, Permanent Representative of Azerbaijan, on whose behalf I greet all my colleagues, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. As we know, COVID-19 has caused severe impact on societies and economies across the globe. It constitutes the most challenging crisis in recent history, and we should face it without abandoning the fundamental principles of this organization, which should be based on the efforts of individual nations acting in a concerted way. COVID-19 must not be taken as a pretext to advance agendas that extrapolate from the constitutional structure of the UN system. Despite its worldwide reach, the pandemic affects individual nations and peoples unevenly. The United Nations should serve as a platform for member states to share their experiences and practices during and in the aftermath of this crisis. Brazil reaffirms the primary responsibility of governments to adopt and implement responses to the COVID-19 that are specific to national contexts. There is no possible one-size-fits-all solution. While we recognize the mandated role of the WHO in the pandemic, we have also identified critical shortcomings in that organization that must be addressed as soon as possible. COVID must lead to better multilateral institutions. They must be transparent and accountable. We should not transfer any responsibilities from the national to the international level just to follow the nice-sounding cliches like the world needs more multilateralism or global problems require global solutions. Cliches will not help us face the pandemic. Only national work and cooperation among nations with the international organizations serving their indispensable role as the locus of coordination and provider of cooperation will do that job. The fight against the virus is no less critical than initiatives to mitigate its social and economic effects. We are all confronted with the difficult task of protecting the lives and guaranteeing the livelihoods of our populations. Hence, it is my hope that today's debate makes a meaningful contribution in this regard. Brazil has adopted bold actions to address the challenges raised by the pandemic and to tackle the resulting economic crisis. We are providing emergency assistance to approximately 67 million Brazilians, which allows them to cope with the pandemic and maintain their income, especially those in the informal sector and the unemployed. Our expenses to guarantee the subsistence of the most vulnerable in our population amount to more than 8% of GDP. This burden falls onto Brazilian taxpayers, not on any multilateral institution. The Brazilian economy remains resilient. Economic growth has resumed, agricultural production has achieved record levels, and unemployment remains under control. During the pandemic, we kept our agricultural production, which was responsible for feeding 1.2 billion people. Again, this was a national effort, not the result of any multilateral institutions' efforts. I don't say this to blame anything on multilateral institutions, just to emphasize that national efforts and national responses, in our case, were fundamental to face the COVID crisis. Brazil has also been making continuous efforts to provide every citizen with the necessary care and treatment. The public health system ensures access to universal and free health care for all 210 million Brazilians. We believe that strengthening access to medicines, vaccines, diagnostics, and other health products is key for defeating the virus and saving lives. We recognize, of course, the importance of international cooperation. Brazil participates in several international initiatives to promote the development of health technologies to combat COVID-19, such as the ACT Accelerator, the COVAX facility, and the Solidarity Call to Action. Brazil also signed a memorandum of understanding with the University of Oxford AstraZeneca for the acquisition and production of vaccines, including the transfer of technology. We are investing in 6 domestic vaccine projects developed by universities, public laboratories, and state technology companies. The Ministry of Health estimates that Biomanguinhos Fiocruz and the Instituto Butantan, 2 of the biggest public research institutions in Brazil, together with domestic pharmaceutical companies that have specific arrangements with foreign laboratories, will be able to produce 600 million to 800 million doses by mid-2021. With this level of production, Brazil hopes to be able to actively contribute to immunization efforts in the region and across the world. Brazil has been working closely with neighboring countries, especially with our Pro-Sul partners, but also with countries from different regions to share best practices and lessons learned about the pandemic. Brazil cooperated with PAHO in training technicians from countries of our region in detection techniques for the new coronavirus at an earlier stage of the global pandemic. Brazil is deeply concerned by the negative impacts of the pandemic on the physical and mental health of all individuals, including health workers, persons with disabilities, older persons, women, children, and youth. Special measures were adopted to protect vulnerable groups, especially our indigenous population. We have adopted and implemented in a timely fashion a national strategy aiming at strengthening services on the prevention and control of COVID-19 among the indigenous population, respecting their cultural and geographical specificities. In the context of the pandemic, we invested in family-oriented policies which take into account the different needs and expectations of families to promote healthy relations within the family. Brazil is a proud member of the Partnership for Families, together with the United States, Poland, and Hungary, and we will keep championing this agenda abroad, including as a tool in the fight against COVID-19. As the United Nations celebrates its 75th anniversary amidst the COVID-19 pandemic, it is an opportunity for all nations to renew our commitments to the values enshrined in the UN Charter. As President Bolsonaro underscored in his statement at the opening of the general debate last September, Brazil is a founding member of the UN and hence is committed to its basic principles: peace and security, cooperation among nations, respect for human rights, and fundamental freedoms. Fundamental freedoms are not an ideology. Human dignity requires freedom as much as it requires health and economic opportunities. Those who dislike freedom always try to benefit from moments of crisis to preach the curtailing of freedom. Let's not fall for that trap. Totalitarian social control is not the remedy for any crisis. Let's not make democracy and freedom one more victim of COVID-19. Thank you very much.
Deseo agradecer al ministro de Relaciones Exteriores del Brasil por su intervención. Doy ahora la palabra al distinguido representante de Senegal para que presente una declaración del ministro.
Merci, Monsieur le Vice-président. Mesdames, Messieurs, j'ai grand plaisir à introduire la déclaration préenregistrée de Madame Aïssata Tall Sall, ministre des Affaires étrangères et des Sénégalais de l'extérieur du Sénégal, que je vous demande d'écouter. Merci.
Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée générale, Mesdames, Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement et chefs de délégation, Monsieur le Secrétaire général des Nations unies, je voudrais, à l'entame de mon propos, au nom de son Excellence Macky Sall, Président de la République du Sénégal, saluer l'initiative de cette session extraordinaire de l'Assemblée générale de l'ONU sur la pandémie de Covid-19 portée par l'Azerbaïdjan au nom du mouvement des non-alignés. L'ampleur de cette crise sanitaire mérite assurément que notre Assemblée lui consacre un moment solennel de dialogue et de réflexion, car l'infiniment petit, pour reprendre l'expression du président Macky Sall, a mis à rude épreuve nos avancées dans la réalisation de l'agenda 2030. En effet, la pandémie a déjà entraîné la mort de 1 400 000 personnes et de graves conséquences socio-économiques, exacerbant ainsi les conditions déjà difficiles de certaines catégories sociales vulnérables, notamment les femmes et les jeunes. Nous devons leur réserver une attention particulière. Cette crise sanitaire nous dicte aussi une réponse coordonnée, concertée, multilatérale et inclusive. C'est d'ailleurs tout le sens qu'il faut donner à cette présente session spéciale. C'est pourquoi je me réjouis de l'appel de Monsieur le Secrétaire général des Nations unies en faveur d'une réponse multilatérale à grande échelle, représentant au moins 10% du PIB mondial. La communauté internationale a la responsabilité d'y répondre favorablement. Je salue à cet égard la série de résolutions, y compris celles portant sur l'accès équitable aux vaccins adoptées par l'Assemblée générale. Ce faisant, les États membres ont démontré leur capacité à être unis et solidaires en ces moments de vulnérabilité collective. Il nous reste maintenant à veiller à ce que le vaccin contre la COVID-19 soit considéré comme un bien public mondial et rendu accessible à tous. Je me réjouis également de l'initiative pour la suspension du service de la dette lancée par le G20 et de la grande réflexion en cours sur la restructuration de la dette de certains pays pauvres, notamment ceux africains, et de la priorité accordée à la lutte contre les changements climatiques. C'est pourquoi je voudrais ici solennellement renouveler l'appel de son Excellence le Président Macky Sall en faveur de l'annulation de la dette des pays en développement, en particulier ceux africains. Mesdames et Messieurs, le Sénégal, notre pays, a subi de plein fouet les effets de la pandémie qui a affecté tous les secteurs de notre vie nationale. À titre d'illustration, environ 28% de nos entreprises formelles ont procédé à un arrêt momentané de leurs activités et 85% de nos ménages ont subi une baisse de leurs revenus. Pour autant, notre pays a fait preuve de résilience, notamment grâce à la mise en œuvre du plan de contingence qui lui a valu d'être classé 2e au titre de l'indice de réponse globale face à la COVID-19. Cette performance s'explique en partie par l'expérience tirée des épidémies antérieures, y compris à l'échelon sous-régional. L'implication de toutes les composantes de la nation y a également grandement contribué. Acteurs politiques, société civile, secteur privé, chefs religieux et coutumiers, entre autres, tous se sont impliqués. Pour faire face et surmonter l'impact dévastateur de la COVID-19, le Sénégal a mis en place le programme de résilience économique et sociale à hauteur de 1,640 milliard de dollars, soit 7% de son PIB. C'est dans cet ordre d'idées que notre pays a revu à la hausse le budget du plan d'action prioritaire PAP 2019-2023 du plan Sénégal émergent, dorénavant intitulé PAP amélioré et accéléré, PAP 2A, et ce, en le faisant passer de 14 000 milliards à 14 712 milliards de francs CFA, afin de favoriser le renforcement du système de santé, la résilience sociale des populations, ainsi que la stabilité macroéconomique et financière de notre pays. Grâce à cette réaction vigoureuse du gouvernement, une récente mission du Fonds monétaire international a estimé que la contraction économique de 0,7% prévue en 2020 pourrait être évitée, permettant ainsi à la dynamique de croissance de se prolonger dans notre pays jusqu'en 2021. Toutefois, ces perspectives restent tributaires de l'évolution de la pandémie et de la conjoncture internationale. Mesdames et messieurs, je voudrais, pour clore mon propos, relever quelques enseignements que m'inspire la situation sanitaire en cours. Premièrement, les défis de cette crise étant globaux, les réponses doivent tout aussi l'être, et ce, de façon solidaire. Dès lors, le financement du développement, notamment la mise en œuvre du plan d'action d'Addis Abeba, relève de l'urgence. Les politiques de développement engagées par notre pays en dépendent largement. Il conviendra en conséquence d'orienter les investissements vers les secteurs sociaux de base, en particulier vers l'éducation et la santé. Deuxièmement, nous devons lutter vigoureusement contre les changements climatiques et protéger notre environnement. L'action pour le climat et les solutions basées sur la nature doivent être renforcées dans les plans de relance. À ce titre, nous exhortons les pays développés à œuvrer davantage à la mobilisation des 100 milliards de dollars promis au titre du Fonds climat vert. Troisièmement, le transfert de technologies au profit des pays en développement, en particulier dans le domaine du numérique, s'avère comme une nécessité absolue. C'est le sens de la 2e édition du Forum du numérique organisé par le Sénégal les 27 et 28 novembre 2020 sur le thème « Le digital au service de la gestion de la pandémie et de la relance de l'économie ». Enfin, la crise nous rappelle de façon implacable qu'il n'existe pas d'alternative crédible à la coopération internationale et au multilatéralisme. Nous devons donc y veiller. Ce sont là, mesdames et messieurs, les quelques axes de réflexion que m'inspire la problématique majeure de cette pandémie et de laquelle nous devons tirer les meilleures leçons afin que personne ne soit laissé en rade comme nous y engage l'agenda 2030. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Deseo agradecer a la ministra de Relaciones Exteriores y de los senegaleses en el extranjero del Senegal por su intervención. Doy ahora la palabra al distinguido representante de Liechtenstein para que presente una declaración del ministro.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have the honor to introduce the pre-recorded video statement by Her Excellency Dr. Katrin Eckenberger, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Justice and Culture of Liechtenstein. Thank you.
Mr. President, the General Assembly convenes today for a special session in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic. Hundreds of thousands of people have died. Millions suffer under its severe health impacts. Our economies and societies witness deep disruptions. Prosperity, equality, and human rights are on the decline. This is a time when the world needs the United Nations and its promise of joint action under the common purposes of the Charter and the rule of law, and states should lend it their full political and financial support. The UN has shown leadership under Secretary General Guterres. The specialized agencies, in particular the World Health Organization, are a force for good, while far from perfect, as we well know. But they are delivering and help to mitigate this crisis of unprecedented proportion. Of course, as governments, we have the primary responsibility for the health and well-being of our citizens. But unless we coordinate our efforts and work together, we cannot be effective. This is the true and proven value of multilateralism. It is more effective than nationalist approaches, and the pandemic illustrates that very distinctly. There is no trade-off between targeted domestic policies and international cooperation when fighting a pandemic. They're both essential to succeed in this fight, as is the need for firm scientific knowledge to underpin them. To suggest otherwise is delusional. Mr. President, no doubt there are important lessons learned when we look at our responses so far. Not all measures have proven to be effective to contain the spread of the virus. Restrictions on our fundamental rights and freedoms are severe for all of us, and in some cases clearly excessive. Hunger and poverty, gender-based violence, and systemic racism have increased. School closures and isolation in care facilities have disenfranchised our youngest and oldest. Democracy has come under additional threat by authoritarian tendencies and conspiracy theories. The infodemic has taken a heavy toll on our cohesion and state institutions. But we can also have confidence that our societal and economic systems work. Persistent disinformation has not proven to be a winning strategy, at least in the long run. People are demanding their fundamental rights with renewed energy and purpose all over the world. Free markets, state-sponsored and private research have delivered a multitude of promising vaccine candidates in record time. The capacity of free societies and economies to innovate has rarely found a more impactful expression. Now we need to provide equal and efficient access to the vaccines as the public goods that they are. Nobody can be safe until everybody is safe. That is a very evident truth in a pandemic. Mr. President, we all have a huge task ahead of us to overcome COVID-19, and we all thirst to go back to our normal lives. In doing so, we must seize the opportunities that present themselves to bring our societies and economies in line with our generational promise to achieve a more sustainable, equal, and peaceful world by 2030. The pandemic has caused severe setbacks in our progress towards the SDGs, so we must redouble our efforts. It is also evident that these 17 goals are the recipe for the world to prepare better for the next challenges ahead, be it on health, climate, or other issues. In overcoming this crisis, our aspirations must be broad. We need a new form of sustainable coexistence between humankind and nature as promoted by the One Health approach. And we need to strengthen the trust of the people in their governing institutions. The UN must lead the way to a better future, and Liechtenstein will contribute to that effort as best we can. Thank you, Mr. President.
Deseo agradecer a la ministra de Relaciones Exteriores, Justicia y Cultura de Liechtenstein por su intervención. Doy ahora la palabra al distinguido representante de Egipto para que presente una declaración del ministro.
يشرفني أن أقدم الكلمة المسجلة للسيد سامح شكري وزير خارجية جمهورية مصر العربية أمام الدورة الخاصة 31 الجمعية العامة للأمم المتحدة حول الاستجابة لجائحة كورونا كوفيد-19. شكرا جزيلا.
أصحاب الفخامة، رؤساء الدول والحكومات، السادة الوزراء ورؤساء الوفود، السيدات والسادة، أود بداية أن أؤكد على أهمية عقد هذه الدورة الخاصة للجمعية العامة حول الاستجابة لجائحة الكورونا، والتي تمثل الأزمة الصحية العالمية الأخطر التي يشهدها العالم منذ نشأة الأمم المتحدة قبل 75 عاما، بما لها من تداعيات تهدد حياة البشر وتعرقل حركة الاقتصاد وتفاقم من تحديات السلم والأمن، بما في ذلك في مناطق عدة تعاني بالفعل من اضطراب وغياب الاستقرار. إن هذه التداعيات الخطيرة وما كشف عنها من أوجه للقصور في جاهزية المجتمع الدولي للتعامل مع تحد بهذا الحجم إنما تؤكد على ضرورة تعزيز آليات العمل الدولي متعدد الأطراف وأهمية تنسيق الجهود وتبادل الخبرات فيما بين الدول والشعوب للاستجابة للأزمة الراهنة وما خلفته من تداعيات إنسانية واجتماعية واقتصادية. سيدات والسادة، لقد حرصت مصر منذ بداية الجائحة على تبني نهج استباقي متكامل للتعامل مع الأزمة والتخفيف من حدة تداعياتها، ومن هذا المنطلق فقد عملت الدولة على توظيف الأدوات والآليات المتاحة على 3 محاور رئيسية: صحية واقتصادية واجتماعية، تهدف إلى ضمان الحفاظ على صحة المواطن واستقرار تحقيق معدلات تنمية اقتصادية إيجابية، وكذلك التعامل مع التحديات الاجتماعية للجائحة. ولا يفوتني في هذا الصدد الإشادة بجهود وتضحيات العاملين بالمجال الصحي في مصر والعالم أجمع في ظل ظروف العمل الصعبة التي فرضتها عليهم الجائحة، والثناء على دورهم في دعم النظام الصحي وخاصة السيدات منها، واللاتي يمثلن الجانب الأكبر من قوة العاملين بالمجال الصحي. على الصعيد الدولي، وتأكيدا على محورية التعاون الدولي الذي يعد السبيل الأمثل لتخطي تداعيات هذه الجائحة، وقد كانت مصر في طليعة الدول الداعمة للمنظومة الأممية في مواجهة الجائحة، وأطلقت بالتعاون مع العديد من الشركاء عددا من المبادرات الهامة التي تؤكد على دور الأمم المتحدة في تنسيق الجهد الدولي لمواجهة الجائحة وتداعياتها على الأصعدة المختلفة. وأود أن أشير في هذا السياق إلى القرار الذي طرحته مصر بالجمعية العامة وتم اعتماده بالتوافق حول تعزيز الاستجابة الوطنية والدولية السريعة لتداعيات جائحة الكورونا على المرأة والفتاة، بهدف التأكيد على أهمية البرنامج والخطط المعنية بحماية النساء والفتيات من تداعيات الجائحة وتضمينهن في خطة الاستجابة، وكذلك أهمية تضمين كبار السن وذوي الاحتياجات الخاصة في تلك الخطة. السيدات والسادة، على الرغم من أن تداعيات هذه الجائحة تطول كافة الدول والشعوب، إلا أن من دواعي القلق أن آثارها الأكثر خطورة تهدد بضراوة الاقتصاديات الأكثر هشاشة والدول الأكثر فقرا، خاصة الدول في القارة الأفريقية، وهو ما يؤكد على أهمية العمل الجاد لتنفيذ أجندة التنمية الأفريقية 2063 ولدعم خطط تمويل أهداف التنمية المستدامة 2030 بهدف حماية المكاسب التي تحققت على صعيد النمو الاقتصادي والحد من الفقر في القارة الأفريقية وفي شتى أنحاء العالم. ومن هذا المنطلق تجدد مصر دعوتها لتضافر كافة الجهود الدولية لدعم الدول النامية وتقديم حزمة تحفيزية لاقتصادياتها، بما في ذلك تخفيف أعباء الديون وحشد الموارد اللازمة لدعم تلك الدول، مع تحفيز كافة مؤسسات وبنوك التمويل الدولية والإقليمية لتقديم تلك الحزم والمساعدات، كما يتحتم في هذا الصدد إيلاء أهمية خاصة لاحتياجات القارة الأفريقية. ومن ثم تؤكد مصر على ضرورة دعم جهود القارة للاستجابة للجائحة، بما في ذلك من خلال دعم عمل المركز الأفريقي لمكافحة الأمراض والأوبئة وتقديم الدعم اللازم للصندوق الأفريقي لمكافحة جائحة كورونا، وهو ما قامت مصر به بالفعل من خلال تقديم المعدات والمستلزمات الطبية إلى عدد من الدول الأفريقية في إطار مساهماتها في الصندوق، إيمانا منها بأهمية العمل الأفريقي المشترك لمواجهة التحديات التي تمر بها القارة. واتصالا بذلك تؤكد مصر أيضا على حق الدول النامية في النفاذ للمصل المضاد لفيروس كورونا باعتباره سلعة ذات منفعة عامة، حيث أن القضاء على هذه الجائحة لا يستوجب فقط إنتاج هذا المصل، بل يحتم أيضا ضمان الحق في النفاذ إليه. وأود أن أشيد في هذا الإطار بجهود منظمة الصحة العالمية والجهود الدولية المرتبطة بمبادرة كوفاكس التي تهدف إلى ضمان وصول مبكر ومتكافئ للتحاليل والعلاجات والأمصال الخاصة بفيروس كورونا. ختاما أود التأكيد على أن التحديات الآنية الجسيمة المتولدة عن الجائحة، فضلا عن التحديات الأخرى المزمنة المتصلة بالتعامل مع تغيير المناخ وتحقيق أجندة التنمية المستدامة وإرساء الأمن والاستقرار ومكافحة الإرهاب الذي يقضي على أرواح المئات من المواطنين الأبرياء، هي تحديات تتجاوز قدرة أي دولة على التعامل معها بشكل منفرد، وتؤكد الجاحة العمل بإرادة جماعية وفقا لرؤية مشتركة تعلي من قيم التضامن والتعاون والعمل المشترك لتحقيق الأمن والرخاء لجميع الشعوب. وشكرا.
Deseo agradecer al ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de Egipto por su intervención. Doy ahora la palabra al distinguido representante de Ruanda para que presente una declaración del ministro.
Mr. Vice President, I have the honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement by His Excellency Daniel Ngamije, Minister of Health of the Republic of Rwanda.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, Your Excellency, President of United Nations General Assembly, Your Excellency, the Secretary General, the Director General of WHO, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I wish to congratulate the Chairperson of the General Assembly for the leadership and convening this global gathering to discuss in a special session countries' response to COVID-19 pandemic. I wish also to thank governments, partners, civil society for the global solidarity expressed as we learn and apply measures to stop COVID-19. The pandemic has affected all of us and has also reminded us how much we are stronger working together. We have learned how this virus tested our existing health systems, and subsequently, the investment made to strengthen our health sector is a huge gain to the entire economies of our nations. The government of Rwanda established a national steering committee which put in place a multi-sectoral COVID-19 joint task force to coordinate the implementation of COVID-19 response, which includes a robust surveillance system, a robust community engagement activity to raise awareness on preventive measures of the disease, COVID-19 treatment centers across the country, rapid response teams established at the central and centralized level, home-based care system to ensure treatment and monitoring of asymptomatic COVID-19 cases from their homes. As a digital-centric nation, Rwanda understands the impact of digital solutions to solve health-related issues. As such, the government of Rwanda maximized the use of technology in surveillance and contact tracing, awareness campaigns using drones, home-based care using monitoring bracelets, visualization of data in command posts to guide accurate and relevant interventions, GPS for tracking truck drivers, robots in treatment centers to reduce contact between medical staff and patients. To contain COVID-19 spread, additional measures were put in place such as total lockdown at the onset of the pandemic, and sometimes partial lockdown in targeted districts, sectors, and villages where incidence was increased time to time. Following are some best practices that we are pleased to share with the Assembly. Regarding service delivery, health personnel, staff, and mentors conducted outreach and meet patients in their home to ensure that they get what they need in terms of drugs and other facilitation to ensure that accessibility to services is still maintained even during COVID-19 pandemic. Regarding health financing, facilitation was given to ensure that bills of patients are paid, especially during this time of lockdown. Resource mobilization was conducted with our partners to fund the entire COVID-19 response plan. Regarding workforce, volunteers were recruited in different districts to fill the gap and therefore avoid that services are disrupted due to shortage of staff, of medical staff, in case they were recruited for COVID-19 response. A successful national response would not have been possible without a very strong leadership, a multi-sectoral approach, and the involvement of our communities in the fight against COVID-19. Rwanda remains committed to avail
its immunization program to facilitate access to COVID-19 vaccine and ensure its large-scale administration. We will continue to ensure access to health services even during pandemic, and as it is basic human rights, we must still look for securing it. To conclude, I wish to emphasize the importance of global solidarity and collaboration partnership, as well as key information sharing to enable government and stakeholders, partners as well, to make informed decisions. I thank you, Chair.
Deseo agradecer al ministro de Salud de Ruanda por su intervención. Doy ahora la palabra a la distinguida representante de Lituania para que presente una declaración del ministro.
Mr. Chair, it is my honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement of the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Lithuania, His Excellency Mr. Linas Linkevičius. I thank you.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, since it started, COVID-19 pandemic has swept through every part of the world, bringing a heavy human and human economic cost. This crisis deepened existing problems, became excruciating to those already in vulnerable position or lacking social protection. Its global impact, while devastating, is also a stark reminder of the need for strong and effective multilateralism. The recovery of our nations is dependent on coordinated, strong, and effective multilateral response. Altogether, we rely on international solidarity to make everyone safe. Excellencies, in our efforts to address this multidimensional crisis, a few elements are crucial. Firstly, as hope for effective vaccines reaching us in a few months' time is growing, we must ensure their availability and affordability to everyone. While waiting for the vaccine, diagnostics, treatment, and the availability of personal protective equipment to all population groups is critically important. Secondly, I stress the need for trusted, facts-based information. In times of pandemics, fear and uncertainty give rise to disinformation and even conspiracy theories. As we spend less time physically socializing and more time online, disinformation finds new and influential ways to disturb our collective efforts to fight the pandemic. Disinformation creates alternative facts that brings instability and fragmentation in society. In some COVID-related cases, disinformation is even harmful for people, health, and for the security. Additionally, it contributes to rising level of hate speech, xenophobia, attacks against minorities. We are fighting disinformation with accessible, scientifically verified information, but we need to increase the knowledge in societies on how to distinguish trustworthy sources from unreliable sources. Thirdly, commitments to human dignity and human rights should remain guiding element in our fight against pandemic, with due consideration of how the pandemic impacts different groups of society. Reports showed that pandemic-related lockdown brought alarming increase in cases of violence against women. At that moment, we are in the midst of this year, 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. It's an opportunity to develop new approaches to ensure women and girls' safety in their social environment. In this respect, combating violence against women and children in the pandemic-stressed environments should be an integral part of all relevant recovery efforts. Excellencies, the world after crisis will not be the same. Consequences of COVID-19 will be felt long after the virus is contained. We will need to take measures to make our health systems more resilient and responsive to prevent similar instances in the future. Health security and emergency preparedness must become an integral part of sustainable development. Security and protection of human rights. We express our support for the World Health Organization and its role in building effective global health system. However, COVID-19 affects not just the health sector. Its impact is felt across all spheres of life in our societies. Given the complexity and extent of the task ahead, implementation of Agenda 2030 and achieving Sustainable Development Goals gains new importance and is a necessity rather than choice. The underlying principle of leaving no one behind is imperative. After the pandemic is curbed, we will have the momentum to mobilize our efforts for achieving SDGs. Pandemic forced us to adopt technological solutions rapidly. After this crisis, we will need to develop these skills further. A multilateral forum must be prepared to continue working in any circumstances. Lithuania supports Secretary General's roadmap on digital cooperation. Technologies and digital infrastructure need to be developed and accessible around the globe. Digital skills need to be improved, digital disparities decreased. Excellencies, Lithuania remains committed to effective multilateralism and the efforts of the international community aimed at overcoming the multidimensional impact of the pandemic. No one can fight this virus alone. With scientific research, political will, and international solidarity, we can overcome this challenge. Thank you.
Deseo agradecer al ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de Lituania por su intervención. Doy ahora la palabra al distinguido representante de Arabia Saudita para que presente una declaración del ministro.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. يشرفني أن أقدم الكلمة المسجلة التي سيدلي بها سمو وزير الخارجية الأمير فيصل بن فرحان آل سعود.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أصحاب الجلالة والفخامة والسمو، معالي رئيس الجمعية العامة، معالي الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة، الحضور الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أود في البداية أن أتقدم بخالص الشكر لمعالي السيد فولكان بوسكير رئيس الجمعية العامة على عقد هذه الجلسة الاستثنائية لتوحيد الجهود لمكافحة جائحة كوفيد-19، وذلك استجابا لمبادرة دول حركة عدم الانحياز التي دعا لها فخامة رئيس جمهورية أذربيجان السيد إلهام علييف. ولا يفوتني الإشادة بالجهود المميزة التي يقوم بها معالي الأمين العام أنطونيو غوتيريش لرفع كفاءة عمل الأمم المتحدة ولتنسيق استجابة موحدة لمكافحة جائحة كوفيد-19. السيد الرئيس، الحضور الكرام، لقد كان هذا العام عاما استثنائيا بكل المقاييس، واجه العالم خلاله تحديا مشتركا غير مسبوق يتمثل في انتشار جائحة كوفيد-19، هذه الجائحة التي اجتاحت عالمنا وحصدت أرواح ما يقارب 1.5 مليون من البشر خلال فترة زمنية لا تتجاوز عاما، وأصابت أكثر من 54 مليون شخص حول العالم. لا تفرق بين رجل وامرأة أو بين شيخ كبير وطفل رضيع. ولحق هذا الوباء بالعالم أضرارا اقتصادية وصحية وإنسانية بليغة، مما تسبب في متوقف كل سبل ومناحي الحياة. وما زالت شعوبنا ودولنا تعاني من الآثار السلبية التي سببها وما زال يسببها هذا الوباء. وإنه على الرغم من التقدم العلمي والتكنولوجي وابتكار العالم لأحدث أنواع الأسلحة المدمرة، فقد كشفت لنا الجائحة مدى ضعف وشاشة النظام العالمي في مواجهة فيروس لا يرى بالعين المجردة، ليكون ناقوس خطر يذكرنا بالعمل معا جنبا إلى جنب لنتجاوز خلافاتنا ومصالحنا الضيقة. علينا العمل على تنسيق استجابة دولية موحدة تمكننا من مكافحة هذا الوباء وتمديداته الصحية والإنسانية، واستعادة الاستقرار المالي والاقتصادي العالمي، ووضع الخطط في سبيل تحقيق نمو قوي ومستدام ومتوازن وشامل يمنع حدوث ركود اقتصادي أشبه بالكساد الكبير. الحضور الكرام، ترأست المملكة العربية السعودية مجموعة ال20 لهذا العام في وسط الظروف الصعبة اللي يمر بها العالم بسبب الجائحة، وقد اتخذت خلال رئاستها تدابير وقائية لمعالجة العواقب والآثار السلبية الناتجة عن انتشار جائحة كوفيد-19. وإيمانا بدورها الإنساني قامت المملكة على الفور بتعديل أجندة رئاستها الأصلية للنظر في الحقائق الجديدة لمواجهة هذا التحدي المشترك ولتوحيد الجهود الدولية وضمان استعادة النمو والانتعاش الاقتصادي العالمي. قامت المملكة بعقد قمة استثنائية في شهر مارس الماضي على مستوى قادة مجموعة ال20 أعلنت المملكة العربية السعودية خلالها تقديم مبلغ 500 مليون دولار لدعم جهود مكافحة الجائحة وتعزيز التأهب والاستجابة للحالات الطارئة. وقد نتج عن هذه القمة اتخاذ عدد من التدابير العملية والفورية عبر ضخ 11 تريليون دولار في الاقتصاد العالمي لحماية الوظائف والأرواح ولضمان استمرار الانتعاش الاقتصادي، والمساهمة بما يزيد عن 21 مليار دولار لدعم الجهود العالمية للتصدي لهذه الجائحة. كما أطلقت مجموعة العشرين هذا العام مبادرة تعليق الديون للدول الأقل نمواً التي من شأنها أن تسمح للبلدان المستفيدة بتأجيل 14 مليار دولار من مدفوعات الديون المستحقة حتى منتصف العام المقبل، واستخدام هذه المبالغ لتمويل أنظمتها الصحية وبرامجها الاجتماعية والتنموية. ومن أجل إقرار سياسات دولية لمواجهة هذه الأزمة، بادرت المملكة العربية السعودية إلى جانب شركائها بتقديم قرار الجمعية العامة بالعنوان الاستجابة الموحدة ضد التهديدات الصحية العالمية مكافحة كوفيد-19، الذي اعتمدته الغالبية العظمى من الدول الأعضاء في الأمم المتحدة دون اعتراض، والذي يشدد على الحاجة الملحة إلى تكثيف الجهود العالمية لمكافحة الأزمات الصحية العالمية والأوبئة، والحفاظ على الاستقرار الاقتصادي والتسليم السريع للإمدادات الطبية، ولا سيما أدوات التشخيص والعلاج والأدوية واللقاحات، وتقديم المساعدات للضعفاء في جميع أنحاء العالم دون تمييز، ولا سيما كبار السن والنساء والفتيات المشردين واللاجئين والأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة. الحضور الكرام، إن شعاع الأمل بدأ يلوح في الأفق مع بوادر الحصول على لقاح فعال ينهي هذه الأزمة الإنسانية وينهي معها حالة الركود الاقتصادي العالمي. ومن هذا المنطلق تشدد المملكة العربية السعودية على ضرورة اتخاذ الآتي: ضمان وصول اللقاحات إلى جميع الدول، وتهيئة الظروف التي تتيح الوصول إليها بشكل عادل وبتكلفة ميسورة لتوفيرها للشعوب كافة وبدون تمييز، صياغة استراتيجية للتعافي من وباء كوفيد-19 والتأهب بشكل أفضل للأوبئة المستقبلية والمضي قدما على المسار الصحيح لتحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة 2030 وضمان عدم تخلف أحد عن الرقم. ضرورة تعاون منظومة الأمم المتحدة والمنظمات الإقليمية والدولية والمؤسسات المالية ذات الصلة من أجل ضمان معالجة الآثار الاجتماعية والاقتصادية والإنسانية والمالية السلبية للوباء. أهمية ضمان حصول الجميع على الرعاية الصحية واللقاح دون تميز أو تفريق. العمل نحو تشكيل آفاق جديدة لمعالجة مواطن الضعف التي ظهرت خلال هذه الأزمة. وفي الختام، يتسم النظام العالمي بأنه دائم التغير، وأن حجر الأساس لتحقيق عالم أفضل يسوده الأمن والاستقرار والرخاء يكون عبر تعزيز التعاون والتضامن الدولي. ومن هذا المنطلق تؤكد المملكة العربية السعودية على الاستمرار بالتزاماتها نحو تعزيز العمل الجماعي ومواصلة النهج المتعدد وتعاونها مع الأمم المتحدة من أجل مواجهة التحديات العالمية والحفاظ على السلام والاستقرار وتحقيق الرخاء والازدهار لشعوبنا. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Deseo agradecer al ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de Arabia Saudita por su intervención. Doy ahora la palabra al distinguido representante de la Federación de Rusia para que presente una declaración del ministro.
Уважаемый господин председатель, имею честь представить предзаписанное выступление министра здравоохранения Российской Федерации господина Михаила Мурашко. Спасибо.
Уважаемый господин председатель, уважаемые коллеги, пандемия COVID-19 стала беспрецедентным испытанием на прочность как отдельных государств, так и для всего мирового сообщества. Необходимо объединить усилия для спасения жизни и преодоления кризиса, вызванного инфекцией. Ключевое значение для повышения готовности стран и реагирования на пандемию имеет анализ и обмен национальными практиками купирования распространения заболевания. Россия обладает уникальным опытом противодействия распространению COVID-19, что нашло отражение в обзоре передовых мер профилактики COVID-19 стран БРИКС и ШОС. Сегодня система мероприятий по выявлению и профилактике COVID-19 и оказания своевременной медицинской помощи позволила избежать неблагоприятного сценария развития эпидемии. Мы действовали на опережение, оперативно разворачивая комплекс мероприятий по мобилизации медицинской службы, системы здравоохранения. в том числе поддержки медицинского персонала. В России были разработаны и зарегистрированы ряд инновационных лекарственных препаратов, в том числе для профилактики COVID-19. Это вакцины «Спутник Ви» и «Эпивак Корона». На стадии завершающих клинических исследований находится и третья вакцина. Принципиально важно, что в основу действия отечественных вакцин легли различные технологии. Это позволит нам использовать разные производственные площадки одновременно и быстрее получить необходимое количество доз вакцин. Рад сообщить, что первая в мире зарегистрированная вакцина «Спутник Ви» уже вышла в гражданский оборот. Подчеркиваю, что наша общая цель – сформировать портфель эффективных и безопасных вакцинных препаратов и обеспечить население планеты надежной защитой. Согласно резолюции 73-й сессии Всемирной ассамблеи здравоохранения «Борьба с COVID-19» и принимая во внимание недавнюю итоговую декларацию лидеров группы 20, Российская Федерация готова активно сотрудничать со странами в целях повышения доступности вакцин для их граждан путем локализации производства. Осуждаем стремление ряда государств и интеграционных объединений политизировать пандемию COVID-19 по целому ряду вопросов, включая вакцинацию населения. Антисолидарные решения могут отодвинуть время запуска эффективных решений и повысить стоимость спасительных мер. Россия принимает активное участие в международных усилиях по борьбе с COVID-19 на всех уровнях. Оказываем помощь пострадавшим государствам как на двухсторонней, так и в рамках многосторонних форматов. Делаем это прежде всего с учетом центральной координирующей роли Всемирной организации здравоохранения. Считаем, что потенциал Всемирной организации здравоохранения нужно укреплять. Такая работа уже начата, и Россия примет в ней самое заинтересованное и активное участие. Пандемия COVID-19 подтвердила, что люди, страдающие и инфекционными, и неинфекционными заболеваниями, более уязвимы и тяжелее переносят коронавирусную инфекцию. В этой связи приветствуем работу глобальной программы ВОЗ по туберкулезу и межучрежденческую целевую группу Организации Объединенных Наций по профилактике неинфекционных заболеваний. Продолжим оказывать ей необходимое содействие. В завершении своего выступления хотел бы выразить признательность медицинскому персоналу, сообществу за усилия, предпринятые для борьбы с новой коронавирусной инфекцией, сотрудникам организации системы Организации Объединенных Наций, помогающих пострадавшим странам в преодолении последствий пандемии.
Deseo agradecer al ministro de Salud de la Federación de Rusia por su intervención. Doy ahora la palabra al distinguido representante de Austria para que presente una declaración del ministro.
Thank you very much. It is my distinct honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement of His Excellency Alexander Schallenberg, the Federal Minister for Europe and International Affairs of Austria. Thank you.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen,